This guy is named Kang Jioma. He looks like a basic normal dude, but the truth is, he actually got reincarnated into this world that's literally his favorite game, and he's about to take the entrance exam for the Nobles Academy. Everyone here is loaded, and he is just broke. Right on the first day when he went to register his sword, the professor completely lost it. The guy had to be one of the seniors pulling a major prank, but the kid didn't back down. These are his swords. He is poor and his family can't afford the tuition. The professor then spotted the green badge on the uniform. It was a student who got in through a special admission test, and the prof got all tarried over the kid's hustle. The other rich students were definitely not feeling it. When they heard someone was poor and got in with a special admission, they started griping that the place was smelling. Despite the super hostile vibe, Jioma wasn't fazed. In his past life, he never managed to live a chill life. So, this time he's going to make it happen. He is young and good looking, and even though he awakened a rare ability, it has a weird catch. He can only use swords under 30 centimeters. Talk about being handicapped. When he tested his awakened ability, the power was so intense he felt lightning shoot out of the sword and echo through his whole body. The pain of activating it is too much. If it's like this every time, he's never want using it again. But maybe it's just the first time, like with girls. But testing his ability again, the pain was exactly the same. Near where he was, people were gathering for the ceremony that would set the students' ranks. All the young talents were there, and sitting right at the top was one of the 7 legendary heroes, Siegfried von Nibelung. He is a disciple of Yu Kim, the Academy's founder hero. All the students know and look up to this guy, but the bored old man wasn't pleased. Not even the arrival of another of the 7 heroes cheered him up. This girl, whose curves were more legendary than her title as the Sage of the 7 Heroes, greeted the old man. The girl's name is Media, and Siegfried mocks the girl for being 70 years old and dressing like a youngster. Media didn't take it as an offense. Actually, she took it as a compliment. She also said that if Siegfried accepted her blessing, he would look 10 years younger. The old man refuses. The elderly have to accept their nature. Media has a young essence, and that's why she looks that way. Despite the old man's insults, the girl accepted the invite to watch the Academy's first day. She used to hate these people, but accepted it anyway. The reason is, she is curious to see Siegfried's granddaughter. All the gathered students looked like a sea of colors with their dyed hair. Jioma was the only one with black hair, and the jokes about him not being a noble didn't stop. People forgot all about him when a girl showed up. Her blue hair and attractive aura made the guys turn totally red. Siegfried's granddaughter, the Sword Emperor. The girl is named Abel von Nibelung, and she's the main heroine of this game. The exam was about to kick off. One of the ancient heroes created a place in the Academy called the Subspace. In this place, everyone can be injured and eliminated, but when they return to reality, nothing happens to their bodies. That's why any method of combat is allowed, even the lethal ones. Siegfried and Media say it's an academy tradition. The students who survive the longest get the best rank. The 2 old people were interested in the special student, but the other students were now focused on the student with very special attributes. Jioma could have been one of the guys to join the herd chasing after Abel, but he knows the real deal about this girl and her miraculous blessing. While everyone follows their pheromones, he heads the opposite way. He's even reading a book on how to have a peaceful life in this world. He also remembers that to fight here, he will have to use that darned ability. When it was announced that everyone would be sent to the subspace, all of them were hyped except Jioma. But when it happened, he was determined. After 7 minutes, several students were sent back, leaving everyone shaken by how painful the eliminations were. Media watched closely and noted that Abel took first place. Most people felt this was expected given her famous family. She was very excited to see the performance of Siegfried's granddaughter, but Siegfried himself did not see it the same way. He pointed out that she hadn't broken the Academy record, which he had held for a long time. Just as the old man was about to leave, a heavy, overwhelming feeling hit him like a sharp pain in the stomach. Everyone in the arena felt it. The students looked up at the sky with fear. When Media asked Siegfried if he knew what was happening, even the great hero had no idea. Suddenly, the sky itself began to break. It was an unbelievable sight. 2 people then fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. The arena became deathly silent as Media ordered medical teams to rush to the fallen students. The story then shifts back to a few minutes earlier. While the students were supposed to be fighting one another, it was actually a pair of brothers, beating everyone else up. Because of these 2, the match felt decided from the start. It wasn't a fair fight, it was a death match. Jioma knew exactly who was behind the violence. The evil twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao. They were 2 brothers with a natural talent for being brutal. For 30 minutes, they had been toying with the weaker students and enjoying the act of hurting them. Jioma looked so weak that the twins didn't even notice him at first. Eventually, all their victims were gone, leaving the brothers bored and looking for a new target. They spotted a single girl shivering in the back and pointed at her. It was clear they had terrible intentions, and Jioma decided he could no longer stay quiet. As Shun Mao walked toward the terrified girl and made a creepy comment about her being his taste, Jioma reached his breaking point. Jioma yelled from the back, catching the twins' attention. He had stepped in without thinking, and now the 2 boys who had ignored him before were staring him down. They saw his special admission name tag and laughed, calling him worthless. They decided to kill him quickly so they could go back to the girl. Facing them both head-on, Gyoma wondered what to do. His painless blessing only lasted for 30 seconds, which wasn't nearly enough time to beat them. He realized he had only one choice left, and the answer was in his bag of sashimi knives. However, he knew that as soon as he held a blade, his blessing would activate, and that unimaginable pain would return. He had wanted a safe, quiet life, but not even half a day had passed before he was in danger. When he reached into his bag and pulled out a knife, causing both brothers burst out laughing, Shunmao decides not to waste any more time and launches forward to take Gyoma out. This isn't a situation where Gyoma can be picky, but he has a desperate plan. Use his painless blessing for 30 seconds to cancel out the pain from the sword god blessing. All he has to do is hold on. He activates his painless blessing right before drawing the sashimi knife, and once again, the blessing of the sword god flares to life just as Shunmao descends on him with a wicked smile. There's only one way for Gyoma to survive this. If he can't cut through this situation, he will die. But can a sashimi knife really cut through a person? He remembers asking his old master, an ex-gangster, why gangsters in movies always use them. His master told him it was just movie nonsense. He said, "You can't slash a person like a piece of fish, not even if a god comes down. But the blessing is clear. If he wills it, then he can cut it." Trusting the blessing over his master, Gyoma thrusts his knife towards the large man jumping at him, and in an instant, Shunmao is sliced clean in half. The other students and the remaining brother, Mao Jun, stare in absolute shock. The quiet, gloomy kid just did the impossible with a simple kitchen knife. Shunmao's body falls to the ground in 2 pieces. His brother screams. He desperately forces his brain to remember that this is subspace, that Shunmao isn't really dead, but that doesn't change what he just saw. Mao Jin tells himself that his brother must have been careless. Now, as the remaining twin, he has to pick up the slack. He looks at his brother's fallen body and takes the power gauntlet for himself. With the gauntlet equipped on both hands, its true power awakens. Mao Jun's defense is boosted. His jumping power increases by 200% and his fists hit like a truck. He's confident that not even an S-rank weapon can pierce his defense now. But Gyoma isn't even paying attention to him. He's just focused on the countdown, tracking the seconds he has left before his blessing ends. Mao Jun sees an opening and rushes in for a sucker punch while Gyoma is distracted, and then in a single instant, it's all over. Mao Jun is on the ground, covered in his own blood and barely alive while Gyoma finishes his countdown. The moment it hits 0, the painless blessing ends and the full agony of the sword god blessing slams into him at once. He screams, still clutching the knife, and finally collapses. Sometime later, Gyoma wakes up in a white room, probably some kind of clinic. Before he can even get up, 2 people walk in. He's never met them, but he knows exactly who they are. 2 of the legendary 7-star heroes, the strongest of humanity, Siegfried, and the Academy's director, Medea Poison. He can't help but wonder why 2 of the most powerful people in the world are here to see him. Medea asks for his name, but Siegfried gets straight to the point, his hand resting anxiously on his sword. He demands to know what on earth Gyoma did. He explains that during the fight, they both felt a powerful sensation that was clearly caused by him. The hostility is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Realizing he's being targeted by the strongest man alive, Gyoma makes a smart move. He first apologizes, saying that his actions went too far, and tells them he's ready to accept any punishment. As the 2 stare each other down, Medea is forced to step in before a fight breaks out. She tells Siegfried to stop scaring the kid, and then reveals something shocking. While Gyoma was unconscious, Siegfried actually cleaned his clogged meridians. Gyoma can't believe the Swordmaster would do that for him. But now that he checks, his body definitely feels a lot lighter. Medea then explains that they reviewed the video and concluded he was just defending a female student in trouble. She can't help but drool a little, calling Gyoma the handsome prince she's been dreaming of, forcing Siegfried to pull her back. The main point, she says, is that she won't give him any grief over his actions. Better yet, the twins had a terrible reputation anyway, and after what Gyoma did, they've both decided to withdraw from the school. That's a huge relief for him, but that isn't all. The real reason they came to see him was to congratulate him for being the top scorer in the whole school. And just like that, Gyoma's dream of a peaceful and safe life has officially become impossible. Later, back in Medea's office, the 2 heroes regroup. She's complaining about something she's never seen in her 2 decades as head of the academy. A student earned the top spot among all the new candidates and then rejected the offer to join the highest class in the school, the star class. They tried to ask him to reconsider, but Gyoma still doesn't want it. Medea asks Siegfried if he's upset that Gamma took the top rank instead of his granddaughter. After all, he saw the video and his potential, but Siegfried doesn't agree. He sees this as nothing more than an immature child challenging the system. He says the subspace has the will of the founding hero. If the subspace recognizes Gyoma as number 1, then the academy itself has chosen him as the top pupil, and that won't change. Siegfried also has his own personal thoughts. He sees Gyoma as someone completely strange. If his skills were outstanding, or if his physical abilities were great, or even if he had a little bit of experience, it would make sense. But Siegfried could tell that he had none of that, and yet, as he saw in the video replay, there was a great essence of skill in how Gyoma moved. It represented the ultimate form of swordsmanship, something he has been pursuing his whole life. When he was unblocking Gyoma's acupoints, he sensed how feeble his body was, that he had not yet received any physical training. But it also appeared that something was stored inside him that even the strongest human cannot comprehend. Because of that, he's feeling incredibly competitive towards someone the same age as his granddaughter. Medea, on the other hand, is more focused on the fact that he's quite attractive. She's still smitten that he revealed his skills to save a woman in danger. She jokes that if she were just 10 years younger, she would go after him for sure. Lost in thought, Siegfried stays quiet until she asks him what's on his mind. He doesn't answer and eventually asks her what she thinks students call people like her. Interested, the school administrator tells him to go on. His answer is definitely not what she wants to hear, and she ends up exploding in anger. Meanwhile, Gyoma goes to attend his first class. He had rejected going to the star class, so the best they could downgrade him to was wolf class. Any lower, and the elders would have thrown a tantrum. He originally wanted to be in tiger class, but Medea practically begged him to go to wolf class. In exchange, she promised to keep it a secret that he is the top student in the school. He originally wanted to complete his studies securely in a lower class rather than battling it out in a higher one. Wolf class is a bit high level, but it's still within the range of what he would have expected. Gyoma pushes through the large doors and enters his new classroom. For a moment, all the students look at him with mild curiosity. Then, they notice he is a special admission student, and just like that, no one could care less about him. Gyoma doesn't mind. The fact that they are ignoring him means that Medea kept her part of the deal. Now all he has to do is live the tranquil life he has always dreamed of. He settles down at his desk as a familiar student walks towards him nervously. She shakily thanks him for helping her previously, but Gyoma has no idea who this is. She clarifies that she's the girl he saved during the test. Gyoma brushes her off and tells her that she doesn't need to thank him. After all, he says, anyone else in that situation would have done the same thing. It may look like he saved her, but he feels he actually did it to save himself. Accepting her gratitude would make him feel like a hypocrite. Gyoma changes the topic by introducing himself instead. The girl follows suit and reveals that her name is Chloe. It's an interesting coincidence that they ended up in the same class. Now that introductions are done, Gyoma tries to remember if he has ever heard of a character named Chloe in the game. Maybe she was introduced after he stopped playing, but that makes no sense. When he quit, the game's core narrative was already so far along that introducing a new character would be pointless. It looks like he has run into an extra just like him. Gyoma asks her to keep the incident during the exam a secret. He doesn't want word of his power getting around and ruining his safe and easy lifestyle. Chloe agrees, but then starts to make a request of her own before being cut off by their homeroom teacher, barging into the room with a loud shout. Gyoma tells her to go back to her seat so they can talk later. The teacher, who introduces himself as Lee Wanbin, congratulates the new faces of Wolf class. Since it's their first day, he wants to begin with some basic physical exercise, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, as well as 10 laps around the training area. Basically, it's a Saitama split. For the genius nobles who have received vigorous training their whole lives, this is a piece of cake. For Gyoma, though, this is a training regimen that will most certainly make him go bald. He nervously walks up to the teacher after everyone else has left and says he's not feeling strong enough for the training. Surprisingly, not only does the teacher know his name, but he also seems to think incredibly highly of Gyoma. It looks like Medea didn't completely keep her impression of him under wraps. Lee Wanbin also knows Gyoma is allowed to take classes from any level he wants. He denies the opportunity to go to the star class and instead tells the teacher he just wants to go to the toilet for now. And that's how Gyoma is forced to join the tedious exercise with the rest of his classmates. They all run past him with ease while he barely lags behind, already feeling like he's about to pass out. Chloe runs up beside him and notices that he doesn't look so great. She surprisingly tells him that she's on her 9th lap already, gives him a little bit of encouragement, and then zooms off to complete her last one. By the end of the day, Gyoma returns to his dorm room and chugs several bottles of water. He's been at the academy for just a week and has already faced unexpected problems. After the intense training, he ran to the cafeteria only to find out the meals weren't free. When he saw the price for one spicy pork rice, he froze in shock. Just remembering the price now causes him to throw his bottle into a wall in a blind rage. He's almost out of living expenses and severely regrets not accepting the money his father tried to give him. For the past few days, he has been surviving on nothing but the cheapest water from the campus shop. He even misses the complimentary dinners from his army days. For now, all he can do is try to think about something else to forget his hunger. The first thing that comes to mind is his blessing. As usual, the status screen appears, giving him the details. It's gotten a lot longer since last time. His physical level has risen, which has also upgraded the blessing of the sword god, allowing it to activate with slightly longer swords. Now he checks himself out in the mirror, and sure enough, it looks like he has made good physical progress. It's probably because the sword master activated his pressure points. It almost feels like his body has evolved. However, the sword god's blessing still hasn't spread beyond the length of a sashimi knife. If he keeps improving, maybe one day he'll be able to use a small sword. His hands even start to itch when he's not carrying a blade now, probably a result of the blessing. There's a knock on the door. He opens it to see Chloe. She hasn't seen him in the cafeteria and came to check if he's all right. He lies that he doesn't normally consume food made by others, but his internal self practically salivates at the thought of food. Chloe looks disappointed, telling him she was hoping they could have dinner together. Before she can even finish her thought, Gioma is dressed up and calling for her to follow him to buy ingredients. Later that evening, the two have a great meal cooked by Gioma. Chloe is genuinely impressed. Since Chloe grew up near a beach and loves fish, and Gioma's expertise is cooking fish, it's a perfect match. The itch in his hands to grab a knife also hadn't left him. So this is a great time to refresh his skills by slicing some sashimi. The problem is the sword God's blessing. He can't hold a simple kitchen knife without it activating. He asks Chloe if she owns a larger knife, saying it would be awkward to use his own weapons to cook. She heads into her room and comes back with a large sword. Definitely way too large for a simple fish. With no other choice, he is forced to use his blessing. The painless blessing will last for 30 seconds, so he just has to make sure he's fast enough. He was once called the greatest swordsman in his country, and cutting fish has always been his specialty. Now, it's time for him to prove it. He flawlessly slices the fish and manages to finish in 21 seconds, leaving 9 seconds of the painless blessing to spare. The whole thing was done so well that he would call it a masterpiece. Chloe asks how he's so good at cooking, and he confesses that he once worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Since she's a noble, she doesn't understand what a part-time job is, and it makes it clear that they are from different social positions. Now that the meal is done, Chloe offers to wash the dishes since he cooked all the food for them, and he moves over to the other side of the room to give her space to clean. For the first time in almost a week, he's full and he can't help but hum in joy. That humming is broken as Chloe accidentally drops a plate behind him. It's most likely because she has never had to clean dishes before, and dropping plates is something that he used to do when he was her age. As he stares out the window and ignores the breaking of plates behind him, a book tumbles off of Chloe's study desk. It looks like it's a diary, and the book coincidentally lands on a page where she writes about him saving her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is cute with rounded shapes and stickers, and he finds himself picking up the book and smiling at it. The wind from the window turns the pages of the book to another part where she writes about meeting him in the same class and being interested in him. He finds it all really cute and can't help himself as he turns through more pages, admiring how cute she is. He turns a few more pages and sees his name again, followed by numerous pages with the words, "I love you," written countless times. Another plate breaks again, and he turns to see Chloe staring at him with blank, scary eyes. She simply asks him if he has read her diary. Chloe's emotionless state isn't a new thing. It's part of her upbringing, and it's more like a self-defense mechanism. Heroes earn respect by defeating demonic beasts, and this allows them to increase their social standing and to gain global reputation. However, within their stagnate ranks, there are certain factions that abuse the weak in the name of authority. When the law is unable to punish these abusers, another group is called from the shadows to take care of these people, and the name of that family is Auditore Sicilia. They are a family that maintains order and carries out assassinations. They are known to work in the shadows while leading towards the light. Those born in the Auditore family have been training for assassinations since before they even reached adolescence. Their emotions are restrained, and they undergo severe training to become perfect assassination machines. Chloe is a part of this blood-stained family, and the first time she soiled her palms with blood was at the age of 15. She has been told all her life to not underestimate her abilities as an assassin, and this has allowed her to become completely conscious of herself. Slowly, her unyielding training distorted her nature, and a gloomy shadow formed over her heart. By the time her identity had been worn down, leaving only traces of emotion, Chloe eventually reached the age to enter the academy. Joaquin Academy is a place where students are placed in different classrooms based on their aptitude. Each student's talent is at least the level of a dragon or higher, but members of the Auditor family who thrived in the shadows were assigned to the common class by their family's decree. That was the agreement between the family and the academy. She was told to remain undetected, and throughout the years of childhood, the family eliminated every individual's liberty. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin and didn't protest, and she already believed that nothing would alter her fate. That is, until the day she met someone she would never forget. As she stood still and defenseless while the two evil brothers walked towards her, someone who looked like the weakest person in the room stood up to defend her. Even though death in the subspace battle royale is fake, and there is no real risk of dying, this boy still tried to save her. Chloe had quietly accepted death and was waiting for her predestined fate. She had long since given up on meaningless struggles, and she was trained to act in a meek and unnoticeable manner. But somehow, thanks to the boy's intervention, it's like the sun had broken through the clouds in her mind, and she watched as the boy used his sword not to assassinate, but in self-defense and to protect her. Right as she saw him fighting for her, she remembered a children's fairy tale she read aloud under her pillow in secret. The tale told of a princess imprisoned in a castle that was rescued by a prince. As the memories of the fairy tale came to her mind, her chest tingles and her cheeks became red. This unidentifiable feeling in her was most certainly love. Now Gioma has committed the ultimate sin by looking into the private thoughts of this girl. As she stares him down, he tries to, but he knows deep down that he is screwed. He tries to figure out exactly how he got into this situation. Was it when he took the pure sentiments of a teenage girl? Or maybe the moment he foolishly followed her because she offered to feed him? No matter how he found himself staring at death itself in the form of a teenage girl, his first priority should be getting out of here. He changes the topic, commenting on how lovely the moon is before casually trying to find a way to leave the room without getting his head chopped off. She doesn't let him finish his sentence and asks him again if he saw her diary. He tries to play it off, pretending that he only saw her reference book and compliments the amount of effort she put into studying, but none of that flattery will save his life right now. He can't even believe that she saw him reading it in the first place, since she was busy washing dishes while he was peeking through it. And she has even abandoned the formal speech she was using to talk to him before. It's almost like she has become an entirely different person out of nowhere. He promises that he didn't see it, but she pesters him until finally he admits that he saw it. As soon as he says that, Chloe decides that his life must end, and she pulls out the same sword that she offered him before to cut the fish. Gioma looks around and weighs his options. They are currently on the 4th floor, so jumping out of the window isn't an option. The only way out for him is through the front door, but Chloe definitely won't let him just walk out of here, at least not with his limbs attached. She really is coming towards him with the sword, and it looks like his time is running out. He tries to figure out why she's suddenly acting this way, and he can only think of one possibility. Her unmoving pupils and her dark red eyes can only mean one thing. He's dealing with a textbook yandere, but if he takes into account her sudden shift in attitude from an adorable little strawberry to a fierce killer, it gets even worse. She's a yandere with a dual personality. Managing her yandere characteristics alone will definitely be difficult, but adding a dual personality disorder to it makes things even worse. It looks like her change in personality was triggered by him opening her diary. This might be harmful, but he's sure that she'll pursue him until the day he passes away if he doesn't do something to snap her out of it. He has to find a way to secure his future by taking the initiative today, else things are only going to get worse for him. The only way he's making it out of here alive is if he gets a weapon, but he only has 9 seconds remaining after using 21 seconds to slice the fish. His sashimi knife is still in his room, but he can use the kitchen knife from earlier. There's no way he's going to be able to reach that without his arms getting severed though. He looks around again and notices a box cutter on her study desk. There's nothing else he can use, but there's no way this little thing is enough to activate the blessing of the sword god. Chloe finally rushes him with a sword, and it looks like there's only one way to find out. He grabs the box cutter and then unloads the blade. Numerous status screens pop up in front of him. Being resourceful in a situation like this increases his mental resilience, and he temporarily gains an intimidation buff. The system then makes necessary adjustments before activating the blessing. Chloe rushes at him with her sword right as Gioma pulls back with the box cutter. Before she can cut him down, he tells her that her hair is a little long. Thanks to the intimidation buff, Chloe freezes for a moment right as Gamma unleashes the blade. Everything goes dark and fuzzy, and by the time Chloe wakes up later in the evening, her room is dark, tidy, and empty. Her thoughts immediately go to Gioma, and she wonders where he went off to. She calls out to him a few times, but the silence confirms that she is alone in her room. The last thing she remembers is sneaking looks at him while he was looking out of her window, but everything is fuzzy after that. She suddenly feels the need to look for her katana, but she sees it leaning against her study desk. She sometimes loses consciousness whenever she holds her katana, but it looks like she managed to hold herself together this time. At least that's what she thinks anyway. Back when she was younger and still honing her skills, she would lose consciousness when holding her blade, and by the time she would come to her place would be covered in blood, and her elders would dismiss her whenever she would ask what she did while passed out. They would always remind her not to deny her talent as an assassin. Still, the fact that she can't remember what she did with Gioma makes her feel embarrassed, and she buries her head in her bed in shame. But that shame quickly turns to something else entirely, as she starts thinking about Gioma. Then she notices the box cutter laying on the floor, and also that her hair looks shorter. Inside her trash bin, she also sees some of her hair neatly cleaned up. That's when she realizes that he must have helped her cut her hair, and she opens up her journal to write about her love for him a little more. Gioma, on the other hand, isn't nearly as lovesick as Chloe is at the moment. In fact, right now, he can barely believe that he's even alive. Behind an inconspicuous wall at the far side of the college, he throws up the food that he was just praising Chloe for feeding him. He barely managed to go past the first 5 seconds after the 9 seconds of his painless blessing ended. And even then, he still feels incredibly sick, and after throwing up his only good meal in over a week, Gioma sits on a bench and contemplates what to do next. Now he's hungry again and feeling even worse than he did before Chloe came to visit. His mind drifts to Chloe again, and he starts to wonder who exactly she is. Her swordsmanship is clearly honed to cut off an opponent's life with a single strike, or at least subdue them. The way Chloe wields her sword, it's like she is persistently aiming for the vital spots, almost as if her technique is specialized in assassination. If she had caught him off guard, Gioma certainly wouldn't have survived. He felt like his life was being threatened, so he instinctively aimed for her neck. Fortunately, the knife was too short, so he only managed to cut her hair. Before he left, he cleaned up the mess, so there shouldn't be any problems later. But this is just further proof that keeping his peaceful and safe life isn't as simple as it looks. Apparently, being ordinary is the hardest thing for him. When he was first thrown into this game, it's not like he didn't have any ambition. In his past life, he once reached the pinnacle of skill with nothing but a sashimi knife. So, it's not like he could easily let go of his dreams, but everyone has a role to play, and in this world, he was summoned as a background character. Miracle Blessing is the title of the game, as well as the name of the protagonist's blessing. It was also the blessing of the founding hero, Valor Jaken. In the whole game, the protagonist and the founding hero were the only two people to ever possess the legendary blessing, and the description of the blessing was straightforward. They are to save the world from the Demon King. So, the protagonist gets chosen by Balmong, which is an SS sword that is both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, all Gyoma has is a lowly, rankless sashimi knife. There's nothing else to say. He's just bound for a life of obscurity. The endless stream of extraordinary people and situations that he has faced since entering the academy almost made him forget about his goal. There were plenty of reasons to give up on the goal of a simple life, and it's even more apparent now that it seems like there isn't even one normal person in the entire world. Since he has played the game before, he has a rough grasp of the key characters in the game, but his knowledge of the world itself is limited. It's already been a week since he joined the academy at this point, which means that the protagonist should have already awakened his blessing and begun the late admission process. This is when the game story actually begins, and Gyoma knows the general plot, but he never played it to the end. For the first time, he actually regrets quitting the game halfway through. But still, since he knows the canon route up to the first half of the story, that already gives him a big advantage. All he has to do is stick to the canon route no matter what. If he starts meddling in everything, then he'll end up losing the only advantage that he has. From his memory, he knows that the storyline takes a sudden dark turn around the second semester of the third year, which is when the demons realize that the hero has awakened, and they launch an attack on the academy led by a legion commander. As the fight escalates, the demons and the humans spiral into an all-out war, and from there, the game story turns into a typical fantasy novel. Back when he was playing it, he just wanted to emulate the carefree, simple, youthful life that he never experienced as a teenager. So, he deleted the game without a second thought. The problem is that now he's part of the world that is destined for war, and there's a very real possibility that he might die. He still has 3 years before then, though, and he needs to stop running from reality so he can focus on what's possible. He won't let himself die, and he will focus on growing stronger so he can survive. Besides, cliché games like this one always have happy endings where the protagonist manages to save the world. All he needs is enough strength to protect himself, so he can't let himself be some helpless weakling that gets killed off. He just needs to train enough to protect himself while keeping as low a profile as possible. To do that, he will have to minimize his use of the blessing of the sword god, because just the few times he has had to rely on it has put immense strain on his body. It's a powerful ability, but it comes with way too many drawbacks for his liking. Thinking about the blessing once again activates a status window that gives him information about it. Weirdly enough though, there are new entries to the information that he didn't notice before. The 3 new entries are a body, mind, and armament grade, and the numbers beside them seem to be levels. They all reflect how much he has grown, and each one will lessen the strain of his blessing on his body. There's also one more called synchronization, but he has no idea what it means, and its description is just some question marks. He tries tapping on it, but access to it is denied, because he has not met the relevant conditions. That's another puzzle to add to this mysterious blessing, but it's not important right now. His main priority at the moment should be improving his body and finding a new weapon. He can't depend on the 30 seconds of the painless blessing forever. So, he also needs to learn to wield a sword that doesn't meet the condition of the blessing. Luckily, there's a monster hunting training for the midterms that's happening in a month. The reward for the training is the longsword more same. It's a B-tier weapon that should serve him until graduation. It's also too big for his blessing to activate, meaning that it's the perfect weapon for him. There's a lot to figure out, but it already feels like he's making good progress. While lost in thought, a voice calls out to him suddenly. He looks up, and staring back down at him is someone he never expected to see or talk to. It's Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and the one person that he really shouldn't be interacting with if he wants to avoid changing the game story. She tells him that he's on her seat, but he's too stunned to get up for a moment, forcing her to yell at him before he finally gets the message and slides away to give her space. He still can't get over just how pretty Abel is, and he caught himself staring without even noticing. As he tries to leave, she tells him that he doesn't have to go. He can just shuffle over a bit instead. It's weird that she'd call a public bench her seat, but he lets it go since he doesn't really want to get involved with her. He still can't help staring at her, and just as he would expect from the heroine of the game, she really is gorgeous. Suddenly, she starts talking, and that startles Gyoma back to the present. This is definitely way too odd, since the Abel that he knows is usually standoffish and doesn't talk to people. Even the handsome protagonist of the game couldn't get her to warm up to him. She continues talking, asking him if he also uses a blade as his weapon, and he sheepishly answers her before asking how she knows. She tells him that her grandpa once told her that swordsmen have a different look in their eyes. Then she shows him her sword and asks if he wants to hold it. He's still feeling a bit odd about the whole thing, so he declines the offer, but that just makes her pout in annoyance. It looks like he hurt her feelings, but he just can't get used to her talking to him. Then she asks him if he knows her. Gyoma is surprised at first, but that's an odd question for her to ask. There's no one in the school who doesn't know who she is. He answers her in a blank way, saying that he sort of knows her, but then she tells him that she doesn't know him. She considers that a bit unfair, the fact that he knows her, but she has no clue who he is. Gioma doesn't agree since they have only just met, so it's not important if they know each other's names, but she tells him that he could be a spy sent by the Demon King who's sneaking into the academy, dressed as a student. It's quite suspicious that he's out here alone this late at night. Gioma then throws the question back at her and asks her why she's out so late at night. It's obvious though from her clothes and weapon that she just finished training and working out. She tells him that she did breathing exercises and then points at him as she talks, unintentionally, giving Gioma a full view of the scars on her hands. She hurriedly hides her hands, but Gioma has already seen them. They are signs of her hard work, and Abel agrees with that since it's obvious that she, of all people, would be working hard. People don't understand what it means to belong to the Nibelung bloodline. They are expected to always be at their best and to be flawless. One slip up, and they could become a target. Abel then reveals that she is not the top student of the year, and this is the first time that she has ever lost to someone in her life. But somehow, even though she should be upset, she feels strangely liberated. She can't help wondering who exactly beat her and became the top scorer though. She would love to meet them so she can tear them apart. That causes Gioma to cough out in shock, and he asks her why she would go that far. The reason is because she feels humiliated. She begged her grandfather to tell her who that person is, but apparently the person isn't even in her class. On top of that, they also skipped the speech, which means she had to do it in there instead, and that only felt even more embarrassing as the second place. She stops herself before she goes even further with her ranting. It's odd of her to decide to share all this information with someone she just met. On that note, Gioma finally asks the question that has been on his mind this entire time. He wants to know why she's talking to him in the first place, considering her personality and how she usually feels about others. The reason is definitely not what he expected. It's because he looks weak. It's her family's motto to be unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak, and all her classmates are already unbearable enough, so she doesn't have any friends. That would explain why she's so cold to the protagonist in the game. With that done, Abel gives a little stretch, then prepares to leave. As she gets up, she pauses for a moment, and then asks him if he really isn't going to tell her his name. Just like before, Gioma refuses, with no room for negotiation. Time continues to pass, and to Gioma's surprise, he continues his academy life without any trouble. Chloe seems to have made some new friends apart from him, and she has settled into the class just fine, and Gioma has been keeping himself busy by avoiding her ever since the incident in her room. Sometimes when their eyes meet, her new friends look at him with disdain because of his status as a special entrant, but Gioma has managed to stop caring about people that look down on him for being a special entrant. After all, he's not the only special entrant in their class anyways. Although there aren't many of them in the class, they have all been really good at avoiding each other. There's definitely some kind of inferiority complex at play, but Gioma is sure that things would be so much worse if he was placed in a higher tier class. By now, the students in the Star and Dragon classes have most likely split into factions and become wrapped up in petty power struggles. Even back when he played the game, it was pretty shocking to experience. But now that he's living in this world, just the thought of being in that world sends a shiver through his spine. In good news though, he has been getting proper meals now. That's thanks to something that Medea gave to him the other day as a special privilege for being the top scorer in the school. He gets a faculty card that allows him to eat whatever he wants from the cafeteria for free. He's so thankful for this little gift that bowing to the director's office 3 times a day doesn't feel like enough to express his gratitude. On top of that, he has been fulfilling his duties as a student pretty well, all while making sure that he hasn't done anything that could negatively affect the main storyline. All he has to do is keep it this way for the next 3 years, and his life will go smoothly. The days go by smoothly, and Gioma attends all his classes without any problems. During one of his classes, an elderly teacher educates the students about the hero Balor Joaquin, who founded the academy after recognizing the need to train the next generation of heroes. Gioma pretty much knows about all of this from the games already. The founding hero, Balor Joaquin, faced Lycan, the Demon King's right-hand man and the commander of the First Legion. The battle went on for 20 years, and in the end, the hero emerged victorious. However, Balor Joaquin lost one of his arms as a consequence for his victory, and as a result, he could no longer fight. The war was filled with carnage and bloodshed, and although the hero won the battle, there was no clear winner of the war on either side, and just like that, the first human-demon war ended in a truce. In order to train the next generation, Joaquin founded the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. That pact is the reason that there have been 700 years of peace that still stands till today. The students are sure that they won't see any war in their lifetime, but Gioma is the only one that knows that the peace will be broken. Everyone is so used to the calm at this point, and it's no surprise. The only person he would want to warn about the impending doom would be Medea, but doing so would also alter the canon route, and he has no idea what that would lead to. Despite constantly complaining about wanting to leave her position as an academy director, Medea was one of the first to notice that something was about to happen, thanks to her blessing of perception. In order to protect her students, she was the first among the 7 stars to step onto the front lines. But Gioma never played the game to that point. However, he did learn of her fate from reading the game's fandom wiki. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King's army. Knowing this makes it hard to keep the war a secret, but he wishes that he never knew in the first place. The class ends and students start to head out to the school halls because of some sort of commotion going on out there. It looks like it's finally time for things to start, and Gioma takes a moment to check his phone. Just like he thought, it's the 5th of May, and today is the day that the protagonist will finally join the school. He joins the group of students crowding at the class door, and they are all in awe of him, and some are already certain that he's going to join the star class. Just as he suspected, the protagonist of the game walks through the halls as people part for him to move. Leon van Reinhardt walks with a confident aura among his fellow students, but Gioma knows that today is the day that the peace that lasted 700 years would start to crumble. Gioma watches as everyone in the school seems to fawn over him, but he already knew that this would happen. After all, in the game, every woman seems to fall for him. If this were an adult-rated game, Leon would definitely have been dead before facing the Demon King. Among all the women that are seemingly drawn to him, the ones who become his party members are also pretty impressive. It's annoying to think about, but Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, will be among the first to get drafted in 3 years. Although he calls it a draft, it's more like a mandatory enlistment, and if Gioma gets drafted as well, this will also be his 2nd time in the army. But the hero only barely managed to seal the 1st Legion commander, which only makes Gioma wonder how strong the Demon King is. There's no way that protagonist is going to lose, right? As he wonders about all of this, his eyes lock with Leon, and the protagonist smiles charmingly at him, almost as if he's reassuring Gioma without knowing what he's thinking. He's the protagonist after all. There's no way he won't be able to handle these kinds of threats. Gioma turns to walk away from the scene, but suddenly someone calls him from behind. It's Chloe, and she meekly asks if she did something wrong. He'd love to tell her that she almost cut off his head, but they will be spending the next year together, and it would suck if he made things awkward between them. He lies that there's no problem between them in hopes of keeping things civil so he doesn't end up making any unnecessary enemies. Chloe at least seems relieved, and she's back to acting cute just like he remembers, which is so different from the murderous psychopath he faced that day. Despite her being unconscious, he could tell that her swordsmanship is filled with sorrow. It's as if it was a blade pleasing to be saved, and yet, the killing intent radiating from the edge is so intense that it made his skin crawl. If the purpose of her swordsmanship is simply for killing, then she's probably more dangerous than the Mao siblings. He's snapped from his thoughts when she asks to treat him to dinner again tonight. She wants to treat him, but she warns that she's not as good at cooking as he is. The mention of having dinner with her again brings those thoughts of her bloodlust back to mind, and he almost instinctively wants to refuse her. But the puppy dog eyes of a cute girl are a terrifying weapon. It's almost impossible for him to say no to a face that cute, and he feels bad for even thinking of refusing. But if he doesn't refuse, he might wake up in a fridge tomorrow morning. Instead of dinner though, he has a better idea for them to spend time together. He asks her for a favor and tells her that she's the only one that can do it for him, and that caused Chloe to become docile immediately. Gioma wants her to teach him swordsmanship, and he needed a sword instructor anyway. Later in the school's training grounds, he swings a wooden sword while testing his own limits. Just as he expected, because of the size of the sword, it doesn't affect the blessing. Now all he needs to do is try to develop some swordsmanship skills. Chloe is insanely strong. She'd be the perfect person to train him. This is also a pretty good excuse for him to avoid going to dinner with her again. Ever since that day, he made sure to watch a video called Surviving a Yandere before going to bed. Somehow, it looks like it has helped him in dealing with Chloe for the meantime. Chloe walks up to him in casual clothes with her katana attached at her hip. He just arrived since they planned to meet at 8, but she's been waiting for him since 6. Gioma takes a moment to admire her, and her crop top gives him a good view of her muscles. He couldn't notice it before because he only ever saw her in a school uniform, but that would explain why she's so strong. He gives her another wooden sword, and Chloe is confused that they aren't using real swords. There's no way that they can train with real swords, and they are definitely not fighting with their lives on the line, so there's no need for them to use real weapons. Chloe gladly takes the wooden sword from him and tests the swing, and the power of her thrust with the sword is enough to send a small shockwave crashing between them. She's so strong that the air around them is trembling just from that strike, and Gioma starts to get second thoughts about asking her to train him. For now, he needs to err on the side of caution. Before their training starts, he decides to check his blessing one more time. The sword's length isn't an issue, thankfully, and his body has been growing steadily. But now that he thinks about it, it's odd for a blessing to upgrade with experience. He doesn't remember if blessings also come with additional side effects, and he also has no idea how much more he needs to grow before the mysterious hidden trait shows up. Chloe walks up to him and asks him what's wrong, and he's reminded of the fact that only he can see his status screen. To her, he must have looked like a crazy guy who's spacing out. He turns to start their training and nervously asks Chloe to go easy on him since today is their first day. Then he readies himself with his sword and faces Chloe. In his past life, he learned everything through hands-on experience. He firmly believes that to master something, you can't just give a piece of yourself. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The reason he adapted so quickly in the academy is because of the training that he received in his class. He learned from a young age how to read when he's growing and when he's stagnant. And even now, he can tell that things aren't perfect in both his stance and his grip on his sword. However, even with all of that, the final stroke of the sword must always strike the opponent. He opens his eyes to begin the duel and sees Chloe already rushing towards him at full force. He barely has time to dodge her first strike as Chloe switches her stance and launches another attack, which he is barely able to parry. Somehow, as the fight continues, she seems to keep getting faster, and Gioma is barely able to keep up with her pace. And on top of all of that, she might even be holding back since he told her to go easy on him. Her sword clashes with his again, and this time, the wood begins to crack from the force. Her relentless onslaught of attacks doesn't slow down though, and she continues to strike while he barely manages to parry and dodge. With how much force she's using, if he gets hit by even one of her attacks, he might actually die, and he can't find any opening to counterattack. But before he can even figure out how to counterattack, his sword has finally had enough and it breaks in half. Chloe tries to apologize and tells him that she was going as gently as she could be. She still ended up breaking it. That is the least of her worries though, because the sword has reduced in size and length, which means that, unfortunately for her, the sword meets the conditions for the sword god blessing to activate. However, there's something terribly wrong. The weapon has been damaged, which causes an error in the system. The suppressive force that usually holds back the full power of the blessing instead starts altering Gioma's personality. By the time the alteration is done, his humanity level has decreased, leaving Gioma as a fighting shell. The sword god's divine blessing fully activates as Gioma turns to her with his half-broken wooden sword as a menacing aura builds around him. Chloe steps back as Gama's entire attitude clearly starts to change. While Gioma's body seems to move on autopilot, inside Gioma's mind, he's returned to his past body and finds himself in his kitchen. Everything feels like a dream, and right now, all he can think about is cleaning and cutting the fish that has appeared in front of him. He doesn't remember what he was doing before this, but right now, he just has to get back to work. It's been a while since he has worked on a fish like this, so he decides to cut the fish using a Chinese cleaver this time. As he tries to pick it up, a message pops up informing him that he can't pick it up. Since that's not working, he tries to pick up the knife, but once again, a message pops up telling him that he can't pick it up. There's only one option left, and it's the sashimi knife. That's the only blade that the system allows him to pick up, but he remembers that if he holds the sashimi knife, then it's going to hurt. However, he picks it up, and it's completely fine. In fact, he even feels refreshed, if anything. A voice speaks up in his head, telling him to just accept the situation and let things go. In the real world, Gioma continues to approach Chloe with the knife. She tries to call out for him, but he continues walking towards her with obvious bloodlust. Suddenly, he rushes towards her, and Chloe is just barely able to block his attack with her sword. He pushes against her sword and sends her flying backwards and crashing into a wall. He suddenly feels completely different from when they were sparring before. He jumps towards her and tries to stab her with the sharp end of his stake, but she barely jumps back and avoids the hit. Chloe only got hit with one attack, but she can barely move. She can't figure out how Gioma became this way all of a sudden, but she has to find a way to stop the spar before he ends up accidentally killing her. She tries to ask him again to stop, but Gioma doesn't respond and launches at her again. He's moving so fast that there's no way she's going to be able to avoid it at her current state. All she can do is continue begging him to stop, and eventually, she shouts out his name right as the sword strikes down straight towards her head. Back in Gioma's dream world, he wonders why the fish he has been trying to cut is avoiding him. The fish also seems to be making a lot of ois while bouncing around, and he can just barely tell what it's saying. It sounds like it's calling out someone's name. The sound becomes less fuzzy until he can just barely hear the fish calling out for someone named Gioma. Chef Kim's mind starts to clear, and eventually he realizes that he is Gioma, and the fish is calling for him. He's just barely able to realize what's right as he is about to stab Chloe with the broken sword. Just before the wood can pierce her skin, Gioma throws the sword, slamming it into a wall. Just before he accidentally kills his friend, Chloe opens her eyes and sees Gama holding her and smiling down at her because he's no longer holding the sword. The blessing has ended, and he's back to his senses. Chloe nervously asks if he is all right, and he calmly tells her that he's fine, and then turns to leave while thanking her for helping him to train. After he leaves, Chloe makes her way back to her dorm room as well. She's had a feeling since the entrance exam, but Gioma's capabilities are more peculiar than strong. When she fought him, she could tell he wasn't fighting with skill, but just raw instinct. Even though he subconsciously activated his divine blessing, she was no match for him. Even with that half-wooden sword, he managed to completely overpower her. As she walks through the campus, someone peeks out from the shadows and comments that Chloe looks quite content. This mysterious newcomer is Nox's editor, and also Chloe's older brother. Nox mocks her for hanging out with a lowly person after joining the academy. Chloe knows that he's talking about Gioma, and warns him not to talk about her friend like that. Nox didn't even know his name until now, but warns Chloe that she should avoid loitering around with him unless the Adiator family will erase him. Chloe turns and walks away and tells Nox that even if the Adiator comes, they will be no match for Gioma. As Chloe walks away, Nox wonders about this guy that has changed his sister so drastically. Speaking of Gioma, as he walks home, he also takes a moment to think about his blessing. The power he has been given is a far cry from the blessing or a favor from a god. It's more like a curse, if anything. In order not to rely on the sword god's blessing, he tried to find new weapons, and yet that power chased after him and even took control of his body, as if mocking his efforts to not rely on it. When he fought Chloe, he felt no pain, and instead, he felt pleasure, as if he was intoxicated. Just like a curse, the blessing toyed around with him like a puppet, and it whispered sweet words into his ear, telling him to slash, cut, and destroy. Because of that, he gave up his body right until Chloe's screams dragged him out of his daze. Thanks to that, he suddenly remembered his own name, and he returned to reality. Thanks to that, he regained consciousness just long enough to throw the wooden sword away, because he felt like he would lose more of himself forever if he didn't get rid of it as fast as possible. It's funny to think that Chloe, a yandere, who almost killed him not too long ago, is now the girl that managed to pull him out of his daze. He was pissed off that she broke the sword in the first place, but in the end, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. That's why he didn't make a fuss when he returned to reality. He was terrified of activating the sword god's blessing again, but today proves that he can't just ignore this issue for the rest of his life. This gift is something he has to deal with for the rest of his life, and it's the reason that his wish to live life normally will most likely never be fulfilled. As he practically crawls his way back to his room, Gyoma realizes that there is something in him that is trying to devour his sense of reason. This definitely isn't a blessing. It's a curse that is trying to consume him whole. 3 days later, classes continue as usual, and Chloe chats with her new friends, but something is clearly wrong. Since they had that duel, Gyoma has not been coming to class, and they never shared their contact info, so she hasn't even been able to check on him. Every time she went to his dorm, the only thing that she would hear in response to her knocks were pained groans. She considered breaking the door down, but she feared that he would end up hating her for it. She likes watching him from her seat during class, and she lost track of how many times she would secretly glance at him during the day. At first, she thought she was drawn to him because he risked his life for her, but that's probably just an excuse at this point. Whatever the reason that she's drawn to him now, she just misses him. The next day, Gyoma still hasn't shown up to class by the time the teacher is yelling at everyone to settle down and be quiet. It's raining today, so the teacher tells them that they will be having a study hall instead of training. As the students start to make their way to their seats, he too also notices that Gyoma has not shown up for several days. However, knowing him, there has to be some reason for it. So, the instructor decides to just wait patiently for him to return on his own. As he disciplines his students, the doors to the class creak open, and Gyoma calmly struts in with a completely new look. Chloe stands out of her seat in shock as Gyoma apologizes to the instructor for being late to class. His eyes are sunken and look almost dead, while a strand of hair on his head has turned pale white. Even the instructor is a bit shocked at Gyoma's new look, just like the rest of the students, and he nervously tells Gayama to sit down. The students remark that Gyoma looks different and oddly more handsome. By the end of the day, the other students leave the class to go about their business, while Chloe approaches Gyoma for the first time in 4 days. She nervously asks him what happened and why he didn't show up for a long while, and he stays quiet for a bit before telling her that he just felt a little bit sick and not to worry about him. From her shaky voice, he can tell that she doesn't believe his words completely, but there's nothing else he can do to convince her. For the past 3 days, he went through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms, until he was mentally exhausted. He couldn't get out of his room or eat anything, so he just buried himself in his bed while praying that his convulsions would go away. The pain he suffered during this time was far worse than before, and all of this was a price for using the broken weapon. On top of that, when he glanced in the mirror, even though his appearance seemed the same, his expression was far more sunken, and his hair seemed to be turning white. All of this was very clearly a penalty from the sword god. Chloe seems guilty, and it's probably because the last time she saw him was at the training grounds, so she must think that this is somehow her fault. To calm her down, he asks her if she's still interested in having that dinner with him like she wanted before. That shocks Chloe even more than him coming back to class, and she nearly rushes him in a hug. It looks like that was the right choice, because she seemed to really like that suggestion. She asks him what he would like to eat, and the first thing that comes to his mind is fish. As they talk, a strange sensation passes through him, and he turns to see someone staring at them from the end of the hall. It's Chloe's brother Nox, and the atmosphere changes as soon as they see him. Gyoma goes directly to confront the newcomer and tells him that instead of staring, he should come in and talk to them. Right away, Gyoma notices something wrong with the guy's eyes, but Chloe tries to get in between them before something crazy happens. Her voice is shaky, and there's definitely some hesitation in how she's acting, but she's still trying to protect him in her own way. Nox asks Chloe if this is really the guy she's choosing to break Auditore's rules for. Chloe tells him that she wants nothing to do with her family, but her brother reminds her that she can't just wash the blood off her hands. If someone is born as an auditor, then they will always be an auditor. Chloe is speaking as if she's a rebel, and the brother is speaking as if he's from a historical drama, but Gyoma is just annoyed by the whole thing. Nox continues to insult Gyoma, and that finally causes Chloe to snap. She yells for Nox to stop talking about the man she loves like that, and her angry voice surprises even him. Gioma hoped that this whole thing could at least be done in moderation, but he's starting to get used to these disruptions in his life. The more important thing is the Auditor. He knows that they are a group that works in the shadows and specializes in assassination, and they show up in the middle of the game to play a major role. It's said that they are weaker compared to other heroic houses, but they are unrivaled in assassination. All the members of the Auditor clan are ridiculously strong thanks to their abusive training regimen, which they all undergo from childhood, which molds them into cutting-edge assassination tools. For Chloe to be from this assassination group, that means her cute and bubbly personality makes her the abnormal one in this situation. Unlike her brother, Nox has an expression that shows that he's used to killing, and although Gioma has nothing against that, it looks like Chloe wants to lead a normal life instead. Just like his blessing of the Sword God, the environment of the Auditor is something that Chloe had no say in being a part of. She's destined to live a life as an emotionless murderer, and that's almost unfortunate to think about. Gioma doesn't think he's a hero, and he has no intention of ever becoming one. But even if he can't save the world, he can at least try to save the life of one girl. He steps between Chloe and her brother and confronts Nox directly. In the end, he tried escaping the Sword God's blessing, but he couldn't. So instead, he'll take a step forward and embrace this curse. After all, the name Gioma means sword demon. With that, he walks past the two assassin siblings and tells Nox to follow him. Meanwhile, Lee Wonbin sits in his office with thoughts of his student running through his mind. When Gioma came to class that morning, it was very obvious that something had happened to him. His expression was void of emotion, and he looked deeply troubled. As he's thinking to himself, one of his fellow instructors walks into the room cheerfully, while also remarking on the man's baldness. Before they can keep talking, Lee Wonbin gets a call from the administrators, and they want his permission to allow a student of his to use the subspace. Lee Wonbin desperately asks to know which of his cadets requested to use the subspace all of a sudden, and they confirm that it is Kang Gioma who requested it, hoping to face Nox Auditory. The stage is set for Gioma and Nox's fight, and our MC waits patiently in the room with 15 minutes left before the fight starts. He thought the process to get access to the subspace would be complicated, but it went by pretty quickly. It's definitely thanks to Medea, who at least wanted him to be safe while fighting a professional assassin. At least since he won't be fighting in reality, that means that he doesn't have to worry about physical injuries, but there's still a pretty good chance that he could suffer mental ones. However, none of that matters as long as he can win. He can hear all the noise in the arena from the waiting room, and it looks like the fight between the two students managed to draw some unintended buzz. It's almost ironic that he was trying his best not to stick out before, but right now, that all feels pointless. Beside him, Chloe is practically drowning in grief and guilt. She's probably blaming herself for this whole situation, and Gioma tries to assure her that it really isn't her fault, and she even lent him some gear, so everything will turn out alright in the end. She tells him that Nox is really strong, and he's a genius with unmatched talent in the entire history of the Auditor family. When it comes to the dark arts, there's no one that's up to his level, and at the age of 14, he was already dubbed the pinnacle of the dark arts. That's a pretty cringy name, but it does show how strong he is. Gioma stares down at the rose-colored blade in his hand as he remembers the decisions that led him up to this point. His old teacher always used to tell him that he is destined to wield a blade for his whole life. He never expected that he would still be running around with a sashimi knife even in his next reincarnation. An announcement comes over the speaker informing the students that the subspace battle is about to begin. He gets up to leave the locker room, but not before reassuring Chloe one more time that he is going to win. He steps out into the arena and is immediately bombarded by the excited cheering of his fellow students. Gioma feels like he's one of those gladiators from the Roman Empire, with how intense the atmosphere has become. Over in the distance, he can also see that the entire star class is attending as well, including the main cast of characters from the game. Nox walks into the AS well and immediately calls his attention. It looks like the assassin is insulted that Gioma would dare come to challenge him with a girly kitchen knife. This guy's killing intent is no good, and it would be best that Gioma tries his best to avoid provoking him. So, naturally, Gioma taunts him even more by telling him that a true master never blames their equipment. Nox pulls out his blade, an S-rank sword called the Two Hungrian Blades. On top of the powerful equipment, he also has one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. However, Gioma has also come prepared with dual discount-grade kitchen knives. Truly, this will be a fight for the ages. The subspace barrier is deployed, and before it is even fully active, the two students leap at each other. Gioma activates the Painless Blessing as he uncovers the two knives, which activates the Sword God's Blessing. The people in the stands watch in awe as they can barely see anything going on in the arena. This was supposed to be an easy match where a special admission student would get demolished by an accomplished assassin, but with how fast the two of them are going, the students can't even keep track of what's going on. The students from Star Class are also surprised by how interesting this fight has suddenly gotten, especially Abel, who can't believe that the person she labeled as weak has such fighting prowess. Their swords continue to clash, and Gioma is effortlessly dodging all of Nox's attacks. The assassin gets frustrated and launches another attack that's so fast it creates 3 after images of him. Somehow though, Despite the attacks hitting Gioma head-on, he still manages to come out of it unscathed. The students watching are praising Nox's strength and speed, and they see this battle as Gioma running away from every attack. But Abel knows the truth that no one else can see. Only those who can clearly see the match will understand what's happening. Somehow, Gioma is perfectly dodging every single one of Nox's attacks, almost like he's not even trying to fight. Meanwhile, Nox is getting even more agitated since he even used his Blessing of the Crow, thinking that it would be enough to annihilate him. But Gioma somehow managed to everything like it was nothing. Now that Nox has seen for himself how skilled Gioma is, he decides to be more cautious and aim for a powerful strike that can slice through a wide area in just one go. Gioma suddenly drops the sashimi knife that he brought with him and holds the rosy blade that was given to him by Chloe. Just looking at the confidence in his stance makes Nox even angrier, and he doesn't think a nobody like Gioma should have the nerve to act like a big shot. As Gioma charges his attack, Nox also activates a powerful attack aimed to our MC with a single strike. Before he can even move though, Gioma goes on the offensive, and in a flash, the match is decided. Gioma wanted to live a comfortable life, and to achieve that, he stuck to the rules and tried not to stand out as much as possible. Now, he has given his body up to the sword god with the sole aim of cutting Nox up so cleanly that he wouldn't even be able to see if he was cut at all. The whole crowd falls deadly silent as Nox's arm, still holding one of his blades, flies through the air and falls limply to the ground. This is the beginning of Kang Gioma's origin, and it's the moment he says goodbye to his peaceful future. Gioma turns around and finishes the job, slicing Nox cleanly into pieces and officially ending the battle. The subspace barrier gets turned off, and the crowd is still in stunned silence, and Nox tries to catch his breath with his arms on the floor. Gioma puts his blade back in its hilt as the announcer declares him the winner of the match. Gioma isn't shocked that the crowd can't even bring themselves to cheer. He showed incredible power out of nowhere, all with a knife that was made for gutting fish. Despite the strength that he has, he still feels that cutting a person is just way too unpleasant. The only consolation they have is that both the Mao brothers and Nox were in the subspace when they fought, so he wasn't really killing people. Nox still tries to catch his breath on the ground, and Gioma can't help but admire the man. He's just as strong as Chloe described, and he has an incredible battle sense that has been honed through experience. However, anyone would be able to sense his intentions through his killing intent. The announcer repeats that Kang Gioma won the duel, and it looks like this is enough to snap everyone out of their daze, and the arena is filled with cheering and shock that a first-year special admission student took down a sophomore. Gioma's peaceful, unassuming life is officially over. But this is the path he chose. Now that things have come to this, he just has to endure it with sheer will and grit. Even by the next day, people are still talking about the duel between the first and second year. In the star class, Abel stares out the window as she thinks about the student that has completely filled her mind recently. Because of the duel, his name follows her everywhere she goes now, and it's almost as if he's the only one everyone is talking about. When she saw it, she couldn't believe it either. But at that moment, he had such incredible swordsmanship, while only using 2 kitchen knives. Watching his mastery of the blade has made her feel almost hopelessly naive for thinking that she was skilled at using a sword. In fact, he was so good that she's sure that he was the top student her grandfather was keeping as a secret from her. That makes her even more frustrated since she talked to him as if he was weak when he was actually stronger than her. Her loud annoyance is enough to wake up her seat partner, Rachel. She apologizes to her friend, but Rachel can immediately tell that something is seriously bothering Abel. The blue-haired girl tries to play it off by saying that she's frustrated because she hasn't been able to work out recently, but Rachel can immediately see through all of that. She tries some guesses to see what might be bothering Abel, and hits the nail on the head when she mentions that it might be boy trouble. Rachel breaks out in uninhibited laughter at the thought that Lady Abel would be interested in romance. All the while, Abel tries to convince her friend that it really isn't what she thinks it is. Rachel ignores her and shifts her focus to figuring out what man has gotten her dear friend so flustered. She runs through the list of options, starting with Leon, the class star with a handsome face. But Abel is so deadpan at the mention of that idea that it's obviously not him. Then that leaves only one option, the special student from the duel yesterday that shocked the entire school with his strength. Again, Abel freezes and isn't able to outright deny it, which is all the information that Rachel needs. Immediately, she grabs Rachel's hand and drags her to the Tiger class to meet the boy that has been on everyone's mind. The two of them barge into Tiger class with Abel, reluctantly following along with her friend. Everyone in the class freezes in shock as the two school beauties make their way through the class. Rachel stands on a target, but someone tries to come and scold her for suddenly leaping on another student's seat. She's able to completely confuse him by showing off how pretty she is, and Abel can only hold her head in embarrassment at her friend's actions. Eventually, she finds Gioma sleeping on his desk while Chloe fawns over him. Rachel at first mistakes Chloe for his girlfriend, but that doesn't matter to her, and it only makes this whole thing more fun. She walks up to Gioma and blows air lovingly into his ear, which shocks both Abel and Chloe. Then, as he slowly wakes up, she sits down on his desk with a flirty look on her face and asks him for his name. Gioma already knows who she is though, and he's not excited to see another one of the game's heroines in front of him all of a sudden. She leans her finger closer and pokes Gioma on the face, complimenting his looks, while he just stares at her, shocked. He has no idea what's going on, but his intuition is screaming at him that this entire situation is dangerous. Suddenly, the hand that Rachel was about to use to poke Gioma is grabbed by a very angry-looking Chloe. Chloe demands to know what Rachel thinks she's doing, but her anger and murderous intent only amuse Rachel. It looks like Gioma's danger instincts were warning him about Chloe. Her personality has completely flipped as she spawns a box cutter from the yonder pocket dimension. If a knife fight breaks out in the classroom, it could spark some serious problems for him down the line. This is a combination he has never seen in the game before, and he can only wonder why this is happening all of a sudden. Abel comes in and tries to drag her friend out of the situation, especially since this isn't even their classroom. But Rachel won't budge. She claims that she's only here to say hello, and then, as if to pour salt in the wound, she places a hand on Chloe's head and tells her that she's not supposed to interrupt when adults are talking. That only makes Chloe even more angry, and she opens up the box cutter and prepares to strike. Gioma and Abel watch in shock as Chloe tries to stab Rachel, but her hand is easily grabbed by the much stronger girl. At this point, she's just pointlessly provoking Chloe into a fight, and Abel yells at her once again to stop what she's doing before something bad happens. Rachel frowns and quickly tosses Chloe away like paper, but Chloe is able to catch herself before falling, causing all the boys in class to scream out in joy at the building catfight. Gioma is more annoyed than anything at the weird build-up happening in front of him. Then Rachel activates her blessing that's built from the foundation of her clan, the clan of the Spear Saint. In her clan, they believe that skills are useless when faced with overwhelming strength, and they believe that brute force triumphs over all else. That's the same motto that Rachel Demora, the niece of the Spear Saint, believes in as well. She bluntly asks Gioma if Chloe is her girlfriend, and our MC doesn't hesitate in saying no, and that causes Chloe's aggression to momentarily turn to him. He clarifies that she's just a friend, and Rachel seems to get even more interested in the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Gioma is still trying to figure out just what in the world this whole situation is about. Now that he's more awake and has a chance to look around, he finally notices Abel, who looks just as frazzled as he was not too long ago. He cuts straight to the point and asks why the two of them came looking for him, and Rachel says it's because Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel yells that her accusations are definitely not true, and it's Rachel that practically dragged her there. Rachel thought that Abel genuinely wanted to see him because she followed her to the Tiger class. As the entire class's attention turns to her, she tries to shyly explain that there was a misunderstanding, but now Gioma just wants them to leave. He tells that to them bluntly, and that shocks the two girls, and Rachel can barely hold back her laughter. That makes her even more interested in Gioma, and she likes interesting guys. She tries inviting him over to her dorm room after class to do some ungodly things together, and that's the last straw for Chloe. She yells for Rachel to get away from her Gioma right this moment, and Rachel tries to mock her again, but Abel has had enough. Even she can barely hold back her anger at Rachel's flirting. Sensing that things might be getting too far, Rachel finally backs off, but not before telling Gioma that she'll see him later, which he quickly refuses and tells her not to come back. The two girls finally leave the class, and Gioma immediately goes back to sleep, while Chloe rushes to check up on him. No one notices Abel pausing for a moment to stare longingly at Gioma before walking away. Abel and Rachel continue their walk back to their class, and Rachel can't get over just how impressed she was by Gioma's attitude. It's one thing to be cold, but from his hollow eyes, Rachel could faintly tell that there was an underlying subtle feeling that she could get her throat cut if she continued poking him like that. She was just curious about him, but he went far beyond her expectations and actually gave her chills. From the little she could see, she can already tell that he's easily a step above all the style with no substance students that are all over the star class. Her clan pulls no punches when it comes to getting betrothed to the most outstanding warriors, and in a way, he just might be a precious resource that she wouldn't want to let go of. Rachel turns around suddenly and apologizes to Abel. Abel, on the other hand, feels like she should apologize to the students of Tiger class for the scene she made, but that's not what Rachel meant. She's apologizing about Kang Gioma because going forward, she's not going to yield now that she's interested in him. Elsewhere in the school's clinic, Nox pulls himself angrily through the halls with only the thought of killing Gamma in his mind. He has lived his entire life without knowing defeat, constantly being called the auditor genius. Now someone has come and defeated him with nothing but kitchen knives. Just the thought of Gioma's face pisses him off to an outstanding degree. If he has to, he will call the power of his entire clan just to cut off Gioma's head, and then once he kills RMC, he will get Chloe back. Chloe has the potential to become similar, if not greater than him, and he won't let some random special admissions nobody take her away from him. All he has to do is call on the power of his clan to strike, and then they will show him. At least that's what should have happened. But the same Gioma that he has been relentlessly plotting to kill sits calmly in his clinic room, eating an apple. Before then though, while the class was in session, Gioma watched Chloe worriedly. The two girls have left, but Chloe is very clearly still upset, even though she was the one who pulled the blade out first. As she's having her psychotic thoughts, Gioma goes over to her in hopes of calming her down. Even though he can probably talk her out of whatever mental break she's about to have, he still wished she'd at least put the box cutter down when talking to him. He asks her about how Nox is doing, and she sadly tells him that her brother is in the academy's medical ward. That's odd though, since people can't actually get injured in the subspace, so he shouldn't have any need for medical attention. The last Chloe heard, he was admitted into the ward despite having no injuries. But it should be fine, and there shouldn't be any reason for Gioma to worry. Gioma can't help but think about it though. Even though he was sliced up in the subspace, Nox isn't the kind of person that would be weak enough to be traumatized from that. To make sure that nothing else happens, he has to check in on Nox. And to do that, he asks Chloe to tell him where Nox's room is. To sweeten the deal, he even pats her head, which is another tip he got from the How to Handle Yandere type series. That's how we got to where we are today. As Gioma stares down Nox, who is still surprised to see our MC in his room, Gioma comments on the room and how the auditors must be loaded with cash for them to get a hospital room this fancy for just one person. Before Nox can ask Gioma how he got into this room in the first place, our MC picks up a skinning knife from the bedside counter, and Nox momentarily goes on guard, wondering if Gioma wants to finish what he started. However, instead, Gioma simply picks up another apple and cleanly peels the skin off before placing it right back on the table. Then, Gioma gets up and walks right past Nox, advising him to take fruits and vegetables for his health. That pisses Nox off even more, and the assassin reveals a knife hidden under his sleeve, ready to stab Gioma while he's least expecting it. But, as if predicting this, Gioma warns him that if he ever has ideas of getting any sort of revenge, then he will be cut up along with the entirety of Auditore. With that, Gioma slams the door shut as he leaves, and the force is harsh enough to turn the apple that he cleanly peeled into slices, revealing that he cut it up so fast that Nox didn't even notice. Gioma walks out of the medical unit with his mission hopefully accomplished. Now Nox is nothing more than a candle that can be extinguished at any time, and his will has been totally destroyed. This is all thanks to Gioma's bravado-filled intimidation, which he hopes doesn't come back to bite him. After all, the Auditores are an incredible group of assassins, and there's no way that he can take on an entire clan with just 30 seconds of pain neutralizer. Although he should be able to take out 10 people in 30 seconds, the rest of the clan is an entirely different case, and that's only in the worst case scenario. Anyways, Gioma would love to avoid killing as much as he can. As he walks under the moonlight back to his dorm room, he feels like he's standing in the eye of a storm in a weird way. He's starting to get used to this new crazy life of his. As long as Nox doesn't stir up any trouble, then he doesn't have to worry about things getting too insane. But he has another problem to deal with, and that's the girl that he wanted to avoid the most, Rachel Demura. In the original game, Rachel was the one who approached the main character first and eventually grew close to the main heroine, Abel. But now that she had chosen to approach him instead, it clearly meant the timeline had changed in a major way. On top of that, he also had to prepare for the midterms, and this time he actually needed to take things seriously if he wanted to earn the reward. The test required a group of 5 students who would work together to subdue a demonic monster. These 5 students would be selected regardless of their class, as the whole purpose of the test was to emphasize teamwork. While individual strength was important, trusting and relying on teammates mattered even more on the battlefield. In a situation like this, the smartest move for a weaker student was to find strong teammates and hope to be carried through. Still, it wasn't like the monsters themselves were a huge threat. The ones assigned for this test were D-rank demonic monster mermen. Gioma remembered how disgustingly ugly they looked in the game, which meant facing them in real life would be even worse. If they were mermaids, at least they would have been somewhat pleasant to look at, but mermen were simply revolting. On the other hand, mermaids were classified as demonic humans and served as the main force of the demon army, making them far more powerful. Compared to demonic humans, demonic monsters were basically nothing more than guard dogs or pets. Thankfully, only mermen were expected to appear on the island, so the students wouldn't have to deal with demonic humans. It had already been a month since Gioma arrived at the academy, and this was the first night he had felt even a little at peace. 700 years had passed since humans and demons agreed to a truce. Still, just like human history itself, that peace had never been completely free of conflict, with both major and minor disputes occurring over time. One notable example was half a century ago, when Vasmon, the commander of the 6th Legion, declared he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. That single decision led to a week-long battle that drenched an entire city in blood. In the end, humanity came out victorious, giving rise to the 7 heroes. However, 3 of those heroes were lost, and after that, neither side wanted to push the conflict any further. Since then, peace had continued. Even so, Gioma couldn't help but question whether this was truly peace. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed that someone had managed to seal the 1st Legion commander alone 700 years ago, which meant that person must have been an absolute monster. In contrast, it had taken 7 people to defeat the 6th Legion commander, and even then, lives were lost. And now, with only 3 years left before the second human-demon war begins, the situation felt even heavier. This time, the Demon King himself would be involved. The thought of that future was terrifying, but worrying about it wouldn't change anything. Right now, Gioma needed to focus on the upcoming midterms. His first task was to form a team, but that was easier said than done since he didn't have any friends. However, he was currently the most famous student in the academy, and he figured he could use that to his advantage to solve this problem. There was no way he could stay unnoticed for the next 3 years anyway. Because of that, Gioma decided to change his approach. He would stop trying to live quietly and instead aim to live comfortably while making the most of his situation. With that in mind, he prepared himself to do everything he could to gather people and form his group. A week passed, yet nothing changed, and he still found himself completely alone without a single person inviting him into their group. In the end, it seemed like everyone was simply too scared of him. When he turned to look around the class, the only other person sitting alone just like him was Chloe. Maybe she had been pushed aside after the incident with her brother and his defeat, or maybe it was because of how she reacted when Rachel showed up. Whatever the reason, he walked up to her and asked if she still hadn't found anyone to team up with. Just like him, she was still alone, and that honestly made him worry a bit. He was already used to being by himself, but she at least used to have friends, and now they were all gone. Still, she calmly said she would be fine as long as she had him. Taking that as enough, he offered to team up with her so they could find 3 more members together. With Chloe's abilities, she was basically a massive advantage, since he could only fight for 30 seconds, while she was like having 30 soldiers packed into one small, cute figure. That brief moment of peace shattered when Rachel suddenly burst into the classroom calling out for Gioma. He didn't even try to hide the annoyance on his face at seeing her again, and Chloe didn't hide her bloodlust either, already pulling out a box cutter like she was ready to go wild. Rachel, completely ignoring the tension, kept bothering him, and even leaned over his desk before asking if he had found a group yet. Since she clearly wasn't paying attention to anything else, he just answered her honestly, and hearing that he didn't have a group worked perfectly in her favor as she immediately invited him to join hers. The offer felt suspicious right away, because someone like her would obviously have plenty of strong students lining up to join, so there was no reason for her to specifically come to him. But she casually explained that he just seemed more fun to team up with than anyone else in her class. He told her he had already teamed up with Chloe, but that didn't bother her either, since her group still had 2 empty spots. Even then, he couldn't shake off the feeling that this was risky for her, since teaming up like this could affect her grades if things went wrong during the island test. He looked over at Chloe, and after a moment, she reluctantly nodded, agreeing to join. With nothing stopping him anymore, he accepted the offer, and Rachel instantly pulled out her phone to text someone while warning him that he couldn't back out now. Curious, he asked about the rest of the group members, and the moment she mentioned Leon, his mood dropped instantly. Not just any Leon, protagonist of this world. The one person he least wanted to get involved with. At that point, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of sins he must have committed in his past life to end up with such terrible luck. Sure, he had spent 30 years handling a knife, but that was just part of his job. Somehow, despite trying to stay low-key, he kept getting dragged into situations with the heroines, and even worse, into the main storyline itself. Being around the heroines wasn't exactly a bad thing since they were easy on the eyes, but Leon Van Reinhardt was a completely different problem. As the main character, interacting with him could twist the entire plot in unpredictable ways. Right now, Gioma had no idea how things would unfold, but he was already convinced that somehow it would all end up being his fault. He even thought about trying to switch groups, but Rachel had already submitted his name in the application before even asking him properly. For the first time in his life, he seriously felt like cutting someone down, and unfortunately, that someone was a girl. On top of that, there was still the biggest headache of all, the yandere sitting right beside him. Almost as if on cue, Chloe appeared next to him, asking what was wrong since he had been looking completely frozen ever since Rachel left. He brushed it off, saying he was just overwhelmed at the idea of taking the exam with Star Class cadets. Chloe immediately reassured him, saying no one in Star Class was stronger than him, and he could only respond with a weak thank you. After all, he had chosen to team up with Chloe himself, so there was no way he could take the exam without her now. Thinking about it more calmly, this group might actually be the best option available to him. It could even turn out to be something good, if only he wasn't being so negative about everything. He then asked Chloe about the time and place for their first group meeting, and she told him it would be held at a cafe on campus. Since it was almost time, he suggested they head there right away. They arrived first and ordered drinks, with Chloe happily getting herself an avocado smoothie, while he could only watch in envy, thinking about how expensive even 1 cup must be. Meanwhile, he settled for a cheap espresso, but the moment he took a sip, it tasted so awful, it almost felt like his body was rejecting it. Since the cafe was run by an outside company, faculty cards didn't work there, meaning he had to spend his own money for the first time. While silently regretting his life choices, his phone buzzed with a message from Rachel saying she was bringing the others. Not long after, she walked in with Leon and another guy following behind. That was the moment Gioma and Leon made their first real contact. As Gioma glanced at the other guy, his first impression was that the guy looked like some kind of delinquent. Leon was the first to step forward and introduce himself, extending his hand confidently. Gioma accepted the handshake, and Leon immediately complimented him on his performance in the subspace battle a few days ago. Just from the way he spoke, Gioma could tell he carried both intelligence and elegance naturally. After that, everyone sat down, and Rachel suggested they all introduce themselves properly. Leon went first, presenting himself as the leader of the group, and a star-class student. Somehow, he had already taken the position of leader, and he genuinely seemed eager to work together with everyone. Rachel went next, but since everyone already knew her, she quickly passed the turn to the guy beside her. He introduced himself as Speed Weapon, also a star-class student, keeping it short and direct, though Gioma couldn't help but focus more on how strange his name sounded. Then Chloe introduced herself as a Wolf-class student who joined the group thanks to Gioma, but Rachel teased her for calling him Gioma-kun, which led to a brief tense stare between them before Chloe calmed herself down with a sigh and finished speaking. Finally, Gioma gave his own introduction, which was even shorter than Speed Weapon's, simply stating his name and class without adding anything else. Leon pulled out a laptop to officially begin the meeting, pressing a button that projected a holographic map of the exam area. The location was called Scapoli Island, and they would be transported there through a subspace gate to a specific point on the island. However, only the entry would involve subspace, meaning once they arrived, everything would be completely real, and they could actually get injured by the demonic beasts. Their assigned zone was the northeastern coast, where 3 different groups, including theirs, would be hunting mermen. Since the number of mermen in the area was limited, the goal of the exam was simple: hunt as many as possible within that limit. After explaining everything, Leon wrapped up the presentation and asked if anyone had questions. Speed Weapon spoke first, asking if there were any dangers on the island besides the mermen. Leon explained that the instructors had already thoroughly checked the area beforehand, ensuring that no other monsters or demons would be present. Then Chloe asked whether groups could ambush or fight each other, which visibly shocked everyone else at the table. Leon calmly clarified that the exam was strictly about eliminating demonic beasts, and any conflict between groups would result in immediate disqualification. It was obvious that Chloe's question came from her assassin instincts. With no further questions, Leon ended the meeting and told everyone to focus on preparing for the midterms, adding that they would meet again the next day for another discussion. One by one, the others left the cafe, leaving only Gioma and Leon behind. The silence between them felt awkward, and Gioma quickly tried to leave, but Leon suddenly called out to him and asked where he came from. The question caught Gioma off guard, making him pause as he tried to process it. He had heard something similar before, but coming from Leon, it felt completely different. Leon looked unusually serious while asking, and Gioma couldn't read his intentions at all. What made it even stranger was that Leon had waited until everyone else had left before asking. After a long silence, Leon apologized for bringing up such a question out of nowhere, and admitted that he couldn't shake the feeling that Gioma was similar to him. Even though the world's official language was Korean, because of the game's origin, that didn't mean other cultures didn't exist, and anyone could tell just by looking that Gioma was Korean. So Leon asking where he came from and claiming similarity only made things more confusing. Gioma stayed silent, struggling to make sense of the situation, and eventually Leon told him to forget the question entirely before standing up to leave, but Gioma stopped him and reflexively threw the same question back, asking where Leon came from. He regretted it instantly, but at the same time, he knew he wouldn't be able to rest without hearing the answer. Leon calmly took his hand and simply said he was from Germany before leaving without another word. Left alone, Gioma couldn't stop wondering what had just happened. When Leon first asked that question, it made him consider the possibility that the main character of the game might also be someone from another world. It sounded crazy, but it was still a real possibility. After all, there was no rule saying only one person could be transported into the game, and taking over the main character's role was far more likely than ending up as a side character. His gaze drifted toward the knife on the table, and an idea struck him. Whenever the blessing of the sword god activated, his senses became unusually sharp. Maybe triggering it would give him some kind of answer. He picked up the knife, removed its cover, and just as he hoped, a message formed in his mind, confirming that Leon truly belonged to this world. The voice he heard felt similar to the one he experienced when fighting Chloe while activating the blessing. However, just thinking too deeply about it caused a migraine that even bypassed his painless blessing. Still, one thing was certain: the Leon he had just met was exactly the same Leon from the game, something no actor could replicate so perfectly. Even so, Leon's sudden question about his origin and the claim that they were similar kept bothering him. To look for answers, he checked a wiki page, but there was no information about Leon in this world at all. Everything was starting to feel off, and Gioma decided that this would be the last time he involved himself with Leon. If something like this happened again, he would just go to Medea for help, ignoring whatever attempts she made to drag him along. At the same time, he found it surprising how calm he had remained despite everything happening around him. Maybe his blessings were influencing him more than he realized. He opened his status screen, and as usual, things seemed to be progressing steadily. His mental fortitude and armament remained unchanged, but his physical fortitude had increased thanks to his training. His armament would likely improve as well once he obtained Murasame from the midterm exam. The only thing he couldn't figure out was his assimilation rate. It had increased significantly and seemed close to unlocking something new, possibly connected to everything he had done so far. Not knowing what it was still annoyed him, especially since there was no one he could ask about it. However, at the bottom of the status screen, something new caught his attention. His blessing of painlessness had extended by 10 seconds, meaning he could now use it for a total of 40 seconds. After all the effort he had put in, it finally felt like his hard work was paying off. As the days passed and the group continued meeting to plan their strategy for the exam, Gioma kept training, steadily sharpening his abilities. At last, the day of the exam arrived, and all the groups gathered in front of the subspace gate. The moment Gioma looked at it, he could tell this one felt completely different from the training ground subspace. Soon, the rest of his team showed up as well, and they all seemed just as excited as he was. During their earlier meetings, they had already assigned roles to each member. Rachel would take the front as the main damage dealer, while Leon stayed in the center as the leader to coordinate everyone. Speed Weapon would position himself behind Leon as support. Chloe would fight alongside Rachel as a secondary damage dealer, and Gioma would cover the rear, forming a well-balanced team. Taking a moment, Gioma looked over their equipment and couldn't help but feel impressed by how powerful everything was. Rachel was carrying an S-rank weapon known as the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd. Leon, even without bowman, still wielded a strong sword. Then there was Speed Weapon, whose gear turned out to be a recorder, which made Gioma wonder if the support role also included providing background music. Rachel quickly clarified that the recorder was actually one of the rare S-rank armaments capable of healing. Even Gioma knew how absurdly difficult it was to obtain healing-type S-rank equipment, making it incredibly valuable. Curious, he stepped closer to examine it, catching Speed Weapon slightly off guard. Their conversation was interrupted when an announcement came through the speakers, declaring the start of the first-year midterms. Soon after, the Wolf class instructor, Lee Wanbin, approached the students. Since everyone already understood the rules, he kept things short, reminding them not to hesitate to retreat if things became dangerous, as risking their lives for extra credit wasn't worth it. If anyone got injured or wanted to surrender, they could simply call for the assigned instructor. With that, he encouraged them to do their best and not let nerves get the better of them. Noticing Chloe looking uneasy, Gioma asked what was bothering her. She admitted that she was worried about the possibility of mermaids appearing on the island. Gioma reassured her once again that the instructors had already confirmed the area was clear, but even so, she couldn't shake her anxiety. Growing up in Sicily, she had often heard stories about mermaids causing massive destruction. Although humans now had a truce with demonic beings, making such encounters rare outside of dungeons, the fact that these rumors still persisted made her uneasy, especially since the exact conditions for mermaid appearances were still unclear. Seeing her like that, Gioma gently placed a hand on her head to calm her down, just as the instructors called for the cadets to step through the gate. She gave a small smile and chose to trust him. Sometime later, Chloe vaguely heard Gioma's voice calling out to her through a hazy state of mind. It seemed like she had lost focus for a moment, but when she opened her eyes, everything had already taken a turn for the worse. In front of her stood Gioma and the rest of the group, all facing something massive and dangerous. Rachel quickly asked Speed Weapon if he could contact the instructor, but being inside a cave meant there was no signal on his phone. Nearby, someone lay on the ground, badly injured and bleeding, clearly in critical condition, and standing before them, the source of all this chaos, was a mermaid. To understand how they ended up in such a situation, let's go back to see what happened before the group encountered this nightmare. The moment they arrived on Scapuli Island, the first major issue hit them instantly: motion sickness from passing through the gate. Everyone looked affected except Gioma, who casually mentioned that he didn't get motion sickness at all. Not long after recovering, they encountered their first merman. It froze for a second in surprise after spotting them, then quickly ran off. Despite how disgusting they looked, they were much smaller than Gioma had imagined. Leon pointed out that the one they saw was too small to earn them any points, so if they wanted proper targets, they needed to move toward their assigned area where adult mermen would be. Chloe moved ahead to scout, while the rest of the group followed behind at a steady pace. After some time, they reached the designated location, and Chloe returned to report her findings. About 500 meters ahead, there was a cave, and she led the group straight toward it. Even before stepping inside, they could already feel something was off. Dozens of eyes were watching them from within the darkness. Leon quickly estimated that there were around 50 to 60 mermen gathered inside, all surrounding a campfire. Taking down that many would easily secure them first place in the midterms, but it wasn't that simple. Entering the cave would cut off their internet connection, making it nearly impossible to contact an instructor if something went wrong. It was a clear high-risk, high-reward situation, and the final decision rested on Leon. Before arriving on the island, he had carefully assigned roles to every member, so now it was his responsibility to lead them again. Without wasting time, Leon made his call and signaled Rachel to begin the attack. She leaned back slightly and launched a golden spear straight into the cave. It struck the campfire directly, extinguishing it and throwing the mermen into confusion. Before they could react, Rachel had already closed the distance, and in the next instant, several merman heads were sent flying. Right after that, Speed Weapon stepped in, channeling his power to enhance Rachel's abilities, making it even easier for her to cut through the enemies one after another. Watching her in action, Gioma couldn't hold back his amazement at how insanely strong she was. Chloe noticed that reaction immediately, and without hesitation, she drew her katana, activated her blessing, and jumped into the fight as well. She rushed forward, rapidly cutting down mermen, trying to match Rachel's pace as both of them charged toward each other from opposite sides. Neither of them slowed down, even as they got closer and closer, and Gioma started worrying that neither had any intention of stopping. They came within inches of colliding before suddenly turning at the last second to eliminate the final merman rushing toward them. After that, they stepped apart and continued clearing out the remaining enemies, while Gioma let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing his worries were unnecessary. In the end, with their combined strength, all 60 mermen were wiped out. With the area cleared, Leon suggested they move on to another location to continue the exam. That level of calm decision-making and leadership only reinforced in Gioma's mind that Leon truly was the main character of this world, because no one else could replicate that kind of heroic presence so naturally. However, as Gioma got lost in his thoughts for just a moment, everything suddenly flipped. When he looked back, he saw Leon collapse to the ground, having taken a fatal blow to the stomach. Shock spread across the group as something powerful rose from the pile of dead mermen behind Gioma. It was a demonoid mermaid, exactly the kind of monster Chloe had been worried about from the beginning. Gioma had already felt that things were going too smoothly, and now that uneasy feeling had proven right. The situation instantly turned critical, leaving them with a harsh choice: run or fight. But escaping while carrying an injured Leon might not even be possible. Rachel immediately told Speedweapon to contact the instructors and report the appearance of the mermaid, but just as Gioma feared, the cave completely blocked their connection, leaving them unable to reach anyone. Panic began to spread among the group, and strangely, Gioma was the only one who remained calm. With Leon out of action, someone had to take control, and Gioma stepped forward to fill that role. He quickly started giving orders, telling Rachel to keep the mermaid occupied no matter what. Then he instructed Speedweapon to pour as much healing as possible into Leon. Finally, he called out to Chloe, who seemed momentarily frozen, and ordered her to evacuate the other cadets and inform the instructors about what had happened. It took her a second to process everything, but she eventually snapped out of it and moved to carry out his command. With everyone assigned their roles, Gioma stepped forward to face the mermaid himself, shocking the others. He told Rachel and Speedweapon to handle the remaining mermen, leaving the mermaid to him. After all, dealing with fish like that had always been his specialty. Demons possess a distinct power that is comparable to the blessings used by humans, and that power is called magic. It is strong enough to defeat the protagonist in a single strike, clearly showing the overwhelming difference in strength between demons and humans. Even though Gioma has the blessing of the sword god, that alone does not guarantee that he will survive this fight. In the original game, defeating a demon that uses magic without forming a party was simply impossible, and yet, right now, he is about to face a boss alone that would normally require a full raid team. In simple terms, Gioma is completely screwed, but there is no way for him to back out at this point. Chloe will need about 10 minutes to find help and return, but Gioma only has 40 seconds to take down this oversized fish before he ends up in a worse situation than the main character. At the same time, Rachel continues struggling to keep the mermen away, while Speedweapon concentrates all of his power on healing Leon. The wound on Leon is deep, yet it is still recovering regardless. Even with such a difficult situation unfolding, Speedweapon cannot stop focusing on Gioma. Just the sight of the mermaid makes his bones tremble, and yet Gioma is willingly choosing to fight it alone. The demon makes the first move, firing the exact same laser attack that had taken Leon down earlier. Gioma dodges the attack and immediately rushes forward with his knife, closing the distance between them. The mermaid appears to mainly rely on long-range attacks that carry water-based magic properties. Gioma does not know much about magic itself, but what he does know is that this demon still has flesh and bones like any other creature. To win, all he needs to do is get close and cut it down. He leaps toward the demon and swings his blade, but the mermaid dodges the strike and immediately redirects its movement toward Speedweapon. Before it can reach him, Gioma circles around and manages to slice off one of the creature's fins, making it scream out in pain. However, the cut is far too shallow. Gioma immediately attempts another strike, but the demon quickly avoids it and dissolves into water. Since the mermaid targeted Speedweapon, it becomes clear that it is deliberately aiming for those who are already injured. At this point, Leon has recovered to some extent, and Speedweapon calls out to Gioma, showing that he is still conscious. Gioma briefly checks on him before charging back to confront the mermaid again. From Speedweapon's perspective, Gioma looks incredibly cool. During one of their earlier meetings, Speedweapon had mentioned how much he admired heroes who would sacrifice themselves for others. Ever since he joined the academy, he had not seen anyone who truly lived up to that image. That is why he joined Rachel's group in hopes of finding such a hero in Leon. He had even openly told Gioma that he did not see him as a hero at all. And yet now, in this chaotic and dangerous situation, the one stepping forward and risking his life is Gioma himself. The mermaid continues its assault, launching fish-shaped magical attacks that Gioma skillfully dodges. However, this time, instead of simply passing by him, the attacks turn around and begin chasing him. The demon is able to control these projectiles, forcing Gioma to keep moving as they pursue him around the cave. While Gioma is occupied with evading them, the mermaid once again attempts to attack Speedweapon. Gioma arrives just in time and strikes the demon before it can release the attack, but once again, the cut is too shallow. It becomes obvious that small wounds will not be enough to defeat it. If he wants to kill the demon for good, he will need to drive his blade in as deeply as possible. The mermaid fires another blast toward Gioma, but this time he dodges in such a way that the attack crashes through the ceiling of the cave and shoots up into the sky. The force of the attack is so immense that cadets around the mountain can see it, and they also hear a loud roar echoing afterward. On top of that, rain begins to fall. An instructor with another group suggests that they quickly move the injured before the rain starts to affect them further. Back inside the cave, the mermen begin retreating, giving the cadets a brief moment to catch their breath. The mermaid has been crushed under the debris caused by the cave breaking apart, but Gioma is certain that it is not dead. Just as he expects, the demon mermaid bursts through the pile of rocks and rushes toward the students once again. Up until now, Gioma has not been able to fight properly because he has been constantly mindful of the injured Leon. Now that the mermen have retreated, he tells Rachel to take care of both Speed Weapon and Leon for him. Even at this point, Speed Weapon still cannot believe that Gioma is choosing to fight a demon alone. Earlier, he thought Gioma was simply reckless, but now it feels like he is witnessing the rise of something far greater. Meanwhile, Gioma feels relieved that he can finally focus completely now that he no longer has to worry about his teammates. He only has 10 seconds left on his painless blessing, and he needs to make up for the time he has already lost if he wants to survive. For a brief moment, Gioma and the mermaid lock eyes, and then both of them rush forward at the same time, heading straight into their final clash. Elsewhere, Chloe dashes through the forest as fast as she can, looking for anyone to help her. She's tired, but she knows she can't stop running unless everyone she left behind will be in danger. Her body hurts incredibly bad, but the more she feels like stopping, the more she thinks about Gioma and the fact that he's in the cave fighting that monster on his own for their sake. Gioma really is the strongest person she has ever met in her life. He clearly doesn't like fighting and tries to avoid drawing his blade whenever possible. The only time he stands to fight is when there is really no other choice. Since Gioma made the best decision fighting that mermaid, she knows she has to do her best to get help, but she can't help feeling that if she was just a little stronger, then maybe she would have been able to help him somehow. Behind her, a loud blast tears the side of the cave apart, and she knows that it's the sound of Gioma and the mermaid fighting. In her worry, she trips off a vine and almost falls, but manages to catch herself on the ground and keeps running. She can't stop or fall until she has found someone to help. As she continues to run, she senses something ahead of her. She can't send it clearly since her head is in a mess, but her first thought is that they must be mermen. She draws her sword to defend herself and unleashes a blow towards the closest one to her, but surprisingly, the merman blocks with their sword. That's because it isn't a merman, it's Abel. As soon as she realizes that she has finally found another person, Chloe stops moving and collapses to the ground. Abel's teammates get suspicious and start to suspect that there is some sort of ambush in the area. Meanwhile, Chloe weakly tries to tell them that they should go and help Gioma. Luckily for her, Abel remembers her face from when she and Rachel went to Gioma's class. Back in the cave, Speed Weapon is left in complete awe at what he's witnessing. He wonders if there will ever be a day as astonishing as this ever again. The way Gioma fights seems like a skilled swordsman handling a live fish on a chopping board with skill. At this point, this whole thing is beyond just fighting a demonoid. Gioma is completely overwhelming it. This scene unfolding right is definitely something that will be etched in his memory for the rest of his life. Even Rachel, who's the successor of the Spear clan and grew up among strong people, clearly hasn't seen this caliber of skill before. Despite that, she's the first to push him out of the way when a stray attack comes towards them. Speed Weapon nearly forgot where he was because of how intense the sight was. Gioma's opponent is a demon that uses magic. A blade against magic isn't a good matchup to begin with, even if our MC has the upper hand right now. If the demon uses magic that can't be countered, then Gioma will be in danger. As soon as Speed Weapon has that thought, as if on K, the mermaid raises its hands in the air and calls a different magic attack called Needle Squall. The rain around them starts to crystallize and freeze, and everything halts for a moment. Then the mermaid drops its hand, and all the sharp crystallized raindrops fall towards Gioma. He dodges some and parries the rest, but they are too hard for his knife. The blade starts to break apart as he fights with it. Instead of keeping the blade aside, Gioma tosses it at the mermaid. It cuts straight through the mermaid's side, leaving a gaping hole in its waist. Gioma then follows up with a final attack, cutting through the mermaid's flesh with one powerful slash. Except the mermaid managed to dodge, and instead used the body of a merman to distract Gioma. Then it charges up a massive attack right in front of our MC. This one is way too close, and there is no possible way he can dodge it. Just before the attack hits and he starts to panic, his mind is suddenly teleported to a clear space. In that space, he sees a red line that indicates where he should cut, and he hears a voice telling him that if he can slice it, it will cut. Instead of dodging the attack, Gioma readjusts his grip on the knife and cuts through the magic instead. The cut causes a massive shockwave to push through the area, and by the time the smoke clears, Gioma stands over the lifeless body of the mermaid. The demon makes a few sounds in death, and Gioma kicks it away down into the pool that it came out from. Rachel and Speed Weapons stare at the scene in front of them in shock. Somehow, a freshman defeated a demonoid alone. Suddenly, Gioma falls to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Rachel is the first to react, and she rushes over to him while Speed Weapon checks on Leon. Thankfully, the protagonist is fine, but there are other sounds behind them, and Speed Weapon turns around thinking that the mermen that ran away have returned. Instead, it's Abel and her team carrying an unconscious and injured Chloe. The first thing Abel notices is Rachel, who caresses an unconscious Gioma. The sight makes her angry for some reason, but she ignores it to look around. The rest of the team look like they all have one foot in the grave, and yet Leon seems completely fine. She informs them that she has contacted the academy, and they will be arriving in an hour to aid them. Now that help is on the way, she wants to know just what exactly happened. She asks Speed Weapon to explain, but he's more frustrated by the academy and the instructors who claimed that they thoroughly checked the island. He doesn't believe that they will believe him anyways, but he starts to tell them what he witnessed. Speed Weapon gives Abel a basic rundown of what happened and how Gioma defeated the mermaid alone. Just like Speed Weapon predicted, she can barely believe it. The tales that her grandfather told her when she was younger were more realistic than this. And yet, as ridiculous as the story is, the evidence around them proves that it's the truth. Why would they lie about this anyways? And yet Abel still can't accept it. She's a descendant of the acclaimed hero Balor Joaquin and his disciple Aaron Nibulon. Those are the roots that she has in her, and it has given her a special attribute since birth. Her bloodline has always been filled with promise and potential, and she put in incredible effort to make sure that she wouldn't be overshadowed by her roots. And yet, even with everything going in her favor, and with how far she has managed to get, Kang Gioma continues to prove that there is a ridiculously large gap between their skills. Abel can't help feeling a mix of fear, dread, and admiration. She tells the healer in her group to try to heal Gioma while they wait for the teachers. After getting a better look at him, she can see that he's tattered and at death's door. And yet, he fought a demonoid alone and came out victorious. Abel can't help but look at him in envy. Speed Weapon snaps her out of it and tells her that it probably would be best if they don't tell the instructors what happened here in detail. The academy claims that they scouted the island beforehand, and yet a demonoid popped out of a cave that would be easily noticeable by cadets. There's some things that just don't add up in this whole story. Leon tries to cut straight to the point and asks Speed Weapon if he thinks that there is someone among the demon factions within the academy. Leon tries to backtrack since that's not exactly what he meant, but they also can't completely rule out that possibility. It's undeniable that this cave isn't easy for cadets to miss, and as Speed Weapon said, if it weren't for Gioma, then Leon's group would have been torn to shreds. There were definitely conflicts, both large and small, during the 700-year truce. But there was never a moment where the demons dared to touch the cadets of the academy. There was also a clause in the truce stating that if an act like that were to happen, then it would be justification for war. Speed Weapon tries to pull them out of their thoughts and assures them that they are definitely blowing things out of proportion. It's not a bad thing to be wary of a possible spy in the academy, but it's way too soon to jump to conclusions. For now, they need to make sure that their stories match up. If there really is a spy in the academy, then Gioma will definitely become a target once word gets around that he defeated a demonoid alone. Abel doesn't really agree with keeping things under wraps like this, but since Gioma has worked so hard for their sake, and the group seems to unanimously agree with this decision, she suggests that they talk to her grandfather first. After everything, the cadets returned to the academy, and Gioma was taken straight to the hospital. When he finally woke up, the bright evening sunlight was shining directly onto his face, and for a moment, he was genuinely surprised that he was still alive. The last thing he could clearly remember was the mermaid firing a magic sphere right before it died. It wasn't the kind of attack he could dodge, but he had barely managed to perceive it in time. Using his sashimi knife, he cut along a line, splitting the magic cleanly into two halves before it burst apart. Thinking back on it now, he was certain that the magic sphere had been composed of water. On top of that, when he activated the blessing of the sword god during that moment, he felt something unusual, something he couldn't properly put into words. To confirm things, he called up his blessing again, and the status screen appeared in front of him. His mental fortitude had increased by 1, which likely explained why he hadn't felt fear when facing the mermaid. At the same time, it seemed that his assimilation rate had risen enough to unlock a mysterious new attribute. The next attribute would unlock once his assimilation rate reached 15%. He started to wonder if this strange, newly unlocked feature was what had allowed him to see that red line on the mermaid, the one he had cut through. While he was still thinking about all of this, the door suddenly opened, and a familiar figure rushed inside. It was Medea, and without hesitation, she threw herself at him, wrapping him in a tight hug. She immediately began fussing over him, while Gioma struggled just to breathe under what felt like a suffocating embrace. After a while, she finally let go and apologized, but then quickly revealed the reason she had come. Reaching into her purse, she opened a dimensional pocket and pulled something out. It was the exact reward he had been hoping to receive from the exam, the Murasame sword. The Murasame was a B-rank weapon with high-level stats, exactly what Gioma had been aiming for. He stared at it in disbelief, as Medea Medea asked if he liked it, then apologized for giving it to him like this instead of letting him receive it officially. At the same time, someone was quietly standing at the door, watching everything. Medea noticed and called out to them, telling them to stop lurking and come inside instead of acting like a shy creep. Siegfried cleared his throat awkwardly before stepping into the room and standing beside Medea. Seeing this scene gave Gioma a strange sense of déjà vu, reminding him of what had happened when he first arrived at the academy. He then asked why the Sword Emperor was here as well. Medea explained that she had heard everything from his teammates. After that, both of them lowered their heads and apologized on behalf of the entire academy. They admitted responsibility for what had happened during the midterms, acknowledging that due to their negligence, everyone involved had nearly lost their lives. Gioma found himself unable to respond as Medea continued speaking, promising that they would uncover the truth behind the incident. Siegfried also spoke up, thanking Gioma for saving the cadets. Gioma scratched his cheek awkwardly and quietly replied that he had only done what he could. Medea then added that although his actions had been exceptional, they needed to keep the entire incident a secret. She believed that the person behind it was somewhere within the academy, and if they didn't stay quiet, the situation could leak to the public. Gioma understood their reasoning and didn't hold it against them. Hearing that, Medea smiled and commented that sometimes he behaved like an old man trapped inside a teenage boy's body. Not long after, the two administrators stepped out of the room and headed back toward the administrative block. As they walked through the corridors, Medea turned to her old friend and asked if he still remembered the day they first met after enrolling in the academy. Siegfried acted as if he didn't remember anything at all, and Medea responded with a faint smile. To her, it felt like those moments had happened just yesterday, yet in reality, 60 years had already passed since then. Even so, that span of time didn't even make up a tenth of Joaquin Academy's long history. When they had first enrolled, the academy was already ancient, overflowing with a deep and rich past. Over the centuries, there had been both major and minor incidents, but for 700 years, the academy had continued to nurture and protect its cadets. All of a sudden, the mood shifted, and Medea's aura flared out, causing the nearby windows to crack and shatter. Before the midterms began, she had received reports confirming that multiple preliminary surveys of the island had been completed. Although it was rare, Scopely Island was known as a place where mermaids had been sighted before. Because of that, she had taken every possible precaution to ensure that nothing would happen to her precious students. And yet, despite all that preparation, something this disastrous had still occurred under her supervision. Siegfried gently placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down, and she quickly regained control, showing an apologetic expression. Then, almost instantly, her mood flipped as she slipped into an excited fangirl-like state while thinking about Gioma. The fact that he had managed to defeat a mermaid all by himself amazed her, and she eagerly asked Siegfried what he thought about it. Siegfried, however, had witnessed countless examples of natural talent throughout his life. He had seen many individuals praised as the chosen ones of their generation, only for them to eventually lose their way. In families of heroes that were obsessed with honor and glory, the word genius was thrown around far too easily. Even the smallest hint of potential was enough for a child to be labeled a genius simply because of their lineage. Because of that, Siegfried had forbidden the use of that word, even when it came to describing his own granddaughter, Abel. But when it came to Gioma, whose ability seemed almost beyond comprehension, Siegfried found himself reconsidering that stance. Perhaps the term genius could truly apply to him. If Gioma continued to gain experience and grow, Siegfried couldn't help but wonder just how far he might go. There was even a possibility that Kang Gioma could reach heights that Siegfried himself had only ever dreamed of. Without directly answering Medea's question, Siegfried simply walked past her, though not before advising her to remain at the academy for the time being. Medea smiled and followed after him, and the two continued their casual conversation as they made their way further down the hall. Later on, Gioma was finally discharged from the hospital, and he returned to attending his classes like normal. Just as the headmaster had instructed, the fact that he had taken down a demonoid on Scopuli Island had been completely kept secret. Because of that, Gioma couldn't help but feel that his classmates were able to act so carefree only because he had been the one to stop the mermaid. After being discharged, the very first thing he did was head to the Academy's forge in order to reshape and enhance Murasame. At the moment, the sword felt no different from a simple metal rod to him, especially considering the blessing of the sword god, which made reforging it absolutely necessary. For that purpose, he went to meet the blacksmith, Volander, and now all he could do was hope that the enhancement process would be successful. While he was still thinking about everything that had happened recently, he suddenly heard Chloe calling his name. When he turned around, he saw her approaching him on crutches, with one of her legs wrapped in a cast. Thanks to the emergency treatment provided by Speed Weapon, the doctor had said she would be able to walk without crutches within a week. Even with her injuries, she looked much better than before. Gioma understood that even though he had been the one to take down the mermaid alone, it was actually because of everyone's combined efforts that they had all managed to survive that situation. Chloe's rescue call Rachel's work in clearing out the mermen, and Speed Weapon's healing and blessings had all played important roles in that battle. The only one who hadn't contributed much was Leon, and Gioma couldn't help but wonder whether someone with that kind of fighting spirit would really be able to defeat the Demon King. Maybe it was just because Leon had been the first to get injured. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when their instructor rushed into the classroom and ordered everyone to take their seats and pay attention to a few announcements before the training assembly. Once all the students had settled down, the instructor informed them that there would be a co-instructor joining them. At first, the students were annoyed by this unexpected change, but that reaction immediately disappeared when they saw who it was. Siegfried calmly walked into the classroom, leaving the entire class stunned, while Lee Wonbin bowed to him respectfully. Even Gioma couldn't hide his shock at seeing the strongest human personally stepping in to teach their class. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man is thrown against a wall before being grabbed by the scruff of his neck and held up the wall. A pink-haired woman slaps the old man across the face, sending him flying to the ground. He apologizes to the woman named Instructor Kim while he struggles to control her breathing. This woman, that is mercilessly beating up this man, is the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is not pleased at all. She asks him why he didn't cooperate with her when he had the chance, and the man tries to apologize, but that only gets him another smack to the face. It's clear that the purple-haired instructor is tired of apologies. The goal of this whole scheme was to bring Leon back from the exams half dead. He may be a hero candidate, but there's no way he could take out a mermaid alone. But now, because of the old man's incompetence, Leon is now comfortable at the academy. Instructor Kim gives the elder another kick to the face, but immediately regrets it when she sees that she got blood on her shoes. She still can't believe that a full demonoid was taken down by a bunch of first years. But looking at the new students that joined the academy this year, she can't say that she is surprised. The elder speaks up and clarifies that taking on the mermaid was done by just one cadet. Instructor Kim first thinks he's talking about Leon, but he clarifies that it's the academy's top student, Kang Gioma. The Demon Corps commander recognizes the name of the special admissions student, and that tells her everything she needs to know. It looks like there's new prey for her to hunt now. Wolf class once again goes on their daily training, with the exception of Chloe, who is still in a cast and crutches. Gioma can't help being jealous of her getting to rest, and he's forced to run for his life with his fellow students. And to make it worse, there's now an older man breathing down his neck after every lap, and he's surprisingly fast and nimble for his age. Siegfried runs up close to Gioma and urges him to run faster, even thinking that he might still be hurt from the midterms. It's weird for the Sword Emperor himself to be running around with first-year students, much less with a special admissions student. Siegfried is a man that will later inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of the greatest forces of humanity. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, he will also become Leon's swordsmanship master, and he's a character whose importance rapidly increases in the latter half of the story. So why is someone who's this important training with Wolf class? The main story has clearly started to go off track, and now it's pretty much falling apart. Come to think of it, Leon never ended up receiving the Sword Saint title, and that ended up being a pretty big issue in his past life. But Leon can inherit the Sword Saint family because he's not part of the Nibelung bloodline, so it doesn't matter. That doesn't make this situation any less uncomfortable for Gioma though, especially considering the jealous glares his classmates keep shooting him. With how close Siegfried is to Gioma, it almost looks like they are running together. Siegfried also takes moments to try and educate Gioma, telling him that the foundation of any warrior comes from their physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented or outstanding someone is, it's completely worthless if their body cannot support it. Once he gets Gioma motivated, he runs ahead, expecting his student to keep up with him. After their running laps are done, it's time for field training. For this training, personal weapons are strictly prohibited. Instead, the students will have to use one of the weapons provided by the school and learn to master it. Siegfried dumps a variety of weapons on the ground. The rest of the students are surprised by this sudden condition that their teacher has given them. One of them asks why it wouldn't be better to just use the weapons passed down by their families. That's because the basics are more important than anything else. The more a person relies on high-grade weapons, the more they will start to neglect their training. And it's easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength. At the end of the day, a master can never blame their equipment. Those words resonate with Gioma specifically, and he nods his head in agreement. With no more room for idle chit-chat, the Sword Emperor tells the student to pick up the weapons and master the basics with them. Cadets who can handle ordinary weapons skillfully also have a high probability of receiving a high score in the class, which will affect their promotion evaluation at the end of the year. That additional bit of information gets the rest of the students excited, and they rush to pick up any weapon they can find. Gioma naturally goes towards the sashimi knife laying unnoticed on the floor. As soon as he picks it up, he notices Siegfried's eyes watching him. The students gather together again after picking up their weapons, and Siegfried tells them that they will spend the day getting accustomed to their new weapons by performing one-on-one training between the cadets without a subspace. To make sure that the students don't go overboard with their training, Siegfried suggests that he gives a demonstration of proper sparring. Lee Wonbin prepares himself to spar against the Sword Emperor, but him shivering in fear makes it obvious that he's not prepared for this. In his whole life, this has to be the biggest crisis he has ever faced. However, Siegfried has a different idea in mind. He calls for Gioma to come forward for the spar. Siegfried is also holding one of the novice weapons from the pile of old tools, but in his hands, the piece of junk looks especially sharp. The other students are still jealous and confused by the fact that the Sword Emperor himself is calling Gioma out personally. Gioma comes out, and before they start, he asks Gioma if his bones have healed. Once he gets a positive answer, he tells Gioma to pick up his sword. This is just a sparring match, but Gioma thinks that this is way too much. If he crosses swords with the Sword Emperor, it's clear that this won't end easily. If this gets out of hand, at least one of them will lose a hand, and if they are unlucky, then even a head will roll. Despite those thoughts though, maybe because of the influence of divine power, his instincts are craving for a fight. Gioma tries to de-escalate the situation and says that he's nothing compared to the Sword Emperor, so Siegfried should lower his sword. The rest of his classmates mock him behind his back, making fun of the fact that he's chickening out of a fight. Siegfried also isn't impressed and calls Gioma out for continuing to hide his power and his pride as a swordsman. There's no reason for Gioma to have such extraordinary talent while living as a cowardly person. Pride is a word that Gioma had engraved in his heart ever since he claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country. Those characteristics are also the reason why he never put down his sword. The provocation from the Sword Emperor is supposed to test him, and if he falls for the prohibition in this situation, then he will definitely end up regretting it for a long time. Still, he can't ignore his pride as a swordsman and his urge to fight. Li Wanbin notices Gioma's change in demeanor and rushes to stop what's about to happen, but Siegfried stops him. It seems like Gioma has already made up his mind. Gioma pulls out the sashimi knife from its cover and prepares for a fight. The two of them stare each other down for a moment, and even at 70, Siegfried can recognize vividly the enlightenment he gained through the sword. When he was younger, he had memories of a one-armed wandering knight teaching him the way of the sword. The swordsmanship that the knight showed him was undoubtedly at the level of a certain realm, and now, the boy that he has been keeping an eye on since the allocation test, Kang Gioma, might be the person that will lead him to that realm. Gioma takes the initiative and charges as Siegfried, but the swordmaster is ready and greets him with a slash of his sword. Gioma is quick enough to dodge and then turn around for another strike, causing Siegfried to deflect with his sword, and the two clash again. The boldness of Gioma to charge in head-on without avoiding the strike is almost inspiring to Siegfried. As the two of them continue to fight, Siegfried notices that even Gioma's physical capabilities have increased a lot. He can even push the Sword Emperor back so effortlessly. However, his sword isn't light either, and Siegfried is determined not to take this match lightly. Meanwhile, the other students watch the two of them fight, but they can't tell what's going on. From what they can tell, Gioma just got lucky during the matchup in the last subspace sparring with Nox. And yet, even the Sword Emperor seems to care a lot about Gioma, who is just a special admission student. They at least hope that the Sword Emperor will give him a proper lesson that will leave him crying. And yet, after several minutes of watching, the two of them are just standing there, staring at each other. Li Wanbin knows what's really happening though. They aren't just standing still. They have reached a level that the Wolf class instructor doubted was even possible. Before the spar, he warned Siegfried that if the headmaster found out about this, then things might get out of hand. On top of that, the other cadets could also be affected, but Siegfried assured him that he has no intentions of crossing real swords with Gioma. The older man already knows that our MC has the power to cross into a special place. The place is called the Mental Realm. To enter this place and withstand a battle with Siegfried, Gioma must be on an entirely different level than they even gave him credit for. A duel in the Mental Realm is an intense battle of wits, and Siegfried can tell just from the short time they have crossed swords that Gioma is growing at an impressive rate. If that's the case, the Sword Emperor might have to take things to another level as well. He activates a powerful blessing called the Sword Spirit Protection, and even outside the mental realm, the students can feel the intense pressure coming from the two of them. The blue light coming from Siegfried's sword is definitely some sort of aura. It looks like the battle was so intense that the two of them broke out of the mental realm and returned to reality. Things are starting to get out of hand, and if Li Wanbin doesn't do something to stop this, then there will definitely be bloodshed. Before he can stop them though, Gioma and Siegfried take off and launch at each other, but a loud cry stops them both in their tracks. Medea arrives before they can cross swords again. An appearance causes the ground beneath her to break apart with her anger. The fight ends, and Siegfried is taken back to Medea's office for a proper scolding. He apologizes, but the headmaster is clearly not taking any weak words from him. She yells at him for going way too crazy and trying to pick a fight with a student after she went through so much trouble to get him a spot as an instructor in the school. In that moment, Siegfried lost his self-control and exerted his aura to the fullest. He would probably have gotten an even greater scolding, but as soon as Medea arrived in situation, he turned around to her and apologized. In over 50 years that they have known each other, Medea has never heard him say sorry, and yet he said that today, not just once, but twice. That's the only reason she's calmly trying to listen to him right now. She directly asks him why he would unleash the Sword Spirit's blessing on a student. If Medea hadn't arrived when she didn't, things would have gotten deadly. Siegfried tells her that if he hadn't released the blessing, then he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand against Gioma. That stops Medea in her tracks. For someone with as much pride as Siegfried to admit that, things must be truly incomprehensible. She knows about the innate talent of Kong Jama, but she also knows better than anyone just how strong Siegfried truly is. Then he reveals that Gioma has already reached the mental realm. Siegfried Siegfried, for comparison, only managed to master it at the age of nearly 30. The fact that a 17-year-old has done it is more than Medea can believe. Siegfried doesn't know either, but there's no denying what he experienced. All this new information is way too much for Medea to understand, but she remembered what she saw after she stopped the fight and went to check on Gioma. The moment she ran up to him, any semblance of dignity as an educator or one of the 7 stars vanished. In that moment, the only emotion she felt towards Gioma was fear, a fear similar to the feeling she had when she met the 6th Division commander, Vasmon. She can't figure out why she would have such an eerie feeling towards one of her own students, but it does give more credibility to the crazy thing Siegfried is telling her. She then asks Siegfried directly if he lost, and the normally calm and quiet man becomes irate in a second. He yells that even if Gioma's talent is innate, there's no way that it would compare to his. And on top of that, he even says that he wasn't fully armed at the time, which is the reason why things went the way they did. Medea calls him out for breaking his own rule of blaming his equipment. And can equipment really be an excuse when facing off against a student? The way he's overreacting just makes him look ridiculous. Her words make him so angry that he tries to activate the sword spirit's blessing right there, but a firm slap from Medea pulls him out of it. Elsewhere, Gioma wakes up from a dream in which he relived his fight with Siegfried. Everything in that memory had ended well, but the Sword Emperor himself was quite hot-headed, and if Medea hadn't stepped in at the right time, the situation could have turned seriously dangerous. At the same time, the mental realm itself was an incredibly strange phenomenon to experience. It was something that could only be accessed when a person achieved complete mastery and understanding of their weapon. The mental realm functioned as an active space that could be entered only when certain conditions were fulfilled, and only peak-level masters who had devoted their entire lives to honing a single weapon were capable of reaching it. Because of that, even in the world of Miracle's Blessing, fewer than 10 heroes could freely access the mental realm. Even Leon, the protagonist who possessed all the qualities of a hero, needed 3 full years of private training just to step into it for the first time, and that was around the point where Gioma had originally stopped playing the game. And yet, Gioma had managed to enter it almost instantly. He considered that it might be because of his sashimi knife. Including his past life, he had been using that knife for over 20 years. On top of that, every time he activated the sword God's Blessing, he would enter a state of concentration that went beyond normal perception. The connection between his current life and his past life began to intertwine, allowing him to break through difficult situations. Based on everything he had experienced so far, avoiding problems only made things worse. Instead of being passively carried along by events, it would be better for him to face what he could handle and solve things step by step. Now that he had gained the ability to control the mental realm freely, he figured he could attempt combat training without relying entirely on the sword God's Blessing. With that thought, he got out of bed and slowly drew out his sashimi knife. After focusing for a moment, he re-entered the mental realm. But in the very next instant, the entire realm shattered, and a massive hand reached out from the void toward him. It extended downward, and a single finger touched his shoulder, instantly pulling him out of the trance, while at the same time filling the hand holding the knife with a powerful aura. However, whatever force that was, it proved to be too overwhelming for the weapon, and the sashimi knife couldn't withstand it, breaking apart and disintegrating. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, several elders were engaged in a heated argument. The same old man who had previously spoken with the Demon Corps commander was now confronting the other elders of the academy. His main objective was to convince them to investigate Gioma, suspecting that he might be a candidate for the hero. However, the others disagreed, as it was already widely accepted that Leon was the chosen hero candidate. The old man argued back, saying that Leon was still incomplete and couldn't even properly manifest his blessing, whereas Gioma had already demonstrated clear ability, starting from when he defeated the Genius Twins during the class placement exam. Furthermore, Medea was deliberately suppressing information about him under the excuse of protecting the student, which only made everything about Gioma seem even more suspicious. Because of all this, he insisted that an investigation was necessary. He also brought up how the 7 stars had been interfering too much in their authority, especially after Medea, one of the 7 stars, became the academy director, which had significantly weakened the elders' influence. After Basman's defeat, public attention had shifted entirely toward the 7 stars, leaving the elders to be seen as nothing more than outdated figures. If a new hero were to emerge, it would only further diminish their standing. The other elders began to agree, realizing that maintaining their power might require the existence of a public enemy. In the end, they unanimously decided that the hero who could threaten the Demon King must be eliminated. The man pushing this agenda had become an elder because of the purple-haired instructor, which was why he was going to such lengths to persuade the others through sheer force. He knew that if he failed here, Kim, the 5th Division commander of the Demon King's forces, would make him regret it in the worst possible way. After continuing his arguments, the elders finally reached a conclusion. Kang Gioma needed to be investigated and ultimately eliminated, and to carry out that plan, they would issue orders to the Auditory family. That wasn't the only issue Gioma had to deal with. Right now, he He was staring directly at the blacksmith he had trusted with his weapon, while the man slowly stepped back in fear. Gyoma had originally hoped to use Murasame as an alternative to his sashimi knives, but somehow, Volander had turned his only chance of escaping reliance on the sword god's blessing into another sashimi knife. And as if that alone wasn't bad enough, the weapon had also dropped from a B-rank sword down to an E-rank. Even Volander himself looked completely baffled. In all his 30 years of forging and smelting weapons, he had never encountered something like this before. When he had tried to work on the sword, it felt as if the weapon itself was resisting the forging process. In the end, he had no choice but to quickly melt it down and reforge it, and even then, he barely managed to give it a proper shape. If any ordinary blacksmith had attempted the same thing, they would have ended up with nothing more than a useless lump of metal. Despite everything, even with his 20 years of experience handling knives, Gyoma could tell that the craftsmanship itself was actually impressive. The specifications of the weapon also matched well with the sword god's blessing. However, the hardness was still stuck at E rank. Even so, the knife still had the potential to become a good weapon. If it was reinforced properly, it could definitely turn into something useful. All Gyoma needed to do was bring the required reinforcement materials, and Volander would upgrade the weapon without charging any additional fees. Still, Gyoma wasn't satisfied. With visible frustration, he demanded to know what would happen if the weapon broke again. Volander nervously reassured him that even though it was currently E rank, it had the growth potential of an A rank weapon and could eventually become even stronger. There was also a special material known as Never Fail, which could guarantee that Murasame would become stronger, but that material could only be obtained from demonic beasts ranked A or higher. The problem was that A rank demonic beasts were on the same level as E rank demonoids, meaning that going after such material would be no different from asking Gyoma to fight something like the mermaid again. Risking his life just to reinforce a weapon was absurd, especially when even low-rank demons could drop usable reinforcement materials. Gyoma then demanded a promise, and Volander swore on his honor as a blacksmith, but that wasn't the end of it. Gyoma also insisted that Volander refund at least half the cost of the leftover scrap metal, which was worth around 10 million won. Volander refused, arguing that he had followed Gyoma's exact instructions when crafting the weapon, and had already agreed not to charge anything for the enhancement process. Gyoma countered that his B-rank sword had effectively been reduced to scrap, and considering the market value, his demand was completely reasonable. Volander tried to push back, but the sharp glint of the blade and the deadly look in Gyoma's eyes immediately shut him down. Realizing he had no way out of this situation, Volander attempted to negotiate the refund down to 500, but Gyoma raised it to 1,000 instead. Even that amount was far too much for Volander, but Gyoma refused to budge any further. At this point, it was clear that Gyoma was fully prepared to extract value in other ways if needed. Faced with the choice between losing money or something far worse, Volander finally gave in and agreed to the price. Gyoma heads to a lone bench on campus to take another look at his blessing. After obtaining a new weapon, his armament has increased, and additional options have become available. The biggest reason that he hesitated to use the sword god's blessing is because of the excruciating pain, but his new stats have reduced the pain by 1 level. It can be further leveled up, which means that leveling up his pain reduction should be his biggest priority. He tested it earlier, and although the pain is still unbearable, it went from feeling like he was about to die to feeling like he can barely breathe. Still, if just 1 level reduces the pain this much, then constant leveling means that he might one day be able to use the sword god's blessing without pain. It seems like armament increases when he obtains new weapons or enhances them. Now that the midterms are over, weapon enhancement should be his top priority to increase his levels. If he keeps growing at this rate, then he might finally be able to understand this power, or maybe he'll even figure out who threw him into this world. As he's eating lunch on the bench, someone sneaks up on him, causing him to startle out of his thoughts. It's Chloe, and it looks like her healing is going along smoothly. She even took off her cast, and Gyoma asks her if her body is alright now. She still needs crutches to move around, but she already feels stronger than before. As they are talking, Gyoma notices a crumb of rice on her face and reaches over to clean it up. The brief contact is enough to cause her to fall over from pure joy. But from the ground, she notices the Murasame on the bench that Gyoma was sitting on. This is the first weapon she has seen him with that isn't just some kind of kitchen utensil. So, it's a pretty big deal. He's still bothered by the fact that it's E rank, and although he got some money back from the blacksmith, he still needs to gather enough materials to enhance the weapon before it can become usable. There's no real reason for Gyoma to get stronger. Ever since he cut down the mermaid, he has been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts. The main reason he wants to enhance the weapon is to reduce the pain. Chloe mistakes his thoughtful expression as him being disappointed by her mentioning that the weapon is E rank. She immediately decides, through perfectly reasonable yandere logic, that the blacksmith that made Gyoma sad must die. Gyoma snaps her out of it, but also notices that someone or something is watching them from close by. He walks over to a nearby tree and kicks it hard, causing an unexpected guest to fall down from it. It's Noxaditor, Chloe's brother, and he doesn't seem very happy that he was found. Chloe is prickly about him suddenly appearing, but Gyoma can't smell any blood on him, and he doesn't seem to be armed either. However, He was following them, so there must be something that he wants. But Nox quickly clarifies that he isn't there for the usual murderous reasons. He came to warn Gioma that the Academy elders have requested for the Aditor family to get rid of him. Chloe confronts Nox and asks if that's why Nox came over, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he tells her that since she has been away from home for a long time, she has lost her edge. Chloe doesn't listen, and instead tells Gioma to get behind her so she can protect him. The two guys watch the slightly disabled girl desperately swipe at Nox from far away before Nox continues his warning. Nox doesn't care what Gioma has been up to recently, but the elders are oddly fixated on him. It's not just him either, but the whole Auditore family has a sense of unease, so they have temporarily postponed the request. They made the request in secret and even bypassed the Academy head. However, since it's a direct order from the elders, it's hard to ignore. If the pressure continues, the family will have no choice but to investigate our MC. Regardless of the reason, since Chloe is a member of the Auditor, Nox felt like she needed to know this as well. That explains his motives clearly. He came under the pretext of family principles, but in the end, he was just worried about Chloe. With nothing else left to say, Nox turns to leave, but Gioma stops him for a moment. He wants to ask Nox about what he said last time about Chloe becoming weak while being with Gioma, but the red-haired older student turns around and continues to walk away. Even he can tell that Chloe is happiest by Gioma's side, and he decides to leave it like that. Even Chloe has never seen her brother act like this before. Before he leaves, he just tells Gioma to make sure that Chloe doesn't get hurt anymore. Gioma doesn't immediately understand, which only angers Nox more. Then Nox takes the opportunity to ask Gioma directly how he became so strong. Gioma seems surprised that he is considered strong. For someone to be strong in his opinion, then he should have the ability to withstand any threats at all times. Like the Sword Emperor, someone like Gioma who can only maintain that level of strength for less than a minute a day isn't a level where he can boast about his strength or even talk about it. Nox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to him, an outsider, so there's no way Gioma can trust him to keep his mouth shut, so he decides to pick something to satisfy Nox. He tells the redhead that he lacks desperation. No matter how much of a skilled Nox is, there's a vibe that comes from someone who has real-world experience. If he stays cooped up in the academy, then he will reach his growth limit, so he has to go out first and gain real-world experience. If he continues working hard, then he will definitely gain something. That's about as much rubbish Gioma can spew out without sounding like he's lying through his teeth. So, he quickly gets up and walks away before Nox can ask any more questions. Back in class, the students were being taught about history and the nature of blessings. However, Gioma wasn't paying attention to the lecture at all, as his thoughts were completely occupied with the information that the Academy elders were targeting him. The elders of the Academy were descendants of 5 of Balor Joaquin's 7 disciples, a group that held immense influence not only within the Academy, but across the entire world. In the game, their role had always been to interfere with the protagonist for the sake of maintaining their own power and security, which was why players referred to them as the corrupt remnants. That was exactly what didn't make sense to Gioma. They were supposed to be targeting the main character, so why had their attention suddenly shifted toward him instead? He began writing down possible reasons that could explain why they would go after him. When he reviewed everything he had done since enrolling in the academy, he realized that he had indeed caused quite a bit of disruption. At this point, it almost felt like he was deliberately trying to stand out, even though that wasn't his intention. Still, none of his actions seemed significant enough to justify being targeted by the elders. One particular event stood out in his mind: the demonic mermaid he had fought on Scopuli Island. It was clear that the mermaid hadn't been targeting him at all, but rather Leon, who had been seen as an obstacle. Even though Medea had done her best to keep the entire incident hidden, the fact that Gioma had defeated the mermaid must have still reached the ears of the highest-ranking figures in noble society. And since the attack had been directed at Leon, who was considered a candidate for the hero, it implied something far more dangerous. It meant that someone among the elders, or possibly all of them, were collaborating with the demons. They hadn't just tried to interfere with Leon either, they had attempted to kill him. All of this pointed to the fact that they were willing to sacrifice both the Academy and humanity itself just to preserve their own authority. The entire situation was completely rotten to the core. Gioma knew that he could storm into the elders' chambers right now and cut them all down without hesitation, but he also understood that it wasn't the right time to act yet. However, when the time comes, Gioma will definitely cut them all down. With this new information in hand, Gioma's decision to head into a dungeon to obtain weapon enhancement materials became completely solid. The first thing he needed to do was form a party, since taking on something like this alone would be far too difficult. Chloe would definitely be willing to help him, but he still needed more members. Instead of someone like Rachel, who relied purely on brute strength, he wanted someone more strategic. The first person who came to mind was Speed Weapon. As soon as class ended, he went straight to the Dragon class to find him. The moment he arrived, he was immediately confronted by a brute who clearly had an issue with Gioma being a special student. From the way he carried himself, Gioma could instantly tell this guy was just a third-rate extra, the exact type of person who would be annoying to deal with. Not wanting to waste time, Gioma simply walked past him, giving a warning for the wannabe bully not to bother him unless he wanted his jaw sliced open. That only provoked the brute further, and he pulled back his fist, ready to throw a punch. From Gioma's perspective, the attack was painfully slow. However, before he could even react, someone else stepped in and landed a punch straight into the brute's jaw, knocking him back. The sudden commotion drew the attention of nearby students, while Speed Weapon casually shook his hand, wincing slightly from hitting such a hard jaw. Gioma had heard of strength-based mages before, but seeing a strength-based healer was definitely something new. Speed Weapon then smiled and asked if Gioma had come looking for him. Gioma suggested they talk outside, and once they were alone, he explained everything he needed. In short, he wanted to form a party as soon as possible, and needed help gathering members. If they worked together, any rewards from clearing the dungeon would be shared among the team, but in return, Gioma wanted to keep the materials dropped by the magical beasts. The main reason he needed help was because, in his own class, if he tried to recruit people, no one except Chloe would join him. But if Speed Weapon helped, the process would become much easier. Speed Weapon commented that if not for the Academy's rules, Gioma should easily be able to clear 5 or 6 dungeons by himself. That might have been true if Gioma could handle the effects of his blessing without relying on his magical painkiller, but in reality, he admitted that he couldn't even clear a single dungeon alone. Speed Weapon didn't believe that at all, and assumed Gioma was just being modest. The conversation briefly shifted into casual chatter, with Speed Weapon mentioning that Gioma looked much better now after everything that happened during the midterms. After a bit of small talk, Speed Weapon agreed to join him, seeing no reason to refuse, and feeling that working with Gioma would be an interesting experience. The dungeon Gioma had in mind was a C-rank dungeon known as the Buffalo Dungeon, located in Chaol-1. With Gioma, Chloe, and Speed Weapon, they now had a party of 3, meaning they only needed 1 more member. Gioma immediately made it clear that he would prefer not to include Rachel or Leon, though in any case, they likely wouldn't be interested. Rachel had gone into seclusion ever since Gioma was hospitalized and had been focusing on training at the academy grounds. Leon, meanwhile, was busy preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids alongside 2nd and 3rd year students. While that worked in Gioma's favor, it still left the final team member undecided. Speed Weapon said that one person did come to mind, but considering their habits, they were probably asleep already. Hearing that left Gioma confused, especially since it was still the middle of the day. However, Speed Weapon acted like it was completely normal and explained that this was just how that person usually behaved. He then told Gioma that he would introduce them, but before that, they needed to stop by a convenience store to pick something up. Later that night, they headed toward a place that looked like an old, luxurious house. The building had a clear Japanese-style design, and Gioma had no idea that the Academy even had something like this. Even during his time playing the Miracle's Blessing game, he had never come across this location. In his previous life, he had worked as a Japanese cuisine chef, yet ironically, he had never actually visited Japan, even though it had always been something he wanted to do. They walked through the courtyard and eventually reached the back, where they found the person Speed Weapon had been talking about. Just as he had predicted, she was fast asleep. He walked up and tried to wake her, but it clearly wasn't working at all. So instead, he leaned closer and whispered something into her ear, saying that he had brought it. Gioma had no idea what it was, but whatever it was, it instantly woke her up. Right after that, Speed Weapon pointed at Gioma and told her that what she wanted was with him. Without wasting even a second, she dashed straight toward Gioma and snatched the bag from his hand. The speed she used to grab it caused her to spin mid-air before landing right on top of him. Gioma was left completely stunned as the girl lay on his chest, casually eating the treats that he and Speed Weapon had bought from the convenience store. While he was still trying to process what had just happened, she asked him, without even moving from his chest, if he had any more yangang, the Korean dessert made from bean paste. Hearing that word triggered a memory from Gioma's past life. Back then, after living a life consumed entirely by work, the Miracle's Blessing game had been his escape from a world surrounded by men. Like any gacha addict, he had spent a ridiculous amount of money, sitting there full of hope, praying that his favorite heroine would end up on his side. The one who made him empty his wallet was none other than Abel von Nibelung, and just like most gacha addicts, he had been deeply disappointed when he realized she would never truly side with him and would more likely treat him coldly. Instead, a standard yet equally rare character had appeared on his screen, asking him if he had any yangang. Her name was Saki Ryozo, and despite her stunning appearance, it only reinforced his belief that gacha games were a scam. The Miracle's Blessing game revolved around the protagonist Leon and featured multiple heroines, with Abel von Nibelung, who is officially recognized by the developers as the main heroine. Each heroine had her own charm and abilities, but the central story focused on Leon and Abel, overcoming hardships together and developing their relationship. Even Gioma, in his previous life, as someone addicted to spending money on gacha, had been completely drawn in by Abel's charm, pouring a huge amount of money into trying to obtain her. Because of that, the other heroines gradually became less important to him. Among them, the one who faded from his attention the fastest was actually the very first 5-star character he had obtained, and just like back then, she had now suddenly appeared in front of him, standing in front of him and asking for her favorite snack. When he didn't respond immediately, Ryozo turned away in disappointment and called him foolish. Despite her lazy and carefree demeanor, Ryozo was actually a top-tier DPS among ranged attackers. She was also a skill-based character, completely different from Leon. On top of that, since she barely influenced the main storyline, her joining the party wouldn't disrupt anything. From Gioma's perspective, recruiting her should be completely fine. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon nervously held up another piece of candy, which she immediately snatched from his hand before telling him to just say what he wanted from her. Getting straight to the point, Speed Weapon explained that Gioma had approached him earlier that afternoon and was trying to form a party for a Buffalo Dungeon raid scheduled for the following week. Ryozo looked at Gioma curiously for a moment, then walked up to him and asked if he was the one who had fought the upperclassmen during the subspace training. Gioma didn't answer right away, and the two of them locked eyes briefly before she turned away. Since dungeon performance directly affected their grades, there wasn't really a reason for her to refuse, but from her perspective, Gioma lacked the kind of determination she wanted to see. It was somewhat ironic for her to judge someone like that while she was still half asleep, but she made it clear that she didn't want to work with someone who seemed so unmotivated. Speed Weapon tried to defend Gioma by bringing up the fight that had happened recently, but Ryozo still wasn't convinced. At one point, Speed Weapon almost let slip what had happened during the midterms with the mermaid, but he quickly caught himself before she could get curious about it. Instead, he turned the conversation around and pointed out how she herself was mindlessly obsessed with Yangang. Gioma simply watched the two of them argue, unimpressed. In his view, a party member could be greedy or rude, but not both at the same time. There was no reason for him to waste his time trying to convince her. He turned around and called for Speed Weapon to follow him, deciding that they didn't need someone with such an uncooperative attitude dragging the team down. At that moment, Ryozo coldly questioned whether the dungeon raid really meant so little to him, leading to another brief stare down between them. Then, without any warning, Gioma pulled out a knife hidden at his waist and threw it toward one of her archery targets, without even looking. The blade struck perfectly at the center. Before Ryozo could even react, he threw another knife, which hit the first one precisely at its handle. Seeing that, Ryozo dropped down in shock, and Gioma simply asked her if she was interested in joining their party now. The next day, Ryozo was already waiting in their meeting room before anyone else arrived. She greeted Speed Weapon and Chloe as they walked in first, and then, a bit nervously, she greeted Gioma when he took his seat. Without wasting time, they moved straight to the main topic. The permits for clearing the dungeon had already been prepared, so now it was time to discuss their approach. Speed Weapon stepped forward and began explaining the dungeon details. The Buffalo Dungeon contained C-rank demonoid buffaloes, commonly referred to as water buffaloes. These creatures were known for charging from a distance before engaging in close combat. However, they had a clear weakness against ranged attacks. Overall, it was considered a straightforward dungeon to clear, but the Academy enforced one strict rule for any students attempting it: they must never open the stone gate located at the center. There were rumors that the gate had some kind of seal placed on it, though that remained unconfirmed. The Academy's permit also explicitly required that the gate remain closed, giving them no reason to disobey. Gioma agreed that they should never open it, though the nervous tone in his voice hinted that he knew more than he was letting on. Ryozo immediately picked up on that and asked if he knew what was behind the gate. He lied, saying he didn't know and that they shouldn't touch it. In reality, he was fully aware that a hidden boss was sealed behind that door and that it could only be opened under specific conditions. For now, the system itself kept it locked. Setting aside the risks of accidentally opening it, the potential efficiency was unmatched. He shifted his attention to Ryozo, who was happily eating another piece of yangang. She clearly loved that snack, and when questioned, she casually justified it by saying that the brain needed sugar. As the conversation continued, Gioma sensed something ominous in the atmosphere. That feeling was separate from Chloe, who looked ready to kill any girl that even glanced in Gioma's direction. But Gioma knew that whatever he was sensing would definitely show itself when the time came. Later that same day, they set off toward Gamyol-do Chair 1, where the dungeon was located. When Gioma had been discharged from the army, he had sworn never to return to that city, yet now he was willingly leading a group back there. Their bus came to a stop at a checkpoint, where the driver had to inform the armed guards that they were students from Joaquin Academy. It became clear that civilian access to the dungeon zone was restricted. Back in the meeting room, Gioma had already felt like the Academy elders were watching him, and now he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad might come out of this trip. Speed Weapon snapped him out of his thoughts by offering him some eggs. Gioma refused, and Speed Weapon jokingly asked if he was getting nervous over a mere C-rank dungeon. He then offered some to Ryozo, but she immediately declined. She continued staring out the window, not really paying attention to the group, though for a brief moment, Gioma felt her gaze shift toward him. Between the elders and his teammates, it felt like everyone had their eyes on him. Eventually, the bus arrived at a place where ancient demons had once nested, though now it had been reduced to a simple farming dungeon. Speed Weapon noticed the amount of luggage Gioma had brought and asked about it, only to find out that it was filled entirely with kitchen knives. As they approached the dungeon, Chloe stepped forward to take point as usual, and the group confidently moved ahead. Just like at the border, the guards stationed at the dungeon entrance verified that they were from Joaquin Academy and had them sign a visitor log. One of the guards seemed particularly interested as he watched Gioma write his name. Before the man could say anything, Speed Weapon called Gioma over, and the large mechanical door opened to let them inside. As the door shut behind them, Gioma glanced back one last time and noticed the guard still watching from outside. Inside, the dungeon walls were covered with small signatures and drawings left behind by previous students, giving the place an oddly tourist-like atmosphere rather than that of a dangerous dungeon. Suddenly, he felt someone tug on his arm. Turning around, he saw Ryozo looking exhausted and out of breath. She asked if he had something sweet to help her feel better, and Gioma reached into his pocket to give her a piece of candy. However, candy wasn't what she wanted, and she specifically asked if he had any yangang. Gioma, clearly not interested in babysitting her, told her to bring her own next time, but she insisted she was saving hers for later. Before their conversation could continue, Chloe spotted monsters charging toward them from about 200 meters away. Speed Weapon immediately turned to confirm that everyone would stick to the plan. He prepared to buff the attackers, while Ryozo and Chloe readied their weapons. Gioma noticed that Ryozo was wielding an S-grade weapon known as the Crimson Bow. With a weapon like that, clearing the dungeon should have been easy for them. The real question, however, was whether he could trust Ryozo to perform properly, especially when she casually took another bite of her favorite snack just moments before the monsters reached them. The monsters came charging straight through the dungeon cave, and Chloe didn't hesitate for even a second as she rushed toward them with dual crossbows in her hands. She leaped into the air and fired 2 shots mid-jump, landing both directly into the eyes of 2 buffaloes. Those 2 immediately fell back, but the rest didn't stop and kept rushing forward, passing right by their fallen allies as they continued their charge toward Chloe. Without slowing down, she reached behind her and pulled out a sword, preparing to continue the fight, just as Speed Weapon called out to her to fall back. Before Chloe could act on that, Ryozo moved faster. She fired 3 arrows in rapid succession, each one striking a target perfectly, taking down 3 buffaloes before they could even reach Chloe. Gioma couldn't help but feel impressed by her skill, but at the same time, he was more worried about the fact that she might break the horns he needed for weapon enhancement. Even so, regardless of how reckless her power might seem, a carry was still a carry, and Ryozo was clearly a high-level DPS who was difficult to stop. As they moved deeper into the dungeon, one of the buffaloes that hadn't completely died suddenly got back up and charged straight toward Ryozo before she could react. She turned quickly to deal with it, but her foot caught on a rock, causing her to lose balance and start falling. With no way to defend herself in time, she dropped to the ground and instinctively took a defensive position. Fortunately, Gioma arrived at the last possible moment, catching her as she fell and cutting down the charging monster before it could reach her. Ryozo stared at him in shock while he held her above the ground, and her mix of surprise and excitement slipped out in the form of a small, cute hiccup. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the same man who had been watching Gioma earlier answered a phone call from someone unknown, hinting that something was being set into motion behind the scenes. Back inside, with most of the monsters already taken care of, Gioma calmly began collecting the buffalo horns he needed for reinforcing his weapon. While he was gathering them, Ryozo walked up behind him and handed him a piece of yangang as a way of thanking him for saving her earlier. He didn't mind accepting it, but the intense yandere aura coming from Chloe right behind him made the situation uncomfortable. Gioma called Chloe over and quietly whispered some instructions to her regarding the guard they had noticed earlier. She acknowledged what he said, and the 2 of them continued discussing it briefly. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon, noticing how close the 2 seemed, jokingly asked if they were dating. Chloe immediately blushed at the idea of being in a relationship with Gioma, but Gioma smoothly shut that down, pointing out that not every interaction between a man and a woman had to be romantic. Chloe didn't like that response at all and shot him a glare, though she didn't say anything further. Instead, she shifted the topic and questioned why there were so few monsters in the dungeon. No matter how popular a dungeon was, it shouldn't have been this empty. Ryozo agreed, noting that the number of buffaloes felt unusually low, and it almost seemed like they were running away from something. That behavior didn't match how buffaloes were supposed to act. Normally, they were docile creatures, and people in the surrounding area even used them for farming. Hearing that, Gioma found it hard to believe that demonic beasts were being used like that, though he admitted that stranger things had happened. There was also something else suspicious about the situation, but Ryozo chose not to mention it. Since they still had cell phone signal and could call for help if needed, things should technically be fine. As they continued moving through the dungeon, Gioma asked Ryozo how she and Speed Weapon had first met. She explained that she had ranked first in the written exams, while Speed Weapon had taken second place. He had bragged about it for weeks afterward, which was how they ended up getting to know each other. She also mentioned that she had placed third in the placement tests. Gioma hadn't expected Speed Weapon to be the bragging type, but Speed Weapon surprised him by revealing that Rachel was actually his distant cousin, which explained why being loud came naturally to him. Their family connection also clarified why Ryozo, as someone familiar with the game, hadn't known about Speed Weapon's ties to the main characters. His family belonged to a branch of the Changsong clan, while Rachel came from the main branch, which was why they at least knew each other. Still, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Speed Weapon reassured Gioma that he was already living his dream, and if anything, Gioma was the impressive one in the group, so there was no need to worry about him. He even went as far as to say that Gioma had the potential to join the 7 heroes, a statement Chloe immediately agreed with. However, Ryozo didn't respond at all. Instead, she quietly walked ahead of the group and declared that she hated the 7 heroes. The others looked at her in confusion, but there was no time to dwell on it. For now, their priority was to work together clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, and head back. They needed a total of 20 kills for the dungeon to officially count as cleared. As they moved through the area, Gioma noticed strange claw marks on the walls that looked cursed. Up ahead, Speed, Weapon, and Chloe kept walking, then called out for Gioma to catch up, since he had been lost in thought. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the guard was still speaking on the phone with the mysterious person on the other end. He confirmed that Gioma's group should have run into the enraged buffaloes by now, and said that he had followed the instructions exactly. He believed the enraged buffaloes should have already taken care of them by this point, but the person on the other end told him not to get arrogant, and asked whether he would take responsibility if the plan failed. The man had no answer to that. Instructor Kim simply told him to call back once he had results. After the call ended, the man looked into the open dungeon doors. Either way, he was dead, so he figured he might as well go inside and confirm everything with his own eyes. He had even forced the gate open himself to make sure their chances of surviving the dungeon would be 0. But when he thought back to Gioma's eyes, it almost felt as if that teenager could see through everything, and that thought kept bothering him as he walked into the dungeon to check the damage. Back inside, Chloe warned the group that more magical beasts were approaching from behind them. Thanks to her blessing, she could sense around 50 of them running in their direction. Then, all of a sudden, the ground around them began to shake as a stampede of buffaloes charged straight toward them. There were far too many, and it was hard to believe these were even buffaloes. They were supposed to be harmless, but this herd was clearly being agitated by something. In that moment, Gioma was reminded of something his mentor once told him. Every blade has its purpose. You cannot use a chicken knife to kill an ox, and sashimi knives are meant for fish. But Gioma had once asked about beef sashimi, which would basically be the same as using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. His mentor had raised his knife at that moment, making Gioma think he was about to get hit, but instead, the man simply smiled while looking down at the fish he had just cut and admitted that Gioma did have a point. Somehow, that old memory surfaced now, and Gioma realized that he was about to use a fish knife to slice cows. With no time to waste, Gioma immediately began giving orders to the group. He told Chloe to distract the herd without charging directly into it. What he needed from her was to break up their formation without actually attacking them. Then he looked at Weapon with a smile and asked if he was ready. Weapon instantly understood that Gioma was about to pull off another miracle and returned the smile, saying he had been born ready for a moment like this. Ryozo, who still was not used to Gioma's absurd amount of raw plot armor, could not understand why both of them were acting so calm in front of this situation. Then Gioma called out to her and told her to lock down the front and stop anything that managed to get close. She agreed shakily, then turned to Weapon and asked why Gioma seemed so calm. Speed Weapon simply told her not to be too shocked when she saw what was about to happen next. A herd of 50 buffaloes was still a herd of 50 buffaloes, and that was exactly why Gioma had prepared an entire arsenal of sashimi knives. One of the nearest buffaloes finally reached the group, and Gioma threw his knives at it like they were throwing knives. In only a matter of moments, all 50 buffaloes were turned into nothing but chunks of meat beneath Gioma. Ryozo was so stunned that she even dropped her yangang. Everything had happened in an instant. Chloe had rushed in using her feline blessing, striking some of the enraged buffaloes while dodging the others, which created the perfect opening for Gioma. Then Gioma himself jumped in with his throwing knives, slicing through dozens of them without stopping. But then the roar of one of the buffaloes made him stagger and freeze for a moment. The remaining buffaloes took that chance and piled onto him. At one point, Ryozo actually began to worry, thinking Gioma might be getting overwhelmed under the sheer number of beasts on top of him. But in the very next instant, the mass of buffaloes covering him exploded away in flying slices of flesh, and when it was over, the only ones left standing were Gioma and his team. After putting on that unbelievable display of skill, Gioma simply sheathed his knife and began gathering all the horns into his bag to use later. Thanks to his painless blessing lasting 40 seconds now, cutting down the buffaloes had been easy work. As Chloe walked over to congratulate him on another job well done, Gioma remembered that he would not have been able to pull this off without the help of his party. While they talked casually, Ryozo kept staring at Gioma in complete shock. Speed Weapon told her that she should not be this surprised since he had already warned her about Gioma's skill, though even he admitted that he still could not fully believe what he had just seen. As they looked at Gioma and Chloe standing over the pile of corpses, both Weapon and Ryozo found themselves wondering what kind of monster Gioma really was. After that, the group resumed moving toward the dungeon entrance. The clear condition for the dungeon had only been 20 buffaloes, yet Gioma had practically soloed enough to clear it twice over. Even then, Gioma still tried to claim that he had not done anything during the midterms. Speed Weapon almost brought up his fight with the mermaid to counter that, but then immediately remembered that people were not supposed to know about that incident. Since Ryozo was right there with them, he quickly changed the subject, and the group kept heading toward the exit. But as they walked, Chloe noticed that the area had become strangely quiet. Soon, they arrived in front of something that looked like a pillar, and Gioma recognized it as the one gate they were absolutely not supposed to open. The group stared at it for a moment, and then Without warning, the gate began to open on its own, while the chains sealing it started breaking apart and falling away. Meanwhile, deeper inside the dungeon, the same guard stood frozen in shock as he stared at the massive pile of buffalo corpses scattered across the corridor. He couldn't comprehend how a group of first-year students had managed to kill that many buffaloes on their own. The only thought running through his head was the crushing weight of his 20 billion won debt from Shierwan land. A few days earlier, a woman claiming to be an instructor from Joaquin Academy had approached him with a proposal. If he followed her instructions, she would erase his debt entirely. Her plan was simple but cruel. She gave him a demon stone and ordered him to use it to control the buffaloes, drive them into a frenzy when Kang Jioma appeared, and finally open the stone gate deep inside the dungeon to ensure their deaths. At first, he hesitated because it meant sacrificing students, but the temptation of clearing such an enormous debt was too strong to resist. He accepted the stone, already imagining a future free from all his burdens, while the woman told him she would contact him again and that he should answer every unknown number. With the promise of his debt disappearing, he no longer cared about the fate of a few students. Now that the stone gate had been opened, he believed there was no way they could survive. At the same time, Jioma and his team passed through the open stone gate, trying to understand where they had ended up. Everything finally started making sense. The dungeon had felt far too easy, and now it was clear why. They had walked straight into a trap, all because Jioma ignored his instincts. The gate was only supposed to open when the giant's demon stone was brought into the dungeon. That stone was a mid-game quest item, and the fragments they had encountered earlier were actually pieces of the giant's mana stone. However, Jioma hadn't expected that those fragments alone would be enough to open the gate. If events followed the game's storyline, the reward hidden here would be incredible. But before thinking about rewards, survival came first. Looking ahead, he noticed something carved into the second gate, a single red line etched into the supposedly indestructible stone. Normally, that would be his way out. However, he had already used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing during the earlier fight. Even so, he believed that Murasame might last just long enough for him to slash the gate and escape before it broke. Just as he was about to act, a massive presence filled the area, forcing everyone to stop and turn around. Standing before them was a gigantic buffalo, far more powerful than anything they had encountered so far. The reward for defeating it was the Blessing of Transition, an ability that could transfer and amplify the user's blessing to a chosen target for a single use. The creature guarding this reward was an A-grade demon known as the Inotaros Minotaros, or more commonly, the Buffalo King. One by one, the torches around the chamber ignited on their own, illuminating the Buffalo King, along with two equally imposing buffaloes standing at its sides. These two flanking beasts were clearly far stronger than the ordinary buffaloes they had faced earlier, and the presence of the Buffalo King itself was overwhelming. Even if Jioma managed to cut open the gate and create an escape route, once the Buffalo King fully awakened, there was no way they would get out unscathed. Unlike the midterms, where he had prior knowledge of the mermaid, this situation was different. Still, he had fought minotaurs before. At full strength, he could handle 3 of them alone, but now he had already exhausted his painless blessing. That meant he had to approach this fight strategically. He asked Speed Weapon if he could provide a pain reduction buff for 2 minutes. If that support stopped even for a second during the fight, Jioma knew he would be taken down instantly. He assigned Chloe and Ryozo to deal with the smaller enemies, while he took responsibility for the Buffalo King himself. With the plan decided, the group braced themselves as the Buffalo King let out a terrifying roar and awakened. Jioma activated the blessing of the Sword God, and instantly, an overwhelming surge of pain coursed through his body, making him cough up blood. Even so, with Speed Weapon's buff supporting him, he could still move. The Buffalo King charged forward, and Jioma moved to meet it, dodging its first attack and circling to the side before it could recover. The pain from the blessing remained intense, forcing him to constantly spit out blood, but he was still strong enough to continue fighting. He parried another strike and moved behind the beast, attempting to bring it down, but the Buffalo King responded with a powerful kick that sent him flying backward. He managed to steady himself before hitting the ground, spitting out more blood as the pain surged through him. Unlike before, when the painless blessing dulled everything, he was now experiencing the full force of the Sword God's power. Strangely, instead of weakening him, it gave him a sense of freedom. He charged in again, evading a massive swing from the Buffalo King's axe and moving at a speed that the others could barely follow. The battle intensified as he continued dodging every attack thrown at him. Growing frustrated, the Buffalo King raised its axe high and brought it down in a devastating strike aimed directly at him. When the dust settled, Jioma was standing calmly on top of the axe, completely unharmed. Ryozo could hardly believe what she was seeing. A human moving and fighting at that level felt unreal. However, she couldn't focus entirely on Jioma, as she was still engaged in combat with one of the Buffalo Guards. She understood the fundamentals of fighting, control over muscles, proper stance, and the use of kinetic energy to disrupt an opponent's balance with minimal effort. But understanding those concepts and executing them in real combat were entirely different matters. Even as her thoughts were occupied with Gioma's movements, she fired an arrow straight into the buffalo's eye, provoking it into a furious charge. In moments like this, even when facing death, Gioma maintained absolute focus. His presence reminded her of Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. She pulled back her bow, took aim at the charging beast, and released a single powerful shot that blew its head apart. Turning her attention back to Gioma, she recalled a rumor she had recently heard about a special admission student whose strength was so great that even Siegfried had acknowledged him by using his aura. Meanwhile, Gioma's aura wasn't far behind in intensity, and the pressure of it pushed the Buffalo King into a frenzy as it tried to knock him off its axe with a punch. But instead of getting hit, Gioma cleanly dodged the attack and immediately countered, slicing open the very arm the monster used to strike him. At the same time, Chloe managed to finish off the buffalo she had been fighting and wiped the blood off her face. She was still inexperienced when it came to dealing with demonoids, but she understood one important rule: the more human-like a demon appeared, the more dangerous it was. While this could vary slightly, a demon that behaved that closely to a human was undeniably powerful. That meant the one Gioma was currently facing was on a completely different level. The Buffalo King let out a roar while clutching its injured arm, then grabbed its axe with its remaining arm and began preparing what looked like a magic attack. That alone was strange, since demonoids weren't supposed to be capable of using magic. But upon closer observation, it became clear that it wasn't casting magic in the usual sense. Instead, it was burning its own life force to generate mana. The surge of power it released made it difficult for anyone to even approach it. Even so, as Speed Weapon continued blowing into his flute with everything he had, he still believed that Kang Gioma would somehow pull off something impossible again. The Buffalo King raised its axe, now completely fused with its remaining arm, and brought it down toward Gioma, who was already weakened and still coughing up blood. Gioma lifted Murasame and managed to block the initial strike, but the impact caused a massive amount of energy to spill out around him. He had intended to cut through the attack itself, but the density of the energy was far too overwhelming. At the same time, dodging wasn't an option either, because his teammates were directly behind him and would be hit instead. The Buffalo King kept pushing forward, and Gioma slowly began to get forced backward. It started to look like he was about to be overwhelmed. Then suddenly, an arrow shot forward and pierced straight into the monster's eye. Gioma turned his head and saw Ryozo, visibly annoyed, telling him to stop spacing out and finish the fight already. Gioma closed his eyes for a brief moment, and when he opened them again, something within him had changed. A new kind of power surged through him. Slowly, the axe began to split apart under his blade, and Murasame started glowing with a blue light. That light looked strikingly similar to the sword aura Siegfried had used during their sparring match. Little by little, Gioma pushed through the attack, and in the end, he completely sliced through the Buffalo King in a single, clean strike. Even after everything they had already witnessed, his teammates were still stunned by just how powerful he was. The once terrifying monster collapsed to the ground, split into two massive chunks of flesh. Gioma tilted his head upward toward the ceiling of the dungeon as his nerves finally settled, realizing that he had actually managed to cut it down. Ryozo stared at him in silence for a moment, finally understanding why Speed Weapon had so much faith in him. At the same time, Gioma's assimilation rate rose from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon dropped to the ground, his lips swollen and bruised from continuously playing the flute. At this point, Gioma kept breaking every bit of common sense he knew. The blue light from his sword had been bright enough to illuminate the entire cave. At such a young age, he was already manifesting an aura, something that made it hard to even believe he was human. Ryozo walked over and told him to breathe, snapping him back to reality. She then admitted that she now understood why Speed Weapon had warned her not to be surprised by Gioma, and also why he kept following him around. After that, she asked Speed Weapon whether Academy rules would prevent Gioma from transferring to their class. While that might be true, it didn't stop someone from approaching things differently. With a smile, Ryozo realized that she now felt like following Gioma as well. Gioma struggled to catch his breath as the adrenaline drained from his body. Even with Speed Weapon's support, the strain on his body couldn't be avoided. Still, the fact that he had managed to fight without relying on the painless blessing showed clear progress. Suddenly, Chloe rushed into him, colliding with him as she broke down in tears and anxiously asked if he was okay. He tried to calm her, since her weight pressing against him was making his already serious injuries worse. She quickly stepped back, blushing, while Gioma silently questioned his own life choices. At that moment, a status window appeared in front of him, informing him that he had obtained a new blessing. Originally, this blessing was meant to belong to Leon, and it was ranked as a spirit-level blessing, the rarest type in existence. Its true potential could only be realized when paired with another ability. The blessing of transition allowed the user to transfer one of their blessings to another living being, or even an object, but it required direct physical contact with the target. It was also a crucial ability for controlling Bolmong, a dual-natured sword that Leon would acquire later in the story. Now that Gioma had obtained such a powerful blessing, there was no reason for him not to make full use of it. Then, Gioma noticed someone watching them from beyond the now open stone doors. hours. He immediately asked Chloe if she remembered the favor he had mentioned earlier. In the very next instant, Chloe launched herself forward and crashed into the man before he could even attempt to escape. Without hesitation, she drove a knife into his thigh, pinning him in place and completely immobilizing him. Speed Weapon and Ryozo were both confused by what was happening, but Gioma calmly walked over to the man and explained that he had already asked Chloe to handle this earlier. The man tried to act innocent, asking what he had done to deserve such treatment, but by now, the situation was becoming clear to the others. The rampaging buffalo herd and the opened stone gate were both connected to him. It was highly suspicious that there were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet he had shown up at the perfect moment. It was obvious that he had been targeting them, though the reason was still unclear. Ryozo quickly realized that there was no way a single staff member could have orchestrated all of this alone. Since he refused to talk at first, both Gioma and Ryozo threatened him directly, making it clear that his life was on the line if he kept silent. Faced with certain death, the man finally broke and confessed. A few days earlier, an academy instructor had approached him and offered to erase his gambling debt in exchange for helping eliminate this group of students. Hearing that, Speed Weapon was furious that someone would betray students over something like a gambling debt. The man tried to justify himself, but that only made Speed Weapon even angrier. Ryozo stepped in and stopped him from attacking the already injured man, then asked for details about the instructor. The man described her as a tall woman with purple hair and eyes. Based on that description, Ryozo immediately suspected that it was likely her class's assistant instructor, since her sharp eyes made her stand out. Speed Weapon then realized that she was probably also the one responsible for the incident during the midterms. When Ryozo asked about it, Gioma finally revealed that during the midterms, they had encountered a demonoid mermaid. That explained why Leon had ended up hospitalized. He had fought a demon. Now that the truth was out, Speed Weapon no longer needed to keep it hidden, and openly stated that Gioma had taken down the mermaid by himself. After witnessing everything Gioma had done today, Ryozo didn't even question it. While they were still talking, Gioma quietly stopped the recording on his phone. He had already gathered all the information he needed from the staff member, meaning the man had no further use. Chloe pulled her blade out of his thigh, making him scream in pain. A dungeon that should never have opened had opened anyway, making this the perfect situation for someone to disappear without a trace. As Gioma turned to leave, he casually instructed the group's assassin to deal with the trash. Chloe didn't hesitate at all, her eyes shifting into that yandere state as the man's screams were cut short almost instantly. As Gioma walked out of the dungeon, he mentally challenged the elders of Joaquin Academy, the instructors, and anyone else targeting him to come at him with everything they had. No matter what they tried, he was determined to erase them all. After returning to the academy, he brought back his reward from the dungeon, the Cow King's horn. It was the horn of Minotauros, the boss of the Hidden Buffalo dungeon, and it guaranteed successful weapon enhancement for anything below A rank. He handed it over to the blacksmith and asked him to enhance Murasame using the horn. Volander was stunned to see that Gioma had actually brought back material from an A-grade beast. Even for a student of Joaquin Academy, that was unbelievable. He couldn't help but ask how Gioma managed to defeat the boss alone, but Gioma simply replied that he couldn't have done it without his team. Then he casually placed the damaged Murasame on the table and asked if it could be repaired. Volander, who had been excited just moments ago, was now horrified seeing the condition of the E-rank weapon he had worked so hard on. However, one sharp glare from Gioma was enough to completely change his attitude. With their business concluded, Gioma turned around and walked away, leaving the sword behind for Volander to finish. As he watched Gioma leave, Volander couldn't help but wonder how his life had ended up like this. Out of spite, he even briefly considered making the sword shorter this time, but just before Gioma exited the shop, he turned back and told Volander to use the leftover materials to buy himself a drink. Volander let out a sigh, questioning how someone like this kid had ended up entering his life. Back in Gioma's class, he took a moment to reflect on how much he had improved. There was no doubt that he had gotten significantly stronger, but at the same time, he figured it wouldn't hurt to ask Speed Weapon for more blessings later on. He opened up his blessing screen, and every time he looked at it, it seemed to have grown longer. The most noticeable change was his assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, which increased gradually, the assimilation rate spiked dramatically after every major battle. Clearing another dungeon would likely boost it again, and it might even unlock something even more interesting for him. However, while his stats were improving rapidly, there was something else happening that concerned him. Ever since his first spar with Chloe, he had started noticing gray hairs appearing. Now, he couldn't help but worry that once his hair fully turned white, he might end up losing it altogether. With so many enemies targeting him recently, he knew he had to stay fully prepared. He couldn't afford to die meaninglessly over something trivial. On top of that, he also needed to properly learn how to use the blessing of transition. Even though he had essentially taken it from Leon, the protagonist would likely end up overflowing with buffs anyway, so it didn't matter as much. There was still a lot for him to do, but for now, he needed to focus on recovering. As he looked down at his desk, he noticed a gift, a piece of yokin, an extremely sweet candy that was almost too sweet to even eat. It was clearly from Ryozo. Seeing it made him recall the fact that, for the first time, he had led his own team to successfully clear a dungeon. At this point, being targeted for assassination had practically become a normal part of his life. Still, having people he could call friends didn't feel so bad. Speed Weapon and Chloe weren't major figures in the main story, and he wasn't even sure whether Chloe truly considered him a friend. After the dungeon incident, Chloe had ended up in the hospital with a fever, and Gioma thought about visiting her when he got the chance. Before he could sink deeper into his thoughts, the Wolf class instructors entered the room and told everyone to settle down. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He checked it and saw a message from an unknown number asking what he was doing. He had no idea who it was and wondered if the message had been sent by mistake. Then another message came through, telling him to look in front of him. He raised his head and saw Ryozo walking into the classroom with a confident smile, waving her phone at him, the same wallpaper matching the profile picture of the unknown contact. The instructor then made an announcement, stating that from that day onward, Saki Ryozo would be assigned to their class. After finishing the announcements, they instructed everyone to change into their gear and report to the training grounds within 30 minutes. The entire class was in disbelief that Ryozo had been transferred, especially after hearing that she had personally requested the reassignment. As she walked through the classroom, several students tried to approach her, but she ignored all of them completely. Gioma watched as she walked confidently through the room, wondering if she was actually heading toward him. Among all the new recruits that year, she was considered part of the so-called miracle generation, ranking among the top 4 students alongside Gioma, Rachel, and Abel. She had also ranked first in academics, while her combat ability was nearly just as impressive, making her a perfect balance of intelligence and strength. On top of that, she was the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes, famously known as the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki also held the position of Prime Minister of Japan, which essentially made Ryozo the equivalent of a princess. And since Japan remained a global superpower in this world, it was only natural that the rest of the class reacted as if a celebrity had just walked in. Everyone was losing their minds, except for Gioma, who was desperately hoping she wouldn't come over to him. But as she smiled in his direction, he deliberately avoided eye contact. That didn't stop her. Ryozo casually jumped onto his desk, landing gracefully right in front of him, and held out her phone, clearly signaling for him to save her number immediately. At that moment, Gioma couldn't help but realize that his bad feelings were never wrong. Back in Shiorwan, near the dungeon gates, a group of investigators was questioning witnesses about a missing person who had disappeared inside the Buffalo dungeon. According to the last statement the man gave before entering, he had been concerned about the cadets and decided to go in to check on them himself. Aside from looking slightly unwell, there hadn't been anything particularly suspicious about the guard before he entered. The detectives eventually dismissed the guard they were questioning so they could continue inspecting the site. As evening turned into night, they stepped outside for a smoke break. Deaths inside dungeons weren't uncommon, but even in the worst cases, there was always a body left behind. This time, however, there was no trace of the missing man at all. Instead, the dungeon was filled with nothing but piles of flesh and blood stacked among the corpses of buffaloes. It was hard to believe that something like this had been done by mere students, especially since the cadets had returned safely, while the staff member who entered afterward had completely vanished without leaving even a body. Something clearly didn't add up, yet the detectives couldn't figure out what was wrong. They briefly considered the possibility that he might be inside the stone gate, but dismissed it since the gate had supposedly never been opened before, and even if they wanted to investigate further, they couldn't simply march into the academy and interrogate the cadets directly. The place was full of nobles, and higher authorities would never approve such a move. One of the detectives stepped away to relieve himself, leaving the other leaning against a cargo crate, still trying to piece everything together. Suddenly, his partner collapsed beside him, and from the shadows, a pair of long, slender legs approached. The detective immediately recognized the presence of magic, meaning a demon was nearby, but to his surprise, the figure that stepped forward was human. Before he could even process it, the woman cleanly sliced off his head, leaving his body to fall lifeless to the ground. In his final moment, he realized the truth. She was a human who had formed a pact with a demon, a demi-demon, half human and half demon. In other words, a villain. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ryozo was happily enjoying her snacks while relaxing in her new seat beside Gioma. She asked him why he hadn't eaten the treat she had given him earlier, but Gioma ignored the question and instead pointed out that Chloe usually sat in that spot. Ryozo didn't care in the slightest, saying that it didn't matter who normally sat there since it was simply first come, first served. Gioma tried to use the opportunity to ask why she had transferred to their class, but before he could get an answer, the teacher announced that there were only 5 minutes left before assembly. The rest of the students began heading out of the classroom, but Ryozo stayed where she was, placing an eye mask over her head as she prepared to sleep. Gioma asked if she planned on attending morning training, but she declined, saying she would rather meditate. In reality, she had no intention of doing anything productive, and simply planned to nap in class. Before he left, she told him not to call her Saki anymore, and insisted that he use her first name, Ryozo. In her culture, close friends addressed each other by their first names. Gioma pointed out that Speed Weapon still called her Saki, but she brushed it off and told him to go ahead and enjoy training before settling into sleep. Elsewhere, In the star class, Rachel stretched lazily, commenting on how noisy her class felt that day. She tried to start a conversation with Abel, mentioning that Ryozo had recently transferred out of their class. It was unusual, considering Ryozo was known for sleeping through class and not putting in much effort. Abel didn't seem interested at first, but Rachel kept pushing, sensing that it might actually be bothering her. Transfers only happened when there were available spots, and their class had apparently been short one student that year. It was also impressive that Ryozo had even figured that out, given how she spent most of her time sleeping in the archery hall. Abel questioned why Ryozo's transfer should matter to her at all, and Rachel explained that Ryozo had recently teamed up with Gioma to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Hearing that, Abel began to understand what Rachel was implying, and her cheeks flushed slightly as Rachel teased her about having a crush on Gioma. Abel denied it immediately, but Rachel pointed out that every time Gioma's name came up, her reaction was noticeably different. There was clearly something there. Abel shook her head and insisted that she had only spoken to Gioma a few times, and that there was absolutely nothing between them. She also asked Rachel to stop spreading such strange rumors. Rachel interpreted that as meaning nothing was happening right now, but that didn't rule out something happening in the future. Then her tone shifted completely, and she told Abel that while she might be able to fool others, lying to herself wasn't a good look. That statement caused Abel to freeze, and Rachel simply told her to think about it. This reminded Abel of a recent conversation she had with her grandfather. He had told her that he would be joining the academy as an instructor. At first, she hated the idea, thinking he was only doing it to keep an eye on her, which she didn't want since she already attracted too much attention. However, Siegfried clarified that he was joining to monitor the first-year students, especially after what had happened during the midterms. He reassured her that they wouldn't run into each other often. Even though Siegfried tried to appear calm, there was a sharp intensity in his eyes that he couldn't hide. The swordmaster, who had always seemed detached, was now actively involving himself. Abel couldn't help but think that the only person capable of causing such a change in him was Kang Gioma, a prodigy who ignored status and broke through the rigid structure of noble society purely through his own strength. His talent defied all logic, and even his background marked him as someone who had advanced rapidly. When Abel had first met him, he had been nothing more than a frail-looking boy who moved around quietly, but now, he had grown into someone sharp and powerful, even surpassing Leon Reinhardt, who was supposed to be the hero candidate. Gioma was walking the path of a true hero more clearly than anyone else, and yet, he never showed off or boasted about his achievements. He simply kept moving forward in silence. If he had ever acted arrogant, she might have disliked him, but instead, he was so different that she couldn't help but acknowledge him. In fact, she even felt a hint of jealousy because Siegfried recognized Gioma, and that made her feel strangely inferior. Rachel's teasing expression snapped Abel out of her thoughts. Abel quickly denied having any feelings for Gioma and insisted that she didn't even have the time or space to think about him. Rachel smirked and said that was good to hear, because it meant she could pursue Gioma herself without much competition. All she needed to do now was deal with Ryozo, and then there would be no competition left at all. Back in Gioma's class, he sat through a lecture where the teacher explained blessings and how they were ranked. The rank of a blessing depended on the type of spirit residing within it. If it housed a guardian spirit, it was classified as a guardian-level blessing, while the presence of an elemental spirit elevated it to an elemental-level blessing. As the lecture continued, Ryozo briefly lifted her head in her sleep before dropping it back down again, completely unaffected, and it seemed that even the professor couldn't wake her. The class simply continued as usual. It had already been 2 days since Ryozo transferred, yet she still hadn't revealed why she joined the class. The main reason for that was simple. She spent most of her time sleeping, leaving no opportunity to ask. And if she was just going to sleep all day, there was no reason for her to specifically sit in the corner right next to him. Fortunately, Chloe was still hospitalized, or the situation could have become messy. Still, Ryozo had covered for him after the dungeon incident, allowing everything to be resolved without much trouble. She was clearly on another level, even surpassing Speed Weapon. The teacher continued the explanation, stating that blessings were divided into 4 categories. The lowest was the personal blessing, followed by guardian level, then true blessings, and finally heroic blessings at the very top. Most cadets in the academy possessed personal spirit blessings, which were considered the weakest. However, under certain circumstances, a personal blessing could still outperform a guardian level one. Elemental level blessings were extremely rare, and Gioma happened to possess one, the blessing of transition. Above all of these were heroic blessings, which were regarded as legendary. Since the beginning of blessing manifestation, only one individual had ever awakened such a blessing, the hero of origins, Valor Joaquin. In modern times, however, there were rumors of one more person, and Gioma knew that the one being referred to possessed the blessing of miracle. As the class ended, the teacher mentioned that they would continue the topic next time. However, Gioma raised one last question. He asked about a phrase he always faintly heard whenever he activated the blessing of the sword god. May the blessing of the gods be with you. The question made the teacher pause, and even Ryozo stirred slightly from her sleep. The teacher admitted that he didn't understand what Gioma was referring to, but he pointed out a flaw in the statement. There were no gods left in the world anymore, which meant that such a blessing couldn't exist. After the teacher left the room, Ryozo let out a small chuckle, teasing Gioma about his embarrassing question. When he asked if she was finally done sleeping, she simply turned away and went back to sleep again. Gioma didn't blame her, and decided he might as well take a nap too. As his consciousness began to fade, a message suddenly appeared in front of him. He woke up to find a large notification informing him that the GM had requested a conversation. In the next instant, Gioma found himself in a strange, abstract space filled with floating scraps, with the message hovering before him. The notification then changed into a prompt, asking whether he accepted the meeting request with the GM. It updated again, stating that the GM was interfering with the world line using code. The term world line was unfamiliar to Gioma, and none of this made sense to him. Suddenly, everything went quiet, and another message appeared, stating that the dimensional gap was too large and that his current level was insufficient. It also mentioned that he had not yet met the requirements for his newly unlocked mysterious trait. Even so, the system asked whether he still wished to proceed. Gioma hesitated, looking around as he tried to understand what was happening. This didn't feel like a dream at all, and there was a chance that he might finally learn the truth behind the blessing of the sword god and why he had ended up in this world. With that in mind, he accepted the request to meet the GM. The world around him immediately began to distort, as if the very code of reality was being rewritten. Everything shattered, and he was pulled into a place he recognized. The same space he had seen when he first awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. Ahead of him, he could see a faint light. Just like before, it was impossible to clearly make out, yet he could tell that he was getting closer to it. Step by step, he felt that he only needed to push a little further, do a little more, and he would eventually reach it. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling him to wake up. A hand broke through the darkness and grabbed his shoulder. The system detected external interference and immediately postponed the conversation with the GM. Gioma reached out instinctively, as if trying to hold on to that space, but the hand forcefully pulled him out. Just before he was completely dragged away, the GM left him with a final message. It told him to cut and sever anything, no matter what it was, and ended with the same phrase, wishing that the blessing of the gods would be with him. Suddenly, Gioma was pulled back into reality, as Ryozo shouted at him to wake up. She was always the one being told not to sleep, yet here he was, enjoying a peaceful nap himself. But her complaining abruptly stopped when she noticed something unusual. Gioma was crying, and didn't seem to be paying attention to her at all. Later that day, Gioma sat alone on a bench, his thoughts drifting back to the strange dream he had experienced. Ryozo had seemed genuinely worried when she saw him crying, but now that he tried to recall it, he couldn't even remember what the dream had been about. What bothered him more was the embarrassment of being seen crying, especially by Ryozo of all people. As he sat there thinking, a group of his rather unconventional friends approached him. They had gathered to go over everything they had discovered so far. They were certain that someone within the academy was targeting Gioma, and they needed to deal with it. As Speed Weapon began summarizing their findings, Ryozo cut him off immediately, saying she already knew everything and didn't need a full recap. Gioma had been the one to ask Weapon to explain things clearly, but now it looked like he was regretting it, as the two of them started bickering again. While they argued, Gioma noticed Chloe behind him, quietly coughing. She was wearing a face mask and clearly hadn't fully recovered yet. He asked if she was feeling better, and she said she was, though she was keeping her distance just in case she was still contagious. Turning back to the others, Gioma asked Ryozo if she had discovered anything new since their last discussion. Instead of answering, she got annoyed that he called her Saki again, and immediately corrected him, insisting on being called Ryozo. Gioma instinctively glanced at Chloe, expecting a reaction, but she seemed too unwell or too focused on not spreading her illness to respond as she normally would. To smooth things over, Gioma corrected himself and addressed her as Ryozo, allowing the conversation to return to the issue of the Academy Elders. Speed Weapon pointed out that they needed to organize their thoughts and decide their next steps. They knew the Elders were targeting Gioma, and they also had a description of the suspicious female instructor from the guard. However, none of that actually solved anything, and the Elders' motives were still completely unclear. The Auditory family would likely handle things eventually, but that didn't help them right now. As for the female instructor, Ryozo mentioned that she might have seen someone matching that description while searching through the Academy's internal security system. She had found a person who fit, but strangely, their identity couldn't be confirmed. Gioma was surprised that she could even pull something like that off, but for Ryozo, it was basic in a world filled with advanced technology. Still, the Academy's security system was top tier, so she had to carry out her hacking early in the morning when it was at its weakest. She had already been sleep deprived, and this only made it worse, which explained why she kept dozing off in class. It also explained how she managed to get Gioma's number without him ever giving it to her. In the end, they still hadn't confirmed anything, and it wasn't like they could just walk up to the Elders and threaten them directly. However, Speed Weapon proposed a different idea. He suggested that the four of them form their own club. Clubs in the Academy had freedom of movement and financial support, and they were officially recognized groups. Being part of a club would also grant them an additional layer of protection, which was important since simply being students clearly wasn't enough. With enemies both inside and outside the Academy, a club could act as a safeguard. Gioma was already familiar with the club system from his past life when he played the game. It had been a feature where players could decorate their own space with furniture, invite characters, and increase affection levels. In reality, it had mostly been a way to drain money from dedicated players, often referred to as the housing system. He had never cared about it back then, but now, in this world, it could actually be useful. There were requirements for forming a club though. They needed at least 5 members and had to submit a proposal to the administrative office. Right now, they were 1 member short. As he thought about it, Gioma realized how strange it was that these people trusted and supported him despite barely knowing him. As people grew older, relationships usually became more calculated, yet these 3 stood by him without hesitation. He genuinely felt grateful for that. Their next step was to decide on a club name. Chloe suggested Assassin's Oath, but the rest of the group found it a bit too edgy. Ryozo proposed picking something random since no one would care anyway, but Speed Weapon quickly shut that idea down. After a moment of silence, Gioma suggested the name Travel Club. It would give them a reasonable excuse to clear dungeons and travel outside the academy without drawing unnecessary suspicion. The others agreed, and just like that, the Travel Club was formed. Now, they needed a club advisor, and they had to sort everything out before the exams coming up next week. Without an advisor, they couldn't officially establish the club. That was the hardest part, since the advisor had to be at least a professor. Chloe suggested asking the Blessing Studies professor since he was kind and popular, but he was always busy, making it unlikely that he would accept. Out of over 500 staff members, only about 30 were professors, and when limited to those teaching first years, the number dropped to around 10. Even though the academy encouraged clubs, there were still many restrictions. The group then turned to Gioma, asking if he had anyone in mind. Gioma thought for a moment and then realized something. The requirement was that the advisor had to be at least professor level or higher. That meant there was one person who qualified beyond that level entirely. When he revealed who he had in mind, the rest of the group could hardly believe that he was serious. For the club to officially exist, the president had to submit the application in person. Since Gioma was the president, he had no choice but to go to the administrative building himself. The moment he handed over the documents, the woman in charge of processing them looked at him with clear doubt, as if she couldn't even imagine someone like him leading a club. It was honestly hard to believe she was even an academy employee, with how openly she looked down on him, all because he was a special admission student. Gioma chose to ignore her condescending attitude and calmly told her to process the application as long as it met the requirements. Instead of complying, the woman stood up and loomed over him, making it clear she wasn't going to make things easy. She pointed out that forming a club required a faculty advisor, and from what she could see, Gioma didn't have a professor willing to take that role. When Gioma asked her to clarify, her meaning was obvious. She believed that no professor would ever agree to support a club founded by someone with his background. In her eyes, his attempt to create a club was pointless from the start. This kind of attitude didn't surprise Gioma much. Whatever small amount of goodwill he still had left for the academy was quickly fading. After nearly 20 years working in the service industry, he had dealt with plenty of unpleasant people, and he knew that staying quiet was usually the best way to handle them. Still, that didn't stop him from wanting to punch her right then and there. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called someone who could deal with the situation. He calmly told the person on the other end that he was in the administrative office trying to submit his club registration. The woman immediately snapped at him for daring to take a call in front of her, but the person on the line simply said they were nearby and would arrive shortly. Gioma ended the call, and the woman seized the chance to scold him even more, going on about how disrespectful he was. Gioma warned her to just follow proper procedure, since the person he called was already on their way. Too busy yelling, she failed to notice her coworkers lowering their heads and avoiding eye contact. She continued boasting, claiming she was related to a close friend of the headmaster and had the authority to have someone like Gioma expelled whenever she wanted. That was enough to make Gioma chuckle. Leaning slightly forward, he told her to lower her voice because it was getting annoying. That pushed her over the edge, and her expression twisted into something completely unhinged, revealing what Gioma called her true face. At that exact moment, the door burst open, startling everyone in the room. Standing in the broken doorway was an extremely angry headmistress. Gioma casually told the woman to show respect to his club advisor. The headmistress, Medea, smiled warmly at Gioma, clearly happy to see him again. He tried to apologize for causing trouble, but she brushed it off, saying she would come running anytime he called for her. Hearing Gioma's name finally made the woman realize who she had been talking to all along, the academy's top freshman. Medea cheerfully told Gioma to leave the paperwork and focus on preparing for his written exams, assuring him that she would handle everything from here. Once Gioma left, Medea's demeanor completely changed. Another staff member hurried over with a chair for her, and the woman tried to explain herself, claiming there had been a misunderstanding. Medea didn't even need to use her blessing to understand what had happened. The woman had mocked Gioma's background, and of all people, she chose someone personally selected by both Medea and the Swordmaster. Without saying much, Medea used her blessing to place a resignation letter in front of the woman and told her to start writing it within 5 minutes. With the situation handled, she later messaged Gioma, telling him that the club application had gone smoothly and that they only needed one more member. As for the woman, Gioma assumed she had been fired, but he didn't feel even a bit of sympathy for her. Medea also told him to visit her office after class. After that, Gioma went to see the person who had become both his enemy and ally, the blacksmith Valander. He had come to collect his equipment, and Valander told him to wait for a moment. This time, the blacksmith actually looked like a proper craftsman at work, though Gioma wasn't sure how Valander felt about him anymore. As someone who had played the game before, Gioma had always had mixed feelings about him, but after everything that had happened, the negative side had definitely grown stronger. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. In the game, Valander was one of the main NPCs responsible for almost every aspect of equipment upgrades. Like most characters in games like this, he was someone players either loved or hated. He had a reputation for draining players' money because of how luck-based his enhancements were. Gioma himself had been a light spender in his previous life, so he couldn't fully relate, but he knew that heavy spenders would go to extreme lengths, praying for luck and hoping Valander would finally favor them. In reality though, most players just cursed him whenever their upgrades failed. Even Gioma had done the same when his Murasame had been downgraded from a B rank to an E rank. Valander snapped Gioma out of his thoughts and asked what he was thinking about. Then, with clear pride, he presented the newly upgraded weapon, confidently claiming that this time, his craftsmanship had reached perfection. The sword looked completely different now, polished, refined, and almost gleaming with a fresh presence. On top of that, it even came with additional special options, which immediately pleased Gioma. The Murasame now carried the effect known as Scattered Rain, and seeing the sword in its new state made Gioma instinctively praise Valander like a god for the insane luck that had finally come his way. Thanks to this enhancement, Gioma's Painless Blessing had also improved, extending its duration from 40 seconds to 50 seconds. Before, he had already felt that 40 seconds wouldn't be enough for future dungeon runs, so gaining an extra 10 seconds made a significant difference. Considering that he planned to combine it with the Blessing of Transition later on, the benefits would only increase as his armament level rose. Overall, this was undeniably a huge advantage for him. Despite all the complaints he had in the past, the Painless Blessing was proving to be extremely versatile for a spirit-level ability. The sword had now been upgraded to D grade. After everything that went into it, the result wasn't as high as Gioma had hoped. Since he used materials from an A-grade monster like the Buffalo King, he had expected at least a C-grade result. Still, considering that he would be channeling aura through Murasame frequently, increasing its durability by 2 grades was still a solid improvement. At the very least, it wouldn't shatter mid-combat anymore. While examining his status screen, Gioma noticed a flashing button that seemed to be urging him to press it. He had a bad feeling about it, but pressed it anyway. New information appeared immediately. Because of the successful reinforcement and the weapon's high growth potential, the sword could now gain up to 3 special abilities. However, these abilities required magic stones to activate, and their effects would be random. Magic stones were extremely rare, and Gioma couldn't hide his shock that strengthening his weapon further would now depend on something so difficult to obtain. At the same time, elsewhere, an elder working alongside a demon commander smashed a drinking cup into a mirror. He then continued drinking straight from the bottle before throwing it aside as well. His gaze drifted upward toward a portrait hanging above, showing his father, Limon von Baimhark, one of the 7-star heroes known as the Mad Tiger. 40 years ago, Limon had died in battle during the campaign against the 6th Legion commander, Vasmon. Society had celebrated him as a noble hero, but in reality, his death had triggered chaos within the family. Afterward, numerous relatives attempted to assassinate his son in their greed to take control of the Baimhark family. To survive, he had to harden himself completely, abandoning any sense of softness. Instead of being eliminated, he manipulated those same relatives into destroying each other. In the end, he managed to restore his family's crumbling foundation. By the age of 30, he had risen to become an elder of Joaquin Academy, dedicating himself to guiding humanity while maintaining the dominance of the ruling class. For him, demons served as the perfect justification for that power, giving humanity a constant enemy to rally against. However, there were always unpredictable variables that threatened to disrupt everything. One of those variables was Leon von Reinhardt, a hero candidate born with the potential to defeat the Demon King. Even so, given the overwhelming difference in power between humans and demons, the chances of Leon actually succeeding were almost non-existent. The existence of figures like Lyson, the 1st Legion commander, who had once been sealed by the legendary hero Valor Joaquin, had already set the standard for how powerful true legends were. Then, one day, a woman approached him with an offer to personally deal with the so-called hero candidate. She appeared to be nothing more than an instructor, and at first, he questioned how someone so far beneath him could dare to speak so casually. But the moment their eyes met, he understood the truth. She was the one holding power in that exchange. She was a human who had willingly abandoned her own kind to form a contract with a Legion commander, making her a half-human, half-demon, a villain. Things had already been complicated enough with Leon alone, but now an additional problem had emerged in the form of a low-born special admission student, Kang Gioma, who was disrupting everything even further. Even the Auditore family seemed hesitant to act, claiming they lacked sufficient justification. Frustrated, the elder, Claude von Baimhark, finally gave an order, telling his subordinate to summon the Undertakers. The next day in class, Gioma quietly scribbled his thoughts into a notebook. His mind focused almost entirely on one thing, the fact that the Murasame now required magic stones to grow stronger. The gap between weapons with magic stones and those without them was massive. Having a weapon with 3 slots for special abilities was basically hitting the jackpot. The problem was that magic stones only dropped from specific dungeon bosses, and usually from A rank or higher demonic beasts, which were essentially demonoids in everything but name. At this point, it almost felt like Gioma was cursed to keep fighting demonoids if he wanted to get stronger. He even joked to himself that maybe it was because the word demon was part of his name. He glanced over at Ryozo, who was sleeping peacefully with her usual odd eye mask on, and wondered if she had stayed up all night again. It had already been a week since they cleared the dungeon together as a club. The key required to open the stone gate in the Buffalo King's area was also a magic stone, specifically one that came from a colossal beast known as a gigant. Somehow, someone had already managed to kill a gigant and take its stone. Even in the game, gigants were portrayed as monsters so powerful that a single step could shake the earth, and even they were nothing compared to the creatures introduced in later updates, beings that were basically natural disasters given form. Gyoma paused for a moment to seriously consider whether it was worth risking his life just to add special abilities to his weapon. Hunting demonic beasts for magic stones was supposed to be Leon's role, not his. While he was deep in thought, Chloe entered the classroom and greeted him. She noticed Ryozo sleeping in the seat she would have preferred, but she didn't comment on it. Gyoma asked if she had fully recovered, and she confirmed that she was feeling much better. Even so, Gyoma himself had clearly taken a toll after releasing that blue light from his weapon. Before Chloe could say anything more about it, he cut her off, making it clear they shouldn't discuss it further. The blue light, she mentioned, was aura, something only truly powerful individuals could use. Thinking about it again, Gyoma started to feel like farming magic stones might actually be worth the risk. Despite his earlier hesitation, he now found himself craving more strength. At some point, he had completely let go of any thoughts about living peacefully or safely. Still, his core goal hadn't changed. He just wanted to survive. The problem was that things kept happening that never existed in the original game, and those unknown variables were constantly targeting him. The storyline he once knew was becoming more and more distorted, almost as if the world itself refused to leave him alone. It had already been a month since he enrolled at the academy, and the truth about the second human-demon war, which would begin in 3 years, would soon come to light. Strengthening himself and upgrading his weapon were no longer optional choices. They were necessities. At this rate, he couldn't even trust Leon as the hero candidate to carry the future. The fact that a demonoid mermaid had managed to defeat him in a single attack felt almost pathetic. The entire situation was exhausting to even think about. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice Speed Weapon approaching until Ryozo suddenly punched him in the face, snapping him back to reality. Speed Weapon had come to ask about the club registration, and Gyoma confirmed that the headmaster had approved it. They just needed one more member to officially start. Weapon then shared some news. Leon had been going on a rampage lately, clearing high-ranking dungeons non-stop. It seemed like Leon was finally starting to act like a proper protagonist, making Gyoma reconsider his earlier doubts. There were even rumors that Leon had cleared an A-rank dungeon just the previous day with a small party, while Gyoma's group had barely managed to get through a C-rank dungeon. Speed Weapon also pointed out that Ryozo seemed unusually well-informed about Leon, making it pretty obvious that she had feelings for him. Instead of answering directly, Ryozo briefly glanced at Gyoma before turning away and stating that she was no longer interested in Leon. Leon's growth was undeniable, and at this pace, he would likely obtain Balmung during the upcoming Survival Island training. Thinking about it more logically, Gyoma realized that surviving this long with nothing but a sashimi knife was already something close to a miracle. It was possible that his very existence had been diverting attention and danger away from Leon. Even if that was true, Gyoma had no intention of just accepting it. If his survival depended on it, he would cut down anything that stood in his way. He had no desire to act like a flawless hero, and he wasn't the protagonist of this world. Under his breath, he muttered that he would slice through anything that blocked his path. Ryozo overheard him and casually asked if he was into anime, since that line sounded exactly like something out of a game or a show. Elsewhere, a group of dangerous-looking individuals walked through the academy halls, following a maid who led them deeper inside. One of them muttered in disbelief, wondering how their group had ended up receiving a request from the elders of Joaquin Academy. At this rate, if jobs like this kept coming, they might as well become a fully recognized assassination organization. Their boss, a woman with short silver hair, immediately shut him up, warning him to keep quiet unless he wanted his teeth knocked out. Another thug leaned over and whispered that since he was new, he didn't understand yet, their boss hated elites more than anything. But even with that, the payout for this job was simply too good to turn down. As their chatter continued, the boss repeated herself, this time more firmly, ordering everyone to stay silent. Eventually, they arrived at the office of the elder who had summoned them. The maid knocked and called out, and after receiving permission, they stepped inside. Leading the group were Jiang Taipeng, the deputy leader, Farik, a low-level grunt, and their boss, Lei Shen. The three of them were members of the Undertaker Syndicate, a mercenary alliance made up of villains. The elder thanked them for making the trip, and immediately got to business. He instructed the maid to hand over a file, which contained detailed information about Kang Gyoma. One of the men looked confused, questioning why they were being given information about some random student. The elder ignored the question and stated the objective clearly. Their task was to eliminate Gyoma during next week's Survival Island training. If they succeeded, they would receive 100 million upfront as agreed, along with an additional bonus upon completion. Lei Shen asked how the body should be disposed of, and the elder responded coldly, telling them to dump him into the ocean surrounding the island and let the sharks and fish take care of the rest. The day of the written exam arrived, and Gyoma sat with a sandwich in hand, casually reviewing the material. He had already performed well in the midterms, so he didn't feel the need to go all out this time. However, since the rankings would be publicly displayed, he knew he couldn't afford to slack off either, especially when two of his own club members consistently ranked first and second. He couldn't allow himself to fall behind. While studying, his phone buzzed with a message from Ryozo, reminding him to eat a proper breakfast before the exam. Gyoma replied simply that he had already eaten a sandwich. That immediately triggered a long rant from her about the importance of sugar intake, along with an enthusiastic breakdown of why Yang was the perfect food for situations like this. It honestly felt like she specialized in spouting nonsense first thing in the morning, which made it even more confusing how she managed to top the academic rankings. Gyoma responded by mentioning that his country also had traditional sweets meant for exams, which instantly caught her interest. But before she could go deeper into it, he abruptly ended the conversation by telling her to just eat shit. She began spamming his phone with messages asking what he meant, but Gyoma had already set his phone to silent and ignored everything. He had no intention of dealing with her nonsense any further, and instead focused on preparing for the exam, determined not to lose to the Yang fanatic. That determination didn't last long though, because the reality was that Gyoma wasn't exactly brilliant academically. While Ryozo and Speedweapon argued over correct answers after the exam, Chloe approached him and asked how he did. He casually said he had guessed most of the answers, though in truth, he had barely managed by relying on knowledge from the game. Still, he figured he must have done better than Chloe, at least. He then asked her if she had heard anything from Nox or received any updates. She explained that her brother had called the previous evening, but she had missed it because she had been asleep. The call had come around 7 p.m., and since she had stayed up all night studying, she ended up sleeping through it. Knowing Chloe, Gyoma suspected she might have ignored it intentionally. Since the contact information of the Auditor family was classified, the only way Gyoma could get information was through Chloe, unless Nox reached out directly. There was clearly some awkward tension between the siblings, and Gyoma couldn't help but feel that siblings should normally have a better relationship than that. Meanwhile, Speedweapon loudly complained about how he had studied for days without sleeping, only to still lose to Ryozo in exam rankings again. As he spiraled into frustration, Ryozo casually walked over and sat closer to Gyoma. Curious about what he and Chloe were discussing, she bluntly asked if the two of them were dating. While Chloe immediately started drifting into her own imagination, Gyoma quickly shut that idea down, clarifying that it wasn't anything like that. Ryozo leaned in even closer and questioned why he kept ignoring her messages if he didn't even have a girlfriend. Gyoma defended himself, saying it only happened once and that he wasn't constantly ghosting her. Before the conversation could continue, Chloe interrupted, clearly irritated after hearing that Gyoma and Ryozo had been texting. Gyoma turned toward her as she called his name in an eerily calm tone, only to find her staring at them with a full yandere expression. With an unsettling calmness, she questioned him about why he had been messaging Ryozo at all. Chloe's sudden outburst completely shocked Gyoma. Just a moment ago, she hadn't reacted at all when he and Ryozo were sitting right next to each other, yet now she was losing control over something as simple as a text. Even Speedweapon couldn't understand why her attitude had flipped so abruptly, while Ryozo, instead of being concerned, actually found the situation entertaining. She teased Gyoma, asking him why Chloe was acting like that, but Gyoma immediately warned her to step back before she made things worse for all of them. Ryozo ignored him completely and kept pressing him, repeatedly asking why Chloe was suddenly behaving like that, even though it was obvious she already understood the reason. It was clear that she knew exactly what was going on with Chloe, but she chose to keep provoking the situation for her own amusement, completely unaware of how dangerous Chloe's yandere side was about to become. Chloe had clearly reached her limit watching the two of them interact so casually. She stopped holding back and confronted the issue directly. Gyoma had never even given her his phone number, and yet he was already texting freely with Ryozo. Gyoma tried to explain that Chloe's number was confidential, but she refused to listen. Her focus was entirely on the fact that Gyoma had once promised that he would be her one and only prince. At the same time, Ryozo clung tightly to Gyoma's arm, full of curiosity about what was happening, while Gyoma struggled to explain things under the heavy waves of killing intent coming from Chloe. He bluntly told Ryozo that Chloe was a yandere, but Ryozo pretended not to know what that meant. Speedweapon immediately stepped in, grabbing Ryozo by the face and pulling her away from Gyoma, since he clearly understood how serious the situation actually was. Chloe then pulled out her legendary box cutter, fully entering her yandere state and preparing to cut down everything in front of her. This time was clearly different from before, and Gyoma had no idea how to handle it. He realized that he had been slacking on researching yandere behavior on Neotube, and now he was completely unprepared to deal with her. Chloe slowly stepped toward him, declaring that from now on, she would make sure he would only ever look at her. Without giving him even a moment to react, she suddenly rushed forward and slashed at him with the box cutter. At that point, even Ryozo understood that the situation had become seriously dangerous. Chloe continued attacking him with repeated slashes while ranting about how Gyoma always made her sad. She accused him of constantly spending time with other girls and flirting with them instead of staying by her side. One of her swings missed Gyoma entirely and instead went straight toward Ryozo, who was standing behind him. Gyoma reacted instantly, knocking Chloe's hand aside before the blade could reach Ryozo. Immediately after that, he forced Chloe down onto a table and pinned her there, standing on top of her to stop her from struggling. Speedweapon and Ryozo both stared in shock as Gyoma tried to calm her down, with Ryozo looking especially irritated at what she was seeing. While holding Chloe down, Gioma tried to get her to talk to him. She kept trying to push him away, but her strength was already fading with him restraining her. Even then, she refused to listen. She pointed out that all this time, he never even wanted to stay in touch, yet now he suddenly wanted to talk. Gioma leaned in closer and told her that he wanted to talk to her face to face instead of through something like a phone. That seemed to calm her slightly. As he leaned in even further, determined to settle everything right there, he thanked her for always thinking about him. That was enough to completely overwhelm Chloe. She entered a full yandere overload state, and even Speed Weapon started blushing at how intense Gioma's riz was. Once Chloe was fully immobilized, Gioma stood back up and reminded her of their time in the Buffalo Dungeon, how he had relied on her and how they had fought together. They had shared many experiences already, so there was no need for her to get this upset so easily. With Chloe finally calmed down, Gioma took the opportunity to step away, relieved that he had somehow managed to handle the situation. Speed Weapon asked him if he was okay, but Ryozo stayed completely silent, clearly disappointed by everything that had just happened. The conversation shifted, and Gioma suggested that they clean up and head out. Ryozo left the room shortly after. Later, as Ryozo and Speed Weapon walked back toward their dorms, both of them had Gioma on their minds. From what they had seen so far, it was obvious that whenever the topic of Gioma came up, Chloe would give off a murderous aura. It didn't take much to understand that Chloe had very strong feelings for him. However, those feelings were clearly twisted into something far more dangerous than normal affection. What surprised them even more was Gioma himself. Behind his calm words and gentle actions, he always kept his sashimi knife ready. He tried to resolve situations through persuasion first, but it was obvious that he was prepared to switch to violence at any moment if necessary. He understood how to use the threat of violence when needed. At a glance, that might make him seem like a villain, but in reality, those were qualities of someone capable of ruling. Speed Weapon had already believed in him before, but now he was completely certain that Gioma was destined for greatness. While thinking about all this, Speed Weapon noticed Ryozo aggressively tapping on her phone. She had been making irritated expressions for a while, clearly bothered by something, but she didn't want to explain it. So instead, he asked her why she kept messing with her phone like that. She revealed that she was deleting a video from her NeoTube channel titled The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere, which was the same video Gioma had been using to deal with Chloe, although Speed Weapon didn't know that. Even though the video had over 200,000 views and was clearly doing well, she still insisted on deleting it, saying she didn't need it anymore. After that, Speed Weapon changed the topic, and the two of them continued chatting as they walked across the campus. Elsewhere in the academy library, Gioma sat among other cadets, flipping through a stack of books. Starting next Wednesday, a deserted island survival training was scheduled to take place on Avalon Island, lasting for 3 days and 2 nights. From the name alone, it sounded like a serious survival camp, yet cadets were only allowed to form teams of 1 to 4 people. The academy had even released an official announcement with all the detailed information to every cadet. Because of that, the whole event felt less like a harsh survival test and more like a school activity, something closer to camping or a structured outing. Gioma was going through multiple survival guidebooks, trying to better understand how to manage himself during the training trip. Since it was labeled as survival training, the academy would be evaluating each cadet's level of self-sufficiency. However, the final outcome of the training wouldn't actually affect their grades. Thinking about it more carefully, even for Gioma, who had experienced everything as a player of the game, this particular training event had left a strong impression on him. It was a major part of the main storyline where the protagonist would acquire the hilt of Balmong, the main weapon tied to the hero. During that same island training event, there would also be an incident that triggered the development of feelings between Abel and Leon. Back when he played the game, Gioma had been deeply invested in that part of the story, but now, things were different. After entering the academy and going through constant danger and life-threatening situations, he had grown cynical about things like romance. With the academy elders targeting him and a mysterious instructor also involved, there was simply too much happening for him to even consider something like love. No matter how beautiful Abel was, this wasn't the kind of situation where he could afford to develop feelings. Love could wait for another life. In this life, as a swordsman, what truly interested him was the holy demon sword, Balmong. Maybe it was because of his nature as a swordsman, but he couldn't stop himself from wanting that weapon. As someone who used to play the game, he already knew where Balmong was located and what kind of power it held. However, collecting the scattered pieces of Balmong was a crucial part of the story's progression. Even if he knew the locations of all those pieces, he still wouldn't be able to obtain them. The condition for acquiring Balmong, a weapon that chooses its own master, required the manifestation of the Blessing of Miracle. That essentially meant the weapon was designed exclusively for the protagonist. Compared to that, Gioma, who still relied on a sashimi knife, was nowhere near worthy. Instead of wasting time longing for something impossible, it made more sense for him to focus on what he actually needed to survive those 3 days on the island. Because of what had happened on Scopuli Island earlier, the academy director had made a special request for the Sword Emperor to join as a guest instructor for the Wolf class. The strongest hero in the world would now be guiding a group of first-year students on what was essentially a camping trip. The main storyline had already changed quite a bit, but at least this development meant Gioma could pursue his goals with a bit more safety than before. Gioma moved toward another shelf to grab more books, hoping to find something useful. He hadn't come to the library just to read basic survival tips that he could easily look up online. He was searching for something very specific related to Avalon Island. He picked up a book that covered the island's history and began reading through it. Avalon Island was located in the far western sea, known as a mystical place where the terrain constantly shifted. At the very center of the island was an ancient body of water called the Queen's Lake, and certain tribes referred to it as the Land of Beginnings. At present, the island remained completely uninhabited. All of this information was already familiar to Gioma, which meant he would likely need to go through a large portion of the library to find exactly what he was looking for. As he continued searching through the books, a voice suddenly called out to him, and a firm hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was Leon. The blonde protagonist greeted Gioma with a faint smile. Behind them, a group of girls reacted with excitement at the mere sight of Leon, but Gioma's attention was fixed on the book Leon was holding. It was an introductory book on magic, suggesting that Leon was trying to improve after what happened during the midterms. Even so, something felt off. The protagonist shouldn't have been sitting in the library studying magic at this particular moment. Gioma found himself growing suspicious of the situation. Leon asked what kind of books Gioma had been reading. Gioma explained that he was simply trying to learn more about Avalon Island for the upcoming training. Leon commented that Gioma seemed surprisingly diligent, and Gioma couldn't deny that. Between physical training, dungeon exploration, and studying magical beasts, his daily life had become extremely busy. Knowing what would happen in 3 years, Gioma had been doing everything he could to prepare in advance for his own survival. In the end, everything he was doing was for his own sake. Leon thought about that for a moment before saying that the two of them were different. That statement reminded Gioma of the earlier moment when Leon had asked him where he came from. On the surface, Leon wasn't behaving much differently from how he had in the game, but something about him still felt off. Compared to the version of Leon that Gioma remembered, this one seemed slightly different. There was a faint trace of sadness in his expression, along with a sense of inner conflict in his demeanor. Before Gioma could properly analyze what was going on, Leon suddenly stood up and wished him a safe trip home. With that, he left. There was definitely something unusual about the protagonist. Perhaps it was the burden of being the hero, someone who carried the fate of humanity on his shoulders, but whatever it was, it clearly weighed heavily on him. After Leon left, Gioma returned his focus to the books, continuing his search for the information he needed before the library closed. The day of the survival training finally arrives, and students gather at the training grounds for the orientation. Abel and Rachel walk over and meet up with Ryozo and Chloe, and just like that, Gioma's 4 wives end up facing each other in a brief but tense stare-down. A bit of small talk starts between Abel and Ryozo, but before anything meaningful can come out of it, Rachel jumps in and cuts through the tension. She bluntly brings up how Ryozo transferred into Gioma's class and is basically trying to steal him behind their backs. Before Rachel can push that accusation too far, Abel quickly interrupts her to stop things from escalating. But Rachel doesn't hold back at all. Instead, she raises her voice even more, pointing out that Ryozo not only went to a dungeon with Gioma, but also formed a club with him, and now there's even a chance she'll spend 2 nights and 3 days with him on the survival island. Ryozo steps in and shuts that down by saying that Gioma himself stated he plans to do the training alone. His reasoning was that there are things he wants to try out by himself, so he intends to take on the entire island solo. Hearing that immediately excites Rachel, because it means Gioma will be completely alone for the full 3 days. That's when Rachel comes up with a game for the 4 of them to play while they're out on the island. Even though Gioma said he wants to go alone, there's no rule that says he can't be found. So Rachel introduces something she calls the Rachel game, which gives one lucky girl a chance to spend time alone with him. Since Avalon Island has terrain that constantly changes, and even though they'll use a spatial gate to get there, everyone will be dropped at completely random locations. Just meeting up with each other will be difficult, and forming proper teams will be even harder. Because of that, the game is simple. Whoever finds Gioma first wins, and the other 3 have to give up. The one who finds him gets to completely monopolize him. If the girls run into each other, they can either team up or split off however they want, but they must not interfere with each other's chances. All of them agree to the rules. But Abel immediately turns bright red at the thought of monopolizing Gioma. She refuses to take part in the game altogether. That only makes things better for the others, since it reduces the number of competitors. Meanwhile, the man at the center of all this, Gioma himself, is struggling just to stay awake. He spent way too long in the library the previous day and barely got any rest. He had already written down everything he needed to know on his phone and came fully prepared, carrying 24 sashimi knives along with a hidden secret weapon. On top of that, Medea kept messaging him constantly like an overprotective parent, making sure he was properly prepared for the trip, and even reminding him to bring some extra pairs of underwear. At this point, she felt more like a grandmother than a school director. Before heading out, Gioma takes a moment to scan the training grounds, carefully observing the teachers present. He's specifically looking for a tall female instructor with purple hair and purple eyes. He doesn't know her exact intentions, but if she's targeting him, then this deserted island training would be the perfect opportunity for her to make a move. The constantly shifting terrain of the island would also make it easy to clean up any evidence afterward. Of course, that logic applies to Gioma as well. Still, He isn't comfortable with the idea of using a knife against a person, but at the same time, he can't just sit around and let himself get killed either. The real problem is identifying the correct person, because for some reason, there are way too many women with purple hair and eyes around, as if everyone had been dipped in food coloring at birth. His thoughts get interrupted when Siegfried and Abel walk past him across the training grounds. The Sword Emperor reminds Gioma to keep working hard and aim for good results, but also tells him not to forget to rest properly and enjoy the training. After a bit of casual conversation, the two continue on their way. However, Abel lingers for a moment longer than expected, staring at Gioma before finally leaving with a small huff. Gioma doesn't think much of it, and even lets out a small laugh, recalling from the game's storyline that she'll soon end up getting a boyfriend anyway. As he watches her walk away, he completely fails to notice Ryozo sneaking up behind him with what she believes is a mischievous expression. That plan falls apart instantly when Gioma suddenly turns around and flicks her hard on the forehead. She yelps in pain and jumps back, completely caught off guard by the sudden hit. All she had come for was to wish him luck for the training, but now she's too annoyed to even look at him. Gioma, on the other hand, genuinely doesn't understand Ryozo at all. Lately, he hasn't even been able to sleep properly because she keeps sticking around him all the time, and if he tries to ignore her, she just gets more restless and starts pacing around like crazy. He has no clue what exactly about him caught her attention so strongly. Even so, Ryozo is still technically one of the heroines in the story. Because of that, Gioma has no intention of getting any closer to her than absolutely necessary. The spatial gate to Avalon Island finally opens, and the students are instructed to carefully pass through it as they begin their test. Gioma steps forward toward the gate, fully determined that this time he will find exactly what he's looking for and get through the entire event quietly, without causing any trouble. As he passes through the gate, he arrives on Avalon Island, the sacred land itself. More specifically, he finds himself standing right in front of the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. Even so, this isn't the time to stand around sightseeing. There's a survival test to complete, and everyone else is already putting in effort, so there's no room for him to slack off. Fortunately, he had already taken a photo of the island's map back in the library. On top of that, he had marked a specific location where he could obtain the Blessing of Regeneration, basing it on his memories from when he played the game. The map looks familiar enough, so Gioma assumes that the blessing is located somewhere near the lake at the center of the island. That means his immediate goal is to get as close as possible to the lakeside of the World Tree. From there, he'll need to cross both a rocky region and a forested area. There are still 3 full days left of the island training, and the Academy didn't send them here just to wander around. The cadets were given a mission to locate hidden orbs scattered across the island. It's essentially a treasure hunt, similar to activities done on school field trips. The more orbs a student finds, the better their final evaluation will be. On top of that, these orbs can also be used as enhancement materials, which only makes Gioma even more interested in collecting as many as he can. Following something he learned from one of the survival books in the library, Gioma pulls out the secret weapon he specifically prepared for this training. It's a medium-sized machete that he bought from the hiking section of a supermarket. Normally, it's used for clearing weeds or cutting wood, but the important thing is that it's long enough to avoid triggering the blessing of the sword god. He purchased it with the intention of saving his 50 seconds of the painless blessing for a truly critical situation. As he tests the machete, a small rabbit peeks its head out from a nearby bush and stares at him curiously. At first, Gioma thinks this is the perfect chance to gather some food, but that thought doesn't last long. The rabbit slowly steps out of the bush, revealing that it's actually far larger than he expected, much bigger than himself. It's clearly a dangerous creature, but Gioma has already taken down Buffalo King before, so a rabbit like this shouldn't be a big deal. In his mind, he doesn't even need to activate the blessing of the sword god to handle it. Elsewhere on the island, Abel also encounters a rabbit, but hers is completely normal in size, and looks much cuter than the monstrous one Gioma is dealing with. At first, Abel considers helping it find a safe place, but the rabbit suddenly bites down on her hand and then runs off. That immediately changes her mindset, and she chases after it while drawing her sword, now fully intending to turn that cute rabbit into her next meal. For Abel, this is also a good opportunity to test the results of her recent training. The rabbit starts running faster and even turns back briefly, almost as if it's smirking at her and looking down on her. That expression reminds her of Gioma, who always seemed to hide his true abilities. She speeds up in an attempt to catch it, but suddenly the terrain shifts beneath her feet, causing her to lose balance and fall straight into a lake. From above the water, the rabbit looks down at her with what feels like disappointment, and once again, her thoughts drift back to Kang Gioma. Meanwhile, the same boy occupying her thoughts is having his own struggle with the oversized rabbit. Despite all the effort he put into training his body and keeping himself in top condition, he finds that without the blessing of the sword god, he can barely keep up with something as simple as a rabbit. Eventually, Gioma drops to his knees and accepts defeat. He decides that it's better to starve than to waste more energy chasing something he can't catch. He gives up and allows the rabbit to leave, but just before it goes, the rabbit turns back and gives him a mocking smile. That single expression instantly changes Gioma's mind. Without hesitation, he activates the blessing of the sword god and immediately takes the rabbit down. Elsewhere on the island, Rachel runs through the forest at full speed, completely focused on finding Gioma before anyone else does. She realizes she's been running in circles for a while, but she refuses to get discouraged. After all, she was the one who came up with this whole game in the first place, and she had been bragging about it the entire time. She quickly changes direction and starts running another way, deciding it's better to keep moving instead of wasting time overthinking. Her voice echoes loudly through the forest as she runs, so loud that even Ryozo, who is in a completely different part of the island, can hear her. Ryozo is also searching eagerly for Gioma, determined not to end up as the loser if she's going to participate in this game with the others. She had landed on Avalon Island's beach and immediately adjusted her plan based on the island's unique conditions. The only place on the island that never changes is the World Tree, and considering Gioma's personality along with his decision to go solo, she concludes that he is most likely heading toward the center of the island. Even though searching for him will be difficult, she refuses to let anyone else reach him first. At the same time, Chloe is also running through the forest, desperately trying to find Gioma. She's so focused on searching for him that she barely pays attention to the monsters and animals attempting to attack her along the way. As one of the best scouts among the first-year students, she is confident that she can find him first on this island, and once she does, he will only have eyes for her. She suddenly notices someone in the distance, and speeds up even more, hoping that it's Gioma. Meanwhile, Gioma is sitting beside a small campfire, calmly roasting the rabbit he hunted earlier. He had spent the entire day skinning the monster and preparing it, so now food is no longer a concern for him. Suddenly, he hears something moving through the forest and immediately becomes alert, shifting his attention toward the sound. It doesn't sound like a wild animal, which makes him wonder if it could be someone targeting him. Given that there are people within the academy who want him dead, he knows he can't afford to let his guard down. Thankfully, he has been saving his blessing for a moment like this. As Chloe rushes through the trees toward the figure she spotted earlier, she quickly realizes that it isn't Gioma, but Rachel instead. The two of them immediately start arguing, both frustrated that they keep running into each other instead of finding him. At the same time, Gioma almost ends up cutting someone in half before stopping himself at the last moment as Abel suddenly falls right in front of him. The two freeze and stare at each other in silence, and the only thing that breaks the moment is the loud growl of Abel's stomach. Even though she had refused to participate in the game, she somehow ended up being the first one to find Gioma. She looks around his makeshift campsite and quickly realizes that Gioma is doing more than just surviving. He's actually thriving. He has a warm-looking fur coat and plenty of prepared jerky to keep himself fed. Even in a survival test like this, she feels like she's losing to him again no matter what she does. The thought embarrasses her, and after falling into the lake earlier, she is also freezing cold. Gioma quietly approaches her from behind and places the fur coat over her shoulders to help her warm up. The only reason she found him in the first place was because she couldn't resist the smell of the food he was cooking, but the warmth of the coat is enough to calm her down. On top of that, she had twisted her ankle earlier while chasing the rabbit. As soon as Gioma notices the injury, he immediately starts treating it, carefully bandaging her ankle and taking care of her wounds to prevent infection. After finishing, he asks her why she's wandering around alone. The thought of the Rachel game flashes through her mind, but she obviously can't tell him about it. Instead, she simply says that she feels more comfortable being alone, making her somewhat similar to him. She then remembers how confidently she told the others that she wouldn't participate in their game, but now that she's actually here with him, she can't resist the urge to claim victory. She quickly takes out her phone, snaps a picture to prove that she found Gioma first, and sends it to their group chat. With that, she officially declares herself the winner of the game, meaning the others are not allowed to approach Gioma anymore. As soon as Rachel and Ryozo see the photo, they both lose their minds. But it's already too late. The result is final. Abel stares blankly at her phone for a moment before Gioma hands her a piece of roasted meat. An awkward silence settles between them for a while, until she finally breaks it by asking him how he became so strong. Gioma doesn't have an immediate answer. Even though most of his fights barely last a minute, the strength he displays is overwhelming enough to have drawn attention ever since he joined the academy. After thinking for a moment, he simply says it's probably because of his teacher. Abel relates to that, since she spent 17 years learning swordsmanship from her grandfather. She had always believed that she understood swords better than anyone else, but meeting Gioma made her realize that there was still so much she didn't know. She asks him which family taught him his swordsmanship, but instead of answering, Gioma says that he realized long ago that being strong doesn't always guarantee victory. In the end, the ones who refuse to give up are the ones who win. Those who endure until the very end are the ones who survive, and those are the people he considers truly strong. Abel listens to him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. To her, his words sound like something an old man would say, reminding her of her grandfather. It also brings back the memory of their first conversation on the bench. This is the first time they've had a proper conversation since then. Gioma hands her another piece of meat, and she thanks him as she accepts it. Slowly, she becomes so comfortable that she doesn't even realize when she falls asleep. When she wakes up the next morning, Gioma is already gone. He has left all of his food and supplies behind, without saying a single word. Her injured leg is also completely healed, thanks to the care he gave her the previous night. Overwhelmed, Abel starts to cry as she realizes that this is the first time in her life that someone has taken care of her like this. No matter what she went through before, she always faced everything alone. Even when she overcame major challenges, she did it by herself. That was simply the responsibility of someone carrying the Nibulong family name. But now, Kang Gioma helped her without expecting anything in return. For a long time, she had felt envious of people who could show kindness without wanting something back, and now, he had done exactly that for her. With renewed determination, she picks up her sword and prepares to move forward. Sitting around and crying won't change anything, so she has to keep going. Wearing the coat Gioma gave her, she proudly sets off to continue her survival training. Meanwhile, Gioma pushes forward through the forest while his thoughts drift back to Abel, acknowledging that she is really pretty yet feeling that she doesn't like him very much, though he isn't particularly concerned since he already understands that her personality has always been proud and aloof, and the only reason he helped her earlier was because of their random encounter rather than any feelings, as she simply looked so pitiful that he couldn't bring himself to treat her coldly, and while this interaction might slightly affect the main storyline, things should still remain mostly fine, especially since today is supposed to be the day when Abel and Leon begin developing feelings for each other, and at the very least he hopes she doesn't end up giving the fur coat he gave her to Leon. But putting that aside, after walking for several hours, he finally makes his way out of the forest and shifts his focus entirely toward finding the blessing before sunset. The blessing he is searching for is the blessing of regeneration, a guardian class blessing that ranks just below the blessing of transference, designed to amplify the body's regenerative capabilities, although it comes with the limitation that it can only be used on the person who owns it, effectively making it a form of magical self-enhancement. But because Gioma already possesses the blessing of transference, that restriction doesn't apply to him, meaning he should even be able to repair his sashimi knives using it, and although the blessing might seem overpowered at first glance, it isn't capable of regenerating lost limbs and only accelerates the healing of wounds. While in the game, it is treated as a hidden bonus that doesn't significantly impact Leon's growth, yet since Leon will eventually grow stronger and gain even more buffs, Gioma knows he has to obtain this blessing no matter what. After continuing for a bit longer, Gioma finally reaches his destination and finds the blessing of regeneration, and right beside it there is also a massive orb from the test, placed so openly that it almost feels like a free reward. And while he came specifically for the blessing, obtaining an orb as well is an unexpected bonus. So he steps forward to grab it, only for someone to suddenly block his path, and when he looks up, he sees Leon standing there, already aware that Gioma didn't come here just for sightseeing, staring him down as if he fully understands that Gioma has other intentions, prompting Gioma to lie that he simply noticed the orb from afar and came to collect it. But Leon immediately draws his sword and tells him to try taking it if he can defeat him in a fight. From the moment Leon was born, he had always been told that half the world smiled alongside him, and now he holds something that proves he is the hero, as the sword in his hand shines brightly while he faces Gioma. Yet something about this situation feels off, because Leon is supposed to be with Abel at this moment, since today should have been a crucial turning point in the story, meaning Gioma may have unintentionally disrupted their event and nothing happened between them the previous night. But even knowing that, fighting over this still feels unnecessary. Yet Leon proves his seriousness by slashing the wall behind him and reducing it to rubble instantly, showing that he has no intention of backing down. As Gioma properly observes the weapon in Leon's hand, he realizes it is Balmong, the hero's sword that Leon is meant to obtain, though something about it feels strange, because Balmong is known as the most sinister demon sword in existence, and the blue gem embedded in its center acts as a catalyst that grants holy power and suppresses its magic. But since the sword itself is fundamentally based on magic, even with the ether gem neutralizing it, it is heavily influenced by the user's nature, which is why in the game Balmong could become either a holy sword or a demon sword, depending on the player's choices. Leon then tells Gioma to calm down and treat this as nothing more than a sparring match, but from Gioma's perspective that sounds absurd since Leon hasn't even mastered the mental realm yet, and shouldn't be able to defeat him in their current state. Yet Leon steps forward anyway, clearly intending to use Gioma as a stepping stone to grow stronger after obtaining Balmong, and while Gioma can somewhat understand that reasoning, it remains just speculation, with the only certainty being that the orb is merely an excuse. And without waiting any longer, Leon suddenly launches forward toward Gioma, initiating the fight. Elsewhere, Ryozo drags herself through the forest, scratching her neck in exhaustion while moving forward, and at some point, she ends up running into Speed Weapon, after which the two of them reluctantly continue walking together, even though neither of them actually wanted to team up. And as they move, Weapon guesses that she is searching for Gioma, which she doesn't even bother denying anymore, making it painfully obvious to him that she is interested in Gioma, especially considering that until just a month ago, she used to spend all her time sleeping in the archery range. Yet now, whenever Kang Gioma's name comes up, she suddenly becomes active and behaves completely differently, even going as far as doing extra tasks on her own despite always hating anything complicated or tiring. And in the middle of all this, she suddenly stops, turns toward him with a faint blush on her face, and awkwardly asks if her feelings for Gioma are that obvious. Before he can properly respond, a massive sound erupts from somewhere in the distance, loud enough to startle the birds perched on the trees, and while it almost feels like an earthquake, Ryozo immediately senses that the source of that chaos is Gioma himself, while at that exact moment, Gioma is facing a serious problem, because Leon is far stronger than he initially expected, and the machete he brought as his secret weapon has already been snapped clean in half, leaving him in a difficult position where Leon interprets his lack of response as disrespect, assuming that Gyoma isn't even trying to fight back, when in reality, Gyoma simply couldn't react in time, since he never expected Leon to swing Balmong so aggressively, and on top of that, he doesn't want to get dragged into a fight he doesn't even understand, hesitating because if he used his blessing carelessly, he might accidentally kill Leon. Yet if he continues to hold back, then Leon could just as easily take his head off. Leon, being the protagonist of the Miracle Blessing world, is not someone Gyoma can afford to underestimate, and as the blonde hero steadily approaches him, Gyoma finally gives up on the idea of avoiding the fight, pulling out his sashimi knife and accepting that facing someone like this without using his blessing would be suicidal, forcing himself to abandon the naive thought that he could survive without it, and the moment he activates the Sword God's blessing, the two clash head-on as Leon charges forward again, yet the difference in power becomes clear instantly when Leon slices through the first knife effortlessly, prompting Gyoma to immediately grab more from his bag and throw them one after another, only for Leon to cut every single one mid-air before rushing forward again, tearing through the environment itself as he advances, even slicing apart pillars behind Gyoma as if they were nothing, while Gyoma barely manages to dodge and create distance between them. Despite Leon's overwhelming strength compared to the midterms, even the so-called protagonist's power has limits, and after unleashing another massive slash with Balmong that sends the terrain flying apart, Leon begins to exhaust himself, yet through the dust and destruction, Gyoma calmly walks forward completely unharmed, asking Leon why he is going this far, which causes Leon to pause and stare at his own sword, reflecting on how it was supposed to be the weapon that brought happiness and recognition to him, yet ever since Gyoma appeared, everything he had built feels meaningless, pushing him to prove who truly stands above the other, and with that determination, Leon gathers his strength and unleashes an even more powerful strike than before, bringing it down toward Gyoma with everything he has. Gyoma doesn't retreat this time, and instead charges forward into the attack, clashing directly with Leon as their powers collide, and in that brief but intense moment, once the energy dissipates, a small fragment of Balmong chips off, leaving Leon frozen as he stares at the damage on his blade, silently realizing that the destiny he believed was his might already be slipping away, while from his perspective, Gyoma now seems like the one who should have been chosen instead, and as the dust settles and the wind begins to move again, Gyoma quietly puts away his knife, only to notice that Leon has disappeared without a trace. For Gyoma, the duel feels sudden and unnecessary, yet it becomes clear that Leon intended to use the fight as a stepping stone to grow stronger, but regardless of that intention, Gyoma has no plans of losing to anyone, especially when Leon's attacks were so dangerous that even a single mistake would have cost him his life, forcing him to dodge constantly without properly counterattacking just to avoid accidentally killing Leon. And despite all that, Leon's growth still matches what one would expect from a protagonist, while Gyoma himself ends up chipping Balmong slightly, though he knows it can eventually be repaired and completed, and at least he avoided the worst outcome of actually killing Leon, which would have created an entirely different kind of problem. With the fight over and no further threats appearing, Gyoma finally takes the orb meant for the survival training and obtains the blessing he came for, as a system message confirms that he has successfully acquired it, and after realizing that it is a passive ability, he tests it immediately by cutting his own skin with a stone, only to watch the wound heal instantly, without leaving even a scar, exactly as he had hoped, though the effort required to obtain it was anything but easy, and after that, he returns to the forest, settling down by a campfire as he tries to process everything that just happened. He can't stop thinking about the sudden clash with Leon, struggling to understand why it even happened, with his best guess being that he accidentally interfered with Leon's destined moment with Abel, though Leon himself hinted that their confrontation was inevitable anyway, leaving Gyoma even more confused now that the tension has passed, as he starts questioning what Leon truly is, beyond just being the protagonist of this world. And even deeper than that, he wonders about the mysterious existence that brought him into this world in the first place, realizing that he currently has no way to uncover those answers, leaving him with no choice but to keep moving forward based on what he believes is right. In his past life, Gyoma always had a fiery personality, often clashing with difficult customers and never backing down, no matter how tough the situation became, and although he has been holding that side of himself back recently, he realizes that he has never been someone who could ignore injustice. And while he initially tried to avoid interfering with the original storyline, survival has now become his top priority. Yet despite acting only to protect himself and gain strength, he still ended up fighting Leon and becoming a target for assassination, pushing him closer to a reality where he might one day have to kill an actual human instead of a monster, something he still desperately wants to avoid, though he can feel the weight of that possibility pressing down on him. As he sits there lost in thought, Ryozo suddenly appears behind him in his mind, mockingly telling him to stop overthinking and just act naturally instead of talking to himself, causing him to turn around instinctively, only to find that no one is there, making it clear that it was just his imagination. Yet he knows that if she were actually with him, that is exactly what she would have said. And in that quiet moment, as he reflects on the people around him, he realizes that he is thinking about his friends, a word that feels oddly cheesy to him, yet at the same time brings him a sense of comfort he didn't expect. As the night deepens, Gioma eventually drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, the leaves in the bushes around him crunch faintly as a group of dangerous-looking figures quietly surround him, each of them holding sharp weapons, and their leader, Lei Shen, gives a small nod that immediately signals the start of the attack, prompting two of the grunts to throw their shurikens straight toward Gioma, who wakes up on instinct and dodges at the last second, though he still ends up taking a few minor cuts along his arms. Gioma quickly turns toward the group and recognizes them as the Undertaker Syndicate, locking eyes with their leader, Lei Shen, whom he remembers clearly from the story, a character who originally was the daughter of a noble family, but got betrayed and thrown out by her own relatives, eventually becoming a contract killer, her hatred building over time until she turned into a villain, and later became the first half-demon that Leon would face. Someone whose story was destined to end in tragedy. But even knowing all of that, Gioma feels no sympathy at all for someone who willingly gave up her humanity and chose to become a killer. The assassins slowly approach him, while Gioma carefully keeps his distance, watching them without making any sudden moves, and the men immediately sense that something about him is off, because even in a situation where he is surrounded by experienced fighters, Gioma's expression doesn't show fear at all, instead looking like he is ready to cut every single one of them down, which makes the atmosphere tense. And then Lei Shen is the first to speak, calmly asking him which organization he belongs to. Gioma doesn't respond, mostly because he genuinely has no idea what kind of answer they expect from him, and he finds it strange that hitmen would even ask him something like that, though it becomes clear that they don't see him as a normal cadet, probably because of how skilled he appears. While the other men talk among themselves, mentioning that this is the first time Lei Shen has shown interest in someone they are about to kill, since although they knew he was the target, they never thought he would actually be able to fight back. Gioma still doesn't react to their provocations and simply watches them, but then he pieces something together, realizing that if a group like this has been sent after him, then the one behind it must at least be an elder from the academy, and when he says that out loud, it shocks all of them, because they didn't expect him to be analyzing the situation like that. And as he continues speaking, calling them nothing more than butchers who kill for money, the group becomes visibly irritated, their anger rising with every word. Without hesitation, Gioma walks straight up to Lei Shen, stepping right into her personal space and looking down at her in a way that clearly mocks her, and one of the grunts can't tolerate that level of disrespect anymore, immediately rushing forward to attack. But in that exact moment, Gioma activates the blessing of the sword god and cuts him down instantly, so fast that the man doesn't even realize what happened, his head sliding cleanly off his neck while he is still in motion, dying before he can even process that he has been struck, marking the first time Gioma has killed a human outside of the academy's subspace. As the group starts to panic and tries to understand what just happened, Gioma's assimilation rate suddenly begins to skyrocket, jumping rapidly from 12 all the way to 88, and in that instant, his consciousness shifts into something strange, where in another reality, Chef Kim checks his phone and notices that it is already past midnight, deciding that he should quickly find what he is looking for and call it a day, though what he is searching for is his humanity, something he cannot seem to find anywhere. And as he opens the fridge, he sees rows of juice boxes arranged in a peculiar way that spell out the words "Blessing of the Sword God." As he stares at those oddly arranged boxes, he transitions back into Kang Gioma, yet he still cannot find what he is looking for, and then he notices that the boxes seem to form a message telling him to cut everything down, no matter what it is, and the moment he reads that message, a bright red light bursts out from the fridge, completely engulfing him and pulling him back into reality. Back in the present, his left eye begins to darken, and a manic intensity spreads across his face, making it obvious that something inside him has shifted, and even then, the remaining goons fail to understand what kind of situation they are in, rushing toward him together in an attempt to overwhelm him, but Gioma doesn't hesitate at all, and charges forward to meet them, cutting down 3 of them in a single clean strike, their bodies falling apart instantly. 2 more assassins rush at him with their swords drawn, but Gioma easily jumps over their attacks, twisting his body mid-air before slicing them across the back, killing them without any effort, while the rest of the group tries to encourage each other not to get taken down by a single brat, charging him all at once in desperation, as Lei Shen watches from behind, silently observing as blood, guts, and severed body parts scatter across the ground. As she watches her entire group get slaughtered so easily, she begins to question whether the person they are facing is really just a cadet, because he is clearly on a completely different level compared to all of them combined, and at this rate, it is obvious that they are going to be wiped out entirely, and the last remaining grunt near her screams in fear, calling out to her for orders, but before she can even respond, Gioma appears beside him instantly, and kills him in one swift motion. What was supposed to be an easy job, just a quick assassination that they would forget within a week, has turned into a complete disaster, leaving all her men dead while she stands there alone, and only now does she understand why the old man offered such an absurd amount of money for this mission, because they were set up against someone who is clearly no longer human, someone she now believes must be a half-human, half-demon disguised as a cadet. Jioma's attention shifts toward her, and before Lei Shen can even step back, she is already pinned to the ground, her back pressed against the dirt as Jioma sits on top of her, holding her down completely while pressing a knife against her throat, having finished the entire fight with 9 seconds still remaining on his painless blessing, even though most of his time had already been used up earlier because of Leon and this encounter with the Undertaker group. Even though this was self-defense, Jioma can't ignore that fighting humans feels completely different compared to fighting demonoids, but at the same time, he knows that these people were human butchers who came for his life, so there was no reason to show mercy, and he doesn't feel any regret about what he just did. Now, with only Lei Shen left, and her will to fight completely broken, he ties her hands to a tree to keep her immobilized, and then begins his interrogation, asking her directly who sent her. But even in this situation, she remains professional and refuses to give him any information, not letting his intimidation affect her. Jioma, however, has no intention of backing down, because this is his chance to finally find out who has been targeting him all this time, and he crouches down in front of her, asking bluntly if she is stupid, pointing out that all her subordinates have already been turned into fertilizer for the forest, and that she will be next if she keeps resisting. At that point, Lei Shen can't hold back anymore and grits her teeth in anger, convinced that Jioma is a demon, though now she also understands why the elder placed a hit on him, and she reveals that before accepting the mission, she tried to investigate him, only to find that all of his personal records had been erased, including any trace of his relatives and even his parents. That statement causes Jioma to freeze for a moment, completely thrown off, and everything else she says after that barely registers, because when he tries to recall his own family, he suddenly realizes that he cannot even remember what they look like, not a single detail coming to mind, and in desperation, he demands that she explain what she means, pulling out his sashimi knife as his tone changes entirely. Originally, his plan was simply to learn the identity of the person who hired them, and then let her go. But now that she has revealed something so disturbing, he no longer has the luxury of holding back, and he tells her plainly that if she refuses to cooperate, then he will start cutting her apart, piece by piece, until she talks, making it clear that as long as she is still able to speak in the end, he doesn't care how mangled her body becomes. Suddenly, the entire area is crushed under an overwhelming wave of magical pressure that forces both Jioma and Lei Shen down against the ground. And as Jioma turns around to understand what is happening, he notices something horrifying. The blood from all the corpses scattered around them begins to rise into the air, slowly lifting itself as if controlled by an unseen force, and all of it starts flowing toward Lei Shen. The calm, stoic expression on Lei Shen's face completely breaks, replaced by raw terror as she watches the blood gather and swirl around her body, forming a thick, suffocating mass. And in that exact moment, far away from this chaos, Siegfried is enjoying a rare moment of peace, sitting quietly with his brand new fishing rod as he takes advantage of the break to relax, even though he hasn't caught a single fish since he started, still appreciating the calm silence around him. For a brief second, a disturbance in the water makes him think he's finally about to get a bite, but instead, the surface violently erupts as fish are thrown out of the water, as if something massive is shaking the entire island itself. And in that instant, Siegfried's expression changes because he can immediately sense that something is terribly wrong. The air itself now filled with a terrifying level of magic power, one that is comparable to a demon commander. Back at the scene, the blood completely wraps around Lei Shen's body, binding her as she begins to groan in agony, her voice trembling as she desperately begs Jioma to help her, her skin slowly turning an unnatural purple, while her eyes lose their focus and appear broken, her fear becoming more and more intense as she pleads with him not to let her die. And then, without warning, a massive explosion erupts from where she was lying, blasting everything apart with a deafening sound and a blinding light that illuminates the entire island. As the smoke slowly clears, a figure is revealed standing in the center of the destruction, and although it is clearly the same body, it is no longer Lei Shen, because something else has taken over, her skin now scorched and burning in patches across her body. And the very first thing this new being does is casually stretch, almost lazily, before remarking that it has been 700 years since she last stepped into the human world. The sheer level of magic power radiating from her makes the demonoid mermaid that nearly killed Jioma seem insignificant, like nothing more than a small fish in comparison, and the impure flames flickering across her body confirm exactly who she is, leaving no doubt in Jioma's mind that the entity standing before him is one of the highest-ranking demons, the 5th Legion commander of the Demon King's army, the succubus-type demon known as the Bewitching Flame, Agor. The demon bursts into delighted laughter, and the intense heat radiating from her presence alone is enough to cause birds flying in the sky to drop lifelessly to the ground. As she looks at Jioma with amusement and casually asks if this is not how humans greet each other, mentioning that it has been 700 years since she last left the demon realm, so she is no longer familiar with human customs, and without waiting for a response, she introduces herself again in her own way, even going as far as saying that it is nice to meet him before asking for his name. Jioma remains completely silent, not out of fear, but because his mind mind is racing, desperately trying to recall every piece of information he can from his past life, digging through his memories in hopes that even the smallest detail might help him understand what is happening and how to survive this situation, since his greatest advantage in this world has always been the knowledge he gained from playing the Blessing of Miracles game. From what he can remember, Agor is a first-type demon and one of the Legion commanders, someone whose physical strength may not be the highest among her peers, but who more than makes up for it with her overwhelming mastery over mental magic, information he recalls from reading about her on the game's wiki before he quit, but none of that explains why she has appeared in the human world after 700 years, nor why she chose to descend by possessing Lei Shen as a vessel. Before he can think any further, Agor speaks again, asking him if he is the one responsible for killing all the mercenaries scattered across the ground, and from the moment she descended, she had already realized that Gioma is no ordinary human, because the fact that he is still standing there with a clear mind after witnessing her presence proves that he possesses exceptional potential, though she also casually remarks that based on his appearance alone, he still looks like nothing more than a mere whelp, albeit one that could grow into something interesting in the future. With that thought, she presents him with an offer, proposing that he form a contract with her, and as she speaks, she activates her mental magic, her voice and presence beginning to influence Gioma's mind, subtly but powerfully bewitching him as he looks at her, his thoughts becoming heavier and more difficult to control as he tries to ask what she is doing to him, only for her to cut him off before he can even finish speaking. She tells him that he should feel honored, because not everyone gets the chance to become the servant of a Legion commander, and she continues explaining that human society is inherently flawed, where people constantly judge each other, form hierarchies, pursue their own selfish desires, and harm others in the process, painting a picture of a world filled with hypocrisy and cruelty, and then contrasts it with the dream she offers him, a chance to escape all of that and live in glory under her command. Her words begin to sink deeper into his mind as her control strengthens, making it harder for him to resist, and the more he thinks about what she is saying, the more it starts to make sense, because humans really do judge each other and get in each other's way, and from a purely logical perspective, siding with the Demon King's army would make survival much easier for him, especially when his ultimate goal has always been to stay alive. But at the same time, he knows exactly what he is dealing with, a demon, and not just any demon, but Agor herself, the succubus commander, and because of that, he forces himself to resist, pushing back against her influence and struggling to regain control over his own thoughts, barely managing to break through her mental manipulation. Agor immediately notices that he has shaken off her high-level magic, which surprises her, making her wonder if the reason he managed to resist is because she is currently using a borrowed vessel, and she starts to complain about Lei Shen, mentioning that she only made a contract with her because of her constant whining, but now she regrets that decision, clearly dissatisfied with her current host. As she continues to ramble, Gioma suddenly starts laughing, unable to hold back his amusement at what he sees as her ridiculous and nonsensical behavior, and the laughter creates a brief silence as Agor stares at him, trying to process what he just did, completely unprepared for such a reaction. Without saying another word, Gioma pulls out his sashimi knife, and instead of giving her a direct verbal answer to her offer of becoming her servant, he swings his blade through the empty air with a single clean motion, and bluntly tells her to fuck off. Agor smirks at his complete lack of manners, clearly amused, and as that expression settles on her face, flames begin gathering around them, spreading through the air as if responding to her will. Gioma doesn't hesitate even for a second, and cuts straight through the flames she casually sends his way, while Agor, completely unbothered by the exchange, lets out a bored yawn as he works to dodge and counter her attacks, almost like she isn't taking him seriously at all. But even then, Gioma isn't fighting at his full potential yet, and the moment he accelerates, he moves fast enough to actually close the distance and attempt to cut her down, forcing Agor to dodge and leap backward while breaking into manic laughter, clearly entertained rather than threatened. The longer the fight continues, the more intrigued she becomes, and despite initially offering to make him her slave only half as a joke, she now genuinely starts to want him, curious about just how far his abilities can really go. Deciding to push things further, she releases more of her power all at once, unleashing multiple fireballs toward him in rapid succession, yet Gioma slices through every single one of them without slowing down, carving a path straight through the wall of flames as he charges directly at her. His skills only grow sharper and more dazzling as the fight progresses, and instead of overwhelming him, it only makes Agor more impressed, to the point where, as he closes in, she is actually forced to turn and run, something completely unexpected, while he relentlessly chases after her without letting up for even a moment. At this point, Gioma has clearly gone beyond normal human limits, while Agor, despite being a Legion commander, is still adapting too slowly to her current state, even though several minutes have already passed since her descent into the human world. Gioma manages to catch up to her and immediately goes for a decisive strike, aiming to bury his knife into her back, and for the first time, Agor feels genuine concern at how fast he has become, realizing that he closed the gap far quicker than she anticipated. Their clash results in a massive explosion that tears apart the ground around them, sending debris flying in every direction, and as the smoke begins to clear, Agor is revealed standing above Gioma, calmly holding back the knife that was just about to pierce her moments earlier. She comments on how impatient he is, asking if he is in such a hurry, while casually telling him that there is no need to rush since she has all the time in the world for him. Gioma, however, is very much in a hurry, fully aware that time is not on his side, and without wasting another second, he pours all his strength into breaking free from her grip, cutting through it and immediately pushing forward for another attack. His body begins to glow with aura as he forces himself even further, determined to end the fight before his limit catches up to him, because the countdown on his painless blessing is steadily ticking towards 0, and once it runs out, he will be left completely exposed. Agor notices this shift immediately, realizing that despite already surpassing human limitations, he is somehow still getting faster, pushing himself beyond what should even be possible. The two of them continue clashing repeatedly, their attacks colliding and sending sparks of flame scattering across the battlefield, the intensity of their fight growing brighter and more violent with each passing second. However, as time runs out, the inevitable happens, and the moment his painless blessing ends, Gioma's body gives in to the accumulated strain, leaving him completely exhausted as he pants heavily, barely able to remain standing while Agor looms over him. In contrast, she shows almost no signs of damage from the battle, aside from a heavily cut up hand, flames flickering around it as blood drips from the wounds. She looks at her injured hand with a hint of curiosity, almost as if the sight is unfamiliar to her, noting how strange it feels to see her own red blood flowing, as if she has become human herself, and then without any effort, she activates her flames and completely heals her arm, restoring it instantly as if the injuries never existed. With her body fully recovered, she walks toward Gioma, who can barely stand upright anymore, and tells him that it would be a waste to leave someone like him as just a human. She can feel the burning determination inside him, a fire that seems to consume his entire being, and that intensity captivates her interest. Even though he lacks manners, she finds his fiery resolve appealing, and considering his age, she even believes that he might have more potential than the other boy who was prophesied to become the vessel of the past hero. Agor laughs softly as Gioma continues to glare at her with defiance despite his condition, and now that she has mostly adjusted to her borrowed body, she begins to view him differently, wondering if he might actually be the one capable of fulfilling the desires of the demons. To confirm that thought, she decides to give him one final test, wanting to see whether he truly possesses the qualities she is searching for. Agor begins gathering even more flames around Gioma, the heat intensifying rapidly as she slowly rises into the air, her presence becoming heavier and more oppressive, and while floating above him, she casually declares that if he can survive her next attack, then he passes her test. The flames around her compress and condense into a blazing sphere in her hand, glowing brighter and burning hotter than anything she has used so far, looking almost like a miniature sun formed purely out of destructive magic. Gioma's eyes begin to glaze over as he watches her charge the attack, his body completely drained, with no strength left to even react properly, and Agor, noticing his condition, coldly tells him that he must at least endure this much, before casually tossing the blazing sphere straight toward him. At that exact moment, a figure rushes in from the side with incredible speed, leaping upward and positioning himself directly in front of the incoming blast, taking the attack head-on to shield Gioma from certain death. It is Siegfried, who arrives just in time, and as he pours all his strength into blocking the overwhelming burst of flames, he shouts at Gioma to pull himself together and snap out of his daze. Agor watches this interruption with mild annoyance, clearly displeased that someone dared to interfere in what she considered her test, and she bluntly tells Siegfried not to meddle in their battle. However, Siegfried has no intention of stepping aside, because he absolutely cannot allow Gioma to fall here, especially after witnessing the incredible potential the boy has shown. And since the old swordmaster has chosen to risk his life for the student, Agor decides she is willing to test him as well, curious to see if he can truly protect Gioma. Meanwhile, Gioma's consciousness drifts into an empty, silent space, where everything feels distant and disconnected, and the first thought that crosses his mind is whether he has already died, until he hears the faint sound of coughing somewhere ahead. Slowly regaining awareness, he looks forward and sees a figure standing before him, and the first thing he notices is that where an arm should be, there is only a burning, mangled stump. As his vision clears further, he realizes that the person standing there is Siegfried, the Sword Emperor himself, who has lost an entire arm while protecting him. Yet despite that devastating injury, the old man continues to stand firm, unwavering, placing himself between Gioma and danger like an unbreakable shield. Noticing that Gioma has finally regained some awareness, Siegfried tells him to rest and recover his strength for now, making it clear that he will hold the line in the meantime despite the dire situation, while Gioma, still struggling, points out that Siegfried has lost his arm, only for the old man to dismiss it completely, stating that there is no need to grip a sword with both hands anyway, and insisting that Gyoma should focus on regaining his strength instead of worrying about him. Aegor grows impatient watching their exchange and calls out to Siegfried again, unable to understand how a human who is clearly past his prime can stand against her magic like this, since under normal circumstances, a mere human should not even be able to think clearly in her presence, let alone hold their ground. Siegfried does not respond to her taunts and instead focuses on assessing the situation he has stepped into, recognizing that he is facing Aegor, one of the Demon King's legion commanders, and understanding the implications of her appearance, because for a demon of such rank to descend into the human world, a sacrifice of flesh must have been used to weaken the barrier between realms, allowing her to possess a human host as a vessel. Due to the backlash of this process, demons cannot unleash their full power while possessing a human body, but even with that limitation, they remain catastrophic threats, nearly unstoppable once they appear. Fortunately, in this case, it seems that Aegor's compatibility with Lei Shen's body is not ideal, which explains why she struggled against Gyoma earlier and is now even being held back by an injured old man. Aegor, however, cannot comprehend how Siegfried is managing to resist her for this long, but she resolves that her next attack will not end as lightly as before, and with that thought, she launches herself forward again, charging straight at him, while Siegfried responds immediately, rushing toward her with his sword held firmly in his remaining hand. The two cross paths in a single swift exchange, and in that instant, Siegfried manages to sever her arm in retaliation, her flaming limb falling to the ground as Aegor lets out a scream of pain and fury, staring at the severed arm in disbelief, while Siegfried calmly asks if she is afraid now, pointing out that things are finally even between them. That remark only fuels her anger further, and she retaliates by unleashing an overwhelming wave of flames that engulfs the entire area, attempting to burn everything in sight, while Siegfried remains composed, holding his sword steady as it becomes infused with dense aura, preparing to counter her assault. Although he does not know the exact reason for her descent into the human world, he can clearly see the fear beginning to surface in her eyes, something she tries to suppress, and as her flames lash out toward him like a molten whip, he cuts through them cleanly and evades the attack before instantly repositioning himself, moving at a speed that even Aegor struggles to track. Despite this, Aegor continues to underestimate him, too focused on mocking him to fully concentrate on the fight, and because of that, she nearly loses her head when Siegfried suddenly appears beside her and swings his sword at her neck, an attack she barely manages to avoid at the last possible moment. The density of Siegfried's aura is so overwhelming that she cannot properly sense his movements, forcing her to finally take a closer look at him, and in that moment, she realizes his true identity, that he is a descendant of Aron, one of the legendary heroes of the past. Even after recognizing this, Aegor forces herself to calm down before panic can take over, reminding herself that no matter his lineage, Siegfried is still just a human whose body has long passed its prime, and that there is no reason for her to lose composure over someone like him. Aegor suddenly ascends into the sky, creating distance between herself and her opponents, and as she hovers high above, countless flaming spears begin forming behind her, multiplying rapidly until they fill the entire sky. Even if Siegfried is a descendant of Aran, she is confident that a body as worn and aged as his cannot possibly evade what comes next, and the sheer heat radiating from those spears becomes so intense that even the clouds begin to scatter and dissolve under the pressure. She lets out a manic laugh, clearly enjoying the overwhelming advantage she holds, while both Gyoma and Siegfried instantly understand that what is coming is going to be nearly impossible to avoid. Without giving them even a moment to properly react, Aegor unleashes the attack, sending a storm of blazing spears crashing down toward the ground like a catastrophic rain of fire. Despite his age and injuries, Siegfried still moves with incredible agility, stepping and leaping with precise timing as he avoids the falling inferno, his movements sharp and efficient, proving that his body may be old but his mastery has not dulled. Meanwhile, Gyoma can only watch helplessly, calling out to his teacher, his body too exhausted to even stand properly, let alone join the fight. Every ounce of strength he has is being used just to remain conscious, and even loosening his grip on his sashimi knife feels dangerous, as if letting go would mean losing the ability to fight entirely. Dropping his blessing now would be nothing short of suicide. Siegfried continues navigating through the relentless barrage, dodging and weaving between the descending spears while the ground around him is torn apart by molten impacts, and whenever one gets too close, he calmly swings his sword with his remaining arm, slicing the flaming projectiles cleanly in half. Even Aegor, watching from above, acknowledges his skill, though she mocks him by elevating him from a mere nuisance to something slightly more troublesome in her eyes, while still continuing the endless downpour of attacks without pause. However, Siegfried is not simply evading blindly. With every calculated movement, he has been steadily closing the distance between them, inch by inch, until he finally reaches a point where he is within range to strike. As he advances, he openly admits that demons are overwhelmingly stronger than humans, recalling how, in his youth, that realization filled him with resentment, forcing him to accept that effort alone could never bridge that gap. Aegor mocks his words as he speaks, dismissing them outwardly. Yet inwardly, she cannot ignore the sheer refinement and experience behind his swordsmanship, something that continues to pressure her despite her superiority. As he draws closer, she studies him carefully, searching for an opening, and finally notices it. The left side of his body, where his arm is missing, is completely exposed, leaving him vulnerable. A smirk forms on her face as she prepares to exploit that weakness, telling him to keep talking as if indulging his final moments. Siegfried leaps into the air, raising his sword high above his head for what is clearly meant to be a decisive strike, and as he closes in, he declares that humans have the ability to grow and evolve even in the most hopeless circumstances, and that very trait is what demons fear the most, which is why they continuously attempt to invade the human world. Just as he reaches striking distance, Aegor suddenly bursts into laughter, and with a swift gesture of her hand, a spear of fire erupts from the ground beneath him, piercing straight through his foot mid-leap, instantly disrupting his momentum and leaving him suspended and vulnerable. She does not hesitate for even a moment, closing the gap instantly. She places her hand directly against his chest, clearly done listening to his words, and releases a concentrated blast of fire from her palm that tears through his body, piercing his stomach completely. The attack detonates a moment later, engulfing him entirely in an explosion of blazing flames. As the fire dissipates, Aegor casually turns away, already bored with what she sees as a concluded fight, while behind her, Siegfried collapses to his knees, coughing violently as blood spills from his mouth. His condition is devastating, his body engulfed in flames, one arm completely gone, and a massive hole torn through his abdomen, leaving him barely alive. Now completely overpowered, he no longer has the strength to stand, and Aegor walks back toward him, placing her foot on his head and pressing him into the ground, asserting total dominance. In his current state, he cannot even muster the strength to respond, his voice gone along with his ability to resist. Aegor looks down at him with clear disdain, remarking on how predictable humans are, whether centuries ago or now, always clinging to the same heroic ideals and stubborn speeches. The once mighty Sword Emperor, now crushed beneath her, cannot even argue back as she tears into him with cold, dismissive words. Gyoma calls out to his teacher once again, but he is still barely able to move, completely powerless to do anything that could save him. Aegor, who had almost forgotten about him, shifts her attention back toward him after hearing his cry. For the first time since they met, she calls him by his name and walks toward him, continuing the conversation they had before Siegfried arrived. Now that the interruption has been dealt with, she calmly states that it is time to give him the result of the test she had given him earlier. The Sword Emperor tries desperately to shout at his student to run, but it is already too late. Gyoma has passed her test, and instead of freedom, his reward is another wave of mind control. His already weakened mind can barely resist as the Legion commander places her flaming hands on his body. In her eyes, Gyoma is the perfect vessel, someone who can carry the hopes of demonkind as an ideal host. With a gentle and almost affectionate tone, she tells him that they will meet again in hell. Behind her, Siegfried continues to shout, warning her not to turn her back on the enemy just to go after a young cadet, but Aegor simply laughs at him, completely dismissing his words as she prepares a seal on her tongue. She has no interest in dealing with an old man like Siegfried anymore, and her focus remains entirely on Gyoma. She leans closer and presses her tongue against his forehead, marking him with a devil's seal as proof that he passed her test. The moment the mark is placed, Gyoma collapses to the ground, his body going limp as if he has been completely taken over by her power. The demonic mark begins to spread from his head, slowly covering his entire body as her influence fully takes root within him. At the same time, the system detects the intrusion as an unauthorized external force and immediately reacts, attempting to activate its self-defense program. However, just like with the sword, God's Blessing, the program fails to execute because the user's level and the current world line are too low. Instead of stopping the intrusion directly, the system uses Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily boost Gyoma's level. It then activates its restraint function to readjust and synchronize the world line. If you have no idea what this means, dear viewer, it means that our OPMC is about to get absolutely busted and Aegor is cooked. As this process continues, Gyoma's synchronization rate begins to rise rapidly, jumping from 12.7% all the way up to 99%, and then finally reaching 100%. With that, the conditions for unlocking his mysterious sealed power are fulfilled, and Gyoma is on the verge of waking up. Meanwhile, Siegfried continues trying to fight against the overconfident demon, but in his battered and heavily weakened condition, he can barely pose any real threat. His movements have clearly slowed down, yet even Aegor can't help but acknowledge that he is still moving despite the extent of his injuries. Still, it isn't something she finds too surprising, comparing him to a bug that keeps twitching even after its head has been cut off. Even so, Siegfried refuses to stop and keeps pushing forward, attempting to strike her, while Aegor casually and almost playfully dodges every attack he throws at her. No matter the cost, even if it means sacrificing his own life, he is determined to take her down with him. His blade begins to shine as his aura flares up, and Aegor immediately notices the color of it, It reminds her of the same aura used by the Sword Saint during the war 700 years ago. His aura surges intensely, clearly a final effort driven by what little life he has left, and Aegor realizes that she cannot afford to let him continue any longer. If she allows him to push any further, he could become a genuine threat. Without hesitation, she charges forward to end things in one decisive clash, and Siegfried steadies himself, preparing to meet her head-on for one last battle. However, before either of them can make their move, everything is suddenly interrupted as a powerful blast of magic descends from above, crashing down onto Aegor and shaking her violently. The impact rattles her completely, forcing her to turn sharply as a snarl spreads across her face while she searches for the source of the attack. The moment her eyes land on the figure approaching, her expression shifts instantly, her eyes widening in shock. For a brief moment, she thinks she is looking at Gioma, but she immediately realizes that this cannot be the same boy. An ancient and deeply unpleasant chill runs through her entire body as she stares at the glowing figure moving toward them, a presence she hasn't felt in over 700 years. At that moment, the system forcefully amplifies and manifests the levels of all of Gioma's blessings, including the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration. Then, through the blessing of transference, it uses those abilities to suppress and stabilize the pain and damage affecting the world line itself. A low growl escapes Aegor as she fixes her gaze on the being that dared to interfere with her plans, her voice tightening as she calls out to the figure in the sky above them, Joaquin. Gioma then descends from the sky toward them, but the blessing of the sword god is now temporarily disabled. In its place, the system makes an announcement, declaring that the gods themselves should bear witness as he now wields the blessing of pseudo-invocation. Elsewhere on the island, Abel walks through the dense forest with her sword resting against her back, moving steadily as the final day of the training exercise begins. Yet with each step, a strange sense of unease settles over her, something clearly feeling off. It is already close to 7:00 inches the morning, and at another part of the island, Ryozo checks her phone, her face filled with disbelief as she notices something unusual. Speedweapon wakes up behind her and questions why she is already up and walking around when it is supposedly not even dawn yet, but she immediately corrects him, telling him that dawn had already passed long ago. Despite that, the sky remains completely dark, as if it were still the middle of the night, with no sign of sunrise at all. Regardless of this unnatural situation, it is already time for the cadets to start heading back to the academy, as everyone is supposed to regroup at the return point, including Chloe and Rachel, who are still asleep, both dreaming about Kang Gioma. Other cadets across the island also begin waking up, realizing that it is time to gather and leave. Ryozo tightens her grip on the strap of her bag, a strong sense of certainty forming in her chest that something about all of this is seriously wrong. Back at the battlefield, thick smoke continues to swirl through the air without clearing, as Gioma slowly descends, floating down calmly. Agor's thoughts spiral as she struggles to process what she is seeing, unable to believe that Joaquin could suddenly appear in front of her. For the first time, the faint fear that Siegfried had noticed in her eyes completely takes over her expression. But as Gioma's feet finally touch the ground, electricity crackling around him, she gets a clear look at his face and realizes that this is not Joaquin at all. It is Gioma, the same boy she had been toying with just minutes ago. Realizing her mistake, she understands that it was foolish to think that Joaquin could still be alive after 700 years, since no matter how strong he once was, he was still human. Even so, that realization does nothing to stop the overwhelming sense of dread washing over her as Gioma approaches. The feeling is so intense that her normally sharp and calculating mind begins to slow down, clouded by an unfamiliar fear. Meanwhile, Siegfried can do nothing but stare, his breath caught in his throat as he watches, almost as if witnessing the emergence of a god. As soon as Gioma steps close enough, Siegfried's knees give out, and he instinctively kneels in respect. Gioma looks at him briefly before raising his hand, and in that instant, Siegfried's wounds begin to heal rapidly, knitting themselves back together as if they had never been there. Once Siegfried has recovered, Gioma closes his eyes for a moment, focusing, and when he opens them again, a surge of raw power bursts outward from his body. Electricity erupts around him, spreading across the entire area, and in the next moment, he vanishes. Before Aegor can even react, he reappears behind her and begins walking toward her calmly. She stands completely frozen, unable to process what just happened, her mind failing to grasp his movements or even his presence. It feels as if his very existence has become something beyond her comprehension. She briefly considers whether it is because of the weak body she is inhabiting, but quickly realizes that it is far more than that. At that moment, she becomes certain of one thing: the being standing before her is no longer human. Accepting this, she withdraws her earlier words and apologizes, immediately preparing for a decisive attack as she draws magma from deep within the earth. The ground cracks open as molten energy rises, gathering in front of her before forming into a massive fireball that she lifts above her head. Siegfried watches with wide eyes and clenched teeth, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the power she is unleashing. Meanwhile, Gioma remains completely calm, showing no emotion as he observes the growing inferno. Aegor then hurls the enormous fireball toward Gioma, bidding him farewell and promising that they will meet again in hell. The massive sphere tears through the ground as it flies, its size so overwhelming that Siegfried can only watch in horror, unable to do anything to stop it. Gioma, however, simply steps forward, walking directly toward the incoming destruction. For the first time since his transformation, he speaks, while within him, The system rapidly calculates the situation. The world line is unstable, and this current form can only be sustained for 60 seconds, but for what he intends to do, even that short time is more than enough. As the world seems to hold its breath, he continues forward, his focus entirely on cutting the fireball perfectly. Countless possible cutting paths appear before him, but his gaze locks onto a single precise line. He activates a new ability, Cosmic Blade, and in one smooth motion, his will slices forward, cutting not only through the fireball, but extending far beyond it, reaching Agor where she stands with her arm still extended. The fireball explodes in a blinding flash that engulfs everything in white light, and when it fades, Agor's body collapses, cleanly split into two by a flawless cut. She falls to the ground with no strength left, her blood spreading like molten magma as her mana core, the source of her existence, has been completely severed. As she lies there dying, she looks up toward the sky, and across the island, other cadets instinctively look upward as well, shocked by what they see. The unnatural darkness covering the sky has been sliced open by a perfect cut, allowing the morning sunlight to finally break through. None of them understand what just happened, and instead, they simply assume that the sunrise on this island is strangely abnormal. Back on the battlefield, Gyoma's transformation begins to fade away, the overwhelming power leaving his body as suddenly as it came, and without that strength sustaining him, he collapses to the ground unconscious. Seeing this as her final opportunity, the Legion commander drags herself forward, refusing to accept such a miserable end. More than anything, she now realizes that Kang Gyoma will grow into a disaster for all of demonkind, and with the last remnants of her strength, she begins preparing one final spell to finish him off. Before she can complete it, her movement is abruptly halted as a sword pierces straight through her head from behind, the blade bursting out through her mouth. Siegfried stands above her, his expression cold and unyielding as he reminds her that he had already warned her never to turn her back on an enemy. He channels his aura into the blade, and her final screams of resistance are silenced as her body begins to decay, breaking apart until nothing remains. As the last traces of her existence disappear, Siegfried finally speaks into the empty battlefield, declaring that his name is not Aaron's descendant, but Siegfried von Nibelung. After that, he turns his attention to the unconscious Gyoma and carefully checks his condition. His breathing is stable, and there are no fatal injuries, meaning his life is not in immediate danger. However, as Siegfried looks at him, a question lingers in his mind about what Gyoma truly is. He recalls how his own body reacted earlier, how he had instinctively knelt without thinking, as if compelled by something beyond his control. It was not a conscious decision, but a deep instinct ingrained within him as a swordsman. Since ancient times, humanity has believed that there exists an incomprehensible will within all things, phenomena like storms, comets, and lightning appearing out of nowhere, forces that surpass human understanding. These overwhelming powers have always been feared, yet at the same time, revered. Over time, people began giving them names, calling such existences calamities or even gods. And with that, we've reached the end of this recap and the first season of this manhwa. Honestly, I don't even know what score to give this manhwa. Gyoma's journey has been incredible, full of ups and downs, and that fight was just epic. But now, I want to hear from you. What did you think? Let me know your rating from 0 to 10 inches, the comments below, and tell me what your favorite part was. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. As the students move toward the exit gate, the ones closest to the MC push their way forward through the crowd. Ryozo arrives right on time to witness the height of the chaos, just as Gyoma is being carried away on a stretcher. On her left, she notices Chloe desperately trying to force her way to Gyoma's side, while Rachel holds her back. On her right, Abel drops to her knees after realizing that her grandfather has lost an arm. It was clear that something had taken place, and it was extremely serious. By the following day, both the news and the internet are flooded with speculation about what exactly happened in Avalon that left one student on the brink of death and the Sword Emperor missing an arm. With the massive loss of power caused by Siegfried's injury, the entire world can only wonder if someone new might rise among the 7-star heroes. As Ryozo scrolls through different news sites, she unsurprisingly finds no information about Gyoma. Meanwhile, the other students whisper among themselves, questioning why the special student hasn't been seen and what really happened to him on Avalon Island. Their talk becomes too grim for Ryozo's liking, so she calmly tells them to be quiet and go gossip somewhere else. Even though they are discussing the possibility that Gyoma might die from his injuries, Ryozo is certain that someone like him wouldn't go down that easily. Chloe, however, hasn't stopped crying since the last day they saw him. At this point, more than a week has passed since any of them have seen Gyoma, so it's only natural for worry to start setting in. When they attempted to visit him in the medical bay, they were refused entry despite being cadets just like him. The order came directly from Director Medea, which suggested that the situation was connected to the Sword Emperor. After they completed their special exam, Avalon Island had transformed into a sea of boiling lava, with a strange and ominous layer of mana covering the entire area. Combined with the fact that humanity's strongest had lost his left arm, the only logical conclusion was that a demon or demonoid had invaded the island. Ryozo quickly reached that conclusion and immediately started searching searching for any information about it, but she found nothing at all. On top of that, Director Medea had cut off all communication with the outside world, insisting that she would handle everything herself, meaning even the media couldn't obtain any new details. Because of that, there is nothing Ryozo can do to help Gioma, and that reality frustrates her. Adding to her frustration, the last time she saw him, he had flicked her on the forehead, and now she's left worried about him while also wanting payback. In another class, Rachel and Abel have their own discussion about everything that happened. Abel, in particular, is deep in thought, reflecting on what happened to her grandfather. Fortunately, he is safe and even expected to make a full recovery aside from his arm, of course. But that isn't what's troubling her. When she visited him in the infirmary, she discovered that he was personally taking care of Gioma, though he refused to explain why. Every time she hears something about Gioma, there always seems to be some kind of mystery surrounding him, and now it appears he was injured while helping her grandfather. Elsewhere, Clady Beimhark downs an entire bottle of whiskey out of frustration. Everything is becoming more complicated for him, and none of his plans are going the way he intended. To make matters worse, even the undertakers he had hired never came back. Medea, on the other hand, is just as frustrated, though for completely different reasons. Sitting inside her office, she has a conversation with the Sword Emperor about Gioma's condition. Not long ago, Gioma had been severely injured, yet now he is somehow in even better condition than he was before the incident. It makes sense that he recovered so quickly since Medea had assigned the best medical officials to treat him. However, Siegfried is a completely different matter. Despite having lost an arm, he appears perfectly fine. Even the doctor who treated him cannot explain how Siegfried managed to recover from everything, including the illnesses he had prior to going to Avalon. All of this only gives Medea a headache, as she cannot figure out what is going on. On top of that, Siegfried has been behaving strangely, and has not left Gioma's side throughout his recovery. Now that Gioma has finally woken up, she hopes Siegfried will at last explain what really happened. Siegfried himself has also been trying to organize his thoughts, since a lot truly happened on Avalon Island. Now that things have somewhat settled down, he finally begins explaining. He tells her about Agor appearing on the island, and then quickly reveals that Agor was eliminated. Medea immediately jumps from her seat in shock, because that makes no sense to her. There is no way Siegfried could have defeated Agor alone, leaving only one possible conclusion: the one who defeated Agor was Gioma. Siegfried promises that he will explain everything in detail once everyone is together, but for now, they deserve a bit of rest. Outside in the school courtyard, Speed Weapon tries to lift the mood of his clubmates by creating new posters to recruit members. The club had always depended on Gioma to keep things running, but with him absent, they now have to handle things themselves. Unfortunately, the poster turns out to be incredibly ugly, and Chloe immediately tears it apart. As Chloe and Speed Weapon start arguing, Ryozo absent-mindedly touches the empty space beside her, missing Gioma. Even the yangang she once enjoyed no longer tastes as sweet as before. While she sits there feeling down, the atmosphere suddenly shifts as Chloe and Speed Weapon excitedly run towards someone who has just arrived. Turning her head, Ryozo sees Gioma standing there with them. She quickly stands up, rushes over to him, and flicks his forehead the moment she gets close enough, then smiles as she welcomes him back. At another moment, Gioma stands in front of the school, gazing over the entire courtyard. The ground around him begins to tremble, and powerful winds threaten to push him backward. Soon after, several knives, identical to his own, shoot out from within the school, flying straight toward him. Gioma reacts instantly, parrying and blocking every knife aimed at him. By the time he finishes deflecting the barrage, space itself seems to tear apart. Above him, a massive knife slices through the sky, descending directly toward him. Gioma raises his own blade and cuts through it, while a voice echoes in his mind, urging him to take something and pick it up. However, he has no idea what that something is. In fact, he does not understand what is happening at all. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and he wakes up in his room, confused, with sunlight shining onto his face. It is not the first time he has had this dream, and he has never been able to understand its meaning. His phone vibrates beside him with a message from Speed Weapon, showing off his terrible poster design that Chloe unfortunately failed to destroy completely. Aside from the fact that his club is basically doomed to never gain a new member again, his physical condition has improved more than ever since his recovery. Ever since his battle with Agor, he has been resting in a VIP treatment room, all of which has been paid for by the Sword Emperor himself. As he gets dressed to return to school for the first time in a while, his thoughts drift back to everything that happened on the island, and he can only wonder how things will unfold from here. Ryozo had told him to do whatever he wanted, but nothing has been that simple so far. When he arrives at school, the first person to greet him with a smug expression is Ryozo, and the two of them walk to class together. She immediately gets straight to the point, asking him to explain what exactly happened in Avalon and why he was hospitalized for so long. It is not an easy subject, and no matter how much she presses him, it is not something he can simply reveal. Gioma ignores her persistent and rather annoying questioning, instead distracting her by sending her the picture of the posters Speed Weapon had made earlier. That successfully shifts her attention, and he sends her off to deal with it. Elsewhere, Medea and Siegfried meet once again inside her office. This time, Gioma politely steps in to join them, arriving just as their discussion is about to begin. Medea looks at him with concern in her eyes and immediately gets to the point, bringing up how he managed to defeat the 5th General Commander, Agor. Even though it clearly happened, Gioma himself remembers the entire event as if it were nothing more than a strange dream. Noticing his unease, Medea attempts to steer the conversation in another direction, but Siegfried brings it right back, firmly confirming once again that Gioma truly was the one who defeated the demon general. After all, he personally witnessed it, and as the world's strongest, he has no reason to lie. Beyond that, Siegfried explains that the demons have likely already sensed the disturbance, because until now, no human had ever been capable of standing against a demon at the level of a general. How Agor even managed to enter the human realm in the first place remains unknown, but her purpose is fairly obvious. She must have come to stop something, and if she came, then remaining idle would only make matters worse. Based on Siegfried's prediction, another war would likely break out within a few years, and this one would be on a completely different scale compared to the one from 50 years ago. In fact, the only reason the demons have not already launched an attack over the death of one of their generals is because Siegfried has not yet made any public statement, meaning there is no time to waste. The reason Siegfried called for this meeting becomes clear. Given his current condition, he can no longer fight on the front lines. With that established, he announces that he plans to step down from the 7 stars in the near future. Even Gioma, who is usually calm, rises from his seat in shock upon hearing this, but Siegfried reassures him, making it clear that this is not a hasty decision. He had thought about it repeatedly while he was hospitalized. Even if he has carefully considered it, the public and the press will not respond with the same patience. A press conference will need to be held in a few days to announce everything and settle the matter at once. Although Medea had remained composed up to this point, hearing him speak so casually about it finally pushes her over the edge. She grabs the collar of his shirt and shakes him aggressively. Gioma watches the scene with an uneasy smile. Up until now, he had worked hard to keep the story from straying away from its original plot, and he used to panic whenever characters acted differently from how they did in the game. But now, everything has changed so drastically that trying to control it feels selfish. These people are no longer just characters in a game. They are real individuals with their own thoughts and choices, and he has no choice but to accept whatever happens next. However, the next thing Siegfried says is something Gioma finds difficult to accept. Clearing his throat, Siegfried addresses him directly. The Sword Emperor intends to pass his 7-star seat on to Gioma. Later, after the intense discussion comes to an end, Medea quietly curses her old friend under her breath. Of course, Gioma will not immediately take over the position, since he should still be allowed to enjoy his life as a student at the academy. Even so, this is still a major decision. Medea is worried that such responsibility might be too heavy for a 17-year-old boy. Despite that concern, she cannot deny that no one is more suitable for the 7 stars than Gioma. They have not made his achievements public, but if even half of what he has done were to be revealed, it would throw the entire world into chaos. As she thinks about him, Medea cannot help but recall Balor Joaquin. She stops herself before fully saying the name out loud, but the thought lingers in her mind. It is not that she fails to understand Siegfried's decision after all. The absence of a 7-star hero could create unrest in both the human and demon worlds. Even so, they still need approval from the association and the other 7-star heroes. This whole situation is bound to become a massive headache. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Gioma and Siegfried walk out of the administration quarters together. This is the perfect moment for Gioma to question him about the decision to give him a 7-star hero seat, and Siegfried is already aware of that. The older man apologizes for how suddenly everything has been decided, and begins by asking whether Gioma knows why there are only 4 seats filled among the 7-star heroes. The obvious answer would be that it is out of respect for the fallen allies, but that is not the full truth. The real reason those seats remain empty is because no one has ever been worthy enough to take them. Demons are far stronger than humans, and even in the game Blessing of Miracle, demons possessed overwhelming stats that made fighting them extremely difficult. Because of that, it only made sense for the heroes to accept individuals who were truly strong enough. If even one 7-star hero were to fall to a demon, humanity itself would face destruction. However, in the present day, the meaning behind the 7-star heroes has weakened, and greedy individuals now use the title as a tool for political influence. One name that immediately comes to Gioma's mind is the Prime Minister of Japan, Saki Kojima, known as the Absolute Bow. In the game, she never personally appeared and was only mentioned, and Ryozo had only once spoken about her family, saying that she hated the 7-star heroes. Although everything Siegfried says makes sense, it still does not explain why he specifically chose Gioma for the position. The answer is simple. Gioma is significantly stronger than Siegfried himself. At that point, Siegfried brings up a question of his own that needs to be answered immediately. He asks Gioma whether his power has some kind of time limit. That question causes Gioma to freeze, wondering how the Sword Emperor could have possibly discovered his secret. Siegfried quickly reassures him, explaining that it was only a guess. He had noticed during the test and again on Avalon Island that Gioma would collapse after about a minute. Since Siegfried has already grasped the general idea, Gioma decides to reveal more on his own. He explains the intense pain he experiences when using his Sword God Blessing, and how he counteracts it using his Painless Blessing. However, for his own safety, he avoids going into too much detail. While he does trust the Sword Emperor, there is no reason to recklessly expose all of his weaknesses. Instead, he treats this as an opportunity to gain advice from someone more experienced. Thankfully, Siegfried promises that he will not share Gioma's unique method of combining two blessings to complement each other. Gioma's talent is undeniable, but constantly fighting under a time limit is not sustainable. It is important for him to learn how to properly control and use his power, and for that, he will need a skilled mentor. Coincidentally, Siegfried himself is looking for a talented disciple. This leads to yet another decision from Siegfried. After retiring, he intends to take Gioma as his disciple. Before finally leaving, he hands Gioma a tie that Abel had asked him to deliver. With that, he departs, wishing Gioma a peaceful life at the academy. Gioma, however, is left completely overwhelmed by all the sudden revelations. He decides that he will eventually find a way to convince Siegfried to reconsider all of this. For now, he returns to his dorm for the night, and as he falls asleep, he once again finds himself trapped in the same dream. Just like before, he is fighting off waves of knives while the world around him collapses, and just like last time, the dream reaches its peak when a massive knife appears in the sky. However, this time, instead of rejecting it by cutting it down, he follows Siegfried's advice to make the power his own. He drops his own knife and chooses to accept the power descending toward him. The giant blade pierces straight through his chest, causing him to double over in pain as a strange energy fills his body. That power circulates through him briefly before leaving and forming into a figure behind him. A voice greets him, and when Gioma turns around, he sees a mysterious being made entirely of energy. At first, he assumes it might be the GM. The entity casually waves its hand, recreating the kitchen from Gioma's previous life, a place that should feel familiar to him. Then it clarifies that it is not actually the GM. It does not directly explain what it is, only vaguely stating that it is something not too different from the GM. Setting aside the cryptic explanation, the being tells Gioma that explaining everything would take too long, so it will keep things simple. It says that it is known by many names, ranging from a calamity to nature itself, but is most commonly referred to as the Sword God. There is no time for further explanation, but it reveals that the reason it can appear now is because its restraints were recently loosened. This happened during the island test when Gioma reached what seemed to be a higher form. However, it is still not fully released, meaning the form standing before him is incomplete. The fact that they can even communicate like this is already a miracle, but their time soon runs out as the space around them begins to shatter. As Gioma starts falling, the Sword God turns away and wishes him luck, telling him not to mess things up this time. With that, Gioma suddenly wakes up in his room, his hand still raised toward the sky. His status screen appears beside him, showing that his synchronization rate has increased. Without wasting a moment, he grabs a pen and a notebook to write down everything he can remember. However, after waking up so abruptly, his memories are already beginning to fade. Right now, the most important thing is to continue gathering clues. His biggest concern at the moment is the sudden spike in his synchronization rate. While he is trying to organize his thoughts, his phone starts ringing on the bed. The moment he answers the call, a loud shout blasts into his ears from the other end. It turns out that Speed Weapon's poster has actually worked after all. The next day, Gioma heads to the cafe where his club usually holds its meetings, planning to wait for the new member. Chloe sulks because she wasn't able to remove all of the posters in time, while Gioma wonders what kind of weirdo would even decide to join a club after seeing something like that. Even Speed Weapon himself looks surprised that his poster actually managed to work. Meanwhile, Ryozo remains highly suspicious about the intentions of this new person and declares that she will interrogate them thoroughly. There is nothing wrong with being cautious, especially since they still have no information about the female instructor responsible for the dungeon break and whatever she might be planning. From Gioma's perspective, the new recruit could even be a spy sent to kill him. Since they are about to gain a new member, the club will finally be officially established, and at the same time, they want to celebrate Gioma's recovery, so they decide to go to a sushi restaurant. Gioma himself is not particularly excited about it, but the others are interested because it is one of the most famous places in the academy. Getting a reservation there is difficult, especially since the Japanese students seem to enjoy it a lot. While they are discussing these plans, a girl walks into the room and asks if this is the travel club. Speed Weapon excitedly invites her to sit down, while the rest prepare to question her. She appears much more normal than Ryozo had expected, especially considering she joined because of that poster, though compared to the rest of their rather strange group, appearing normal is not very difficult. Speed Weapon attempts to start a casual conversation, but Ryozo immediately cuts it off and switches to interrogation mode, asking the girl to begin with a brief introduction. The girl introduces herself as San Hana, a second-year student from the ordinary class who comes from Busan. The Korean name catches Gioma's attention, as it connects to his own place of origin. However, the surname San feels unfamiliar to him, since he has never heard of it before. Then again, even the Kang family of the Seori region does not exist in real life either. Putting that aside, Gioma starts some small talk with her, discussing different foods and spices common in Korea, and Hana eagerly joins in. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when Ryozo angrily jabs her elbow into his side. The blue-haired archer pulls the discussion back on track and asks Hana about her motives and her reason for applying to the travel club. Hana gives a simple and honest answer. She saw the poster and noticed that the club's main activities involve traveling and clearing dungeons. Since her academic performance has been lacking this year, she wants to clear some dungeons to improve her scores. Ryozo corrects her, explaining that the club's primary focus is traveling, while dungeon clearing is only an additional activity. She also points out that there are other clubs that focus more heavily on dungeon clearing. Even so, for a second-year student in the ordinary class, it is difficult to find a club that would even accept her. Ryozo and the others are taken aback by how straightforward her answer is, and she shifts the conversation by asking what kind of weapon Hana prefers. Hana replies that she does not specialize in any particular weapon, and instead prefers to fight using her fists. Once again, Ryozo is caught off guard, and it is rare to see her lose ground in a conversation so many times. The two girls lock eyes in a brief staring contest before Ryozo finally gives in. As the discussion continues, Gyoma observes Hana carefully. From his past job, where he dealt with many customers, he developed the ability to categorize people based on subtle habits. Relying on his intuition, along with small signals he notices from Ryozo, he decides to welcome Hana into the travel club. Now that she is officially part of the group, Gyoma tells her to speak more casually, and she immediately drops her polite tone. Hana also mentions that she does not want to be treated like a senior just because she is a year older, so everyone can speak casually with her as well. Speed Weapon hands her a form to complete so she can officially join the club. While filling it out, she notices that the club's chaperone is the school's director, Medea. Seeing that, Hana gives a subtle, cryptic smile and says that she is definitely going to enjoy being part of this club. After that, she leaves the cafe, and Gyoma remarks that she reminds him of someone, although he cannot quite figure out who. As they continue chatting, Gyoma's phone suddenly rings with a message from Medea. When he checks it, his eyes widen as he sees information related to his student records. After reading the message, he leaves the meeting early. The information reveals that everything about his background, from his relationship with his parents to his personal history, has been completely erased. This means that the current status of his parents is unknown. On top of that, all of his records have been wiped clean, not just details about his parents, but even his broader family connections. The only information that remains is from after he enrolled in the academy. Even when he tries to recall his own memories, it leads nowhere, as it feels like his entire life before entering the academy has been erased. His only remaining option is to try contacting his parents directly. He has not spoken to them since before his midterms because he did not want to worry them, but now he has no other choice. Taking out his phone, he dials the familiar number, but the call immediately disconnects, and an automated voice informs him that the number does not exist. At that moment, Gyoma's fears are confirmed. He walks to a nearby bench as rain begins pouring down around him and looks at the photos of his family. Even those images are slowly fading, leaving him with no proof that his life before the academy ever existed. His parents now seem like nothing more than constructs created to help him adapt to this new world. Someone has clearly set up this entire situation like a chessboard for him to play on, whether it is the GM, the sword god, or perhaps both. One day, he is certain that he will uncover the truth behind everything. Elsewhere, as the sky darkens over the school, Rachel walks through the hallways with her usual crowd of simps following behind her. Before stepping into her classroom, she turns around and calmly rejects every one of them, then heads inside. As the guys continue arguing outside, Rachel lets out an annoyed sigh and takes her seat beside Abel. The blue-haired girl quickly notices that something feels off about her seatmate today, but Rachel is the one who breaks the silence first, asking Abel for advice. Despite being confident in both her looks and her strength, her self-confidence has recently started dropping, and the reason for that is Kang Gyoma. At the mention of his name, Abel blushes immediately, and Rachel notices it right away. It does not take much to realize that something must have happened between them on Avalon Island. Abel nervously tries to brush it off as nothing, explaining that she was injured that day and Gyoma stayed with her, taking care of her until morning. However, the clear blush on her face makes it obvious that she has developed feelings for him. Rachel decides not to push that topic further and instead shifts to something more interesting. She reminds Abel that she once claimed she had absolutely no interest in Gyoma, but that is no longer true. The moment Rachel realizes this, she leans right into Abel's space. Feelings can change at any time, and human emotions are no exception, so something like this was bound to happen eventually. Returning to the main point, Rachel reveals that Gyoma has created a club, but it is so exclusive that when she tried to join, she was outright rejected. Apparently, Gyoma made it clear that he would not accept anyone from the star class, because it would be troublesome. However, just the previous day, when she went to her favorite cafe for a drink, she saw Gyoma happily talking with someone who seemed to be a new member of his club. She had never seen him wear such a cheerful expression before. It looked like they were conducting interviews, but the fact that she was rejected while he seemed so happy talking to another girl made her feel insecure. Strangely though, Abel reacts even more strongly to that news than Rachel herself. The next day, Gioma heads to the place where he planned to meet his friends to celebrate. It is a Korean sushi restaurant, and his friends are already waiting inside. Sanhana could not make it, saying that she does not like raw fish, so she chose not to attend. That seems a bit odd, considering she is from Busan, but regardless, their plans continue without her. They enter the restaurant and request a table for 4, and the person who greets them at the entrance turns out to be an unexpectedly familiar face. Chloe freezes on the spot and ends up bumping into Gioma as she locks eyes with her brother. Gioma immediately becomes serious and asks Nox what he is doing there, but it appears that he is simply working a part-time job, as if he has forgotten the real reason he is there. The Auditor family is a globally influential and wealthy clan, so there is no real reason for him to take on part-time work, especially while hiding his identity. The only conclusion Gioma can come to is that Nox might be on some kind of assassination assignment nearby. Their tense stare is interrupted when the restaurant owner comes out and yells at Nox for standing around doing nothing. The group decides not to interfere further and heads inside, leaving the redhead to continue working. They take their seats and begin looking through the menu to decide what to order, while Chloe remains uneasy because of her brother's presence. Their relationship is still strained, which makes it even more unfortunate since she had been looking forward to this gathering the most. Ryozo nudges Gioma to get his attention and asks what he wants to order. As she speaks, Gioma cannot help but notice the difference in their backgrounds. Soon, their food arrives, and while everyone else is impressed and immediately starts eating, Gioma hesitates, carefully examining the dishes. As he criticizes the chef's poor knife skills, a rough voice suddenly calls out in broken Korean, demanding to know what he just said. Gioma, who is used to sudden confrontations, calmly repeats his criticism, which only angers the man further. The chef then challenges him to come to the kitchen and demonstrate proper knife skills himself. Gioma remains composed, though he wonders how the man managed to hear him so clearly. Regardless, he is not the type to back down from a challenge involving food, so he stands up and accepts. The chef laughs at his confidence and raises the stakes, saying that if Gioma can prepare a better dish, he will let him eat for free. Confident that Gioma is out of his depth, the blonde chef underestimates him, but Gioma escalates the challenge further by requesting to work with red snapper, one of the most expensive fish to handle. The chef tries to stop him, but Nox intervenes and holds the man back, stating that if there is anyone who can be trusted with a blade, it is definitely Kang Gioma. Gioma walks into the kitchen, almost as if he has returned home, removes his jacket, picks up a knife, and begins working. In no time, he produces perfectly sliced sushi, leaving the chef sitting on the floor in complete defeat. In his 12 years of wielding a blade, the chef has never seen such skill in preparing sushi. Completely overwhelmed, he even asks Gioma to accept him as a disciple. Gioma quickly tells him to stand up, even as the man insists on calling the 17-year-old his master from now on. Although Gioma does not want a disciple, he still offers the man some advice on improving his technique. After finally standing up, the chef listens as Gioma explains how to better handle a blade and gain more experience before attempting such work again. Even from this brief guidance, the chef can tell that Gioma is a true master. With the challenge settled and advice given, the chef honors his promise and allows Gioma and his friends to eat for free. He goes even further, declaring that everyone in the restaurant can eat for free that day. Gioma then continues working tirelessly in the kitchen, skillfully preparing fish with a smile on his face. From their table, his friends watch him, wondering if they have ever seen him look like that before. Seeing how hard he is working, Speed Weapon suggests that they go help him, and Ryozo agrees, calling for Chloe to join them. Just as Chloe is about to get up, her brother appears beside her and offers to teach her how to work in the kitchen. By the end of the day, Gioma stands outside as the gathering finally comes to an end. It was originally meant to be a simple club celebration, but he ended up getting carried away and could not resist showing off a little. Even so, 50 seconds was enough time for him to prepare 3 fish. After spending so long cutting down demonic beasts, returning to slicing fish like he used to feels strangely refreshing for him. Soon after, Nox steps out of the restaurant, mentioning that Chloe told him to go speak with Gioma. It turns out Nox has been working this part-time job because the last time they met, Gioma told him that he needed to get a real job to understand life better. It seems Nox took that advice far more seriously than Gioma ever expected. Even though he refuses to openly admit that he is following Gioma's words, Nox cannot deny that he has learned something from the experience. The two begin talking about working in a restaurant, and Gioma offers him some practical advice on handling different situations. The longer their conversation goes on, the more Nox begins to feel that the two of them do not seem like they are the same age at all. After finishing the casual talk, Nox shifts to a more serious topic. He informs Gioma that the Auditore family has completed an investigation into his background and found nothing suspicious. Because of that, they have redirected their attention toward the Council of Elders, since it was them who made such a strange request in the first place. To deal with this, they are planning to form a large-scale investigation team, one that could potentially set records to uncover the truth within the Academy, and Nox himself will be taking part in it. The Auditor family targeting the Council of Elders will definitely create a lot of disturbance, but Gioma considers that outside of his concern. Even so, He expresses his gratitude to Nox for sharing this information as a way to protect him. The two shake hands, and Nox prepares to leave, but Gioma stops him briefly. He asks Nox if he knows anything about Sanhana, the second-year student who recently joined their club. Nox does recognize her, but only as someone who always sits alone and spends her time reading. The only unusual thing about her is that she consistently remains exactly in the middle of the class rankings. Whether it is theoretical knowledge or actual combat ability, her performance is always perfectly average, which is surprisingly difficult to maintain, even on purpose. Gioma takes a moment to think about this information, but their conversation is suddenly interrupted when the sushi chef rushes out of the restaurant looking for Nox. The moment he sees Nox standing with Gioma, his tone softens immediately, and he quickly approaches to present Gioma with a gift. It is the sushi knife he has been using for many years. Gioma initially refuses to accept it, but the chef insists, saying that after witnessing a true master, there is no point in him clinging to his tools when he has not yet mastered his own skills. In the end, Gioma reluctantly accepts the knife and examines it closely. At first glance, it looks extremely expensive, and seems to be crafted more like a weapon than an ordinary kitchen knife. He spends some time staring at it, thinking about what he should name it. Then, a memory of his family and his past life surfaces in his mind, and he decides to name the blade Everfrost as a tribute to his past. Elsewhere on the school grounds, a group of suspicious-looking individuals moves together toward a dark alley where a masked man is already waiting for them. He greets them calmly and thanks them for taking the time to gather. Then, he reveals himself as the professor. One of the people present is clearly unimpressed by the dramatic entrance and impatiently demands that the masked man quickly explain what he wants, since they are all busy. The professor simply laughs in response, which only angers the man further, prompting him to demand what is so amusing. To the professor, the man is nothing more than someone intoxicated by newly gained power. Hearing that, the man loses control, activates his ability, transforms into a massive beast, and charges at the masked figure with the intent to kill him and anyone else present. However, he has completely misjudged the strength of this mysterious individual. With nothing more than a casual wave of his hand, the professor reduces the raging beast to a few floating limbs in less than a second. Everyone present is left stunned by the display of power, and the professor calmly states that this was merely an introduction. With that demonstration out of the way, he suggests moving on to more important matters. Among the group, Instructor Kim immediately recognizes that this man is the second general, Kuran. As soon as that thought crosses her mind, the masked man calls her forward and asks her to explain the situation. Instructor Kim, who was a disciple of Agor, reveals that her master was not killed by the swordmaster, but instead died at the hands of a single student named Leon van Reinhardt, who is destined to become the next hero. The following morning, Gioma reflects on everything he has learned so far. Now that the Council of Elders made the mistake of trying to use the Auditore family as hunting dogs, he has effectively gained the Assassin clan as allies. This situation mirrors part of the game's storyline, where groups that attempted to weaken Leon eventually disappeared. That means Gioma is now in a similar position, gaining powerful allies who could fight alongside him in the future. Thanks to the Auditore family, he should soon uncover the truth behind everything that is happening. The only thing he has not yet fully figured out is the identity of the mysterious female instructor. From what he learned through Agor, she is someone deceitful who obtained her contract through constant whining. Villains can easily alter their appearance, so taking her description too literally could be misleading. However, certain traits like eye color and gender cannot be changed. Even so, having purple hair and eyes is not uncommon in this world, and there are limits to how much information he can gather using the sensing ability of his sword God Blessing. On top of that, his lack of knowledge about magic makes it even harder for him to understand certain aspects of the situation. He realizes that now is not the time to keep working from the shadows. He needs to act directly and boldly. To do that, he must begin by learning new things, and that leads him to consider visiting Professor Damien. While he is still thinking things through, his club members suddenly burst into the cafe, with Ryozo and Speedweapon arguing loudly about something. The source of their argument is the upcoming anniversary of the day Balor Joaquin sealed Lycan. This occasion is significant because several important figures are scheduled to visit the school for the event. Among them is one of the strongest assassins, Altair Auditore, along with the next successor of the Iron King family, Mao Lan. And finally, there is the Pride of America and a candidate expected to become one of the 7-star heroes, All Mute. Speedweapon suggests that they should get some work done to keep the principal satisfied, but Ryozo immediately sees through him, knowing that he just wants an excuse to enjoy the festival. As the two continue arguing, Chloe turns shyly and tries to ask Gioma if he has any plans for that day. However, before she can even finish speaking, Speedweapon suddenly shouts that they should set up a tasting booth. Chloe clearly does not appreciate being interrupted, and she stands up, ready to cut Speedweapon down for what feels like the 5th time this week. Gioma quickly steps in to save him by agreeing to the tasting booth idea, which shocks everyone in the group. Ryozo, in particular, immediately confronts him, getting right in his face and demanding to know why he would agree to something like that, even even questioning if he just wants to show off in front of important figures. In reality, Gioma simply wants to use this opportunity to enjoy the festival, since they might not have many chances like this in the future. That statement instantly alerts Ryozo, making her realize that Gioma might know something about what is coming ahead. Without realizing it, he had been thinking about the second human-demon war that would happen in 3 years. And now Ryozo is certain that he knows more than he is letting on. Because of that, Gioma suddenly finds himself under Chloe's hostility and Ryozo's suspicion at the same time. Looking for help, he turns toward Speed Weapon. The orange-haired boy immediately steps in and suggests that he will handle making the poster, successfully redirecting both girls' attention toward himself. Even so, Ryozo, now irritated by Speed Weapon's impulsive behavior, declares that it is time to decide who will actually lead the club after Gioma. She demands a duel to settle the hierarchy once and for all, so that he stops making reckless decisions. Speed Weapon agrees without hesitation, and the two head to Ryozo's dojo to fight. They stand facing each other, and Speed Weapon begins thinking through his strategy. Ryozo's main weapon is a longbow, and since they are not in a subspace, she should not be able to use it effectively. His plan is to keep his distance and apply debuffs until she becomes weak enough to attack. Sanhana acts as the referee and signals the start of the match. However, the moment the fight begins, Ryozo immediately draws her bow, catching Speed Weapon off guard. Even so, he sticks to his plan, believing that as long as he applies debuffs properly, he will be fine. But in the very next instant, Ryozo closes the distance before he can even react. As he tries to say something, she slams her bow into his back, sending him flying straight out through the walls of the dojo. The others watch in shock, while Ryozo casually asks Gioma what he thought of the fight. Outside, Speed Weapon hurriedly applies healing buffs to himself while lying on the ground in pain. The next day, with only 4 days left until the festival, everyone is busy preparing as they work on setting up their booth. Chloe takes the role of kitchen assistant, helping Gioma prepare the food. Hana is responsible for purchasing ingredients and handling general management tasks. Speed Weapon takes charge of operations and ordering the necessary items for setup. Meanwhile, Ryozo handles public relations, administrative duties, and the design of promotional materials. Despite the short time frame, they manage to organize themselves efficiently, and everything begins progressing smoothly. In his previous life, Gioma never had the chance to truly enjoy a festival. He had been working since the age of 17, leaving him with no time for leisure. Perhaps that is why he was so drawn to the game Blessing of Miracle, because deep down, he had always wanted a simple and ordinary life. However, those hopes in this world were shattered the moment Leon Van Reinhardt caught the attention of the demons during their second year. That also means this will likely be the last festival he ever experiences at the academy. His thoughts become visible on his face, and before long, Hana approaches him and asks why he looks so down. For a moment, Gioma wonders if she can somehow read his mind, but he decides not to mention it. Instead, he tells Ryozo that he will step out for a while to take care of some matters. Gioma then heads over to the office of Professor Damien and finds him calmly brewing some Russian black tea. Gioma declines the offer to try it and immediately gets to the point, asking about the phrase he always sees whenever he draws his weapon, "May the blessing of God be with you." The topic is something that troubled the professor enough that he personally traveled abroad to research. During his journey, he went all the way to Russia, where he discovered a book containing information about that very phrase. According to the book, blessings are divided into 4 tiers: dead spirits, guardian spirits, elemental spirits, and soul spirits. Each category is determined by the type of spirit that grants the blessing. However, when it comes to gods, it is already known in the current era that no gods exist anymore. That said, this only applies to the present age. In ancient times, during what is referred to as the Mythic Age, there were countless gods. These gods were not like the spirits known today. Instead, they were closer to pure concepts, existing beyond the limits of mortal beings. Even so, not even these entities were able to escape death. Among all of them, only one god managed to bring that entire era to an end, the god of the sword. The phrase, "May the blessing of God be with you," was originally used by humans of that age as a prayer directed toward the sword god, seeking power. After hearing all of this, Gioma leaves Professor Damien's office with just as many questions as answers, though he is still grateful that the professor went to such lengths to help him. As he walks away, he notices a strange feeling of suffocation that has been bothering him since earlier. The reason becomes clear: it is because he did not bring his sashimi knife with him, which has effectively become his ultimate sensory tool. He has grown so accustomed to having the blade with him that being without it now makes him feel restricted. As the days pass and the festival approaches, the group continues preparing for their kimchi stall. They spend their time practicing cooking, setting up their booth, and arranging outfits for the event. By the time the festival finally arrives, everything is fully prepared and ready to open. Over the roughly 20 years that Gioma spent living with a knife in his hand, he revived numerous struggling restaurants. Each time, he refused any form of payment and instead sought out places that were on the verge of collapse, doing it purely for his own satisfaction. In a way, This became his own form of romance. Perhaps his sudden desire to participate in a festival is simply a late manifestation of a youthful phase he never experienced. Now, with only 10 minutes remaining before they open their stall for the first time, his club members arrive to begin their shifts. Knowing that this might be the last festival they will experience together, Gioma makes up his mind to enjoy it to the fullest. Elsewhere, Rachel and Abel walk through the festival while wearing disguises and taking pictures together. The atmosphere around them feels surprisingly festive, and the main reason for that is most likely because so many important figures have shown up for the event. Abel mentions that her grandfather was supposed to be one of those people attending, but since he has already retired and does not enjoy these kinds of gatherings anyway, he decided not to come. As they continue walking through the fair, Rachel notices a flyer lying on the ground that advertises kimchi hot pot. Meanwhile, the heroes begin appearing on stage one by one, which causes excitement to rise among both the crowd and the students watching. Eventually, All Mute makes her way through the crowd, and the moment people even catch a glimpse of her, they go wild. Among those reacting is Speed Weapon, who immediately starts shouting in excitement as soon as he sees his hero step onto the stage. While doing that, however, he ends up squeezing and crumpling the flyers that Ryozo told him to hang up earlier. Ryozo quickly notices this and comes over to scold him right away. She grabs him by the tip of his ear and starts dragging him back toward their booth, but along the way, he suddenly trips over someone's boot. Both of them look up at the same time and see Rachel and Abel standing right in front of them. Meanwhile, back at the travel club's booth, customers are slowly starting to come in, but business is still moving at a slow pace. Inside the kitchen, Chloe is handling the vegetables with skill, cutting them cleanly, while Gioma focuses entirely on cooking. He only showed her a small portion of his technique, but even from that, she has already become very good with a knife. As the amount of work begins to increase, Gioma starts wondering where Ryozo and Speed Weapon went, and not long after, Ryozo returns while dragging a beaten-up Speed Weapon behind her. Right after that, Rachel suddenly rushes into the booth and runs straight toward Gioma, trying to hug him. However, she is immediately blocked by Chloe, who is fully ready to stop her, even if she has to use a kitchen knife to do it. Behind Rachel, Abel stands nervously and greets Gioma, her face completely flushed red. The two of them take their seats as customers and prepare to be served. While Gioma is cooking their food, he cannot help but wonder why they came here in the first place. Even though he was the one who promoted the booth, he never actually expected them to show up. Since he does not want any trouble, he thinks that the safest option would be to send them away before more customers arrive. Meanwhile, Rachel points toward Sanhana and mentions that she is the girl Gioma was smiling at earlier. This time, however, instead of reacting angrily like before, Abel responds in a more relaxed manner, although it is obvious that she is pretending not to care. The two girls did not take part in any festival activities, and Abel tries to justify it by saying that exams are coming soon, so they need to focus on studying instead of doing things like this. At the other end of the booth, Speed Weapon is in terrible condition after being dragged back by Ryozo. It is clear that she gave him a proper beating before they returned, and the bruises on his face are easy to see. Even so, he is not embarrassed about it, and continues defending his fangirling over All Mute and explaining why he went to see her. Gioma points him toward an ice cooler and tells him to use the ice to treat his injuries. As Speed Weapon walks away, Gioma's thoughts drift toward All Mute. Her real name is Con Elizabeth, and she is an American hero who has already been mentioned as a candidate for the next 7-star position. In this world, the United States stands as one of the top superpowers alongside Korea. Because of that influence, they have built their own independent system within the hero world, where heroes are treated more like celebrities, and the entire system functions almost like a business. The real heroes are the ones who leave behind their names through death, while the celebrity heroes live off their fame and reputation. This creates a strange middle ground, where heroes have gradually become nothing more than tools for cheap publicity. From Gioma's point of view, neither the traditional heroes nor the celebrity heroes match his ideals. He feels relieved that he was not reincarnated in America, because he would probably have ended up with some ridiculous name like Sashimi Man, and been forced to wear a tight spandex outfit. Up until now, he and Con Elizabeth have never officially crossed paths. Even after the Sword Emperor named him as his successor, he already plans to refuse that position, but until then, it would be better for him to avoid All Mute entirely. The safest way to do that is to stay quietly at his booth and continue making kimchi stew for the next 3 days. After all, someone of her level of attention would never come to a small stall like his just to eat stew. Meanwhile, Ryozo confronts Abel over her earlier comments about working at the booth during the festival. She does not like how careless and biased Abel sounded. Abel, however, defends herself, explaining that it is not about the activity itself, but that she feels embarrassed because of the maid outfits. As their argument continues to escalate, an unexpected visitor suddenly walks into the booth. Everyone turns their attention toward the purple-haired woman as she walks straight toward the kitchen area without even bothering to take a seat like a normal customer. She heads directly up to Gioma and looks him over, identifying him as the one who defeated her brothers. Gioma immediately recognizes her as the sister of the infamous Mao twins he fought during his admission exam. She is known as Mao Lan, the iron-legged warrior. With a simple snap of her fingers, she signals one of her followers to bring over a chair and a footstool for her to sit comfortably. As she settles in, Gioma notices the S-rank weapon on her feet, Storm Greaves. The fact that she arrived wearing full battle gear makes it clear that she came prepared for a confrontation. Chloe immediately steps forward to defend Gioma, but he raises his hand to stop her and silently signals both Ryozo and Sanhana not to interfere. Surprisingly, Mao Lan does not seem interested in revisiting past conflicts. Instead, she explains that she came to personally see what kind of person Kang Gioma really is. While she admits that her brothers have terrible personalities, she also acknowledges that they are still quite skilled. However, ever since their encounter with Gioma, they have developed seizures whenever his name is mentioned. She clarifies that she is not here for revenge. In her view, Gioma actually did her a favor. Her brothers were reckless and impulsive, constantly tarnishing the Mao family's reputation. By dealing with them, Gioma effectively removed that problem, clearing obstacles from her own path. Mao Lan makes it clear that she is aiming for a position among the 7-star heroes, and her influence and popularity are strong enough to rival even Khan Elizabeth. However, she lacks the same level of ability as All Mute, and is also burdened by the negative image associated with her brothers, making it less certain that she will achieve that goal. Since that seems to be the extent of what she wanted to say, Gioma sees no reason to continue entertaining her, and turns back to his work. But just before leaving, Mao Lan throws out a remark criticizing his cooking, clearly intending to provoke him. That comment immediately catches his attention. Gioma abandons his attempt to keep a low profile, and follows after her, unable to ignore the insult directed at his cooking. Word spreads quickly throughout the festival that Mao Lan has been challenged to a subspace spar by an unknown cadet. As Leon Van Reinhardt walks through the festival grounds, he overhears people talking about it, and quickly realizes that this unknown cadet is none other than Kang Gioma. His hands tremble slightly when he hears the name, but instead of going to watch the fight, he simply continues on his way. At the stadium, the seats are completely filled with familiar faces, including Abel and Rachel, along with the renowned All Mute herself. Meanwhile, Mao Lan still appears confident in her victory as she looks over at Gioma. After all, facing someone as famous and powerful as her could easily leave him in the same condition as her brothers. Gioma ignores her taunts and immediately gets to the point. She deliberately provoked him into this situation so she could fight him and justify her brother's defeat. Mao Lan does not deny it. As the subspace is deployed, Gioma calmly tells her that she will never become a 7-star hero. The moment the fight begins, the two clash, creating an explosion of smoke. When the smoke clears, Mao Lan's body is left searching through the haze for Gioma, while her head has already been sent flying before she even realizes what has happened. Back at the booth, Sanhana seems to be the only one genuinely concerned about Gioma, while Speed Weapon is more focused on the growing number of customers arriving. Hana simply smiles at their confidence, but does not say anything further. Back in the stadium, the audience notices that Mao Lan has staggered, even though neither of them appears to have physically moved. Those in the crowd who can sense power beyond normal levels immediately understand what happened. Gioma used the realm of the mind against his opponent. This is a technique that only fighters at the 7-star level can freely control, yet Gioma already shows the talent to use it. Mao Lan is instantly reminded of her old acquaintance, All Mute, and the overwhelming gap in talent she once felt during their academy days. Gioma must have used that mental realm to show her what would happen if they truly fought. By demonstrating the difference in their abilities without physically attacking her, he preserved her dignity, while also avoiding potential international complications. Kang Gioma is clearly no ordinary academy student. There had been occasional rumors among the higher-ups, but now it is confirmed he truly is the successor chosen by the Sword Emperor. A flood of emotions, envy, jealousy, fear, and awe fills Mao Lan's mind as memories from her school days resurface. However, she refuses to accept defeat so easily. As soon as she regains her composure, she charges forward, delivering a wide, sweeping kick aimed at Gioma's face. Gioma steps back and smoothly ducks under her follow-up kick with remarkable speed. The shockwave from her attack is powerful enough to affect even those outside the subspace, and Gioma briefly glances at the damage it caused. That brief moment gives Mao Lan the opening she needs to leap above him, raising her leg high to deliver a final decisive strike. Gioma narrowly avoids it as the impact sends rocks flying into the air. Before he can recover, Mao Lan kicks those falling rocks toward him with precise timing. Gioma slices through them effortlessly with his knife, filling the air with dust and debris. However, a single red thread cuts through the cloud, aimed directly at his chest. He raises his blade just in time to block it, though the impact nearly destroys his knife. Even so, he quickly restores it and immediately shifts to offense, moving at speeds that Mao Lan can no longer track. In an instant, despite her attempts to predict his movements, Gioma effortlessly slices off her arm, leaving her confused about what just happened. She screams in pain and turns toward him, only to see figures of equal strength standing alongside him. Gioma assumes a fighting stance as Mao Lan prepares to make one final attempt, but before she can even move, he dashes past her, and her head is sent flying once again. The entire stadium watches in stunned silence as the winner of the subspace duel is declared Kang Gioma. Back at the booth, the cheers from the stadium are loud enough for Ryozo to hear. She does not need to be present to understand what happened, and she claps her hands to gather everyone's attention, announcing that Gioma will be returning soon. Meanwhile, Abel and Rachel leave the training hall, appearing far less surprised than the rest of the crowd by Gioma's victory. In the end, they never even got to taste his stew, but Abel says that she already feels satisfied. After witnessing a fight like that, she feels like she does not need anything more. Meanwhile, Mao Lan slowly makes her way out of the arena. Physically, she is completely fine, but the situation is going to become a massive issue for her on a global scale. She has just publicly lost to a 17-year-old. Even so, she is not someone who will be crushed by a single defeat. Kang Gioma possesses overwhelming potential, and he is only going to grow stronger as time goes on. When that happens, she is certain that she will still gain recognition for having fought him before he reached his peak. With the level of strength Gioma has already shown, it is only a matter of time before even All-Mute is forced to bow before him. Mao Lan has witnessed many geniuses throughout her life, including Con Elizabeth during her training days, and even the 7-star heroes after graduating. However, Gioma is moving along a path that cannot be reached through effort alone. The only way she can describe him is as a monster. News spreads across the internet at an incredible speed. Very quickly, everyone hears about the newcomer who defeated one of the continent's rising stars. No matter how many times people watch the footage, they cannot get over how impressive it is. Before long, the video surpasses 20 million views, and crowds begin gathering outside Gioma's booth. The situation becomes so overwhelming that the travel club is forced to hand out numbers just to manage serving people fairly. Meanwhile, Ryozo struggles to hold back intrusive journalists who are trying to push their way in to interview Gioma. Behind him, people are taking photos and uploading them online, tagging him as the Sashimi Sword Saint. By now, countless articles and videos have been released discussing his battle. Gioma had expected attention, but what he did not expect was to be given a new title. The title of Sword Saint is not something that can be obtained in the game Blessing of Miracle. Only the Sword Emperor eventually receives it, and since he has stepped down, the title should have disappeared. Yet somehow, it is now being attached to Gioma, with sashimi added in front of it. Ryozo has not stopped teasing him about it since it started, and although it sounds almost like a joke, the consequences are very real. More than 1,000 people are already lined up outside the food stall, and it becomes far too much for them to handle. On top of that, Chloe is reaching her limit and is on the verge of hurting herself due to the workload. Things become so overwhelming that Gioma even considers using a sword to keep up. At that moment, the sushi chef he met earlier suddenly appears at the stall, accompanied by Nox. Gioma begins to explain that they are too busy to talk, but the chef clarifies that they are not there as customers. Instead, they came to help after seeing how much attention the stall was receiving on the news. With the additional help, the situation quickly improves, and the workload becomes much more manageable. By the evening, the crowd finally disperses, and everything settles down completely. Gioma heads to a quiet spot to rest and enjoy a small snack. It is not something he would want to go through again, but he admits that the experience was still enjoyable. Not long after he begins relaxing, Nox approaches him, and Gioma thanks him for coming to help at the stall. Taking advantage of the calm atmosphere, Nox asks whether Gioma will be available the next day. He explains that the head of the auditory family wishes to meet him. This man is known as the greatest assassin of all time, someone who maintains order from the shadows. His name is Altair Auditore. For someone like him to request a meeting, Gioma can only assume that it is related to the Council of Elders who attempted to have him assassinated. There is no way Altair did not witness his battle against Mao Lan, which means he must have also seen Gioma use the realm of the mind. According to Nox, this is the first time the old man has shown interest in someone outside their circle. Not even a 7-star hero is considered worthy enough for him to personally appear. Nox is certain that Gioma would want to meet him as well, and he would not be wrong. There are many things Gioma would want to ask. After all, he still owes both the sushi chef and Nox for their help, and this meeting could serve as a way to repay them. However, after thinking it over in silence, Gioma ultimately decides not to go. He is simply too tired and unwilling to deal with something like that right now. As he leaves, he thanks Nox once again for helping out at the booth. Elsewhere, inside Medea's office, a knock echoes at the door, and she calmly allows the visitor to enter. The person who steps in is someone she has not seen in quite a while, All-Mute. Meanwhile, much earlier, before the festival had even begun, when the group was still deciding on a theme for their restaurant, Speed Weapon had managed to secure 3 maid outfits. Chloe appeared excited at the idea of wearing them, but Ryozo strongly resisted, refusing to wear something that she considered too strange. Because of that, Speed Weapon revealed that he had also prepared a backup option 5 Christmas-themed outfits that he believed would suit the girls perfectly. However, before he could even finish explaining his idea, Ryozo knocked him straight to the ground in anger and immediately declared that she would rather wear the maid outfit instead. Back in the present, Medea rises from her desk and personally welcomes Con Elizabeth into her office. It has been 5 years since Elizabeth graduated, and this is their first meeting since then. However, there is no need for small talk, as Medea already knows the reason for her visit. She is interested in Gioma. Elizabeth does not waste any time and directly asks about Gioma, specifically how he was able to use the realm of the mind during his battle. Medea casually avoids answering the question, which only irritates all mute. In response, Elizabeth slams her fist into the wall behind her in frustration. Medea, however, does not tolerate such behavior and immediately releases her aura, overwhelming Elizabeth with pressure and forcing her to stop. For a brief moment, all mute freezes as she experiences the power of the headmistress, someone even the elders cannot oppose. She recalls the rumors from the hero world about Medea's former title. Before she became known as a grand sage, she was once called the Tyrant Medea. With Elizabeth now subdued, Medea calmly tells her to sit down so they can speak properly. She admits that she does not know what kind of rumors about Gioma led Elizabeth to become so curious, but as the headmistress, she must treat all of her students equally. She also reminds Elizabeth that she has told her many times before, if she wants to know something, she should find out for herself. With that, the conversation essentially ends as quickly as it began. Elizabeth stands up to leave, and Medea asks how long she plans to stay at the academy. Elizabeth replies that she had intended to leave the next day at noon, but Medea suggests that she should not rush and instead stay longer to enjoy the festival. Before leaving, Allmute asks one final question: whether Medea's words about treating everyone equally also apply to Gioma. Before Medea can give her answer, Elizabeth turns away, exits the room, and slams the door behind her, all while wondering who Kang Gioma truly is. By the final day of the festival, things have settled down and become much more manageable. Gioma suggests that they should only work during the morning and take the rest of the afternoon off. With things finally becoming less hectic, Chloe takes the chance to try asking Gioma to spend some time together again. She had handled most of the kitchen duties throughout the festival, and it was obvious that she worked the hardest among all of them. It is clear that she wants some kind of reward for all the effort she put in. Since there is nothing stopping them, Gioma asks Chloe if she would like to spend some time together after they finish closing the booth for the day. Chloe immediately agrees with excitement. However, when Gioma turns around, he notices Ryozo staring at him intensely. He wonders what her problem might be, but assumes it could be related to Speed Weapon. Regardless, the day passes without anything unusual happening, and everyone heads off to enjoy the rest of the evening. The only one who seems unhappy is Ryozo, though Gioma can tell why. Gioma then goes to the school courtyard to wait for Chloe, enjoying the calm atmosphere. However, even when he tries to relax, it does not come easily. The sound of a cane tapping nearby pulls him out of his thoughts as an old man approaches and asks if he can sit beside him. As soon as the man settles down, Gioma directly asks him to state his purpose, already realizing that the man is Altair Auditore, the head of the Auditore family. The old man smiles and praises Gioma for his sharp instincts. In reality, Gioma recognized him because of the cane he carries, the S-rank cane sword syndicate from the game, which is famously associated with the head of the assassin family. With his identity no longer hidden, Altair gets straight to the point, assuming that Gioma already knows why he wanted to meet. Gioma assumes it is about the assassination request that the Council of Elders placed on him, but Altair shows no interest in discussing old family matters. Instead, he claims to be here for something more important. Before Gioma can figure out what that might be, Altair taps his staff on the ground, activating a domain around them. Gioma reacts instantly, preparing to draw Murasami from his pocket. Suddenly, the domain disappears just as quickly as it formed, and the old man casually asks what kind of relationship Gioma has with Chloe. The abrupt shift in tension catches Gioma off guard, but he answers anyway, stating that they are simply friends and nothing more. In the game, Altair had always been portrayed as a mysterious figure, so it is disappointing for Gioma to realize that the head of an assassin family might just be a strange old man. Still, he is clearly far from ordinary. With his question answered, Altair stands up to leave, but not before warning Gioma to take care of Chloe as a friend. Before he can go, Gioma asks whether Chloe truly needs to become an assassin. Despite her usual cute demeanor, Chloe has a wild and feral side, making it difficult to allow someone like her to move freely without restraint. Gioma had always believed that this behavior was the result of the Auditore family's training methods. However, Altair reveals that Chloe has always been like that, and the family actually tried to suppress her true nature. According to him, Chloe is inherently feral, and when that side of her surfaces, she can harm anyone around her. Gioma refuses to accept that explanation and tells Altair to stop pretending. He then pulls out Murasami, and in that moment, all the seemingly ordinary people nearby reveal themselves as assassins, aiming directly at him. Despite being surrounded, Gioma does not back down and prepares to face them all, until Altair orders everyone to stand down. Gioma has exceeded the old man's expectations, but at the same time, Altair has fallen below Gioma's expectations. The old man leaves, and Gioma is left wondering why he chose to behave in such a disturbing way toward the end of their conversation. Gioma's thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Chloe comes running up to him to meet for their date. He smiles at her, and in that moment, he makes up his mind that no matter what anyone else says, he will never lose faith in Chloe. Meanwhile, Altair Auditore lets out a low cackle as he walks across the academy grounds. His mind is filled with thoughts about Gioma's skill and potential. The boy is no longer just interesting, he is genuinely intimidating, even to someone as experienced as him. Altair eventually reaches an alley where Nox is waiting. There, he admits that meeting Gioma made the trip worthwhile, and that he is satisfied with how things went. He even reveals that it has been a long time since he has felt real fear towards someone. Hearing that, Nox is visibly shaken, as it is hard to imagine someone like Altair experiencing fear at all. Even so, Altair mentions that he would like to meet Gioma again someday. At the same time, Gioma continues his date with Chloe, deliberately avoiding any mention of his meeting with the Auditore Patriarch, so they can focus on simply enjoying their time together. According to the festival schedule, a parade will take place in the evening, followed by fireworks after sunset. Until then, they decide to walk around and take in the sights of the academy. The two of them spend the day exploring together, enjoying the festival atmosphere. By the time evening arrives, Gioma starts to feel tired, and Chloe notices it right away. She asks if he is exhausted because of her, feeling a bit self-conscious since she thinks she did not help enough during the festival preparations. In truth, without Chloe, the cooking booth likely would not have functioned at all. Gioma gently pats her on the head and reassures her that she did her best and was a huge help throughout everything. As they sit together and enjoy the moment, Chloe gathers the courage to ask Gioma something important, but before she can say it, Speed Weapon suddenly calls out to them. Gioma is confused since they were supposed to spend their time separately. Speed Weapon shows him a message on his phone that appears to be from Gioma, telling everyone to meet up at 5. Gioma immediately realizes that he never sent such a message, and not long after, Ryozo gives him a teasing smile, making it clear who was responsible. As evening falls, the festival parade begins, and Chloe pulls Gioma along to watch it. The others excitedly try to drag him toward the crowd, but he resists and sends them ahead without him. Once they leave, he sits down alone on a nearby bench. Crowds have never been his thing, and he prefers to experience the festival quietly. From where he sits, he looks toward his friends, with Chloe standing at the center. Even from a distance, she looks happy, but he cannot help remembering that she had something she wanted to say earlier. Looking ahead, he notices several couples enjoying themselves, laughing and playing together. It makes him realize that he may have chosen the wrong place to sit. After spending so much time fighting demons and struggling to survive, it is easy to forget that the original game Blessing of Miracle always had a strong focus on romance. In his past life, he never had the time to think about relationships. He only appreciated the characters in the game, and although he was initially nervous around them, he still does not fully understand his own feelings now. It has only been 3 months since he entered the academy, yet he has already gone through countless life and death situations. There has been no opportunity for him to reflect on himself. Especially over the past few days, he has constantly felt tense, without a single moment where he could truly relax. His thoughts are interrupted when a familiar voice approaches him. Ryozo walks over and casually drops down onto the bench beside him. Gioma glances at her as she settles in. She is one of the main heroines in the original game, and even though he has used her as a character before, he has never been able to fully understand her. Still, he trusts her abilities and her judgment. Ryozo begins to blush when she notices him staring at her and calls him clueless for not recognizing her advances. Gioma, however, takes her words too literally and grabs her shoulders, thinking she might be referring to some kind of danger. Being pulled so close to him makes her even more flustered, and she quickly pushes him away, complaining that he is hurting her. The two fall into an awkward silence. Ryozo then asks if he is upset about being pushed away. Gioma says he is not, and instead says he has something he wants to ask her. That immediately makes her blush even harder as she starts overthinking what he might say. As she struggles to form words, Gioma asks her if there is someone she likes. Ryozo blushes deeply at the question, but then Gioma follows it up by asking if she likes Leon Van Reinhardt. That instantly wipes the blush from her face. She crosses her arms and mutters that she should have known better than to expect anything from him. Gioma, however, is confused, since in the game he clearly remembers Ryozo being interested in Leon by the time of the final exams. Trying again, he asks if the person she likes is Speed Weapon, which immediately earns him a slap across the face. He walks away to tend to his injury, wondering how someone like an archer can hit that hard. In the meantime, Gioma takes the chance to look through his blessing window. His armament grade has increased to 6, and that is most likely because of the Everfrost blade that he recently received. But aside from that, his synchronization rate has also gone up, and that is probably because of his battle with Maolan. He still does not know whether this synchronization is something that benefits him or something that could harm him, but he is certain that it has something to do with the blessing of the sword god that he currently possesses. As the festival slowly comes to an end, even though the world is filled with monsters and magic, it does not look that different from Earth during moments like these. Gioma does not miss his past life either, since the only person he had there was his master. Even though he had been abandoned, he still learned how to use a knife for a period of time. Back then, he did not understand why he was being taught those skills, but now he realizes that learning different abilities allows a person to adapt to unexpected situations, so he is able to understand it a bit better. While he is thinking about everything that has happened in his life so far, he suddenly senses someone standing behind him. There is no mana coming from that person at all, which immediately makes him think that the individual must be some kind of villain. He pulls out his sword and activates the sword God's Blessing. Then, by using the ground beneath him as a medium, he scans the entire area to detect any intruders. and he is able to locate the person instantly. Before they have any chance to escape, Gyoma makes his move and rushes toward them. The person lets out a startled cry as Gyoma closes the distance at high speed and drives his blade straight into their chest. The woman collapses onto the ground and screams in pain. She turns toward him in fear and hurriedly says that she only wanted to talk to him and did not intend to do anything dangerous. From the way she looks, Gyoma immediately recognizes that she is the same villain who has been targeting him ever since the Water Buffalo dungeon. He forces her to kneel in front of him so that he can question her. She reveals that her real name is Choi Seol-ah, and the reason she had been using the name Instructor Kim was so she could easily infiltrate the academy. She explains that there are others like her inside the academy who are working under different demon generals, but they constantly change their appearances, so even she does not know exactly how many there are. Without even being asked much, she ends up revealing everything she knows. She also mentions that some of the villains are already aware that Gyoma was the one who killed Agor, since some of them have already left. Gyoma then questions her about why she framed Leon Van Reinhardt for Agor's death. She says that she does not know the reason. Gyoma pulls out his knife to intimidate her, and she immediately begins slamming her head against the ground, trying to prove that she is not lying. She explains that there is a professor among them who is responsible for making all the plans, and someone of her low rank would never be told what those plans actually are. Inside her own thoughts, Seol-ah regrets ever coming to negotiate with Gyoma. At this point, if she returns to the villains, she is guaranteed to be killed. Gyoma can tell that she is telling the truth, but that still does not mean he intends to let her go easily. He asks her if she wants to live, and she immediately begs for her life. To ensure that she is not killed, he gives her two conditions. First, she must tell him everything she knows about this professor. She explains that the professor is a subordinate of Quran, but that is all the information she has. That is not a name Gyoma expected to hear, but it does make sense, because while Lycan is sealed, Quran would naturally be the one in charge. That also means that this professor is most likely somewhere inside the academy. The other villains do not know who the professor is, which is why he is viewed as the worst among them, since he pretends to be nothing more than a normal professor within the academy. Seol-ah appears to still be useful to Gyoma, but it is clear that she has lost her position after Agor's death. Gyoma can sense that she only has a very small amount of mana left, meaning she is not a threat to him at all. She really did come here to negotiate. The second thing he demands from her are the gems that allowed her to receive mana from Agor while he was alive. Before she can even attempt to lie about them, Gyoma cuts them out of her himself. The pair of stones he obtains are what form a contract with a demon general. The general holds the stone that supplies mana, while the subordinate holds the one that receives it. The seal also contains the life force of the subordinate, which means that whoever possesses it can control them like a leash. Now that he has obtained everything he needed, Gyoma leaves her behind, deciding that he will make use of her later. As he walks back toward the academy grounds, Ryozo sends him a message asking where he is. The two of them exchange messages for a bit, but when Ryozo starts typing her last message, she hesitates. Before she can send it, the sky suddenly lights up as a massive firework explodes, illuminating the entire area. She deletes what she was about to send, and instead asks him if he saw the firework, then tells him to hurry back to her. Gyoma lets out a small smile before making his way back toward Ryozo, ready to enjoy the final moments of the last festival of his academy life. The next day, the festival has ended, and it is time for exams again. Gyoma and the travel club gather together to plan what they will do over the next few days, but the discussion quickly turns into the usual argument between Speed Weapon and Ryozo. The argument continues until Chloe steps in and beats Speed Weapon up, putting an end to it. At this point, it almost feels like he has been getting beaten up by everyone more frequently lately. Right then, everyone's phone suddenly rings with a notification announcing that the terms of the final exams have been changed. Changing the exam just 3 days before the scheduled date feels strange, but there must be a reason behind it. Originally, the test was supposed to involve clearing the Goblin Dungeon in Gapyeong. Gyoma had actually been looking forward to that, mainly because of the materials he could obtain there. Now, however, it becomes clear to him that the story has started to deviate. Given everything that has happened so far, this change is not surprising. But it also means that Gyoma has lost one of his biggest advantages, the knowledge of the future that came from being a player. Because of that, he realizes that he will need to act much more cautiously from now on. Ryozo notices the worried expression on his face, and immediately steps in front of him to check what is wrong. Gyoma brushes it off, and instead continues discussing the changes to the exam. Ryozo speculates that the sudden change is likely because a demonoid appeared during their previous external exam, which led to the Sword Emperor being injured in Avalon. With so many dangerous incidents occurring during outside exams, it would make sense for the academy to move the next test inside for safety reasons. Hearing her explanation helps Gyoma calm down, and his thoughts begin to settle. Once that is dealt with, he asks Ryozo for a favor regarding the faculty list she hacked earlier. Although she deleted the data afterward to avoid being tracked, she still has a printed copy. Gyoma asks her to hack into the academy network again. Then he explains the information he has about villains infiltrating the academy. The reason he wants another updated list is because villains constantly change their appearances. If they can compare a new list with the old one side by side, they should be able to identify inconsistencies and detect potential threats. That kind of information would definitely be useful for them later. Fortunately, the rest of the club agrees with him immediately, so he does not need to explain further for now. The Academy's faculty data is automatically updated every month, and a large portion of data is removed during each update. For someone living in the world of Blessing of Miracle, this would seem strange, but Gioma understands the real reason. It mirrors how the game performs optimization updates to reduce storage size. Ironically, this makes it easier to identify irregularities and track down suspicious individuals. Even though many things have already changed, Gioma realizes that his knowledge as a former player still holds value. For now, all they need to do is wait for Ryozo to gather the new information. However, Gioma also realizes that he has been relying on Ryozo for many things recently. Despite everything she does for him, he has nothing to offer her in return. He wonders what he could possibly give to someone who is the daughter of Japan's permanent prime minister. He decides to ask her if there is anything she wants, but Ryozo refuses to say what kind of favor she will ask for in return. The following day, Ryozo returns with a large stack of documents for them to review. She has printed out detailed faculty records, including any suspicious movements, though she has not analyzed them yet. The information is incredibly thorough. It even includes how many times each faculty member went to the bathroom. While this level of detail clearly invades privacy, they need to examine everything carefully if they want to uncover important clues. Besides, once they are finished, they plan to destroy all the data so that nothing can be traced back to them. It helps that Chloe is an assassin, and Ryozo is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve her goals, meaning neither of them is particularly concerned about moral boundaries. At the same time, Speed Weapon helps keep things from going too far. The only person Gioma remains uncertain about is the new member, San Hana. After the group encourages each other and prepares to begin, Hana raises her hand and asks where Gioma obtained all this information. He has been avoiding that question because he cannot reveal that he knows Choi Seol-ah or that the villains are targeting Leon Van Reinhardt. Explaining everything would only create confusion and take far too long. On top of that, if Chloe found out, she would likely try to kill the instructor the next time they met. Gioma tells them that he cannot explain right now, but they should trust that the information he provided is reliable. When the time comes, he promises that he will tell them everything they need to know. Even though his answer is vague, Hana simply smiles at him for a moment before they continue their work. Once again, she reminds him of someone, but he still cannot figure out who it is. After spending some time going through the files, Gioma pauses to take a short break, and Chloe walks over to him with some water. He tells her not to worry too much about how things are progressing, reminding her that she is already contributing a lot and helping in ways that the others cannot. It is clear that Chloe had started to feel a bit self-conscious, so his reassurance helps lift her out of that state. Not long after that, Gioma receives a notification stating that he has been assigned to a group with San Hana, while Rachel will be acting as the group leader. Gioma lets out a long, tired sigh, already imagining how exhausting this arrangement will be, though he reassures himself that things should be manageable since Hana will also be there. Ironically, Ryozo then reveals that she has been placed in a group led by Leon Van Reinhardt, which causes Gioma to chuckle in amusement. Later that day, once the group finishes their meeting, everyone leaves, leaving only Hana and Ryozo behind in the room. Hana prepares to leave as well, but Ryozo stops her and places a document on the table. At the very top of the list, Hana's name appears as a member of the faculty staff. With that evidence in front of her, Ryozo demands to know who Hana really is. She points out that Hana's personality is too well balanced and that she rarely speaks much or expresses her own opinions, which makes her suspicious. Despite Ryozo's confidence, Hana simply starts laughing, which completely throws Ryozo off. Then she points at the document and explains that the person Ryozo is accusing her of being just happens to share the same name as her. Not only that, but that person is currently on a work trip in America, meaning they are not even present at the academy. Ryozo briefly considers whether the data could have been tampered with, but quickly realizes that would be nearly impossible. The system automatically updates the data through the subspace system, and only Medea would have the authority to alter it. As Ryozo's thoughts begin to spiral toward the possibility that even the principal could be involved, Hana calmly interrupts her, telling her to relax. She explains that in Korea, it is quite common for people to share the same name, so it is understandable that Ryozo would make that mistake. With the situation cleared up, Hana stands to leave, but before going, she gives Ryozo a piece of advice. If she wants to win over someone as oblivious as Gioma, she will need to be more direct. That unexpected comment leaves Ryozo blushing intensely. Meanwhile, shifting focus back to Gioma, in the early hours of the morning, he lies in bed thinking about the sudden changes to the exam. He does not have any issue with the changes themselves, but he cannot understand why, out of all people, Rachel ended up as the leader of his group. He does not dislike her, but she makes him feel uncomfortable. The reason for that discomfort is because, as a former player of Blessing of Miracle, he knows that Rachel's interest in him is not driven by love or romance. Instead, she is aiming to secure strong genetics for her bloodline. Ironically, despite that motive, she has never had a boyfriend, which creates a strange contradiction in her personality. Because of that, she ends up being the last heroine in the game that the player can form a genuine romantic relationship with. While he is lost in these thoughts, his phone suddenly vibrates with an incoming call from Ryozo. He answers it, wondering if something unusual has happened or if she has discovered something important. Instead, Ryozo sounds slightly disappointed and asks if he really thinks she would only call him for something like that. Even though Gioma can be quite dense, it still feels unusual for her to call him at 5 in the morning, which is why he assumed it must be something important. Ryozo hesitates for a moment before simply wishing him good luck on the exams. Gioma responds by wishing her the same. After another brief and somewhat awkward pause, Ryozo thanks him and ends the call. The entire interaction leaves Gioma confused, but he does not have time to dwell on it. The sun has already begun to rise, and he needs to get ready for school. The exam is being held inside what appears, at first glance, to be just another school building. However, anyone who is familiar with it can immediately tell that the atmosphere around it feels completely different. The building is known as the Joaquin Academy Special Hall, a place designed to replicate the experience of Balor Joaquin during the 20 years he spent in Gehenna. It is essentially a perfect miniature recreation of that environment, except that it does not contain any monsters. Since the academy places a strong emphasis on giving students practical, field-like experience, it is not surprising that the final exam is being conducted in a place like this. As Gioma walks through the halls, someone suddenly rushes up behind him. He turns just in time to see Rachel crash into him and wrap him in a tight hug. Instinctively, Gioma reaches for his knife, causing Rachel to immediately step back when she realizes just how dangerous he has become compared to before. Sanhana soon arrives after the commotion settles, holding a B-rank armament crowbar. Rachel immediately turns to scold her for being late, but Hana handles the situation calmly and easily, showing that she knows how to deal with Rachel's personality. Their conversation is interrupted when the instructors arrive at the staircase at the end of the hall. They call everyone's attention to explain the details of the special exam. The test is a team versus team event, where each group must pass through the hall's gate and reach a designated checkpoint within 1 hour. At first, it sounds like a simple race, which feels underwhelming for a final exam. However, the instructors clarify that the environment beyond the gate is a recreation of the demonic realm that Balor Joaquin experienced. Inside this replica, there will be no subspace protection at all. Because of this, the use of weapons during the exam is strictly prohibited to prevent casualties. Additionally, each team will be assigned an instructor who will both evaluate their performance and intervene if necessary, to avoid any dangerous situations. As the instructors move to their assigned groups, Gioma's team is unexpectedly paired with Instructor Kim. She visibly flinches in surprise, but quickly masks it by claiming that she only recognizes him because of his impressive subspace duel. Internally, however, she is panicking, terrified at the thought of being grouped with someone like him. Despite her attempt to stay composed, Rachel immediately takes a dislike to her, and the two begin arguing until it is finally time for everyone to enter the gate. On the other side, Rachel immediately begins to struggle as the environment starts affecting her directly. Instructor Kim does not even try to hide her satisfaction at seeing Rachel's discomfort. Even Gioma feels a slight tingling sensation from the environment, though he is not heavily affected. Rachel, however, is extremely sensitive to mana, so the conditions are far more exhausting for her. At the current pace, they will not be able to handle whatever comes next. Meanwhile, Choi Seola, due to her high mana affinity, appears completely comfortable in this environment. Gioma briefly considers whether she might be planning something, but as long as he holds her seal of subordination, there is very little she can do against him. Behind him, Hana also appears to be struggling, likely because she does not have a strong affinity for mana either. It has only been 25 minutes since they entered, and they still have 35 minutes remaining. Given how much they are struggling, failure is becoming a real possibility. If Gioma had his knife, he would at least be able to sense the flow of mana around him. However, without it, he needs to find another method. His attention turns toward Choi Seol, realizing that she can act as a substitute for detecting mana. Once he gives her the instruction, she immediately begins searching for mana like a trained tracker. He had not even meant it seriously when he thought of her as a mana-sniffing dog, but watching her now makes the comparison hard to ignore. Meanwhile, Rachel manages to steady herself and pushes forward with determination, moving ahead as if she is on a mission. It becomes clear that each of them is adapting in their own way. Hana also seems to recover slightly as they continue. As Rachel and Hana move ahead, Choi Seol leans closer to Gioma and informs him that she can sense a concentrated source of mana toward the northwest. At this rate, they should reach the first checkpoint in about 10 minutes. Gioma acknowledges her effort, and she responds with a cheerful salute, almost like a loyal subordinate. Even her behavior resembles that of a trained companion, but thanks to her ability, they are able to make steady progress. As they increase their pace and move toward their objective, Gioma briefly wonders how the rest of his friends are managing in their own groups. Over with Ryozo's team, which is being led by Leon van Reinhardt. They have already been walking for 32 minutes, and are currently in the lead. Leon can tell that they are getting close to the first checkpoint, but at that moment, one of their teammates begins to stagger and asks if they can take a short break. Ryozo initially tries to encourage her to push forward just a little longer, but it quickly becomes obvious that the strange mana in the environment is affecting her badly as she starts coughing uncontrollably. Seeing her condition worsen, Ryozo turns to Leon and asks him to stop for a moment since their senior is clearly struggling. However, Leon has no intention of stopping. As the leader of the group, he believes that he has responsibilities to fulfill and a goal that must be achieved. Ryozo continues arguing with him, calling him out for choosing to move forward even while one of their teammates is suffering. Leon suddenly stops and turns to face her directly. He tells her that he has no intention of dragging along teammates who cannot trust him or follow his lead. He then adds that she should not expect him to act like Gioma. Hearing Gioma's name only makes Ryozo angrier, and she immediately demands to know why he even brought him up. Before the argument can escalate further, their struggling teammate steps forward and insists that she will try harder. Their assigned instructor also speaks up, encouraging everyone to hold on just a little longer. With that, Ryozo has no choice but to continue moving forward, though she still finds herself thinking about Gioma. Meanwhile, back with Gioma's team, they have been traveling for nearly an hour, yet they have not encountered a single other group of cadets. The reason for this is similar to the uninhabited island survival training scenario. Each team was transported to a different starting point through subspace, and is approaching the same checkpoint from different directions. However, the fact that they have not seen anyone at all also suggests that many teams may have already given up halfway through. Gioma does not blame them, since without Choi Seol-ah, his own team might have had to withdraw as well. He calls out to her and asks how participants are supposed to return if they decide to give up. In response, she pulls a device out of her jacket. It is called a manicaller. By pressing the button on it, the user's location will appear on the administration's monitoring screen. She explains that it is an educational tool developed by the Hero Association using a degraded artifact. Artifacts are remnants from the mythical age, containing power that goes beyond monetary value. There are fewer than 10 true artifacts in existence, and the Hero Association controls them to maintain balance among nations. However, degraded versions of these artifacts are now being distributed to organizations. Hearing this, Gioma cannot help but think that this development does not sound like a good thing. Their discussion is suddenly interrupted when Rachel shouts that she has found the checkpoint. Choi Seol-ah glances back at Gioma with a smug smile, before heading over to congratulate Rachel. Having reached the checkpoint, they have successfully cleared the first stage. To proceed to the second stage, they must pass through a large, ominous door. Even Choi Seol-ah does not know what lies beyond it, but from what she can sense, the mana coming from the other side is so intense that it is distorting the surrounding space. Despite how ominous it appears, the next stage cannot begin until they go through the door. With that in mind, Rachel rushes forward excitedly and pushes the door open, eager to continue. However, instead of entering another room, she steps forward into empty space, nearly falling off a massive cliff. At the last second, Sanhana grabs her by the collar and pulls her back, saving her from falling to her death. Rachel immediately turns around and starts arguing with their instructor for not warning them about the danger ahead. Meanwhile, already inside the second stage, Leon Van Reinhardt's group continues moving forward through the dark and murky artificial Gehenna, where the ground is soaked with dirty water. His teammates begin to wonder if his fearless attitude comes from having experienced something like this before. However, their instructor can clearly tell that Leon is able to sense mana, which explains how confidently he is moving forward. At the same time, back in the first stage, two exhausted students struggle as they barely manage to reach the checkpoint leading into the second stage. Both of them are on the verge of collapsing, and they quickly apologize to their leader, Abel. Abel looks at the door ahead of them while thinking about what to do next. After a moment, she clenches her fist, realizing that pushing them any further would be reckless. She then turns to the instructor and asks them to officially record their forfeit. Outside in the main hall, Speed Weapon leans against a wall, struggling just to stay upright. The exam has been extremely harsh on him, and he even ended up throwing up the pizza he had eaten earlier that morning. Chloe runs over to him, having also failed the exam. Her team simply ran out of time, unlike Speed Weapon's team, which got eliminated after wandering around in circles. Both Gioma and Ryozo are still inside the exam. While neither of them is particularly worried about Gioma, they are genuinely concerned about Ryozo. Speed Weapon, in particular, worries about how she will handle being in a group led by Leon. To shift the mood, he suddenly suggests that he and Chloe should go hunt villains. Even though it is disappointing that they were eliminated so early, at least they can still do something useful for Gioma. Back inside the second stage, Gioma carefully guides his team through a steep and rocky path. Rachel suddenly takes the opportunity to jump onto his back in an ungraceful manner, but she immediately backs off when she senses his hostility. It seems that she has fully adapted to the environment now. Across from them, beyond a wide ravine, they can clearly see what appears to be the next checkpoint. Even though the destination is visible, they cannot afford to act recklessly. Since they have no subspace protection, rushing ahead could be dangerous. Gioma once again turns his attention to Choi Seol-ah, his so-called mana-sniffing dog. He has already relied on her once, so he sees no issue in doing it again. He approaches her and orders her to cross the bridge ahead of them first. Technically, this goes against the rules, but since they are not being actively monitored, it does not matter. Seol-ah tries to object, saying that she cannot interfere because this is an exam, but the rest of the team sides with Gioma. As she continues to resist, Gioma steps closer to her while she lies on the ground. In a firm tone, he orders her once again to cross first, and then promises that if she does it, he will grant her one wish, anything except removing her seal of subordination. That promise gives her enough courage to move forward. She steps onto the bridge and begins crossing. After making it partway, she suddenly freezes and collapses in fear, crying that she cannot continue. At that moment, she looks less like an instructor and more like a frightened child. Even so, thanks to her effort, the rest of them are able to follow safely. Gyoma walks up to her and praises her for doing a good job. His words have a deeper emotional impact on her than he expected, and she almost breaks down in tears before regaining her composure and continuing across the bridge. Rachel laughs at her sudden burst of determination and follows behind her, while Hana and Gyoma watch from behind. The two of them seem to have unexpectedly good chemistry, though Hana quietly thinks to herself that it is because Gyoma is a sinful man, a thought that Gyoma himself has no understanding of. Elsewhere, beyond the third gate known as the Tower of Ordeal, Leon's group has nearly reached the top. Even Ryozo is starting to feel exhausted at this point, and she begins to wonder what is driving Leon to push forward so relentlessly. After all, they have not encountered any other teams, so first place is practically guaranteed already. Behind her, their senior finally reaches her limit and collapses, completely drained of strength. Once again, Ryozo tries to convince Leon to slow down. This time, however, his response is much colder. He blames her for not being able to keep up with him. Everyone, including the instructor, is shocked by how harsh he sounds. That reaction seems to snap Leon back to his senses, and he quickly apologizes to Ryozo. He then suggests that they take a break on the 5th floor of the tower. He decides to go ahead and check the 5th floor first, while the rest of them rest and make their way up slowly afterward. Meanwhile, their senior lies on the ground, crying as she admits that she truly cannot continue any further, no matter how hard she tries. As the instructor attempts to encourage her, Ryozo kneels down and offers to carry her on her back. Since Ryozo can still move, this will allow the senior to rest. In truth, Ryozo herself is not in good condition either, and she never considered herself the kind of person who would go out of her way to help someone else. However, as the senior climbs onto her back and she begins to struggle under the added weight, she starts to realize that she may have changed more than she thought. Suddenly, both girls snap their gaze forward as they sense something ahead. At the exact same time, Gyoma also senses something and looks up toward the tower his team is about to enter. Rachel lightly teases him, saying he looks scared, and he brushes it off, but deep down, he knows that something has just happened. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, 2 members of Leon's group collapse onto the ground, while a figure stands over them, holding a sword soaked in blood. Ryozo curls up in pain as her consciousness begins to fade, her blood pooling beneath her. The final thought that crosses her mind before everything goes dark is Gyoma. Meanwhile, Gyoma's group continued moving deeper inside, while he carefully scanned the surroundings. At some point, he noticed something strange. His senses felt much sharper than before. Up ahead, Choi Seol-ah reminded everyone that she would lead as the guiding instructor, while Sanhana cheered her on from behind. Seeing Gyoma falling slightly behind, Rachel looked at him and asked if he could still climb the stairs. He simply nodded while observing the structure around them. The place looked like a separated section of the magic tower itself. His attention soon shifted to the stairs, where he noticed footprints left behind. That immediately told him another group had already passed through here during the exam without anyone realizing it. Rachel kept complaining about how exhausting the endless stairs were, but Gyoma suddenly stepped on something sticky. Looking down, he discovered blood. Before anyone could react, a sharp scream echoed from above, making the entire group freeze. Rachel nervously asked what it was, but Gyoma had already dashed upstairs like the wind. Choi Seol-ah called out after him, before quickly telling the other two to stay behind. As Gyoma rushed upward, intense anxiety filled his mind. At the same time, countless fragmented images flooded Ryozo's thoughts. Slowly opening her eyes, she stared at her blood-covered hands in confusion. Her body trembled from the pain as she noticed the sword lodged in her chest. The blade was poisoned, and she immediately realized her condition was getting worse. When she looked ahead, she saw Leon fighting instructor Paul. At that moment, the truth became clear. Paul really was the undercover traitor they had suspected earlier. Their clash violently shook the area, and one of Leon's attacks completely shattered the wall behind Paul. Watching this, Paul admitted Leon truly deserved his title as a hero candidate. But the moment Paul noticed something strange, Leon suddenly appeared behind him. Before Leon could finish the attack, a hand pierced straight through his abdomen and tore out from his side. It was the blue-haired girl from earlier. She mocked him, saying that even a hero candidate was still just human. She then turned toward Paul and commented that the others still seemed inexperienced at controlling Lord Permersh's power. Paul apologized to Irio, while she calmly examined Leon. Honestly, he did not look worthy enough to become Lord Permersh's vessel. She even wondered if Agor had really been defeated by someone like him. Paul, however, analyzed the situation differently. Leon had managed to survive this long in the demon realm without proper equipment, which already proved his ability. He speculated that Agor may simply not have been compatible with the body she possessed. With even the Sword Emperor involved, the story was probably true. Ario still seemed doubtful, but she knew there was no better vessel available. If Lord Permersh successfully adapted to Leon's body, everything would work out perfectly. Paul is sure the results will be satisfactory. After all, Permersh is the one who took them under his wing after Agor's death. Just then, Ario's attention shifts towards Ryozo. Ario then turned toward Ryozo, who was trembling helplessly on the ground, and slowly walked closer. Noticing she was awake, Ario casually greeted her while Ryozo struggled to endure the unbearable pain. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. She did not want to die like this. As her consciousness faded in and out, memories of her life surfaced. Everything had always felt empty to her. Every day was the same dull cycle. cycle, surrounded by a cold family and a meaningless existence, with nothing she truly enjoyed. She never entered the academy because she dreamed of becoming a hero. Deep down, she had only wanted an excuse to die. Ario interrupted her thoughts and calmly asked how her performance had been. She admitted she had been worried about getting exposed, but thanks to the chaos Ryozo created herself, everything became much easier. Ryozo weakly questioned why she would do something like this. Ario laughed before answering honestly. She explained that she had always believed the two of them were alike. Ryozo's tired eyes and lifeless expression reminded her of someone who had already grown exhausted with life itself. While speaking, Ario cruelly twisted the sword lodged in Ryozo's chest, forcing out a painful scream. She confessed that she once intended to introduce Ryozo to Lord Permersh after the mission was over, because she thought Ryozo was one of her own kind. But everything changed earlier when Ryozo tried to protect her, and even wanted to carry her on her back. To Ario, that moment proved Ryozo had become attached to humanity after all. In the end, she was still just another human, and that disappointed her deeply. Ario eventually decided the conversation had gone on long enough. There was no point hearing explanations from someone about to die. She coldly remarked that Ryozo would not feel lonely in death before turning around and walking away. Left behind with ragged breaths and fading strength, Ryozo clung desperately to one thing. For the first time in her life, she wanted to live. Over and over, that thought echoed in her head. She remembered the moments she had spent with Gioma and realized she had finally found a reason to keep living. Even though she believed there were no gods in this world, she still desperately prayed. Through her blurred vision, she suddenly heard approaching footsteps. Unconsciously, she whispered Gioma's name and weakly reached out her hand, begging for help. Moments later, Gioma finally arrived and froze completely at the horrifying sight before him. Ario looked toward Gioma and mockingly called him a guest, just as Choi Seol-ah rushed upstairs while calling his name. But the moment she arrived, she froze at the horrifying scene before her. Leon and Rizzo were both covered in blood, barely moving, and the entire area looked like a battlefield. She immediately wondered whether those two were even still alive. Before she could process everything, Ario casually greeted her like an old acquaintance. She offered Choi Seol-ah a contract with Lord Permersh, mentioning that after Agor's death, she had switched sides herself. Ario mocked her further, saying traitors like her always needed a new master to serve, especially now that her mana was nearly exhausted. Hearing that only irritated Choi Seol-ah more. The hypocrisy of being called a traitor by someone like Ario was almost laughable to her. Meanwhile, Ario stepped on Leon's head and warned Gioma to stay out of this matter. She admitted it was impressive that he had defeated Ironleg, but then violently stomped Leon's face deeper into the ground. Even a hero candidate had ended up in this miserable state, so what could an ordinary human like Gioma possibly do? She then shifted her attention back to Choi Seol-ah and made her an offer for old time's sake. If she killed Gioma right there, Ario would personally report her loyalty to Lord Permersh. Her gaze moved toward Choi Seol-ah's bag as she pointed out the weapons hidden inside. The offer immediately caught Choi Seol-ah's attention, and for a brief moment, she hesitated. But before anyone realized what she was thinking, Gioma subtly gestured toward her as if asking for something. Then Choi Seol-ah finally made her decision. Her expression hardened while purple mana glowed through her eyes. She instantly opened her bag, pulled out Gioma's weapon, and loudly called his name while rushing forward. The two villains watched with satisfaction, believing she had chosen their side, but their expressions completely changed in the next few seconds. Instead of attacking Gioma, Choi Seol-ah suddenly knelt before him and offered him the sword. She declared that Gioma was now her new master. Ario's expression twisted in anger at the unexpected betrayal. At the same moment, Gioma grabbed the weapon, and the sword god's blessing surged through his body. His right eye turned bloodshot with fury as he stared directly at them. With killing intent overflowing from his voice, Gioma declared that he would cut them down. Paul stepped forward and declared that he would handle Gioma himself, while Ario reminded him not to kill Choi Seol-ah. The moment Paul attacked, a violent blast of dust and smoke filled the area, but within the smoke, a sharp slash suddenly tore straight through it. Gioma effortlessly cut apart the dust cloud and calmly walked forward. Seeing that, only excited Paul even more. Since Gioma had defeated Ironleg, Paul decided he would fight seriously from the start. Placing his hand on the ground, Paul began gathering mana from the tower itself. The environment was overflowing with magical energy, making it the perfect place to maximize his power. Soon, countless stones rose into the air and became engulfed in blazing flames. At Paul's command, they all shot toward Gioma at once. Explosions violently shook the entire area as the attacks rained down non-stop. Watching from behind, Choi Seol-ah quickly realized what was happening. Through his new pact, Paul could now wield the powers of both Agor and Permersh simultaneously. Paul confidently mocked Gioma, claiming a mere human should know there were limits he could never cross. But before he could finish speaking, a clean slash suddenly cut across his side. Paul instantly looked ahead, only to realize Gioma had vanished from sight. Another slash came from nowhere, forcing him back again. His frustration rapidly grew as Gioma continuously avoided his vision while striking from blind spots. Ario warned him to stay calm, but Paul had already lost his composure. In rage, he unleashed countless flaming stone attacks in every direction, determined to to destroy the entire tower if necessary. Then, in a single instant, Gyoma appeared in front of him again. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from him made Paul instinctively realize he might actually die. Yet Gyoma's blade once again aimed toward his abdomen instead of his neck. That confused Paul. Gyoma clearly had the skill to cut off his head, so why was he repeatedly targeting the same area around his ribs? Then his eyes shifted toward the collapsed Leon lying nearby with a wound through the center of his chest. At that moment, Paul realized Gyoma had figured something out. Furious, Paul shouted that Gyoma had been toying with him this entire time. His body suddenly began to twist and expand as violent energy erupted outward. Soon, he transformed into a massive purple demon Hulk monster and roared loud enough to shake the tower itself. Both Choi Seola and Aereo were visibly shocked by the transformation. Gyoma, however, remained completely calm. Even while facing such a monstrous form, his expression never changed. Nothing about the creature in front of him seemed to matter. Paul raised his gigantic arm and swung downward with enough force to crush everything below him, but Gyoma showed no fear at all. He simply stepped forward and delivered a single downward slash from above. The entire area suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Paul's massive body split cleanly into two before collapsing onto the ground. The power of Gyoma's strike was so overwhelming that even the wall of the tower behind him had been sliced apart as well. Choi Seola stared at the scene in disbelief. Gyoma could even use aura now. At that moment, she genuinely felt the safest place in the world was beside him. Aereo, however, felt the exact opposite. Fear and frustration overwhelmed her as she looked at Gyoma like he was some kind of monster. When she noticed him slowly walking toward her, panic immediately crept into her voice as she warned him not to come any closer. But Gyoma never stopped moving. His eyes had turned a blazing red, and the pressure around him no longer felt human. Aereo could sense it clearly. To her, he looked more like a demon than anything else. As she stared at the glowing blade in his hand, her thoughts spiraled into panic. She was going to die if she stayed there. Her mind desperately searched for a way out. If she could somehow survive and offer Leon's corpse to Lord Permersh, maybe that alone would satisfy the ritual. She tried thinking of escape methods. Running was impossible because he was far too fast. Using magic to blind him should have worked, especially in a place overflowing with mana like this tower. But suddenly, she realized she could not sense any mana at all. Confused, Aereo quickly understood the reason. The strange sashimi knife in Gyoma's hand was rejecting mana itself. In desperation, she grabbed Ryozo by the hair and threatened Gyoma. If he took another step forward, she would slit Ryozo's throat without hesitation. But even then, Gyoma continued advancing toward her without fear. Aereo cursed in frustration, knowing she was running out of options. Then she suddenly noticed something strange. The dagger embedded in Ryozo's chest had disappeared. Before she could react, Ryozo weakly spoke from behind her. She told Aereo to let go because it hurt. Then, without hesitation, Ryozo drove the dagger straight into Aereo's chest. Aereo stared at her in shock and rage, unable to believe she had been tricked. Ryozo smiled faintly and revealed that poison resistance was a natural trait of the Absolute Bow clan. Carrying the blood of her beloved did not make Aereo immune to poison after all. In the end, Ryozo admitted she was disappointed in her too. As the poison spread through her body, Aereo's strength completely disappeared. Her body collapsed to the ground like a puppet, with its strings cut while she cursed Ryozo's name in disbelief. But Ryozo herself was already at her limit. Her body staggered weakly before collapsing as well. Gyoma immediately rushed forward and caught her before she hit the ground. Not long after, Rachel and Sanhana finally arrived upstairs. The moment they saw Choi Seola, they were about to speak, but she quickly signaled for silence. Meanwhile, Ryozo struggled to endure the pain while resting in Gyoma's arms. Weakly, she complained that his grip hurt before reminding him about the favor he had promised her a few days ago. She quietly asked him to stay with her for a little longer. After saying that, Ryozo's eyes slowly closed, and she leaned on him. A few days later, the scene shifted to a quiet hospital room, where the steady beeping of a monitor echoed beside Ryozo's bed. Her fingers twitched slightly before her eyes slowly opened, still heavy with exhaustion. The moment Speed Weapon noticed she was awake, he immediately called out her name in relief, looking like he was about to collapse himself. Ryozo blinked in confusion, trying to process where she even was, while Speed Weapon let out a long sigh and told her she had been unconscious for over 3 full days. Hearing that instantly shocked her. 3 whole days had vanished just like that. As her memories slowly returned, pieces of the tower incident replayed in her mind, along with the pain, fear, and chaos from before she blacked out. Speed Weapon casually mentioned that she seriously owed the club president her life because, according to Rachel, Gyoma personally treated both her and Leon's injuries with near-perfect first aid. He admitted he never even knew Gyoma had some kind of healing blessing, but even the doctors were shocked by how precise the treatment had been. The second Gyoma's name reached her ears, Ryozo completely froze. Then her face instantly turned bright red as she remembered all the embarrassing things she screamed at him before passing out. A second later, she completely exploded, clutching her head and screaming into the room from pure embarrassment. Speed Weapon nearly jumped out of his damn skin and immediately asked what the hell was wrong with her. Meanwhile, Ryozo's thoughts spiraled out of control as she kept repeating "no way" inside her head, wondering how she was ever supposed to face Gyoma again after that disaster. On the other hand, Speed Weapon misunderstood the whole thing and awkwardly started wondering if this was some severe PTSD reaction from whatever nightmare happened inside the tower. The moment Ryozo noticed him staring, she instantly snapped at him, aggressively asking what he was looking at and whether he had a problem. Speed Weapon quietly thought she was always sharp-tongued, but today she somehow felt extra radioactive. Trying to calm her down, he carefully placed a piece of Yanggang beside her and awkwardly suggested she relax a little, even calling her a good girl while offering it. Ryozo slowly looked at the snack, then back at him with complete disbelief before immediately smacking him across the face with a pillow hard enough to nearly send his soul flying out of his body. She yelled at him, asking if he seriously thought she was some kind of dog who could be bribed with a single red bean wagashi. Speed Weapon held his face in pain, complaining that she really did not need to hit him that hard, before quickly retreating from the room and shutting the door behind him like a defeated stray cat. Once the room became quiet again, Ryozo slowly calmed down and realized she had completely taken her embarrassment out on Speed Weapon for no reason. Quietly, she admitted to herself that she should probably apologize later. After that, she leaned back against the hospital bed with a long, exhausted sigh and covered her eyes with one arm while softly muttering that she was alive. Fresh air drifted through the slightly opened window, and the peaceful sounds outside made the reality sink in even harder. She whispered the words again under her breath, saying she was alive, and before she noticed it herself, tears quietly slipped from beneath her arm. Then suddenly, almost like someone rediscovering life itself, she grabbed the abandoned Yanggang from beside her and bit into it without even unwrapping it properly. Hunger, relief, exhaustion, survival instincts, everything crashed into her at once. She devoured it like a starving animal that had barely crawled back from death, and despite how ridiculous she looked, a small, grateful smile finally appeared on her face. Through tears and half-chewed red bean paste, she quietly muttered that it was delicious. The scene then shifted outside Ryozo's hospital room, where Gyoma quietly walked through the corridor, thinking about how 3 entire days had already passed since the final exams ended. Both Leon and Ryozo had suffered horrifying injuries during the battle, and had practically been standing at death's door afterward. Thankfully, the reckless gamble Gyoma took by activating all of his blessings somehow worked out in the end. Even now, just remembering how close they came to dying still left a heavy feeling in his chest. As Gyoma stopped in front of Ryozo's room, Medea's worried expression suddenly flashed through his mind, along with the guilt he still carried for dragging other people into his battles. That realization kept pressing against him harder and harder lately. Strength alone was not enough anymore. No matter how powerful he became, he still needed something beyond simple power if he truly wanted to protect the people around him. Right then, the door suddenly opened, and Speed Weapon stepped out while muttering to himself about how he had only been trying to be nice. Gyoma looked surprised to see him there and immediately called out to him. Speed Weapon explained that he was handling watch duty for the day, then jokingly acted touched that Gyoma had personally come to visit him. Gyoma brushed it off casually, saying he had simply been nearby anyway. Speed Weapon then revealed that Ryozo had finally regained consciousness. Physically, she seemed completely fine thanks to Gyoma's treatment, but according to him, there was now a completely different problem. Curious, Gyoma asked what happened, and Speed Weapon struggled for a moment, trying to describe Ryozo's bizarre behavior. Eventually, he concluded that she had probably developed some severe PTSD after everything that happened inside the tower. Out of nowhere, she had started screaming, thrown a pillow directly at his face, and somehow become even more aggressive than usual. What confused him the most was the fact that she even rejected her favorite snack, which honestly felt more alarming than anything else. Hearing all of that, Gyoma quietly thought it sounded less like trauma and more like proof that Ryozo had made a perfect recovery. The conversation soon shifted toward the villain investigation. Gyoma asked how the search was progressing, and Speed Weapon explained that Rachel had gone out of her way to help them, allowing the investigation to move forward much faster than expected. He then handed Gyoma a list containing the names of several suspicious individuals, most of whom held surprisingly high positions within the academy itself. As Gyoma scanned through the paper, his expression turned more serious. There were 6 names in total, yet not a single professor appeared among them. He immediately realized there had to be more people involved behind the scenes, but eliminating these suspects would probably expose the rest eventually. Wanting confirmation, Gyoma asked whether Speed Weapon was certain about the people listed there, and Speed Weapon firmly assured him that the information had already been verified. After thinking quietly for a moment, Gyoma asked whether Speed Weapon was free after school tomorrow. Speed Weapon replied that he was available, though he also pointed out that since Ryozo was awake now, maybe the group should visit her together instead. Gyoma immediately understood how badly that idea would backfire. Knowing Ryozo's personality better than most people, he explained that she was absolutely not the type to feel happy about everyone suddenly crowding around her hospital bed. The explanation instantly made sense to Speed Weapon, and his curiosity quickly shifted toward Gyoma's real intentions for tomorrow. Gyoma slowly tightened his grip around the paper in his hand while his expression hardened. After spending so long reacting to attacks from the shadows, he had finally decided it was time for them to move first. Their turn to go on the offensive had finally arrived. The scene then shifted to Medea's office, where the atmosphere already felt heavy before anyone even spoke. Altair revealed that among the elders, Clady was confirmed to be the main culprit behind the recent incidents. According to him, Clady had manipulated the others and was also the mastermind responsible for the demonoid appearing during the midterm exams. Medea immediately questioned whether the final exam incident was connected as well, but Altair explained that the investigation into that part was still ongoing. However, they had already uncovered transaction records proving that Clady secretly hired the Undertakers. The moment Medea heard that name, her expression darkened instantly. Rage exploded out of her as she cursed the Undertakers as filthy, subhuman killers. Altair continued by revealing that the group was last spotted near a port close to Avalon Island, which only made Medea's frown deepen even further. The involvement of Avalon Island clearly bothered her more than she wanted to admit. Meanwhile, Siegfried remained unusually calm the entire time, leisurely sipping tea while Medea burned with anger beside him. That calm attitude only irritated her more. She vented her frustration about how impossible it was to stay composed while people inside the academy itself were endangering students, despite all the precautions they had taken. As chairman, the safety of every student was her responsibility, and the fact that someone from the Council of Elders was involved made the situation even worse. Siegfried slowly placed his teacup back onto the saucer and quietly reminded her that she was not the only one angered by this situation. His own granddaughter was also a student at the academy. Then his gaze shifted toward Altair, and Medea followed it immediately. Without even opening his eyes, Siegfried calmly asked whether they had enough evidence to act. Altair responded without hesitation, explaining that they had spent the past 2 months verifying every piece of information. According to him, there would be no problems even if they eliminated the targets immediately. Hearing that, Medea fixed her eyes on Siegfried, silently waiting for his decision. Slowly, he opened his eyes, golden light glowing from within them as a terrifying aura suddenly burst out of his body. The pressure alone shattered the teacup resting on the table. Even Medea and Altair froze for a second as unease crawled through the room. Siegfried then calmly declared that they would strike tonight. But right as the decision was made, the office door suddenly opened after someone announced an urgent matter. Everyone looked over in surprise and saw Gioma entering alongside Speed Weapon. Medea immediately questioned why Gioma was here, and Gioma explained that besides the final exam incident, there was something important he needed to report. Afterward, Speed Weapon carefully explained everything they had uncovered regarding the final exams and the undercover villains hidden inside the academy. The room stayed completely silent as everyone listened. Once he finished, Medea suddenly smiled and casually mentioned that although she already knew Speed Weapon was part of the travel club, this was actually her first time meeting him personally. Hearing someone as beautiful and intimidating as Medea speak to him so casually instantly made Speed Weapon flustered. Medea then lifted the list of suspects and asked whether the people written there were likely connected to the half-demon faction. Speed Weapon quickly confirmed that every investigation into those individuals had exposed suspicious hiring records and abnormal work histories. Medea immediately activated her blessing to verify the authenticity of the information herself. After checking the list personally, she concluded that those people had definitely not been officially hired by the academy. The moment Gioma heard that confirmation through Medea's blessing of the poet, he knew the information was undeniable. The others listened carefully as Medea's expression suddenly turned serious again. Her attention shifted toward the two students as she questioned how exactly they even managed to access the academy's faculty records in the first place. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Speed Weapon visibly panicked while Medea pressed harder for an explanation. Unsure how to respond, Speed Weapon quietly glanced toward Gioma for help. Without hesitation, Gioma stepped forward and admitted that both of them hacked into the Academy's network under his orders as club president. Medea looked genuinely skeptical that two students could infiltrate what was considered one of the most secure systems on the planet. Even while panicking internally, Speed Weapon stayed quiet as Gioma continued explaining that although Speed Weapon usually acted carefree, he was still one of the top-ranked students academically and extremely talented with computers. Gioma admitted that hacking the network was wrong, but they had no time to waste before the school break started. In the end, he trusted that Medea would understand why they made that decision. Medea let out a long sigh before deciding to overlook the incident because of the circumstances. However, she firmly warned them never to attempt something like that again. Gioma thanked her calmly while Medea admitted that the only reason she trusted them was because of everything Gioma had accomplished until now. Any normal student would have been expelled immediately for doing something like this. The moment the situation settled, Speed Weapon finally released a huge sigh of relief. Watching him, Gioma quietly realized how much Speed Weapon had supported everyone lately. Even after everything happened, he never exposed the situation involving Ryozo and stayed loyal until the very end. The longer Gioma spent time with him, the more he realized what a genuinely good friend Speed Weapon really was. Then suddenly, Siegfried broke the silence by revealing something even more alarming. According to him, the villains were still planning to target the elders tonight. Hearing that immediately shocked the students while Medea shot Siegfried an irritated glare, practically telling him to shut up without saying a word. However, Altair pointed out that the students deserved to know the truth at this point. Siegfried then explained that they originally planned to visit Clady's personal quarters tonight. Gioma looked confused, so Siegfried elaborated further. The Council of Elders had been responsible for spreading rumors and targeting Gioma along with his friends, and Clady orchestrated most of it personally. Thanks to information gathered through the auditors, they finally secured enough evidence to confront them directly. Still, Siegfried admitted there was a problem. Despite all the proof, he was currently no longer one of the 7-star heroes, meaning he was still bound by political rules and restrictions. Gioma quickly understood the issue. No matter how justified the attack might be, openly targeting members of the Council of Elders would shake one of the largest power structures in existence. Siegfried then revealed the biggest concern of all. If they moved against the Elders tonight, the hidden villains inside the academy would immediately flee before they could capture them. Medea agreed that once those people escaped, tracking them down again would become nearly impossible. At the same time, they also could not allow the corrupt Elders to continue operating freely. As Gioma listened to both sides, he quickly realized the only solution was to strike both groups at the same time. After thinking for a moment, he calmly declared that he could gather every single one of them into one place at once. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the room stared at him in surprise. Without wasting a second, Gioma immediately contacted Choi Seola. On the other side of the call, she was casually chewing on some disgusting worms before hurriedly answering the phone. Confused, she asked what was going on, and Gioma reminded her that although she previously claimed not to know the names or identities of the others involved, she also mentioned there were still a few exceptions. Choi Seola confirmed that part, but her expression instantly changed once Gioma revealed that every name he was about to give her belonged to actual villains. He instructed her to gather every single one of them immediately. Although she agreed right away, she still looked confused about how exactly she was supposed to pull that off. Gioma simply mentioned the lucky letter, which only left her even more puzzled before the call ended. Once that issue was handled, Siegfried turned toward Gioma and carefully summarized the plan forming in front of them. While the auditores, who possessed the authority to prosecute nobles, would raid Clady's personal quarters, Medea and Siegfried themselves would attack the location where the hidden villains gathered. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Siegfried immediately approved the operation. Medea, however, still looked unconvinced. She demanded to know how Gioma even planned to gather all the villains into one place so suddenly. Before Gioma could answer, Siegfried calmly called out her name, signaling for her to stop digging any deeper for now. Understanding the situation, Gioma apologized to Medea and explained that they needed to move first while time was still on their side. According to him, he would explain everything afterward. Hearing that, Altair stroked his beard while quietly remarking that Gioma's tendency to execute plans before explaining them made him feel far closer to the auditors than to ordinary heroes. The atmosphere lightened slightly after that, before Siegfried shifted the discussion toward preparation. He asked Altair how many men he had brought from Sicily, and Altair revealed that he came with 8 of their strongest elite auditores. Siegfried quickly summarized the balance of power in his head. The Council of Elders possessed their guardian knights, while their side would move with 8 elite auditores supporting them. Right then, Gioma suddenly stepped forward and calmly declared that he would personally accompany the auditores during the strike against Clady. The statement immediately shocked Medea. Gioma, however, remained completely firm. He explained that he was one of the direct victims of Clady's crimes, meaning he had every right to stand there himself. At the same time, he openly declared that he was the future 7-star hero, destined to succeed the Sword Emperor someday. The sheer confidence behind those words stunned everyone in the room into silence. Siegfried quietly remarked that Gioma had finally made up his mind, and Gioma confirmed it without hesitation. The scene later shifted again as the clock neared 3 in the morning. The time to strike had finally arrived. Gioma and Speedweapon stood quietly near the windows while the academy slept under the darkness of night. The tension in the air felt heavier than ever. After hesitating for a moment, Speedweapon carefully asked whether Gioma truly intended to go through with this personally. Gioma glanced toward him briefly before turning toward the exit without a trace of doubt in his expression. He simply told Speedweapon to stay behind and wait, since the entire operation would not take long. As Gioma walked away into the darkness, Speedweapon quietly called out one last warning, telling him not to push himself too hard. The scene then shifted elsewhere, where several hidden villains simultaneously received a strange message from an unknown number titled Letter of Good Fortune. The message claimed that the letter originally came from the country of Maple, and supposedly brought fortune each year to those who received it. According to the final lines, the letter had now completed its journey and reached its final recipients. Since they had already read it, a terrible misfortune would arrive for them tomorrow morning at exactly 3 o'clock. The moment they finished reading it, the group immediately realized the message had come from the professor. One of the men instantly lost his temper and kicked the wall in frustration, furious that the bastard was sending them this kind of nonsense as if they were complete idiots. Meanwhile, a fat man nervously admitted that despite how ridiculous the message sounded, it was definitely from the professor. The glasses-wearing man became even more irritated after hearing that. He raged about how the professor treated them them like disposable underlings and swore that this time he would finally put that arrogant bastard in his place. Hearing all that tough talk immediately made another villain burst into laughter, mocking him for suddenly acting brave despite the fact that he rushed there the second the message arrived. The glasses man instantly became defensive and awkwardly denied being scared at all. The blue-haired villain did not even bother arguing with him. Instead, he casually admitted that he also hated the professor, but realistically, there was nothing they could do besides obeying orders. However, after glancing around the area, he suddenly grew suspicious. According to the message, everyone should have gathered there by now, yet several people were still missing. Right then, the sharp sound of high heels slowly echoed from the darkness nearby. The glasses guy immediately assumed the final person had arrived and casually walked toward the shadows, while impatiently telling them to hurry up before the professor lost his mind over delays. Meanwhile, the blue-haired villain's instincts suddenly started screaming that something was wrong. He realized he could not sense any mana from the approaching figure at all. His expression immediately changed as he urgently warned the glasses man to stop moving forward, but he reacted far too late. A horrifying scream suddenly tore through the darkness, instantly putting everyone on edge. Then a blood-covered hand came flying out from the shadows before crashing onto the ground. The villains froze in horror as a woman slowly stepped out from the darkness while calmly holding the severed head of the glasses man in one hand. Panic instantly spread through the group as they demanded to know who the hell she was. The woman continued walking toward them, without the slightest trace of fear or hesitation. Her voice remained disturbingly calm as she remarked that while they had been drowning in chaos, she had apparently been the one drowning in peace this entire time. Then she greeted the villains as scum with complete indifference, as if their deaths were already decided. The scene then shifted once again to another location where Gioma and Altair had finally arrived near Claudi's residence. Hidden deep within the woods, the atmosphere felt unnaturally cold and silent. As they moved through the darkness, Altair suddenly remarked that Gioma was an unusually peculiar young man. Gioma looked slightly confused by the statement, so Altair calmly elaborated further. Out of everyone he had ever met, Gioma was the only person he genuinely could not read. No matter how much he observed him, he could never figure out who Gioma truly was or what kind of thoughts hid behind those dark eyes. Considering Altair's profession and experience reading people, that alone said far more than normal. Gioma simply stared at him silently, while Altair continued studying his expression. According to him, Gioma's pitch-black eyes looked completely empty, almost as if his emotions, desires, and even his humanity itself had been carved out and replaced with something colder, sharper, and lifeless, like a blade forged from coal. Then Altair suddenly asked him a strange question about what truly separated humans from monsters. Gioma remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Altair then quietly revealed his answer. According to him, true monsters were creatures that genuinely believed themselves to still be human. Hearing that comparison directed toward him made Gioma question what any of that had to do with their current mission. Altair did not answer immediately. Instead, he simply stared silently at the moon hanging above the forest for several long seconds before finally telling Gioma one simple thing. No matter what happened from this point onward, he should never become a monster. The moment those words settled into the silence, Altair lightly tapped his cane against the ground. Instantly, 8 elite auditores emerged from the surrounding shadows like ghosts, materializing from the darkness itself. Gioma immediately noticed Nox standing among them, and remembered Altair previously mentioning that these were the finest elite Sicily had to offer, the absolute pinnacle of the night arts. Then Altair's expression completely hardened as he issued his command. In the name of the House of Order, the auditores were ordered to pass judgment upon the corrupted. The scene then returned to the villains, as the severed head of the glasses man suddenly came flying through the air, before crashing across the ground in front of them. The group instantly froze in tension, while Medea calmly stepped forward, casually counting how many flies still remained for her to crush. At that moment, her true identity became painfully clear. She was Sage Medea, a veteran who survived countless wars and battlefields while hiding behind the appearance of a woman still in her 20s. One of the orange-haired villains immediately released his mana and warned the others not to be fooled by her appearance. According to him, Medea was just an old fossil who had not stepped onto the battlefield in over 40 years. Then, with arrogant confidence, he showed off the power supposedly granted to him by his master before recklessly charging straight toward her. Medea merely looked intrigued by his confidence. A thin green line flashed through the air as she calmly prepared her fist. In the very next instant, the villain's body split cleanly in half. Before his upper body could even fall, Medea raised her leg, caught the severed corpse against it, and brutally slammed him into the ground. At the same time, her aura exploded outward with terrifying force. The entire structure began violently trembling under the sheer pressure, while the villain beneath her was crushed into a bloody mess so thoroughly that nothing recognizable remained. The surviving villains could only stare with their mouths hanging open in horror. Among the 7 stars, Medea was the only one without a defined role or title, which alone made her abnormal. Her other name was Tyrant Medea. With bloodshot eyes burning with violence, she simply demanded the next victim. One of the fat villains desperately tried attacking her from behind, but before he could even touch her, a blue flash suddenly tore through the darkness. In the next second, his body split apart cleanly in half. Siegfried calmly appeared nearby while casually remarking that Medea still never held back during fights. Medea barely reacted, only commenting that he took long enough to arrive. The remaining villains completely lost their composure after realizing the Sword Emperor himself was also present. Siegfried briefly noticed Medea's outfit and quietly remarked that she still had not discarded those clothes after all these years. Hearing that made Medea briefly recall the battlefield they fought on together 4 decades ago, along with the countless comrades they lost during the war. Her expression darkened slightly, as she admitted she never forgot any of it. Meanwhile, the blue-haired villains snapped at the others, calling them lunatics while demanding they stop panicking and release their mana already. But Medea had already lost all patience. She charged toward them without hesitation, like a tyrant unleashed onto a battlefield once more. The scene then shifted back toward Clady's residence. A knight stationed outside suddenly noticed one of the lamps had gone out. Annoyed, he walked over while grumbling to himself about how quickly the lamps burned out despite being left on throughout the night. He complained about how Lord Clady had endless wealth, yet acted stingy over insignificant expenses, leaving him wondering whether he was employed as a knight or just a damn electrician. The moment he finally fixed the lamp, his head silently separated from his body. Before the corpse even collapsed, the unseen assailant had already vanished back into the darkness. As the severed head rolled across the ground, Gioma calmly walked past it alongside Altair, as if the scene meant absolutely nothing to him. One of the nearby knights finally noticed their approach and immediately shouted a warning toward the others, most of whom still had no idea what was happening. Altair coldly ordered the auditores to clear the path. Instantly, the assassins positioned themselves on both sides, silently making way for Gioma to advance forward. The knights immediately realized the impossible had happened. The auditores had breached the compound itself. Gioma slowly closed his eyes and continued walking forward without hesitation. The first group of knights charged directly toward him, but before they could even reach striking distance, the auditores instantly reduced them to pieces. Gioma continued walking without slowing down once. Another wave of knights rushed him moments later, only to meet the exact same fate. Bodies were carved apart around him, while Gioma calmly advanced through the slaughter completely unfazed. One desperate knight lunged forward alone and aimed his sword directly at Gioma, but the auditores erased the threat before the blade even came close. At that point, the remaining knights completely broke down in terror. Some started fleeing while screaming for help into the compound. Gioma slowly opened his eyes again, only to find every single knight already dead around him. He had crossed the battlefield without personally facing even the slightest resistance. Watching the massacre unfold so effortlessly, Altair quietly remarked that regardless of how classified the operation was, executing an elder of the council was still no small matter. Gioma then questioned whether Altair truly felt no concern despite the massive risks involved, even with undeniable proof backing them. Altair calmly explained that the House of Order existed to act upon corruption. Now that they possessed undeniable evidence, refusing to move would itself become the greater crime. Besides that, Gioma's presence changed everything. With the future successor of the Seven Stars standing beside them, there was nothing left for them to fear. Right then, Nox suddenly appeared and reported that every unit had already infiltrated Clady's office area. The group finally arrived before a large door hidden deep within the residence. Altair asked whether that room was truly the target location, and Nox immediately confirmed it. Still, Altair quietly noted that the silence inside felt unnatural. Everyone then turned toward Gioma, silently waiting for him to make the next move. After taking a moment to steel himself, Gioma slowly placed his hands against the door. Then, without hesitation, he finally pushed it open. As they entered Clady's office, the entire room felt unnaturally silent, and the atmosphere alone immediately put everyone on edge. Then suddenly, one of the elite auditores stumbled toward Altair in panic while clutching his broken arm. Altair calmly ordered him to settle down and explain what happened. The assassin tried speaking about the others, but before he could finish, his face suddenly twisted and deformed before his upper body exploded apart right in front of them. The horrifying sight instantly shocked everyone in the room. At that exact moment, the lights flickered on, revealing a gruesome scene. 7 of the 8 elite auditores were already dead. Nox immediately shouted in disbelief at the sight of his fallen comrades, but Altair sharply ordered him to suppress his emotions. Even so, Gioma could clearly tell that Altair himself was barely holding back his own rage. Then several figures slowly stepped out from the shadows, while casually applauding the scene in front of them. One of them mockingly praised Altair for still telling his subordinate to hide his emotions, even after witnessing such slaughter, sarcastically wondering whether the leader of the auditores was simply incapable of feeling anything at all. The 6 villains standing there looked completely relaxed and smug about the massacre they caused. Nox exploded in fury and screamed at them for murdering his brothers, but the apparent leader casually stepped forward and coldly told him to stop interrupting while adults were speaking. Then, with disgusting mockery, he tossed a severed hand toward Nox, and sarcastically suggested he keep it safe since it belonged to family. According to him, he originally considered taking the remains as souvenirs, but carrying them around would have attracted too much attention. Hearing those words finally shattered Altair's restraint. Rage exploded out of him as he screamed at them in fury. The villain leader simply grinned in amusement before casually remarking that there it was, the emotion he had been waiting to see. Then his attention shifted toward Clady, while mockingly asking whether he agreed. Clady slowly stepped forward with complete arrogance, claiming that he would never dare question the judgment of such great villains. He openly admitted that the existence of the auditores disgusted him and sneered at Altair for trying to stand among nobles, despite being nothing more than a butcher in his eyes. Hearing that instantly made Altair explode again, as he cursed Clady for joining hands with demon-loving vermin despite being an elder himself. Clady immediately snapped back in fury, screaming that a lowly butcher had no right to lecture someone from the Council of Elders. He even vowed that after tonight, he personally intended to wipe out the entire Auditores bloodline himself. Altair retaliated by calling Clady a parasite, feeding off demons, and declared that Clady's own father would feel ashamed of him if he saw what he had become. Those words visibly shook Clady. Before the argument could spiral even further, Gioma quietly called out to Altair, helping him regain a little composure. Clady, however, remained furious and demanded to know how someone as lowly as Altair dared to mention his father at all. The villain leader finally grew irritated by the pointless screaming and casually placed a hand on Clady's head while warning him in a threatening tone to stop embarrassing himself already. The moment the pressure shifted toward him, Clady instantly quieted down. Then the leader's attention slowly moved toward Gioma. Stepping forward, he calmly observed him while speaking about the golden generation that had shaken Academy history. Among all the monsters within that generation, Gioma stood at the very top after effortlessly claiming first place. The villain leader also referred to him as another vessel candidate before offering a twisted proposal. If they handed over Leon and Gioma willingly, the villains promised unlimited glory in return. Gioma never responded. Instead, his attention remained fixed entirely on Altair for a few moments, before he slowly turned his gaze toward the villains. The instant his eyes met theirs, a crushing pressure filled the room. Even the villain leader looked confused for a second, because this situation was turning out far differently from what he expected. What should have been an easy confrontation suddenly felt dangerous. Meanwhile, Clady completely failed to understand the shift in atmosphere, and arrogantly screamed at Gioma for daring to glare at them despite being nothing more than a commoner. He proudly declared that without Medea protecting him, Gioma's life would end tonight. Gioma silently stared at him while cold thoughts ran through his mind. Elder Clady had continuously targeted him from the shadows alongside all the undercover villains who failed to uncover his true nature. To Gioma, there would never be a better moment than now to settle every single debt at once. Without hesitation, Gioma slowly unsheathed his sashimi knife. Calmly, he declared that the villains' necks would belong to the auditores, while he himself would deal with the magic. The villains immediately burst into laughter after hearing that. They mocked him for bringing nothing more than a kitchen knife into a battle against magic users, wondering what exactly he planned to cut with such a ridiculous weapon. Then Gioma activated the blessing of the sword god. With absolute confidence, he slowly walked toward them and silently answered their question through his actions alone. The villains immediately attacked first, unleashing a barrage of different magic spells toward Gioma and the auditores. Explosions tore through the office as the entire room became heavily damaged within seconds. Thick smoke rapidly swallowed the surroundings, while the shattered lamps made visibility even worse. Watching his office get destroyed in the middle of the chaos, Clady completely lost his temper and screamed at the villains to stop attacking already, since that amount of firepower should have been enough to kill everyone several times over. However, the leader ignored him entirely and simply ordered the others to finish the job properly. Right then, one of the masked villains spotted figures standing inside the smoke and immediately lunged forward while arrogantly claiming he could already see where they were hiding, and that the fight would be easy from here. The next second, he got sliced apart just as easily as the cake he bragged about. The auditores handled him effortlessly. Seeing that instantly confused the villain leader, because Gioma and the others did not even have a scratch on them. For a moment, he genuinely wondered whether all the magic somehow missed. Furious, he started screaming at his subordinates for being idiots and demanded they aim properly this time. The villains unleashed another barrage immediately, but Nox vanished before the attacks could land and suddenly reappeared directly in front of the sleek-haired villain. The leader panicked and warned the others, causing the fat villain to quickly create a massive boulder before hurling it toward Nox. But before the attack could interfere, Gioma casually sliced straight through the magic with his sashimi knife. The shattered boulder exploded apart instantly, leaving the villain stunned that someone had actually cut through magic itself. The sleek-haired villain froze in disbelief for a split second, and that single moment was enough for Nox to send him straight to hell. At that point, the villain leader finally started feeling uneasy. He instinctively moved behind his own subordinates while desperately yelling at them to keep attacking. Even the fat villain looked confused and questioned why their leader was hiding in the back now. The man awkwardly stuttered out a pathetic excuse about overseeing the battle from a safer position. Meanwhile, the two female villains became strangely excited at the opportunity to spam powerful magic freely without restrictions. Laughing wildly, they unleashed fire and ice attacks together at the same time. Unfortunately for them, both spells collided midair and instantly canceled each other out in a massive massive burst of steam. The two idiots immediately started arguing with each other for firing simultaneously, like complete morons. The moment the ice girl turned away during the argument, Altair instantly sliced off the four-eyed bitch's head. Before anyone could react, he immediately moved again and eliminated the ice user as well. Calmly, he remarked that only fools took their eyes off the enemy during battle. The fat villain then tried ambushing Altair from behind, while sarcastically mocking him for ignoring threats around him. But Gioma instantly cut apart the magical arms he created before the attack could even reach Altair. Watching the pathetic attempt, Altair quietly muttered that the weak never understood silence. Nox immediately followed up by severing the fat villain's legs, and Altair delivered the final strike without hesitation, coldly remarking that this was exactly why weak fools died. Meanwhile, because of the thick smoke filling the room, Claudia could barely see what was happening anymore, and could only hear screams, explosions, and bodies dropping around him. Panicking, he suggested clearing the smoke first so they could regain visibility. The villain leader immediately agreed and activated his flames, triggering the sprinklers overhead and causing water to rain throughout the office. Once the smoke finally cleared, both Claudia and the leader froze in horror. Every single subordinate had already been slaughtered. The villain leader visibly started trembling at the sight, while Claudia cursed the dead villains as useless insects. Then Gioma slowly stepped forward through the wreckage, and the leader finally realized the true problem all along had been Gioma himself. He was the reason their magic attacks kept failing, because he had been slicing through every spell they launched. Desperate, the leader suddenly grabbed Claudia and held him hostage, threatening Gioma not to come any closer, unless he wanted the elder dead. Claudia himself looked completely confused and panicked by the situation, while Gioma's knife slowly began glowing ominously. The villain leader's voice trembled as he desperately insisted he was serious about killing Claudia. Gioma's expression suddenly changed, and instead of concern, a faint smirk appeared on his face. Seeing that reaction made the leader panic even harder. Then, before anyone could move, a massive blast suddenly exploded through the office walls. A mysterious black-cloaked figure stepped into the room while calmly remarking that the hostage situation was being handled incorrectly. The villain leader instantly recognized the newcomer and angrily demanded to know what took him so long, since everyone had been waiting for him. Gioma, meanwhile, immediately became alert the moment he sensed the presence of this unknown figure. The villain leader grinned and referred to the newcomer as the professor. The masked professor slowly stepped forward and calmly admitted that he never expected everyone except one person to end up dead, since this outcome had not been part of the original plan at all. Even so, he claimed that there was no greater joy for an educator than witnessing the growth of his students. Gioma silently stared at the mysterious figure while trying to figure out who he really was. Meanwhile, the villain leader completely snapped and screamed at the professor for gathering everyone there, only to show up after everything had already fallen apart. According to him, if the professor had arrived earlier, none of this disaster would have happened. The professor simply responded with cold sarcasm, remarking that blaming others for one's own weakness was unbelievably childish, even worse than actual students. Hearing that instantly pushed the villain leader over the edge. Furious, he demanded whether the professor had any idea how many people had died because of him, before accusing him of casually showing up late just to mock everyone. The professor remained silent for a brief moment, before dryly commenting that empty vessels always made the loudest noise, though even he did not expect it to be this unbearable. That final insult completely broke the villain leader's sanity. He lunged straight toward the professor in pure rage, while screaming that the bastard talked far too confidently behind a mask. And the scene then shifted back to Medea, as she pinned the final surviving villain against the wall with overwhelming force. The man desperately begged for mercy, and promised to reveal everything he knew if she spared him. Medea slowly leaned closer, as if genuinely interested in hearing him out, and the villain quickly doubled down, nervously insisting that he would answer any question she asked. But Medea never believed a single word coming from his mouth. In the next instant, she crushed his head without hesitation. Siegfried calmly observed the aftermath and remarked that everything seemed cleaned up on their side. Medea agreed at first, but Siegfried suddenly became suspicious about whether there were truly only 6 villains present from the beginning. Right then, the entire building started trembling violently. The two immediately looked outside and realized the disturbance was coming directly from Claudia's villa. Without wasting another second, both of them rushed toward the source of the explosions. The scene then returned to the villa, where the villain leader suddenly collapsed onto the floor after Damien casually flicked a finger and blew his head clean off. Damien calmly apologized for the noise, claiming the man had become too loud. The surviving auditories immediately became alarmed by the absurd display of magic, but Gioma had already experienced this exact type of deadly trick before. The moment he saw it, he instantly realized Damien belonged to the Quarren. Meanwhile, Claudia foolishly assumed Damien had arrived to rescue him. Damien slowly removed his hood before casually greeting Gioma like an old acquaintance, calmly asking how he had been lately. The sight instantly shocked Gioma because the mysterious professor turned out to be Damien himself. Damien noticed Gioma's confusion immediately and casually explained that Gioma was probably wondering how he managed to appear here at the perfect time. According to Damien, he had secretly planted a wiretap spell on Choi Seola long ago. Since she possessed an obsessive instinct for survival, he correctly predicted that she would cling to Jeoma the moment a real emergency occurred. At that moment, everyone finally realized Damien had been the true mastermind behind everything from the very beginning. Jeoma slowly sheathed his knife before directly questioning whether the information Damien previously shared about blessings had been genuine or not. Damien casually reassured him that his curiosity as a scholar was completely sincere, and that every piece of information he provided had indeed been the truth. Jeoma then demanded to know why Damien was doing all of this in the first place. Damien answered with brutal simplicity. Everything revolved around creating a vessel. However, according to him, things had slightly gone wrong because two annoying pests still remained alive. Then Damien casually flicked his finger again, preparing another spell. The moment Jeoma noticed the movement, he instantly realized what was coming and urgently warned Nox. A green-black void suddenly shot toward Nox, but Nox barely managed to evade it in time. Damien continued flicking his fingers while calmly telling them to stop resisting because he personally disliked unnecessary battles of attrition. Meanwhile, Altair dashed unpredictably through the battlefield while narrowly dodging the invisible attacks since he could not properly predict where the explosions would appear. Damien calmly praised Altair's movements, admitting that the auditories truly lived up to their reputation. At the same time, Jeoma lunged directly toward Damien. Damien instantly flicked another spell toward him, but unlike before, Jeoma somehow managed to see the pathway of the magic itself. He quickly ducked underneath the invisible attack and avoided it completely. Damien became intrigued by this reaction and casually remarked that even if Jeoma lost a few limbs, it would not matter much for using him as a vessel later. Still, Damien admitted he preferred obtaining Jeoma in one piece if possible. Then Damien activated several void-like detonations simultaneously. Altair narrowly dodged through the chaos, while frustratedly realizing this type of magic could not simply be cut apart because the explosions activated directly in the air itself. Jeoma quickly explained that Damien's spell worked by detonating compressed air at targeted points. Even if they slashed through the spell itself, they would still get caught in the resulting explosion. Hearing that only made Altair mutter how absurdly mysterious magic truly was. Damien also looked genuinely surprised that Jeoma understood the mechanics behind the attack so quickly. To Damien, Jeoma really was different from everyone else. Damien unleashed another chain of detonations while remarking that Jeoma almost seemed capable of seeing everything around him. The villa violently trembled from the non-stop explosions, while Jeoma focused intensely on Damien's hand gestures. He finally realized the detonations were being triggered directly through those flicking motions. The problem was that Jeoma still could not fully predict where each explosion would occur, and with only 15 seconds left on his blessing of painlessness, he did not have enough time to endlessly dodge forever. Altair suddenly ordered Nox to focus on reading the airflow itself. Nox immediately understood what he meant. Damien openly mocked the idea as ridiculous, but right before another detonation activated, Altair narrowly dodged away from the blast. Moments later, the exact spot Nox previously occupied exploded afterward, allowing him to evade safely as well. Watching the timing carefully, Jeoma suddenly realized something important. The detonations were not activating simultaneously. The farther the target point was, the longer the delay before the explosion triggered. Jeoma quickly tested the theory several more times and confirmed it completely. Damien's attacks appeared simultaneous on the surface, but in reality, each explosion activated with tiny delays depending on distance. Meanwhile, Claudia foolishly continued praising Damien's overwhelming magic while begging him to kill everyone there. But right in the middle of his celebration, Claudia suddenly felt his head nearly explode apart before barely dodging at the last second. Damien looked mildly impressed that Claudia managed to avoid it somehow. Completely confused, Claudia questioned why Damien attacked him, despite supposedly arriving to save him. Damien looked genuinely baffled by the misunderstanding before bursting into laughter. According to Damien, there was absolutely no reason for him to save an elder like Claudia. To him, Claudia was nothing more than worthless trash, desperately clinging to whoever offered protection. Damien openly insulted him as filth, an insect, and a disgrace so pathetic that even those words failed to describe him properly. He even claimed Claudia's father was probably screaming in shame down in hell. Claudia stood there completely stunned as Damien slowly approached him. Damien then calmly revealed the truth. Claudia had merely been bait from the very beginning, nothing more than a convenient tool to scatter powerful enemies apart. Even Damien admitted he could not handle the Sword Emperor, the Headmaster, and the Auditores all at once. As for summoning the villains, Damien clarified that it had never been about protecting Claudia. The entire purpose was simply to stop Claudia from fleeing in fear like the cowardly trash he always had been. Then Damien raised his hand again and prepared another spell while casually stating that the villains were already dead now, meaning Claudia's usefulness had finally expired. Trembling in terror, Claudia cursed Damien as a monstrous bastard while Damien coldly prepared to kill him. But before Damien could flick his fingers again, Jeoma activated Mind's Eye. Suddenly, the entire battlefield became crystal clear inside his mind. He could finally perceive the air bubble surrounding Claudia, alongside the invisible fuse connected directly to Damien's fingers. The moment Damien flicked, the air itself would detonate instantly. Jeoma focused completely and threw his sashimi knife directly toward the invisible fuse. Damien flicked his finger immediately afterward, but but nothing happened. Clady stared in complete confusion, while Damien repeatedly flicked his fingers in frustration, without triggering a single explosion. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, as everyone watched Damien silently fail over and over again. Then Gioma calmly pulled back his knife, using the cord attached to its hilt. Damien immediately noticed what had happened, and finally realized Gioma had severed the invisible connection itself. Gioma slowly stepped forward afterward, and coldly declared that Clady's head belonged to him. For the first time since arriving, Damien visibly felt uneasy hearing Gioma say his name so calmly. Then Gioma openly declared that he would personally cut Damien down. Damien could not understand how Gioma kept interfering with his magic, so he immediately tried again, while convincing himself the previous failure had simply been luck. But the moment he flicked his fingers once more, Gioma reacted instantly. Thanks to the extreme sensitivity granted by the blessing of the sword god, Gioma could perceive the structure of the magic before even a full second passed. Now that he had already analyzed Damien's spell once through mind's eye, his enhanced senses could easily track the invisible fuse connected to each detonation. The instant Damien activated another bomb, Gioma calmly threw his corded sashimi knife and severed the fuse again before the explosion could trigger. Everyone inside the villa watched the bizarre scene unfold as Damien's magic failed once more. At that point, even Damien himself started genuinely wondering whether Gioma could actually see the invisible pathways of his spells. Meanwhile, Clady realized the situation was rapidly turning disastrous. His eyes nervously drifted toward the massive hole Damien created while entering the villa earlier. If things got worse, that damaged wall might become his only escape route. Damien, however, remained completely focused on Gioma. Muttering in disbelief about how a mere human could perceive his magic, Damien finally decided to stop holding back. Using both hands now, he summoned a huge number of detonations at once, and mockingly challenged Gioma to keep up. If Gioma truly could see everything, then he was welcome to watch all he wanted. The real question was whether he could handle countless attacks simultaneously. Damien fully intended to blow the entire villa apart in one overwhelming chain reaction, but Gioma simply moved his arm once. With a swift motion of his corded knife, he sliced through every single fuse connecting the bombs before they could activate. Then he casually caught the returning blade in his hand again. Damien stood there speechless, unable to process the absurdity unfolding right in front of him. Desperate, he immediately started summoning even more bombs recklessly, convincing himself that if even a single explosion activated, the rest would chain together automatically. Yet Gioma continued effortlessly cutting every fuse apart with the exact same method. Using nothing more than his corded sashimi knife, he rendered Damien's supposedly overwhelming magic completely useless. Silence slowly settled over the ruined villa as both of them stood facing each other. Then Damien completely lost his composure. Like a madman, he started summoning more and more bombs non-stop, while desperately trying to trigger at least one successful detonation. Meanwhile, Gioma calmly continued cutting through every fuse while cold thoughts ran through his head. The hidden enemy manipulating everything from the shadows, the mastermind who dragged innocent people into danger, the person responsible for all this chaos, had been Damien from the very beginning. As Gioma effortlessly neutralized every attack, Damien's desperation became uglier and uglier. He screamed at the bombs to explode while repeatedly flicking his fingers so violently that blood eventually started dripping from them. Then, finally, after countless attempts, one detonation successfully activated. Damien's face instantly lit up in relief, because he believed the remaining bombs would now chain together and wipe everyone out. But Altair quietly noticed something Damien completely failed to realize. According to Altair, it was already over. Only then did Damien finally understand the horrifying truth. Every single bomb Gioma had cut apart earlier had secretly been redirected and tangled together around Damien himself. Using his corded sashimi knife, Gioma had slowly manipulated the invisible fuses and repositioned the detonations toward their original caster. Then he intentionally allowed one activation to succeed, so the entire chain reaction would explode in one concentrated location. The next moment, a massive explosion erupted from Clady's villa and shook the surrounding area violently. Once the smoke finally cleared, Altair remained standing while Damien lay collapsed on the ground with half his body blown apart. Ironically, the man who lived through explosions was ultimately destroyed by his own bombs. Gioma quietly sheathed his knife afterward and slowly turned his attention toward Clady. Terrified beyond reason, Clady immediately tried using the chaos as an opportunity to escape from the monsters surrounding him. But before he could flee even a few steps, Nox suddenly appeared and pressed his sword against Clady's throat, completely blocking his path. Altair then calmly slashed across Clady's face, making the elder scream in agony. Even while trembling in pain, Clady still tried threatening them by ranting that the nobles would never stay silent about this, and that they should simply kill him already. Altair immediately silenced him, coldly remarking that Clady talked far too much for someone who had already thrown away his humanity. Then Gioma slowly stepped forward and stood directly above him, sunlight entering through the destroyed villa reflected against the blade of his sashimi knife. Even in that situation, Clady still looked down on him as a mere subhuman. In response, Gioma instantly slashed across his face, causing Clady to shriek pathetically like a slaughtered chicken. But before the injury could become fatal, Gioma healed him immediately. Clady stared at him in confusion. Then Gioma slashed him again, and healed him again. Over and over, Gioma repeated the process while Clady screamed in fury and terror, demanding to know whether Gioma intended to mock him endlessly, by cutting and healing him repeatedly. Eventually, before Clady could continue ranting any further, Gioma cleanly sliced off his head and ended everything permanently. After the silence settled once more, Altair quietly remarked that Nox appeared surprisingly calm, despite witnessing everything that just happened. Nox denied it and explained that he had simply become used to Gioma by now. Curious, Altair questioned what he meant by that. Nox then admitted that he personally experienced Gioma's slashes before. Back then, Nox arrogantly mocked Gioma as someone beneath him while believing himself to be a genius. Yet despite all his pride, he could not even leave a scratch on Gioma. At the time, the humiliation filled him with anger, but now he finally understood the truth. According to Nox, Chloe once claimed that Kang Gioma alone possessed more power than the entire Auditore family combined. Back then, Nox dismissed those words as nonsense, but after witnessing everything tonight, he no longer had any choice except to accept it. In his eyes, Gioma was overwhelmingly stronger than anyone he had ever met by a ridiculous margin, yet despite that terrifying power, he still chose to use it for righteous reasons. Nox finally understood why Chloe became so fascinated by him. Altair quietly called out to Nox afterward, and Nox immediately answered while repeating the lesson Altair taught him countless times throughout his life. A member of the family should fulfill their duties, but if they truly believed in something, they should follow their own convictions without regret. Then Nox slowly removed his hood and openly declared his intention to become Kang Gioma's shadow from this day onward. Altair carefully asked whether he truly would not regret such a decision later. Nox answered without the slightest hesitation that he never would. Just then, Medea and Siegfried finally arrived at the villa. The moment they stepped inside, both of them looked visibly confused by the destruction surrounding the room. The entire place had practically turned into ruins. Bodies were scattered everywhere, and Gioma silently stood in the middle of it all, while staring at Clady's lifeless corpse. Siegfried slowly approached Altair and questioned what exactly happened there. Altair calmly explained that the situation was exactly what it looked like. Several villains had been waiting inside the villa to ambush them from the start, but in the end, they managed to eliminate all of them alongside Clady himself. However, he also admitted that the Auditores suffered heavy losses during the battle. Hearing that instantly shocked Medea. She could not understand how even the most elite members of the Auditores ended up dying there in the first place. At the same time, she questioned why those villains were gathered inside Clady's residence at all. Altair explained that everything appeared to be part of the professor's larger scheme. According to him, the mastermind behind the undercover villains intentionally directed his forces toward the villa from the very beginning. Medea still looked frustrated and full of questions, but Siegfried quietly stopped her and stated that they should first listen carefully to the full explanation before jumping to conclusions. Sometime later, after the situation settled slightly, Altair fully explained everything that happened inside the villa and how nearly every event appeared to have been orchestrated according to the professor's plan. Hearing the entire story only made Medea realize how insane the whole situation truly was. Meanwhile, Siegfried quietly stared at the lifeless bodies around the villa, while his thoughts drifted back to the moment Gioma defeated Agor in the past. In Siegfried's eyes, Gioma resembled a sword that lacked emotion and stood beyond ordinary morality itself, a blade capable of cutting through anything without hesitation. Altair eventually broke the silence and admitted that Gioma's talent was undeniable. However, he also warned that a blade without direction could eventually become a disaster simply by existing. That was precisely why powerful people needed someone capable of guiding them down the correct path. Then Altair's gaze slowly shifted towards Siegfried. According to him, if anyone in the world was capable of taking on that role, it would be the Sword Emperor himself. After quietly stroking his beard for a moment, Altair suggested something even more important. Since the academy break was approaching soon, perhaps it was finally time to allow Kang Gioma access to it. The dream passed down through generations within the Nibulong family, the dream of the Sword Saint. The scene then shifted to a few days later as the academy atmosphere completely changed with the arrival of summer break. Students everywhere were buzzing with excitement while talking about travel plans, vacations, and everything they wanted to do during the month off. Even the classrooms felt far livelier than usual. As always, Chloe casually walked over to Gioma's desk while he sat there completely lost in thought. His mind remained focused on the aftermath of Claudy's death. Both the headmistress and the Sword Emperor promised they would handle everything from there, but Gioma understood better than anyone that covering up an incident involving the death of an elder would never be simple. Thankfully, there was already overwhelming evidence connecting Clady to the villains, which at least gave them leverage to work with. Right then, Gioma noticed Chloe standing nearby, and she immediately started acting clingy again, clearly unhappy about being separated from him during the break. Gioma quietly stayed silent until another presence suddenly approached his desk. It was Ryozo. Chloe instantly became concerned and asked whether she was fully recovered now. Meanwhile, the moment Ryozo saw Gioma, she visibly flustered and awkwardly remarked that he was unusually early today. She reassured Chloe that she was mostly fine now, though Chloe still fussed over her and reminded her to keep taking her medication properly. Ryozo then sat beside Gioma, and he casually asked what the hospital doctors told her. According to Ryozo, she still needed to continue regular treatment visits for a while longer. Gioma then asked whether she planned to return to Japan for treatment during the summer break, catching her slightly off guard with the sudden question. Curious herself, she immediately asked what Gioma planned to do during during the break. Gioma answered honestly that he did not have anything specific planned and was considering simply staying around the academy the entire month. Both girls looked genuinely shocked hearing that. To them, spending an entire summer break alone at the academy sounded ridiculous, but Gioma calmly admitted that he really had nowhere else to go anyway. Ryozo quietly stared at him for a moment afterward, before mentioning that his appearance somehow looked slightly different lately. She especially noticed that there seemed to be more white hair mixed into his hair now. Hearing that immediately pulled Gioma back into his thoughts. Ever since the night he killed Clady, subtle changes had continued appearing throughout his body. After returning to his dorm that night, Gioma noticed it while staring into the mirror after taking a shower. Day by day, his appearance kept changing little by little. His hands were now covered in thick calluses as well. In his previous life, calluses symbolized growth earned through training and hard work, but now those rough hands existed because he had taken countless lives with them. Even so, Gioma felt no guilt over killing those people, because every single one of them deserved their deaths. Yet despite that certainty, an uncomfortable feeling still lingered deep inside him. Lately, Gioma noticed that he no longer hesitated when using his knife at all. At first, he assumed the blessings were influencing him, but now, it had gone beyond that point. His body reacted before his thoughts even caught up. This was no longer simply the effect of a blessing. It felt like something rooted within the body itself. That realization led Gioma toward the question haunting him more and more lately. What exactly was this body? Who truly was Kang Gioma? Even his supposed parents vanished without leaving behind a single trace, almost as if they never existed in the first place. The more Gioma thought about it, the more he questioned who he actually was in this world. Meanwhile, Ryozo repeatedly called his name, while Chloe placed a hand on his shoulder, worried something might be wrong with him. Gioma quickly snapped out of his thoughts and brushed it off, claiming it was nothing serious. Chloe then asked whether he planned to spend the entire break clearing dungeons non-stop like usual. Right then, Ryozo suddenly pulled something out from her pocket and confidently acted out what she imagined Gioma would be doing all summer. To Gioma's horror, she revealed that she had actually been carrying around a sashimi knife this entire time, while dramatically striking a pose like some overdramatic swordsman obsessed with cutting everything down. The sheer cringe of the situation instantly hit Gioma, and he questioned why she was even carrying that thing around in the first place. Ryozo casually replied that Gioma himself was already far from normal anyway. Hearing that unexpectedly reminded Gioma of Altair's warning that monsters often believe themselves to be ordinary. After thinking about it for a second, Gioma quietly asked Ryozo whether she genuinely believed he was abnormal. Without hesitation, she immediately confirmed it completely. Chloe also agreed right away, pointing out that pretty much every student in the academy already knew Gioma was nowhere near ordinary anymore. Hearing both of them say it so naturally honestly embarrassed Gioma a little. At the same time, Altair's warning echoed inside his mind once again, telling him not to become a monster. Trying to shift away from those thoughts, Gioma casually mentioned that maybe he should simply rest during the break instead. The moment Ryozo heard that, she immediately tried working up the courage to suggest staying with him at the academy during summer break. Unfortunately for her, the timing could not have been worse. Before she could properly say it, the teacher suddenly shouted at the entire class to sit down immediately. Ryozo instantly became irritated at having her moment ruined, while Chloe quickly ran back to her seat before getting scolded again herself. At the front of the classroom, Siegfried quietly stood beside instructor Lee Wonbin, while the instructor loudly announced the start of summer break. Even though everyone was clearly excited, he still reminded the students that they remained representatives of Joaquin Academy, even outside campus grounds. Their behavior during break would directly affect the academy's reputation, so they needed to remain careful and disciplined. The students loudly responded in unison while barely hiding their excitement. Seeing that reaction, Lee Wonbin awkwardly remarked that they were obviously way too excited already before stepping aside and allowing Siegfried to take the podium. The moment the Sword Emperor stepped forward, the students instantly became nervous, fully expecting some painfully long lecture to ruin the mood. Instead, Siegfried simply cleared his throat once before calmly declaring that only clueless old fools talked longer than necessary. Then he straightforwardly told the students he hoped to see their growth next semester and ended the speech immediately afterward. The entire classroom exploded into cheers the second they realized that was the full speech, and the excitement for summer break instantly reached its peak. Once the lecture finally ended and the students began leaving one by one, Chloe politely bowed toward Gioma and wished him a good summer vacation. Gioma quietly returned the gesture, and Chloe happily thanked him before preparing to leave. Right then, Gioma noticed Nox standing near the entrance of the hall. With a faint smile, Nox told Chloe that he was looking forward to seeing her growth in the future, and wished her a pleasant break as well. Hearing praise from someone like Nox instantly excited Chloe, and she quickly ran off while energetically waving goodbye to everyone around her. At the same time, Ryozo suddenly noticed Siegfried standing nearby. Gioma quietly told her that she should head off as well. Ryozo stared at him silently for a brief moment, before finally leaving the lecture hall too. Once the others were gone, Siegfried calmly asked Gioma whether he had any plans for the summer break. break. Gioma admitted that he originally intended to remain at the academy and continue training by himself. Hearing that, Siegfried quietly remarked that Gioma had probably already exhausted everything he could accomplish alone. Gioma remained silent, and that reaction alone confirmed Siegfried's assumption. After that, Siegfried casually suggested that Gioma come with him instead. Curious, Gioma asked where exactly he meant, and Siegfried finally revealed the destination, the Nibelung family. The next day, after summer break officially began, Ryozo hurried through the academy grounds while checking the time and realizing it was already 9 in the morning. She excitedly entered the club room expecting to see Gioma there, but the room was completely empty. Thinking he might be somewhere else, she quickly checked the lecture halls as well, yet there was still no sign of him anywhere. Eventually, Ryozo ended up sitting outside alone on a bench while quietly complaining to herself that he was nowhere to be found. She clearly remembered Gioma mentioning that he planned to stay at the academy during the break, which was exactly why she canceled all her own plans and decided not to return home to Japan. Trying to contact him, she sent Gioma a message asking whether he was awake yet, but the message never even went through. While waiting, she suddenly remembered how close she leaned toward him recently, and instantly became embarrassed all over again. On top of that, she still had not properly thanked him for everything he had done. After struggling with herself for a while, Ryozo finally gathered enough courage to head toward the male dormitory. Even then, she still looked incredibly nervous while walking through the halls. Eventually, she stopped directly in front of Gioma's room. Her face burned with embarrassment, and she immediately started blaming Gioma internally for not replying to her messages. With trembling hands, Ryozo slowly reached out toward the door, preparing to knock. But at the very last second, she stopped herself, quietly turning away. She started convincing herself that Gioma was probably just exhausted after everything that happened recently. Since the festival, he barely had any proper rest at all. Besides, it was only the first day of summer break anyway, so naturally he probably wanted to sleep in for once. Ryozo softly muttered to herself that she could wait. After all, she had plenty of time. Meanwhile, Gioma was already sitting inside a bus parked just outside the academy grounds. While the other passengers chatted casually around him, Gioma stayed quiet and lost in thought. Strangely enough, despite everything he had survived recently, the idea of going abroad still made him nervous. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had with Siegfried the previous day. At first, Gioma looked genuinely surprised after hearing that the Sword Emperor wanted him to accompany him back to the Nibelung family territory. Siegfried explained that since Gioma was destined to succeed him someday, it was finally time to begin teaching him properly. According to him, Gioma could simply think of the trip as transitional training. However, there was an even more important reason behind the invitation. Although they possessed enough evidence to justify Clady's execution, the Council of Elders would eventually discover Gioma's involvement in the incident. During summer break, with fewer people around the academy, it would become the perfect opportunity for enemies to move against him. Even though the auditors were doing everything possible to suppress the information, Siegfried admitted it was only a matter of time before the truth leaked out completely. Since stopping the rumors entirely was impossible, the safest option for Gioma was to temporarily disappear somewhere the elders could not easily reach. That place was the Nibelung family domain. Gioma immediately understood how absurdly secure that territory truly was. The Nibelung family had protected heroes for over 700 years, and was even considered the birthplace of the first sword himself, Aaron Nibelung. In the game, Gioma only briefly saw Castle Sigurdur, yet even from that glimpse alone, it felt more like a small independent nation than a simple family estate. Inside that territory, the Sword Emperor's authority practically functioned as absolute law. Only a complete lunatic would ever consider invading a place like that. After thinking everything through, Gioma realized Siegfried was right. Hiding there during the summer was the smartest decision possible, so he accepted the offer. Siegfried then prepared to leave and advised Gioma to depart alone the next day, while avoiding all communication devices, including his phone, until he safely arrived at the Nibelung territory. Curious, Gioma asked how exactly he was supposed to navigate all the way there by himself. Siegfried casually reassured him that a guide would appear when the time came. Back in the present, Gioma suddenly snapped out of his thoughts after hearing several students loudly reacting to his presence inside the bus. They immediately recognized him as the black-haired fighter from the festival who battled Ironleg. Some of them excitedly referred to him as the Sashimi Sword Saint, while others openly admitted he looked even more attractive in person than in the videos spreading around online. Meanwhile, Gioma sat there dying from secondhand embarrassment because he could hear every single word they were saying. A few girls quickly decided they should try approaching him while they had the chance, since someone like him would probably become an incredibly valuable marriage candidate later in life. Hearing that only made Gioma internally reject the idea even harder, while silently thinking that he had absolutely no intention of marrying some random rich girl from a noble pond. Right then, the attention inside the bus suddenly shifted toward another passenger entering through the door. The male students instantly started freaking out after seeing a stunning blonde girl board the bus. Just as one of the girls nearby gathered enough courage to approach Gioma, the mysterious blonde calmly walked over and sat directly beside him instead. Gioma looked genuinely surprised surprised the moment he recognized her. It was Abel. Crossing her legs casually, Abel immediately questioned why he was staring at her like that. Gioma quickly asked why she was there in the first place. Hearing that instantly made Abel flustered because she assumed Siegfried already explained everything beforehand. A second later, Gioma finally remembered Siegfried mentioning that someone would guide him once the time came. Realizing the meaning behind those words, Gioma admitted that Siegfried did mention it after all. Abel let out a small sigh of relief and complained that Gioma almost made her panic for a second there. Then, with a faint smile, she casually mentioned that he could leave everything to her from now on. Gioma quietly realized that her presence made perfect sense since she naturally lived within the Nibelung territory herself. As the bus finally started moving, the other students could not stop glancing toward the two of them, while desperately trying to figure out what kind of relationship existed between Gioma and Abel. Meanwhile, Abel quietly fell into her own thoughts. This was the first time she and Gioma had been alone together since the camp incident, and the atmosphere between them felt strangely awkward. After a while, Abel noticed Gioma continuously staring away from her on purpose. That immediately irritated her because every other girl around him seemed surprisingly comfortable getting close to him, yet Gioma himself kept intentionally maintaining distance from her specifically. Then the bus suddenly hit a speed bump. The unexpected jolt startled Abel badly, and almost immediately, her motion sickness started kicking in. The uncomfortable feeling instantly reminded her of her childhood. Back then, whenever she had to travel by bus, she would cry endlessly while insisting she did not want to go anywhere because she got carsick too easily. Her father would always patiently crouch down beside her and gently comfort her instead of forcing her. One day, he handed her a special sticker and explained that sticking it behind her neck would make the sickness go away. The memory played vividly in Abel's mind as she remembered placing the sticker on herself while her father smiled warmly and told her it was time to head back home. That memory hurt even more now because nearly 10 years had already passed since the day she lost both of her parents. At the same time, Siegfried lost his own child as well. Thinking about home only left Abel feeling emptier and more depressed. Right then, Gioma's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Without saying much, he quietly held out a motion sickness sticker toward her. Abel stared at it for a second, while memories of her father resurfaced again inside her head. Then Gioma casually asked whether she still remembered how to use it. Quickly hiding her emotions, Abel immediately placed the sticker behind her neck before softly thanking him for it. Once they finally arrived at the Korean International Airport, Gioma and Abel stepped off the bus, carrying their luggage alongside the other passengers. Abel rubbed her eyes tiredly and awkwardly apologized for falling asleep during the ride. Meanwhile, Gioma quietly thought to himself that she was supposed to be acting as his guide, yet somehow she ended up slacking off the entire trip instead. Then he remembered how she instantly passed out the second she placed the motion sickness patch on herself. Thankfully for her dignity, Gioma decided not to mention the fact that she had been drooling in her sleep too. Trying to regain her composure, Abel quickly put on a pair of sunglasses while casually claiming she was definitely not disguising herself because she feared rumors spreading about the two of them. According to her, airports were full of unnecessary eyes and paparazzi, so there was no reason to hand people extra material to gossip about. Gioma looked slightly confused by her logic, since neither of them were actual celebrities, but Abel insisted that people constantly followed her around anyway, and that Gioma was probably experiencing the same thing now. As they entered the airport itself, Gioma instinctively slowed down for a moment, while taking in the massive scale of the place. Meanwhile, Abel quietly grew nervous that someone might recognize her despite the sunglasses. Right then, several reporters suddenly pointed in their direction. Abel immediately panicked and assumed they were coming for her. To her complete shock, the reporters brushed right past her without hesitation and instantly surrounded Gioma instead. Cameras and microphones practically exploded around him as reporters bombarded him with endless questions all at once. Abel stood there, completely stunned, because not a single one of them seemed remotely interested in her existence. The reporters rapidly questioned Gioma about why he was visiting the airport today, while pointing out that the entire global hero community currently had their eyes on him. Gioma quickly realized that somehow the media already discovered he would be traveling today. Judging by how aggressive the reporters were acting, they clearly had no intention of leaving unless he gave them some kind of answer first. At the same time, Gioma knew he absolutely could not reveal where he was actually heading for summer break. The Nibelung territory needed to remain completely secret. Meanwhile, Abel nervously watched the situation spiral while the reporters impatiently waited for Gioma's response. After a few seconds of silence, Gioma calmly gave them a completely false destination and bluntly claimed that he was traveling to the United States instead. The airport suddenly went dead silent for a moment. Then the reporters instantly exploded with even more excitement while asking whether Gioma planned to challenge All-Mute next as his next opponent. Before the situation could spiral even further into complete madness, Abel immediately grabbed Gioma by the hand and forcefully dragged him away from the reporters before they got trapped there forever. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ryozo sat alone while watching a YouTube video covering Gioma's supposed trip to the United States. The moment she heard the news, her mood instantly crashed. She became genuinely pissed after realizing Gioma apparently left without telling her anything at all. What made it even worse was the fact that she already canceled all her plans to return to Japan during the break, because she expected him to stay at the academy. Now she was stuck there alone, while Gioma disappeared overseas without a word. The scene shifted to later as Gioma arrived in Switzerland, making it clear that he had completely misled the paparazzi earlier. As they moved through the airport, his attention drifted toward Abel, who suddenly yelped in pain while absent-mindedly messing with her hair. Watching her struggle like that, Gioma couldn't help but think it would have been far easier if they had just taken her private jet instead of going through all this trouble. Abel quickly noticed him staring and snapped at him, asking what he was looking at, only to turn around and spot a massive poster of herself nearby. Gioma openly admired it, calling it impressive, but that only made things worse. Abel instantly lost her composure, her face turning red as she screamed in embarrassment, completely unable to handle the situation. Watching her reaction, Gioma quietly reflected on how strange it was that someone this famous was casually traveling economy. He had expected a far more luxurious lifestyle from someone belonging to such a prestigious family, but clearly, they didn't live as extravagantly as he had imagined. Soon after leaving the airport, the scenery shifted dramatically as vast snowy mountains came into view, stretching endlessly across the horizon. Gioma paused for a moment, genuinely impressed by the breathtaking sight. Meanwhile, Abel suddenly called out excitedly, spotting her grandfather waiting nearby. Siegfried greeted her calmly, mentioning that he had only just arrived himself after adjusting his schedule to match theirs. He then glanced at Gioma and casually remarked that the boy seemed to have handled things well for his first time. Gioma confirmed there had been no issues. Abel, still full of energy, immediately asked when Gaines would be arriving, and Siegfried replied that he would be there soon, casually referring to her as dear. That single word instantly triggered her embarrassment again, and she began protesting, insisting that he stop calling her that. Gioma, hearing it, muttered the word in confusion, while Siegfried simply laughed and explained that he had called her that since she was born and saw no reason to change it now. Abel argued that she was already grown up, but he brushed it off, saying she would always be his little dear no matter what. Completely overwhelmed, Abel shouted for him to stop, clearly on the verge of dying from embarrassment, while Gioma silently observed the entire scene, realizing she was turning into a complete mess. At that moment, several luxury vehicles arrived, and security personnel quickly stepped out, scanning the surroundings with sharp focus. Siegfried's attention shifted toward one particular limousine as an imposing figure stepped out. The man wore a formal suit with a flowing cape, carrying himself with undeniable authority. Gioma watched curiously as the man approached and stopped before Siegfried, bowing respectfully while welcoming both him and Abel back. The surrounding guards immediately saluted, showing clear respect toward Siegfried. Siegfried chuckled lightly, commenting that the reception felt overly extravagant, but the man, identified as Gaines, responded calmly that such treatment was only natural for someone known as the hero of humanity. His gaze then shifted toward Gioma, and he began asking about him, but Siegfried quickly interrupted, stating that he would explain everything later, and asking him to keep the boy's identity confidential for now. Gaines immediately understood and gestured toward the limousine, inviting them to proceed. Gioma quietly observed the interaction, instantly picking up on the subtle power dynamic between them. The man clearly held immense authority, yet he treated Siegfried with deep respect, which made the situation even more intriguing. Curious, Gioma finally asked Abel who the man was. Without hesitation, she revealed the answer. He was the president of Switzerland. That single fact caught Gioma completely off guard. Later, as the limousine sped smoothly along the mountain roads, Abel lightly tapped Gioma's shoulder and gestured for him to look outside. When he turned his head, his eyes landed on a massive structure in the distance, Castle Sigurd, standing tall against the snowy landscape like something out of a story. The sight alone carried a quiet weight, and for a moment, Gioma just stared at it in silence. Once they arrived, Siegfried thanked Gaines Sebastian for the ride, but Gaines brushed it off casually, saying it was nothing, and that he had even enjoyed getting some fresh air out of it. As the moment seemed to wrap up, Gaines suddenly approached Gioma directly, his demeanor turning more formal as he extended his hand and introduced himself properly. Gioma responded in kind, shaking his hand and giving his own introduction. Gaines mentioned that he had watched the footage from the Academy Festival and expressed that it was an honor to meet him in person, adding that he hoped they could maintain a good relationship moving forward. Siegfried lightly stepped in, reminding him that Gioma was still young, but Gaines simply smiled and remarked that talent like his naturally drew attention, admitting he had been captivated by it. With that, he politely excused himself and left. After the limousine disappeared, Siegfried turned to Gioma and asked for his impression. Gioma answered honestly, saying Gaines felt surprisingly casual for someone holding such a high position. Siegfried nodded slightly and began explaining the deeper reality behind that calm attitude. The world was currently watching closely to see who would succeed him, and inviting Gioma into his home would not go unnoticed. A man like Gaines, who prioritized logic above all else, would choose silence if it benefited him, just like many others in positions of power. Siegfried explained that the higher one climbed, the more people like that they would encounter, individuals who constantly analyzed, doubted, and used situations to their advantage. He warned Gioma not to reject such favors outright, but also not to indulge in them too deeply, because failing to maintain that balance would only weaken one's position. It was complicated, but something he would eventually learn, and part of the reason he had brought him here in the first place. place. Then, as if switching gears completely, Siegfried casually mentioned that they should eat, but Gioma chose to stay outside a bit longer to take in the scenery. Abel quietly glanced back at him before heading inside, and soon the massive gates of the castle slowly closed behind them. The next scene shifted to early morning. At exactly 5 o'clock, a maid entered Gioma's room and opened the curtains, greeting him politely and informing him that the Sword Emperor was waiting. This was Shiel, the maid who carried an oddly strong presence despite her calm demeanor. By 6, breakfast was served. As they sat at the table, Abel noticed Gioma struggling slightly with the formal utensils and pointed it out, teasing him for not being used to using a knife and fork properly. Before the moment could stretch further, the butler Sharon calmly reminded her that conversation during meals was not appropriate. Abel had no choice but to stay quiet, though her eyes remained fixed on Gioma as he awkwardly handled the situation. By 7, Gioma was already outside chopping firewood with an axe. Sweat dripped down his face as he worked through the exhausting routine. 4 days had passed since his arrival, and he had slowly adjusted to life inside Castle Sigurd, though the presence of the unusually strong maid and the strict, disciplined butler still felt strange. Taking a short break, he checked his phone and let out a quiet sigh, realizing there was no signal out here anyway. Not that it mattered much, since there wasn't really anyone he needed to contact. What surprised him more was the fact that such a massive estate only had 2 servants managing everything. It made him understand why Abel lived so modestly despite her background. The Sword Emperor clearly had no interest in unnecessary luxury, which explained why Gioma himself was out here chopping wood manually instead of relying on convenience. Still, with the fresh air and stunning view around him, he found himself oddly satisfied. The part he disliked the most came later in the day. At 4 in the evening, they entered their daily meditation routine. Siegfried explained that while the foundation of Gioma's blessing was already complete, its raw and primal nature made it dangerous to simply increase its power further. The next step was not growth, but control, learning to understand himself by confronting his own mind. Gioma's body trembled slightly as he listened, realizing the importance of what was being taught, even if the process itself felt exhausting and tedious. Flying all the way here just to sit still and meditate felt like a pain, and he couldn't help but complain internally as his legs began to ache. Siegfried, however, dismissed his discomfort immediately, reminding him that he was still young and should endure it. Just then, a knock interrupted the moment. Gioma recognized it instantly as Charon. The butler stepped in and quietly informed Siegfried that there was something important to discuss. He leaned in and whispered the details, and for a split second, Siegfried's composure broke as he reacted sharply, calling someone a crazy bastard. Karen immediately reminded him that Gioma was present, prompting Siegfried to regain control and apologize for his outburst. Gioma stood there, slightly confused, wondering if the matter was related to Star Genesis. Siegfried didn't explain further. Instead, he simply stood up and announced that he needed to leave, mentioning that he would likely return around dinner or even later, and told them to eat without him. Later, inside his room, Gioma lay back in frustration, quietly grumbling to himself as disappointment settled in. He had come all the way here expecting intense, brutal training from the strongest man alive, something involving real combat, dungeon clearing, or at least physical hardship that would push him to his limits. Instead, what he got was meditation, silence, and discipline. It felt completely different from everything he had imagined. For a moment, he even questioned himself, realizing that he had grown so used to chaos and danger that peace itself now felt boring. That thought alone made him pause, wondering if he had already gone a little insane without noticing. Then suddenly, a different idea sparked in his mind. Since they were in Switzerland, there was a certain dungeon nearby, one that required at least 3 participants to enter and was known for offering extremely rare rewards. The thought of it immediately pulled his focus away from everything else. But before he could think it through completely, 3 knocks echoed from the door. Gioma instantly recognized the pattern. That meant Shiel. Assuming it was time for dinner, he got up and walked over, opening the door without much thought. But instead of the maid, Abel stood there. She looked slightly flushed, clearly nervous, and was hiding something behind her back. Gioma blinked in surprise, quietly saying her name as he tried to process the situation. Abel hesitated for a second before softly asking if she could come in. A few minutes earlier, Abel had been standing in front of the mirror inside her room, staring at her own reflection. It had already been 4 days since Gioma arrived at Castle Sigurd, and despite seeing him every single day, she had barely managed to speak to him properly. Every attempt had been cut short by strict rules during meals, especially with Sharon constantly reminding her to remain silent, and Siegfried enforcing discipline without exception. Her thoughts drifted back to a memory from her childhood. She remembered training with her grandfather, listening as he told her that she must always choose her man carefully, never entrusting her life to someone weaker than him. Back then, she had laughed innocently, declaring that her grandfather was the strongest in the world and no one could ever beat him. He had simply chuckled at her childish confidence. Now, back in the present, she muttered under her breath, realizing how often he had repeated that same lesson over the years. And then she remembered something more recent. Just a few days ago, Siegfried had told her again that strength alone was not enough when choosing someone. He had explained that personality mattered just as much, warning her that someone who offered help without hesitation could sometimes be more dangerous than someone who openly pointed a sword at her. Those who acted without ulterior motives were the hardest to understand, and therefore the hardest to guard against. At the time, Abel hadn't fully understood what he meant, but the words lingered in her mind. She knew his advice well, Yet for some reason, it kept bothering her. Just being in the same castle as Gioma made her feel strangely restless and excited at the same time. It felt childish, and that only made her more frustrated with herself. He had always been kind to her, and somehow, that only made things worse. Her gaze slowly shifted toward the coat he had given her back on Avalon Island. She quietly wondered if she should return it, but immediately rejected the idea, muttering that it was impossible now. Just then, Shile's voice suddenly called out to her, startling her so badly that she almost jumped. The maid calmly informed her that Siegfried had left due to an urgent matter and would return late. Abel frowned in confusion, asking why she was being told that. Shile simply replied that her expression made it obvious she wanted to know. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then Abel suddenly moved. Without another word, she rushed out of her room, as if she had finally made up her mind about something. Watching her leave, Shile smiled faintly, quietly noting to herself that Abel had finally found a chance for a little romance. Meanwhile, Abel stood outside Gioma's door, hesitating as she sneakily stared at it, her thoughts tangled between stepping forward and turning back. She wondered if she should just give up and return to her room, but moments like this were rare, especially when her grandfather wasn't around to interfere. If she wanted to return the coat, it had to be now. Just as she gathered a bit of courage and took a step forward, she suddenly froze upon spotting the butler, Charon, standing nearby. Instantly, Siegfried's earlier words echoed in her mind, reminding the servants to ensure that Gioma would not be disturbed during his stay. Thinking quickly, Abel forced a casual expression and awkwardly tried to play it off, acting as if she had simply lost her way. She mentioned that it had been a while, and that she might have forgotten the layout of the house after getting used to the academy. She even began to turn back as if abandoning the idea entirely, but Charon calmly stopped her, pointing out that she had always been like this, someone who turned away right before reaching her goal. He adjusted his glasses and reminded her that she had a habit of running away during important moments, something her father had once hoped she would overcome. Hearing that, Abel's expression shifted as memories of her father surfaced, and for a moment she stood still, gripping the coat tightly in her hands. Then, with a quiet resolve forming inside her, she turned back toward Gioma's door, finally deciding to face him. Later inside the room, Abel sat there feeling unexpectedly happy, though her usual tsundere attitude quickly kicked in as she tried to act indifferent. Gioma thanked her for returning the coat, and even told her that she didn't have to go through the trouble, which only made her feel oddly flustered. As he casually moved to wrap things up and send her off, she suddenly blurted out a question, asking if he was free the next afternoon. When he asked why, she snapped back, telling him not to answer a question with another question, and demanded a proper response. Gioma replied that he was free since Siegfried wouldn't be around, and in his mind, he admitted that going for a walk didn't sound bad at all, especially since he also had something he wanted to ask her. Without much thought, he suggested they grab lunch instead, reasoning that since he had come all the way to Switzerland, he wanted to try something outside. That single suggestion hit Abel harder than expected, freezing her in place as her thoughts spiraled. She awkwardly tried to play it off, twisting it into something casual while internally panicking, convincing herself that it was just a better alternative than a walk. She mentioned a sushi place in Geneva, pretending her interest was purely about the taste, but Gioma casually rejected the idea, saying he wanted to try local food instead, since he had already eaten sushi recently. That detail immediately caught her attention, and she stepped closer, pressing him about whether he had eaten with Ryozo. Gioma was slightly caught off guard, but answered honestly, mentioning that he had gone with Speed Weapon and Chloe as well, since they all liked fish. Before he could even finish, Abel suddenly snapped, throwing the coat at him in frustration and calling him a cheater, leaving him completely confused. Despite her outburst, she didn't cancel their plan, and instead told him to be on time the next day before storming off like a full-on tsundere. Gioma stood there holding the coat, genuinely puzzled, unable to make sense of her reaction or what exactly had just happened. Outside the room, Abel leaned against the door, her body trembling as she processed everything, realizing that what was supposed to be a simple walk had somehow turned into something that felt way bigger, and the excitement made it hard for her to even stand still. At the same time, the scene shifted to the presidential palace where Siegfried arrived, immediately greeted by a nervous guard who hurried to report the situation. Siegfried brushed off formalities and demanded a quick explanation, and the guard informed him that an unexpected guest had arrived and was pressuring the president to reveal who Siegfried had brought with him. Despite the pressure, the president had refused to speak, even provoking the intruder by questioning whether he feared one faction more than another. Understanding the situation instantly, Siegfried walked straight to the door, stating that he would handle it himself. As he entered, his expression darkened at the sight before him. A red-haired man was casually sitting in the president's seat, while the guards lay defeated on the ground around him. The man tossed aside a cigarette and greeted Siegfried as if meeting an old acquaintance, his tone relaxed, yet clearly mocking. This man was revealed to be one of the 7-star heroes, the spear saint Richa de Murat. Siegfried approached him without hesitation, questioning what kind of mess he was causing here, and since when they had ever been on friendly terms. Murat laughed openly, mocking Siegfried for how much he had changed, even going as far as to insult him directly. That was enough to trigger Siegfried's aura, which surged violently as he drew his sword, his expression turning cold as he fired back, making it clear he had no intention of tolerating the provocation any longer. As the room filled with tension, Siegfried finally called out to Richa Murat. He admitted that he already knew Murat was an idiot, but even then, he never imagined the man would be bold enough to march straight into the country where he lived and start causing trouble. Right at that moment, Gaines arrived at the scene. Murat simply laughed and asked whether Siegfried was seriously questioning whether a man from the Murat family could feel fear. He then mocked him further, reminding him of the earlier threat about turning him into a woman, and joking that it seemed hanging around younger people had dragged Nibelung back to his younger years as well. Siegfried immediately fired back, calling the sight pathetic, and questioning how someone so unbelievably stupid had managed to become one of the 7-star heroes in the first place. That insult instantly set Murat off. He shot to his feet and shouted Siegfried's name, while the atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Gaines stood awkwardly to the side, caught between two absolute monsters, and having absolutely no idea what to do. Looking at them, he couldn't help wondering whether these two were even the same species as normal humans. One was the Sword Emperor, who stood at the peak of technique, while the other relied almost entirely on raw power. Yet Murat's overwhelming strength was so absurd that it felt as though technique itself became unnecessary. This was the Spear Saint, the man known for pure, invincible force. Gaines genuinely wondered if any human on the planet could ever hope to match him in sheer physical power. Realizing things were about to spiral out of control, the president desperately reminded them that they were currently standing inside the presidential residence. Fortunately, Murat calmed down enough to sit back down. He admitted he got a little excited before explaining that he hadn't come here to fight. He wanted answers. He casually revealed that everyone already knew one of the 5 generals, Agor, was dead, and suggested skipping that part entirely. Gaines was immediately stunned because this was the first time he had heard anything about it. Seeing the reaction, Murat laughed and commented that Switzerland was apparently behind on the news due to its neutrality, though he added that everyone there would have found out eventually anyway. Murat then turned his attention back to Siegfried. He explained that he had already figured out Siegfried was somehow connected to Agor's death, but there was one thing he couldn't understand. No matter how he looked at it, it was common sense that Siegfried alone shouldn't have been capable of killing a general. To Murat, that was an absolute truth. When Siegfried demanded to know what he was implying, Murat immediately dropped the name Kang Jioma, the boy currently being called the Sashimi Sword Saint. The moment that name left his mouth, Siegfried completely lost his composure. A terrifying pressure exploded from his body, causing the entire building to tremble. Everyone present instantly felt alarmed. Even Murat's expression changed as he felt the overwhelming aura pressing down on the room. Looking at Siegfried, he couldn't help wondering what had happened to him. This wasn't the aura of someone who had supposedly lost an arm and declined. If anything, he had become even stronger. The president's bodyguards were already being forced to the ground by the pressure alone, and Murat casually observed that Siegfried had clearly climbed another step higher. Gaines looked like he was about to have a heart attack, convinced that a war between 7-star heroes was seconds away. Meanwhile, Siegfried coldly declared that he would cut out Murat's tongue for causing trouble in his homeland. Rather than backing down, Murat burst into laughter and eagerly prepared to clash. He shouted that Siegfried had finally grown some backbone. At the same time, Siegfried had already reached a decision. If Gioma's existence was becoming a target for the Hero Association, then he would simply cut down the Spear Saint himself and bury the secret here and now. Gaines desperately screamed at him to stop, but Siegfried wasn't listening anymore. Then, completely out of nowhere, Murat lit a cigarette. The abrupt action was so random that it instantly killed the momentum. Calmly taking a puff, he remarked that old age had apparently made Siegfried lose his cool. He admitted it was nice seeing him become more fiery, but this kind of behavior simply didn't suit him. Just like that, the terrifying pressure vanished and silence returned to the room. After observing Siegfried for a moment, Murat admitted that his reaction alone told him everything he needed to know. If Siegfried had become this sensitive over the topic, then he clearly cared about Kang Jioma a great deal. Murat assured him that he had no intention of pushing the matter any further. Standing up, he honestly admitted that the kid had become rather interesting. Between Siegfried's protectiveness and the fact that his own niece Rachel seemed completely smitten with the boy, there had to be a good reason for all of it. Then, with a grin that instantly annoyed everyone present, Murat casually wondered what kind of expression Siegfried would make if Jioma eventually married his niece. After dropping that little bomb, he announced that he was leaving. As a final remark, he asked Siegfried to tell Media and her twin sister that he was doing just fine. Siegfried looked genuinely confused. Apparently, everyone had just learned a shocking new fact at the exact same time. Once Murat finally left, the pressure inside the presidential residence disappeared with him. Siegfried let out a breath and apologized to Gaines for making a fool of himself. However, Gaines quickly shook his head and replied that, if anything, Siegfried had saved them. Then, almost immediately, the president changed the subject and casually asked whether Siegfried had any free time next week. He mentioned that he would really like to have that dinner they had talked about before. The moment Siegfried heard that, he became irritated. This guy was obviously trying to get closer to Kang Jioma through him, without even bothering to hide his annoyance. Siegfried simply turned around and stated that he probably wouldn't have time that day. Gaines immediately pointed out that he hadn't even mentioned the date yet. Unfortunately, Siegfried was already walking away while declaring that he was busy for the entire next week. That left Gaines standing there alone, looking like a man who had just been rejected before he could even ask properly. The scene then shifted back to the castle. Morning had arrived, and while Abel woke up overflowing with excitement, Gioma was as lazy as ever. For Abel, preparing for today's outing had become a full-scale battle. Her closet contained countless outfits, leaving her trapped in an endless dilemma over what to wear. Meanwhile, Gioma's entire fashion selection consisted of basically one t-shirt. While Abel spent time brushing her hair, carefully doing skincare, Gioma solved his preparation in record time by splashing water on his face, fixing his hair, and putting on the only shoes he owned. After spending ages preparing, Abel finally decided this should be good enough. At almost the exact same time, Gioma also concluded that his single shirt was good enough. Somehow, both reached the same conclusion through completely opposite levels of effort. As Gioma walked downstairs, his thoughts drifted toward the real reason he had agreed to this outing. Getting some fresh air with Abel was nice, but his actual goal was different. Since they would be staying together for several more weeks, he figured spending some time together was better than letting things become awkward. More importantly, the undead dungeon he was interested in was located here in Switzerland, deep within the Alps. It was technically only a D-rank dungeon, weaker than the Buffalo dungeon, but its hidden boss, the Lich King Dronzer, was a completely different story. Thinking back, Gioma remembered how his master had recommended the game years ago, only to quit shortly afterward. Gioma himself had continued playing alone until eventually quitting too. Because of that, he had never actually fought Dronzer and didn't know the boss patterns. Now, he was honestly regretting not sticking with the game longer. Since the dungeon required a minimum of 3 people, he intended to ask Abel for help. She had originally been expected to rank first in their class, and was undoubtedly strong. More importantly, handling an entire undead horde alone with only 50 seconds of painlessness blessing sounded like a terrible idea. As he finalized his plan, he noticed Abel already waiting near the entrance. The moment he saw her, he froze slightly. Abel greeted him with a bright smile, happy that he wasn't late, while Gioma found himself genuinely surprised by how much effort she had put into her appearance. Unfortunately, the moment Abel looked at him, all of that happiness immediately took critical damage. She asked if he had seriously come dressed like that. Gioma awkwardly admitted that this was literally all he owned. Abel stared at him for a moment before giving up internally. There was no point arguing with this dense idiot. Instead, she simply told him they were leaving and that they would be driving. Gioma immediately asked whether she even had a license. Abel casually replied that she didn't. Hearing that, he asked if she was planning to drive without one, which instantly offended her. She demanded to know what kind of person he thought she was. Gioma wisely remained silent. As a hardcore gacha player, his social skills around real women were already hanging by a thread. Just then, Siegfried's legendary Continental rolled up in front of them. Maid Shile stepped out and greeted both of them, before announcing that she would be driving them safely to Geneva. Abel immediately thanked her for coming despite being busy. Once they were seated inside, Shile mentioned that she would drive slower than usual since Gioma was joining them. Abel nodded confidently and said she trusted Shile's driving skills completely. Hearing that, Gioma assumed the maid must simply be a competent driver. Shile then casually informed them that the trip would only take around 30 minutes, which completely confused Gioma because it had taken nearly 3 hours to travel from the airport. The next moment, Gioma felt his soul attempt to leave his body. As the car launched forward, he was slammed into his seat by the acceleration. Somewhere nearby, a peaceful bunny had been admiring a flower when it suddenly looked up just in time to witness a luxury car blasting through the landscape like a missile. Gioma soon realized that Shile wasn't following the road anymore. At some point, she had simply decided that safety railings were optional. The car tore across grassy terrain, bounced back onto concrete roads, and started drifting through mountain paths at speeds that absolutely should not have been legal. Meanwhile, Abel looked like she was having the time of her life. Gioma, on the other hand, was already writing his will mentally. When he noticed the speedometer approaching 200 kilometers per hour on a mountain road, he genuinely began questioning whether this maid secretly worked as an assassin. To make matters worse, Abel was cheering excitedly from her seat. Gioma immediately remembered that she had complained about motion sickness on the bus and asked how she was perfectly fine now. Abel casually explained that she only got carsick when vehicles moved slowly. If they were speeding, she felt great. At that moment, Gioma came to a horrifying realization. He wasn't trapped in a car with one psycho, he was trapped with 2. A short while later, Shile cheerfully announced that they would be arriving soon. Abel immediately lit up with excitement and talked about how long it had been since she last visited Geneva. Meanwhile, Gioma desperately told her to sit down because she was treating a high-speed death machine like an amusement park ride. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Siegfried was still annoyed by the earlier encounter. Just thinking about that damn muscle-headed spear saint made his mood worse. As Charon quietly poured tea, Siegfried found his thoughts drifting back to Marat's words. The image of Rachel marrying Kang Gioma immediately made him grimace. Absolutely not. That was unacceptable. The very idea irritated him enough to tighten his grip on the teacup. Trying to calm himself, he asked Charon whether Gioma had continued training while he was away. The butler confirmed that he had. Hearing that, Siegfried couldn't help but nod in approval. A once-in-a-century genius, who also worked harder than everyone else, was terrifying. Talent alone was frightening, but talent combined with relentless effort was something else entirely. If Gioma kept progressing at this rate for another month, he might actually qualify for the trial. Curious, Siegfried then asked where the children were. Charon calmly replied that Gioma and Abel had left for Geneva together this morning. The next second, the handle of Siegfried's teacup snapped clean off in his hand. He shot up from his seat and shouted in disbelief that they had gone together. Back in Geneva, Gioma and Abel finally escaped Shile's deathmobile. Before leaving, the maid informed them that she would return around 5 in the evening to pick them up and hoped they enjoyed themselves. Abel thanked her, while Shile sped away like a maniac, blasting music loud enough to shake nearby windows. Gioma continued staring at the disappearing vehicle as if he had just survived a near-death experience. Abel eventually grabbed his arm and asked why he was spacing out, saying they didn't have much time. As they walked through the bustling streets of Geneva, she told him to stay close. The problem was that people kept staring at them. Gioma became increasingly uncomfortable and suggested maybe they should walk a little farther apart. Abel immediately rejected the idea, explaining that Europe wasn't like Korea. The roads were confusing, and it was easy to get lost. Besides, she insisted that people were only looking because his hair color stood out. Gioma knew that wasn't true. Compared to Abel's blessing, his hair was completely irrelevant. The blessing of the snowflower was practically a cheat code. In-game, her beauty alone could inflict hesitation and reduce enemy actions before battles even started. It was crowd control disguised as attractiveness. Thinking back, Abel was literally the reason he had started spending money on the game, yet somehow, he wasn't affected nearly as much anymore. Maybe he was slowly developing resistance. Before he could think further, Abel announced they had arrived. The restaurant wasn't a sushi place like Gioma had expected. Once seated, Abel ordered her usual meal without even looking at the menu. Gioma commented that she seemed to visit often, and she revealed that she used to come here frequently with her parents when she was young. The moment she mentioned them, her expression darkened slightly. Noticing that immediately, Gioma changed the topic and started examining the menu. He pointed at a dish called raclette and admitted he had never heard of it before. Abel explained that it was a traditional dish where melted cheese was poured over meat and sausages. Since he had wanted local food, she had brought him here specifically. Gioma's thoughts immediately drifted toward kimchi. Abel stared at him for a second before accurately guessing exactly what he was thinking. Gioma was genuinely surprised by how she knew. Right then, the waiter arrived with their food. Looking down at the massive chunk of meat on his plate, Gioma realized he had another problem. Because of his blessing, using knives under 39 centimeters could trigger his blessing. Meanwhile, Abel was busy taking photos of the food. Watching her do something so normal made her seem like an ordinary girl for once, instead of an overpowered game character. When she noticed him staring, she awkwardly apologized for taking pictures. Gioma simply asked whether she liked photography. Abel admitted she had and revealed recently created an Instagram account before shyly asking if she should give him hers. Completely oblivious, Gioma asked what exactly she meant. After awkwardly clarifying that she meant her Instagram account, Gioma casually replied that he didn't use social media. Abel visibly deflated. A moment later, Gioma called her name. Her mood instantly recovered, only for him to slide his plate toward her and ask if she could cut the meat for him. Abel froze. The request immediately dragged her into an old memory. Years ago, in this exact restaurant, she had stubbornly insisted on cutting her own food. Her father had gently taken the knife away and explained that members of the Nibulong family weren't allowed to hold knives until age 7. When she complained that Grandpa said he had used knives much younger, both of her parents had burst into laughter. Her father had then taken her plate and cut the food himself. When little Abel complained that she wasn't a child anymore, her mother had explained something she never forgot. Entrusting someone else with your food meant trusting and caring about them. Meals were one of the most important things in life, and letting someone handle yours was a sign of affection. Back in the present, Abel understood that meaning perfectly now. The memory hit her so hard that tears suddenly formed in her eyes. Across the table, Gioma was completely lost. All he had done was ask her to cut his food because of his blessing. Seeing her tear up made him wonder what the hell he had done wrong. After gathering herself, Abel apologized and quietly took the plate. A few moments later, she handed it back with every piece perfectly cut. They ate in silence for a while before Abel finally broke it. She asked why he wasn't curious about why she had started crying. Gioma honestly didn't want to pry into something personal, so he stayed quiet. Abel sighed before asking why he acted differently around her compared to everyone else. She already knew he was the academy's top student. Then, with a weak smile that didn't reach her eyes, she admitted what had really been bothering her all this time. Looking directly at him, she quietly asked if he truly had no interest in her. Gioma completely froze. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Ryozo was suffering. She had set alarms, searched endlessly, and spent days trying to figure out where Gioma had gone. According to the media, he was supposedly in America. Unfortunately, that was all the information she had. For days, she wandered around the academy alone. Even during archery practice, her mind remained somewhere else entirely. She drew her bow, fired, and hit the bullseye perfectly. She had missed several shots before because Gioma kept occupying her thoughts. Eventually, the scene shifted to an airport in the United States. A private jet touched down, and Ryozo stepped out wearing a full American-style outfit. In one hand, she carried her yanggong, while the other held her passport. The destination stamp clearly showed Los Angeles. Looking ahead with smug determination, she confidently declared that Gioma just needed to wait for her. The scene shifted back to Abel's memories. She remembered the day Siegfried had formally handed her the sword that symbolized her position as the successor of the Sword Saint family. The moment she accepted it, Applause erupted around her. Everyone congratulated her and spoke about her future. They said she would surpass her father one day. They told her never to stumble, never to fail, and never to stop becoming stronger. From that day onward, she wasn't simply Abel anymore. She was the sword of Nibelung. Standing there as a child, she had stared silently at the sword in her hands, feeling the immense weight of responsibility attached to it. Later, during Avalon Island, when Gioma handed her the grilled rabbit meat he had prepared, she had unconsciously been reminded of that moment. Something about the way he offered it had overlapped with those old memories. Then she remembered how he casually warned her not to leave her ankle untreated or it might get infected. After that, he had simply told her to eat while the food was still warm because it tasted best that way. There had been no expectations behind his words, no pressure, no burden. Looking back now, Abel realized that Gioma was the first person who hadn't looked at her and seen Nibelung. Everyone else saw the heir to the Sword Saint family. Gioma had simply seen Abel. Back in the present, her quiet question about whether he was interested in her left Gioma sweating bullets. The sudden turn in the conversation completely caught him off guard. Before he could formulate an answer, Abel continued speaking. She admitted that at first, she thought Gioma had hidden his position as the top student for some deeper reason. However, the more she observed him, the more she felt she had misunderstood everything. In the end, she concluded that he simply hadn't wanted to deal with her. Gioma remained silent while she kept going. Abel bitterly asked whether he thought everyone in the world was a genius like him. She pointed out that ordinary people existed too, people who had to rely on others and struggle their way forward. However, before she could continue further, Gioma abruptly called her name. The firmness in his voice immediately stopped her. Looking directly at her, Gioma pointed out that everything she was saying stemmed from insecurity. Abel froze at the accusation. Before she could argue, Gioma continued. He told her that she kept insisting he was different, but those words actually looked down on him more than anyone else ever had. Did she truly know how he lived? Did she know how much effort he had put in to stand where he was now? The question struck Abel speechless, because she didn't know any of it. She didn't know about the years he had spent mastering knives before arriving in this world. She didn't know about the countless hours of practice, failures, and sacrifices hidden behind the results everyone admired. To her, he simply looked talented. Gioma calmly explained that she was reducing both his efforts and her own efforts to a single convenient word: talent. As he spoke, Gioma found himself reflecting on his own past. People had always called him a genius with knives, but nobody ever cared about the process behind that reputation. They saw the finished product, not the bruised hands gripping blades until they bled. They never saw the endless training or the mountain of failures stacked behind every success. The same was true even now. Everyone looked at the blessing of the sword god and called it talent, yet nobody understood the cost attached to that power. Every bit of strength demanded something in return. And unlike everyone else, Gioma knew better than anyone that the future was no longer predictable. The original story had already been twisted beyond recognition. He had no idea what awaited him tomorrow. The only certainty left was that he needed to survive, no matter what. The tension gradually faded from Abel's face. Realizing the truth behind his words, she quietly apologized. Gioma decided not to dwell on the argument any longer, and simply suggested that they continue eating. The two returned to their meal, but the atmosphere had completely changed. While eating, Gioma couldn't help thinking that something as simple as avoiding the activation of his blessing had somehow led them into this deeply personal conversation. The timing for the favor he wanted to ask her about the dungeon had completely vanished. More importantly, he felt strangely hesitant about saying anything further. Maybe it was the part of him that constantly forced him to think rationally, but even offering words of comfort felt risky, so he stayed quiet, focused on his food. The silence between them didn't last long. After gathering her courage, Abel finally spoke about something she rarely discussed. Hesitantly, she revealed that her parents had gone missing inside a dungeon. Today marked exactly 10 years since their disappearance. She admitted that she had been looking forward to this academy break for a very long time, because students weren't allowed to freely enter dungeons before enrollment. This vacation was the first real opportunity she had to pursue the truth herself. Gioma listened quietly as she explained the situation. At first glance, it sounded like the kind of incident that would occur in an extremely dangerous dungeon. However, Abel revealed something even stranger. The dungeon wasn't high-ranked at all. In fact, it was considered relatively low-level. Even now, after all these years, she couldn't understand how her parents had vanished without leaving a trace inside a place that shouldn't have been capable of swallowing heroes of their caliber. Hearing that, our MC was reminded of the original Kang Gioma's parents, who had also disappeared without a trace. The memories were vague and distant. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even properly recall their faces anymore. After a brief silence, Gioma simply told her they should go together. He explained that he already planned to spend his vacation clearing dungeons anyway, so helping her investigate wouldn't be a problem. Abel immediately became emotional and tried to refuse. She insisted that this was her personal burden and that she couldn't drag someone else into it. Gioma calmly countered that she was already letting him stay at Castle Sigurd, so she could consider this his way of gradually repaying that favor. Hearing that, Abel's eyes filled with tears and she thanked him sincerely. Meanwhile, Gioma remained outwardly calm. Internally, however, he couldn't help reflecting on himself. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Abel, he genuinely wanted to help her, yet he also knew that his decision had been reached through cold logic. Helping Abel would benefit him tremendously as well. The higher his synchronization rate climbed, the more mechanical and detached his thinking became. No matter the situation, his emotions eventually cooled down and logic took control. Sometimes he wondered what kind of person he would become if that process continued indefinitely. Pushing those thoughts aside, he asked where the dungeon was located. Abel revealed that it was the Undead Dungeon, the very place where her parents had disappeared 10 years ago. Later that day, the scene shifted to the car ride back toward the castle. Shyle was behind the wheel, while Abel slept peacefully in the back seat. The moment Gioma settled into his seat, Shyle unexpectedly thanked him. Confused, he asked what she meant. The maid explained that it had been a very long time since she had seen Abel sleep so peacefully. Hearing that, Gioma glanced over his shoulder. Sure enough, Abel was asleep with a small smile on her face. Shyle remarked that Miss Abel seemed genuinely happy today. Gioma found himself wondering whether Abel used to smile like that before life burdened her with so many responsibilities. Looking forward again, he quietly agreed with Shyle's observation. The maid then asked whether he had heard the details about the undead dungeon. That question reminded him of their earlier discussion. Back at the restaurant, Abel had thoroughly researched everything. She had shown him information on her phone and explained that the dungeon was located near the border between Switzerland and France. Because it wasn't particularly popular, maintenance was minimal. However, international hero regulations still required at least 3 registered participants before entry was allowed. Gioma remembered being impressed by how prepared she was. She knew far more about the dungeon than he did, which meant the investigation would likely proceed smoother than expected. During that conversation, Abel had moved closer to show him information on her phone, only for both of them to suddenly realize how close their faces had become. Embarrassed, Abel had quickly pulled away while Gioma awkwardly tried to break the tension by complimenting her preparation. That same conversation had also revealed the identity of their third party. When Gioma asked who would accompany them, Abel casually mentioned that a senior hero and former Joaquin Academy student would be joining them. Back in the present, Gioma now understood that she had been referring to Shyle. Looking at the maid, it was obvious she wasn't an ordinary servant. Hero rankings were determined by points. The overwhelming majority of heroes fell into the junior category. Senior heroes, meanwhile, possessed over 8,000 points and represented only a small fraction of the population. Shyle belonged to that elite group. In other words, the seemingly harmless maid was actually among the top 10% of active heroes. Mentioning that he had heard she would accompany them, Gioma commented on it. Shyle modestly replied that she would do her best not to become a burden. Hearing that, Gioma almost laughed. How could someone with senior hero qualifications possibly be considered a burden? Shyle then began explaining her connection to the Nibelung family. She revealed that she had graduated from Joaquin Academy, thanks entirely to Abel's parents. 10 years ago, before joining the family, she had been an orphan with no future prospects. While countless others remained trapped in that situation, she had been fortunate enough to catch the attention of the Nibelung family. They had recognized her potential, sponsored her education, and ultimately gave her a path forward in life. Even now, she remained deeply grateful for everything they had done for her. Gioma commented that her talent must have been exceptional if they had chosen her. However, Shyle simply shook her head and said that compared to him, she was just an ordinary person. Then she admitted that accompanying them had actually been her own request. She wanted to help search for the people who had completely changed her life. After a brief hesitation, she revealed that she was also one of the commoner students who attended the academy. That revelation immediately caught Gioma's attention. Shyle smiled and admitted that she had been quite satisfied reading the recent articles about his actions as a commoner student. That was one of the reasons she liked him. Gioma awkwardly looked away after hearing such a straightforward compliment. Unfortunately for him, Shyle wasn't done. With a teasing smile, she pointed out that despite everything, he really should have worn better clothes for today's outing. Miss Abel had clearly been upset about that. Faced with that observation, Gioma couldn't even come up with a proper response. Once again, he found himself completely outmatched by the women around him. Once they returned to the castle, Gioma received word that Siegfried wanted to see him. Without wasting time, he headed toward the Sword Emperor's office. After knocking on the door and receiving permission to enter, he cautiously stepped inside and asked why he had been summoned. Siegfried was standing near his desk with an unusually serious expression. The atmosphere immediately made Gioma feel like something important was about to happen. The old man instructed him to take a seat, saying there were a few matters they needed to discuss. However, before addressing any of them, Siegfried suddenly went straight for a completely different topic. He asked Gioma what exactly he had done with Abel yesterday. The question caught Gioma completely off guard. Confused, he answered honestly that they had simply gone out for lunch together. Siegfried asked again if that was really all that happened. Gioma confirmed it once more. The moment he did, Siegfried set his teacup down and burst into laughter. He loudly declared that it was was a relief and that there was nothing strange about friends having lunch together. Still chuckling, he added that he would appreciate being informed beforehand if something like that happened again. Gioma could only stare at him, internally frustrated by the old man's bizarre priorities. Still laughing, Siegfried admitted that he had nearly forgotten the actual reason for calling him. Gioma's annoyance only grew. Then Siegfried's expression became serious. He explained that he wasn't entirely certain yet, but there was something that could potentially become a problem. Curious, Gioma asked what he meant. In response, Siegfried handed him a document and told him to examine it carefully. Looking through the contents, Gioma found nothing unusual at first glance. The document listed his date of birth, July 7th, his enrollment in the Wolf class at Joaquin Academy, and a few other basic details. To him, it all looked completely normal. However, Siegfried asked whether anything felt strange. Gioma shook his head and replied that it simply appeared to be standard information. The Sword Emperor immediately criticized him for lacking attention to detail and pointed toward the bottom of the document. There, a section indicated that Gioma's hero points were currently being calculated. That was the anomaly. Siegfried explained that Academy students were never supposed to have their hero points officially calculated. That had long been an agreement between the Hero Association and the Academy. Students were meant to focus on studying and developing their abilities. Their evaluations happened internally within the Academy system, rather than through official hero rankings. Yet Gioma's hero points were now being processed anyway. When Gioma asked whether that was illegal, Siegfried clarified that it wasn't against any law. The issue was that it was unprecedented. It meant the association no longer viewed him as merely a student. In all likelihood, this was the work of the association president and vice president Richa de Murat. Hearing those names made Gioma pause. The association's highest-ranking figures were paying attention to him personally. The realization was unsettling. He wondered if his recent actions, the Academy Festival, the incidents involving Mao Rang, and even the attention he had received overseas, were responsible for attracting such scrutiny. Seeing Gioma's concern, Siegfried waved it off and told him not to overthink the situation. While it was suspicious, he believed the most likely cause was Gioma's performance against Mao Rang during the festival. The old man jokingly remarked that perhaps he should have gone easier on her. Gioma apologized out of habit, but Siegfried simply laughed. There was no need to apologize, he said. If a problem arose, then they would solve it when the time came. After all, he was Gioma's guardian now. Hearing that word unexpectedly stirred old memories within Gioma. It reminded him of his first master and the protection he had once received in another life. For a brief moment, he found himself strangely comforted by the thought. The conversation then shifted toward the undead dungeon. Siegfried mentioned that Charon had informed him about Gioma's plans to accompany Abel and Shile. Just as he was about to continue, a knock sounded from the door. A moment later, Abel entered the room, apologizing for interrupting. Gioma looked at her in confusion, wondering why she had come. Abel explained that there was something she needed to confirm with him before their departure. The instant she mentioned that, Siegfried's expression darkened. The pressure in the room noticeably increased, making Gioma feel uneasy. After a long sigh, the Sword Emperor finally gave up and addressed Gioma directly. He told him that he was entrusting Abel to him. The moment those words left his mouth, Abel visibly brightened. Gioma simply nodded and agreed. As the two left the office together, Siegfried remained seated behind his desk. The scene then shifted to Los Angeles. Ryozo was wandering through the streets while staring down at her phone, growing increasingly annoyed because the people she had called to help her were running late as usual. While searching around, she spotted a group of thugs hanging around a street corner. Without hesitation, she walked up to them, pulled out her phone, and showed them a picture of Gioma. She asked if any of them recognized the man in the photo. The gangsters exchanged confused looks before shaking their heads. None of them had ever seen him before. Hearing that, Ryozo let out a disappointed sigh and muttered that maybe the Sashimi Sword Saint wasn't nearly as famous as she had assumed. If nobody recognized him, finding him in a country this large was going to be much harder than expected. As she turned to leave, the gangster's attention shifted from the photo to her. One fat wannabe gangster called out to her, claiming that he might recognize the person in the photo if he could take a closer look. Ryozo immediately sensed the way they were staring at her and wanted nothing to do with it. She declined and continued walking away. Unfortunately, the man suddenly grabbed her wrist and told her that she should listen when people were trying to be nice. His tone quickly turned threatening, and as he raised his hand to strike her, someone else caught his arm before he could do anything. The gangster froze. Standing behind was Rachel, gripping his arm tightly while glaring at him with cold eyes. She calmly asked him whether he wanted to die. Behind her stood Speed Weapon, who was already on the phone reporting the situation to the police. The wannabe gang immediately scattered before they get fucked. Ryozo looked at her two friends and complained that they were late. Rachel greeted her happily, saying it was nice to see her again, while Speed Weapon checked if she was alright after running into trouble immediately upon arriving in America. A short while later, the three were sitting together inside a Burger King. Rachel looked excited about the whole situation, saying it sounded like a lot of fun. Speed Weapon, however, was more confused than excited. He mentioned seeing the recent news articles and asked Ryozo why she had come all the way to the United States during break. Whatever she was trying to do had to be important if she was willing to travel across the world for it. Ryozo awkwardly admitted that it was something like that and asked them to help her. Speed Weapon said it wasn't exactly an impossible request, but before he could finish, Rachel interrupted him, saying the quest will be fun. She then excitedly asked where they were going. Ryozo admitted she didn't know Gioma's exact location. Since they lacked a destination, they would simply have to follow the clues available to them. The only lead she had was the Lancelot Company, a hero management agency based in New York. Not long afterward, Speedweapon proudly led them to his beloved car. With a huge grin, he loudly introduced it as the legendary Speedwagon. Ryozo admitted that it looked pretty cool, while Rachel greeted it like an old friend and called it the Angel of the Underworld. After everyone got inside, Rachel entered the destination, while Speedweapon took the driver's seat. Sitting comfortably in the back, Ryozo officially declared that the quest to find Gioma had begun. Unfortunately, the grand adventure lasted only until they reached a deserted stretch of road where the car suddenly broke down. The vehicle rolled to a stop, leaving them stranded in the middle of nowhere. Soon, Speedweapon managed to get the car running again, and the trio resumed their journey. As the road stretched endlessly ahead of them, Speedweapon asked Ryozo what exactly she needed to deliver to the club president. Ryozo immediately replied that she couldn't tell him, but Rachel seemed to understand what was going through her mind. A wide grin spread across Rachel's face, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Several hours later, they stopped at a gas station to refuel. While Speedweapon filled the tank, Rachel asked how much farther they needed to go. Speedweapon estimated that it would take roughly 3 days if they kept rotating drivers without stopping too often. Hearing that, Ryozo admitted that New York really was farther away than she had imagined. Rachel immediately volunteered to take over the driving shift next. Before long, the three of them were back on the road again, pushing forward through the night while taking turns behind the wheel. As the hours passed, Speedweapon eventually fell asleep in the back seat, while Ryozo remained focused on her phone. At one point, Rachel called out to her and asked what she planned to do if Gioma wasn't in New York either. Rachel pointed out that it wasn't like Ryozo to act without certainty. Looking down at her screen, Ryozo saw the message she had sent earlier, asking Gioma if he was awake. There was still no reply. Rachel then asked her directly if she really loved him that much. Without hesitation or embarrassment, Ryozo answered yes. The blunt honesty caught Rachel completely off guard. Laughing loudly, she asked why. Ryozo quietly admitted that she wasn't entirely sure herself. Rachel continued teasing her and asked whether she had tried contacting to Abel. Confused, Ryozo asked what she was supposed to say. Rachel simply giggled and told her to figure it out herself. The trio spent the rest of the journey talking, joking around, singing along to music, and sharing laughs as they crossed vast deserts, endless highways, glowing cities, orange sunsets, and countless nights illuminated by distant lights. Despite the long trip, the road somehow felt shorter because of the company. Eventually, exhaustion caught up to them. Ryozo ended up sleeping with her strange eye patch sleep mask covering her face while the car continued rolling forward through the darkness. Sometime later, Rachel reached over and nudged her awake. Ryozo lifted the mask and muttered that she was listening. However, the moment she looked through the window, her eyes widened. Towering skyscrapers filled the horizon, covered in gigantic illuminated advertisements and digital billboards that painted the city in countless colors. The streets below buzzed with life, even at night, and bright lights stretched as far as the eye could see. Seeing her reaction, Rachel smiled and dramatically spread her arms before announcing that they had finally arrived in New York. The scene then shifts to Siegfried. Inside his residence, Karen was serving tea to the Sword Emperor as usual, but the concern on his face was obvious. After placing the cup down, he asked whether Siegfried was truly all right. Siegfried let out a small sigh and replied that there was no way he could be all right. Hearing this, Karen carefully brought up the matter that had been bothering him. He wondered why Siegfried had not stopped Abel from going. After all, the place she had entered was an undead dungeon. Not only was it extremely dangerous, but the experience itself could be traumatizing for a young lady. In Sharon's opinion, it would have been better if the Sword Emperor had accompanied them personally. As soon as he finished speaking, Sharon realized he had let his emotions speak for him. When Siegfried called his name, he immediately lowered his head and apologized, admitting that his concern for Abel had gotten the better of him. However, Siegfried did not seem upset. Taking a sip of tea, he calmly explained that while he understood Sharon's worries, they had to respect Abel's decision. She was no longer a child who needed to be protected from every difficulty. The wounds from her past could not be avoided forever. While he could support her when necessary, constantly standing in her way would only delay her growth. Some obstacles were things she needed to overcome herself. Siegfried then mentioned another reason he was not worried. Kang Gioma was accompanying her. Siegfried stated that no matter what enemy appeared inside the dungeon, it would not be enough to threaten them. Karen found himself surprised by the amount of trust the Sword Emperor had placed in the young boy. To most people, Kang Gioma was already considered a once-in-a-century genius, but Siegfried believed that title alone was far too small to describe him. In his opinion, Kang Gioma possessed potential that went beyond what most people could even imagine. Hearing those words, Karen fell into thought. Siegfried was known for his ability to judge people accurately, and he rarely gave such high praise to anyone. If a person had earned the Sword Emperor's acknowledgement, then they were undoubtedly extraordinary. Understanding this, Charon's worries gradually eased. He finally bowed and said that he understood Siegfried's reasoning. If Kang Jioma was with Abel, then there was little need to worry about her safety. With the matter settled, Charon poured another cup of tea and returned to his usual calm demeanor. He politely told Siegfried that if he needed anything else, he only had to ask. Taking the cup from him, Siegfried smiled slightly and remarked that Charon truly knew him better than anyone else. Meanwhile, later that night, Kang Jioma sat alone while examining his system window. A new notification had appeared before him, revealing that the assimilation rate restriction at 25% had finally been lifted. The system also stated that as his assimilation rate continued to rise, he might acquire memories related to some unknown existence. On top of that, additional rewards could be granted whenever he obtained a fragment. However, the details remained hidden behind question marks. At the moment, he had collected 0 out of the 7 fragments, while his assimilation rate had reached 29.1%. The next restriction would be removed once he reached 35%. The information only left Jioma more confused. Memory fragments, hidden rewards, and an unknown source behind the system's guidance all sounded suspicious. It felt as though the system had begun throwing quests at him on its own, without providing any proper explanation. Staring at the question marks, he wondered whether the system was connected to the will of some powerful entity, or perhaps even a living being. The 7 fragments might also hold clues related to the sword god's blessing. Whatever the truth was, he knew he lacked enough information to draw any conclusions. For now, the only thing he could do was continue moving forward and gather more fragments. His thoughts soon shifted to the undead dungeon they would be raiding. If everything went well, his assimilation rate would likely increase there as well. However, the biggest obstacle was the Lich King Draugr. Ordinary undead were troublesome enough since they continued rising again after being defeated, and their numbers only increased as time passed. For someone like Jioma, whose fighting style relied on quick and decisive attacks, it was one of the worst possible matchups. They only needed to hold out for 50 seconds, and Abel and Shyle should be capable of buying him that much time. Even so, Draugr was an S-class monster. Depending on the situation, it could be every bit as dangerous as a Gore. He could not afford to underestimate it for even a moment. As he considered possible solutions, Jioma's thoughts drifted toward the mysterious power he had used before. If he could access that strength again, defeating Draugr might become possible. The problem was that he understood almost nothing about it. Ever since that day, he had felt as if a part of his humanity was slowly being stripped away. The feeling lingered in the back of his mind, making him reluctant to rely on that power unless absolutely necessary. More importantly, Abel had her own reason for entering the dungeon. For 10 years, she had searched for traces of her parents. It was a wish she had carried with her for most of her life, and Jioma refused to let that wish become tainted because of his own problems. At that moment, Abel's voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. She had been practicing nearby and asked for his opinion on her form. She felt as though she was still putting too much tension into her shoulders during her swings. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized Jioma had not heard a single word. His mind had been somewhere else entirely. Slightly annoyed, she pointed out that he had promised to watch over her training. Jioma could only admit that he honestly did not know what to say. Abel clicked her tongue before returning to her practice. Raising her sword once again, she continued repeating the same movements. She stated that she could not afford to become deadweight for the people accompanying her, especially Jioma. Watching her train, Jioma quietly reflected on her determination. While he did not know much about swordsmanship itself, he understood what it meant to repeat the same action over and over in pursuit of improvement. It reminded him of his former self, someone just as stubborn and relentless. He knew Abel had not come this far through talent alone. Behind her skill was countless hours of effort and persistence. With that in mind, Jioma remained where he was, and continued watching as Abel practiced throughout the night, refining her swordsmanship swing after swing without slowing down. The following morning, preparations for the dungeon raid were finally complete. Standing outside before their departure, Abel informed her grandfather that she was leaving. Siegfried listened quietly and gave a simple nod. Watching the exchange from nearby, Jioma found himself slightly surprised. The Sword Emperor appeared far calmer than he had expected. Considering that Abel was about to enter an A-class undead dungeon, Jioma had assumed he would be showing at least some visible concern. Instead, he looked completely composed. As Jioma was thinking about it, Shyle stepped closer and quietly commented that the Sword Emperor was probably far more anxious than any of them. He simply wasn't showing it. Jioma was not entirely convinced, but before he could think further about it, Siegfried suddenly called out to him. Jioma immediately shifted his attention toward the Sword Emperor. Looking directly at him, Siegfried stated that he was placing his faith in him. The weight behind those words was impossible to miss. Jioma simply answered with a firm confirmation. With that brief exchange over, the group entered the vehicle and began their journey toward the mountains where the dungeon was located. After seeing them off, Siegfried turned around and prepared to leave as well. Charon followed behind him, but could not help voicing his concern. He wondered if their next destination was a little too sudden. According to him, showing up at the association without prior notice would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. However, Siegfried appeared completely unconcerned. He explained that the Spear Saint's actions were practically an invitation directed at him. Since the association had decided to involve itself, it was only natural for him to respond in person. Charon pointed out that visiting at at such a time would be rather inconvenient for those on the receiving end. Siegfried simply explained his reasoning. The association had already begun investigating Kang Jioma. As Jioma's guardian, he felt it was necessary to make his position clear. There were certain burdens that should not be placed on the shoulders of young people. If obstacles appeared in their path, it was the responsibility of adults to remove them. Abel, Jioma, and the others were still young. There was only so much they could handle on their own. Hearing that, Charon immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Siegfried then reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the two of them would be going together. Surely there would be no need for arguments if they handled things personally. Charon could only give a helpless smile in response. He reminded Siegfried that it had already been more than 20 years since he had left the front lines behind. Hearing that, Siegfried looked at him and laughed lightly. He reminded Charon that he was once the hero who had attained the rank of warrior at the remarkably young age of 25. Then, with a rare grin, Siegfried stated that he would be relying on him again after all these years. For the first time in a long while, he addressed Charon not as his butler, but by the name that had once been known throughout the battlefield, Rakshasa Charon. Meanwhile, Jioma, Abel, and Shyle traveled in a limousine that steadily made its way through the mountain roads. The atmosphere inside was relatively quiet. Throughout the trip, Shyle took the opportunity to guide the two younger students. She shared information about the region, the dungeon, and various details they might need once they arrived. By evening, they arrived at a motel near their destination and decided to spend the night there before entering the dungeon. As Jioma looked around the area, he realized that they were now only a single day away from the raid. Tomorrow, they would finally step into the undead dungeon and face whatever dangers awaited them inside. However, he found himself enjoying the rare sense of peace, just like the calm before storm. Meanwhile, the trio searching for Kang Jioma had finally arrived at the headquarters of Lancelot Company. Standing before the massive building, they prepared to put their plan into action. To avoid attracting attention, they disguised themselves as reporters. Even so, Rachel questioned whether anyone inside would actually believe their cover story. Ryozo remained calm and pointed out that revealing their real identities would only create more problems. At the very least, this approach gave them a chance to gather information without exposing themselves. At the same time, Ryozo recalled a question Rachel had asked the previous night. What if Jioma was not even in New York? It was a possibility they could not ignore. However, Ryozo believed there was no point speculating until they had investigated for themselves. For now, their goal remained the same: get inside and find any clues connected to Jioma's whereabouts. Unfortunately, things did not go according to plan. Within minutes, the three of them found themselves kicked out of the building, seated near a bus station, trying to figure out their next move. Speed Weapon complained that they had not even managed to meet all mute, let alone speak with anyone important. Ryozo quickly reminded him that meeting a celebrity fighter was never their objective. Rachel then suggested another option. If they could not get information through normal means, perhaps they could simply hack their way in and bypass the restrictions entirely. Before anyone could respond, a loud screech echoed through the street. Their attention immediately shifted toward the source of the noise. A truck was speeding out of control while a young boy stood directly in its path after chasing a football into the road. In the next instant, the truck lost control and began overturning. Realizing that the child was in immediate danger, the trio reacted without hesitation. Rachel quickly scanned the area before spotting a metal pole nearby. Acting on instinct, she ripped it from the ground and hurled it forward like a spear. The pole struck perfectly, pinning the truck against a nearby wall and temporarily stopping its momentum. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the crisis had been resolved. However, Ryozo immediately realized the truck would not remain stable for long. Just as she predicted, the vehicle began tipping again and started falling toward the boy. This time, Rachel moved personally. At the same moment, Ryozo pulled a laptop from her bag and began hacking the city's traffic system. Within seconds, every nearby traffic signal turned red, forcing approaching vehicles to stop and preventing the situation from becoming even worse. While Ryozo handled the traffic, Rachel rushed forward and caught the falling truck before it could crush the child. The stunned boy slowly opened his eyes and found Rachel standing above him, holding the massive vehicle with one hand while offering him the other to help him up. Behind her, Speed Weapon activated his armament flute and boosted Rachel's strength with his war cry, helping her maintain control of the situation until the danger had completely passed. The accident quickly became a major news story throughout the city. Reports stated that a truck had overturned in Midtown after a tire blowout, but thanks to the actions of several tourists, there had been no casualties. Elsewhere, Allmute was in the middle of her training session when her secretary brought up the incident. The secretary pointed out that the people shown in the news were the same young visitors who had caused a commotion earlier while trying to meet her. Looking at the footage, Allmute immediately recognized Rachel. Her secretary remarked that the group looked quite promising and asked whether she should arrange a meeting. Allmute, who just pressed over 500 kilograms overhead, casually told her secretary to go ahead and make the appointment. Soon, Jioma, Abel, and Shyle finally arrived at their destination, the undead dungeon. However, the moment they reached the entrance, Abel could not help but feel that something was wrong. Looking around the area, she wondered if they had truly come to the right place. The atmosphere surrounding the dungeon felt strange and unsettling. Shyle quickly reassured her, explaining that she had checked the location multiple times during the journey. There was no mistake. This was definitely the correct place. Even so, Gioma found the situation odd. The atmosphere radiating from the dungeon did not resemble that of a normal D-rank dungeon at all. In fact, compared to this place, even the C-rank Buffalo dungeon looked like a luxurious palace. As they continued observing the entrance, Gioma noticed a massive stone wall standing nearby. The wall was covered with ancient inscriptions, and deep sword marks could be seen carved across its surface, as if someone had intentionally damaged it long ago. Curious, Gioma asked what was written on it. Abel stepped forward and examined the inscriptions, but she could not make sense of them. She explained that if the writing had been in one of the common European languages, she might have been able to identify it, but this script was completely unfamiliar to her. At that moment, Shail stepped closer and suggested that the writing was most likely in an ancient rune language. When Gioma asked whether she could read it, Shail admitted that she had only studied runes briefly during her time at the academy, so she could not guarantee an accurate translation. Placing her hand against the stone, she activated her blessing and carefully began deciphering the surviving text. She soon realized that the upper portion of the inscription had been deliberately destroyed, possibly by a sword strike, making the translation even more difficult. Even so, she managed to make out a few fragments from the remaining sections. According to Shail's interpretation, the inscription read, "Those who disturb the peace of the dead shall themselves become dead. However, the one who brings peace to the dead shall be crowned the Lord of the Dead." Hearing those words, Abel quietly repeated the title, Lord of the Dead, while Gioma immediately thought of Dronzer, the Lich King waiting somewhere inside the dungeon. Shail then apologized, explaining that this was all she could decipher, as the remaining portions were beyond her ability. Gioma reassured her that she had already provided more information than they could have hoped for. After exchanging glances, the three silently understood what needed to be done. Nodding to one another, they turned toward the dark cave entrance. Without another word, the group finally stepped into the undead dungeon. As the trio ventured deeper into the dungeon, eerie cries occasionally echoed through the dark tunnels. The unsettling sounds broke the silence every few moments, forcing the group to stay on guard. Gioma could immediately understand why so few people were willing to come to this place. The atmosphere alone was enough to make anyone uncomfortable. Their advance came to a halt when Shail suddenly detected movement. Looking around, she realized that zombies had appeared both in front of and behind them, quietly surrounding the group without anyone noticing. Surprised by how close they had managed to get, Shail immediately called out to Gioma and Abel. Seeing the undead closing in from both sides, Shail offered to handle them herself, but Abel stepped forward before she could act. Abel explained that today's raid would ultimately be a battle of endurance. Since they would need to conserve their strength, she wanted to take the lead for now and leave the fighting to the others once fatigue started setting in. Shail accepted her decision and stepped back. Abel slowly closed her eyes and activated her blessing. As she sensed the undead before her, a thought crossed her mind. These creatures were not truly evil beings. If that was the case, then she knew what she had to do. Opening her eyes, she drew her sword and activated the blessing of Snowflower. In an instant, her blade flashed through the air. The 5 zombies surrounding them were cut down in a single strike, their heads falling to the ground almost simultaneously. As the undead collapsed, Abel quietly offered them a prayer, wishing for them to finally rest in peace before she calmly sheathed her sword once more. Shail watched the scene with a faint smile, while Gioma looked at Abel with surprise. He did not remember Abel being this strong in the original game. It seemed that becoming the top student in their class had accelerated her growth far beyond what he had expected. However, there was no time to dwell on it. Abel soon sensed another group of undead approaching and immediately warned the others. Taking the lead, she urged the group to continue moving deeper into the dungeon. As they advanced, Gioma finally asked why she apologized to the zombies before cutting them down. Without slowing her pace, Abel explained that even though they had become monsters, they had once been human beings. Moments later, she decapitated 2 more zombies that blocked their path before kneeling beside the bodies. She explained that no one knew exactly why undead appeared in this place, but people who wandered too deeply into the dungeon eventually became living corpses themselves. In her opinion, the dungeon itself was the true problem, and she believed there was something hidden deep within it that was responsible for everything. Hearing this, Gioma silently agreed. He already suspected that the hidden truth was connected to Dronzer. As Abel continued clearing the path, she shared another thought. People classified undead as demonic beasts simply because they were no longer human. However, unlike actual demons, the undead rarely left the dungeon or attacked living people outside of it. Despite that, the Hero Association had labeled them as dangerous monsters all the same. Abel believed that this was why so many people felt uneasy about entering the dungeon. Deep down, most people understood that these undead had once been ordinary humans. Calling them mere demonic beasts felt wrong to her. Still, they had come here with a purpose, and avoiding combat was impossible. Since she had no choice but to cut them down, the least she could do was offer them a final farewell. Gioma and Shail quietly listened to Abel's words as they continued deeper into the dungeon. A swordsman, in whom compassion and violence coexisted. Abel was the same as her grandfather. Blood did not lie, after all. Abel looked back and awkwardly remarked that she had probably talked for too long. With that, she urged the group to continue moving. As they advanced deeper into the dungeon, Abel continued her relentless assault, cutting down every undead in their path before quietly wishing each of them to rest in peace. However, the more Gioma observed the undead, the stranger the situation felt. Something about them was off. They were far too slow and uncoordinated to even call their actions an ambush. More importantly, they did not appear to be actively trying to attack. Instead of charging at the group with hostility, the undead merely approached with their arms outstretched. To Gioma, it almost felt as though they were inviting them to follow deeper into the dungeon rather than trying to kill them. As time passed, Abel gradually began showing signs of exhaustion. The endless waves of undead were exactly what he had predicted, a battle of attrition. Realizing this, Gioma decided to take action. He activated the Blessing of Transference, along with the Blessing of Sword God's Sensitivity. If they could locate the source of the problem directly, they might avoid wasting unnecessary energy. The moment both blessings activated, Gioma's senses expanded dramatically. His perception spread throughout a wide area, allowing him to sense his surroundings with far greater clarity than before. As he focused, Gioma was surprised by just how much his abilities had improved. He wondered whether his recent meditation training had enhanced his senses even further. Compared to before, he could now perceive things at a much greater distance, and with remarkable precision. If this continued, he might even be able to locate Draugr himself before they reached the deepest part of the dungeon. Suddenly, Gioma detected something unusual. He sensed the presence of what appeared to be a person. Even more strangely, the figure seemed to be waving at them. He quickly called out to Abel and Shael, informing them that there was something resembling a human further ahead. Both of them were visibly confused. A person inside this dungeon made no sense. Without lowering his guard, Gioma drew his knife and cautiously moved forward, suggesting that they investigate. Shael raised her torch while Abel prepared her sword, and the three carefully approached the mysterious figure. Before long, they finally caught sight of someone standing calmly in the distance. The torchlight illuminated the figure just enough for Shael to realize that it truly was a person. Shock flashed across her face, but in the very next moment, without any warning, Gioma instantly dashed toward the mysterious individual at full speed and launched an attack. The scene then shifts back to Ryozo and the others. After finally meeting Allmute, the trio learned the disappointing truth: Kang Gioma had never come to New York in the first place. Seated on a sofa across from America's strongest hero, Speed Weapon immediately asked about the numerous articles that had claimed Gioma was staying with Allmute. To his surprise, Allmute calmly explained that the reports were completely fabricated by the press. Hearing that, Ryozo realized that the entire story had simply been fake news. Meanwhile, Rachel sat beside him, quietly giggling to herself. Noticing this, Ryozo asked what she found so amusing. Rachel casually replied that it was nothing, and admitted that she was merely disappointed that they had failed to meet Gioma after coming all this way. Their investigation had ultimately led nowhere. Seeing their disappointment, Allmute rose from her seat and apologized for being unable to help the juniors who had traveled such a long distance. Speed Weapon quickly thanked her instead, saying that he was already grateful that she had taken time out of her busy schedule to meet them. As the group prepared to leave, Rachel suggested that they should head back. However, before they could go, Allmute suddenly called out to her and asked for her name. Slightly surprised, Rachel introduced herself as Rachel de Marat. The moment she heard the surname, Allmute immediately recognized her connection to the Spear Saint family. Combined with the incredible strength Rachel had displayed during the traffic accident, Allmute became even more interested. She asked Rachel whether she had any plans for after graduation. Rachel admitted that she still had not decided. Jokingly, she remarked that she might have had an answer if her love life was going as smoothly as Ryozo's, but at the moment, she had no idea what she wanted to do in the future. Hearing that, Allmute directly asked whether she would be interested in becoming a professional hero. Rachel was caught off guard by the sudden offer. Realizing that she was actually being scouted by Allmute herself, she immediately rejected the idea, saying that her uncle would probably lose his mind if she became a hero. Ryozo could not help imagining Rachel wearing a skin-tight hero suit and thought that the image looked incredibly strange. Speed Weapon was even more shocked, blurting out that someone as reckless and muscle-brained as Rachel becoming a hero sounded absurd. Ignoring his reaction, Allmute advised Rachel to think about it seriously. Rachel then recalled the earlier incident when she had saved the young boy from the truck and remembered how the surrounding people had cheered for her. Thinking back on it, she admitted that helping people like that had actually been enjoyable. Hearing her answer, Allmute simply nodded with a satisfied expression. Soon afterward, the trio finally left the building. Outside, Rachel noticed that Ryozo seemed troubled and asked if she was alright. Ryozo merely reminded both Rachel and Speed Weapon to keep this entire trip a secret. The two readily agreed. After saying their goodbyes and promising to meet again at the academy, they all parted ways. As Ryozo walked home alone, she could not help feeling embarrassed that she came all the way to the US following fake news. At the same time, she wondered why had Rachel been smirking at her earlier. Unable to figure it out, Ryozo decided that she would ask her once they returned to Korea. Back inside the undead dungeon, the mysterious undead whom Gioma had just attacked looked completely bewildered. A faint green light surrounded his jaw, and moments later, he realized that the rotten bone had been restored. For the first time in a long while, he was able to speak again. Meanwhile, Gioma calmly explained what he had done. He had applied the blessing of regeneration to the tip of his blade before striking. It had been a rather forceful approach, but he wanted to confirm whether the man was simply undead or had been completely consumed by the infection. Since the stranger had shown no intention of attacking, Gioma believed that restoring his jaw would allow them to communicate. Judging by the result, his decision had been the right one. The undead immediately thanked Gioma, respectfully addressing him as a noble sir. Gioma, however, ignored the praise and got straight to the point, asking who he was. Meanwhile, Abel and Shyle remained stunned by what had just happened. They had never imagined Gioma would heal an undead instead of eliminating it. The man politely introduced himself as Michelin and greeted the 3 living visitors. Hearing an undead calmly introduce himself only made the 2 girls even more cautious. Shyle instinctively told Abel to stay behind her, but Michelin quickly apologized for frightening them and assured them that he meant no harm. He then explained that he had spent nearly 700 years watching countless people enter and leave the dungeon. Most either attacked him on sight or fled the moment they saw him. Never had anyone tried to speak with him. Gioma questioned whether he had truly survived for 700 years. Michelin admitted that he had actually stopped counting after his 689th year. Looking back at Gioma with admiration, he once again asked how his jaw had been restored, calling it nothing short of a miracle bestowed by the gods. Gioma remained completely unfazed by the compliments. He acknowledged that being trapped in the dungeon for centuries was indeed a miserable fate, but he also made it clear that they were short on time. Drawing his blade slightly, he warned Michelin to answer only the questions he was asked, instead of wandering off into lengthy stories. The sudden change in Gioma's tone immediately frightened Michelin, who hurriedly agreed. Abel could not help commenting that Gioma was being a little too harsh. Gioma simply replied that if they let the guy continue talking freely, he would probably keep speaking all day. They had important things to do, although he added that Abel was free to stay behind and chat with him if she wanted. Abel shot Gioma an annoyed look, but chose not to argue. A moment later, Michelin's attention shifted toward Abel. Looking into her golden eyes, he suddenly asked whether she was a descendant of the Sword Saint, Aaron von Nibelung. Surprised, Abel immediately asked how he knew the first head of her family. Michelin happily began explaining that he had once known someone very close to the Sword Saint. Gioma bluntly summarized the story by saying that Michelin was basically just a stranger. Ignoring the interruption, Michelin looked toward Abel and thanked the heavens, saying he never imagined such a coincidence would happen again. The word "again" immediately caught Abel's attention. She quickly asked what he meant by that. Michelin explained that, if his memory was correct, another descendant of the Sword Saint had visited this dungeon around 10 years earlier. They had been accompanied by a woman who appeared to be his wife. Even after living for centuries, Michelin recalled them as the most beautiful couple he had ever seen. The moment Abel heard those words, her expression changed completely. She instantly realized he was talking about her parents. Unable to hide her emotions, she stepped closer to Michelin, leaving him slightly confused. Then, with a polite but eager voice, she asked him to tell her everything he could remember about them in as much detail as possible. Michelin slowly began recalling the events from 10 years ago. Back then, a group of heroes had entered the dungeon and immediately started cutting down every undead they encountered. After splitting one female undead in half, one of the guards mockingly remarked that these creatures were nothing more than ugly monsters. He then called out to his captain, who was none other than Abel's father, and casually said that there was nothing special about them besides their appearance. Abel's father, however, showed no interest in the comment. He simply ordered the guard to stop wasting time and focus on the mission. They had not come to exterminate undead for the sake of it. Their objective was to investigate why the hero's sanctuary had turned into a den of monsters. At that moment, Abel's mother called for his attention. Lying on the ground was the female undead that had just been cut down. Clutched tightly in her trembling hands was a torn photograph of herself and her young daughter. Even after becoming undead, she had never let go of that precious memory. The sight left both Abel's parents speechless. Abel's mother instinctively held the pendant around her neck, thinking of her own daughter, while her husband quietly stepped beside her to comfort her. Meanwhile, the guards remained completely insensitive to the scene unfolding before them. One of them dismissed the undead as nothing more than pathetic monsters, and even criticized his companion for not cutting the corpse properly. They continued hacking at the already lifeless body without the slightest bit of respect. Hidden nearby, Michelin watched everything unfold in silence, trembling as he observed their actions. Then, to his surprise, Abel's father suddenly ordered them to stop. The guards looked at him in confusion, but he reminded them of the inscription carved at the dungeon's entrance. "Those who disturb the peace of the dead shall themselves become dead." One of the guards brushed it off as meaningless graffiti, insisting that the undead were merely demonic beasts. Abel's father immediately corrected him. Kneeling beside the fallen corpse, he sternly told the guard to watch his words. This place was the hero's sanctuary, and those lying before them were once someone's family. Placing a hand over his chest, he apologized to the deceased and quietly wished her to rest in peace. Hidden in the shadows, Michelin could only stare in disbelief. Before continuing deeper into the dungeon, Abel's father told his companions that these were not monsters. They were people asking for help. After finishing the story, Michelin quietly admitted that this was all he could remember. A heavy silence filled the dungeon for several moments. As everyone processed his words, Michelin began wondering if he had said something wrong. He reflected on the 700 years he had spent trapped inside the dungeon. Even after all that time, his mind had somehow remained intact, despite most people claiming that the mind was the first thing to break. Instead, it had been his jaw that rotted away, leaving him unable to speak for centuries. All he could do was think in complete silence. That endless loneliness had finally come to an end thanks to the noble young man before him. As Michelin looked at Gioma, he could not shake the feeling that he had seen someone with those black eyes and black hair long ago, though the memory remained frustratingly out of reach. His thoughts were interrupted when Abel politely apologized for taking so long to respond, explaining that she had been trying to organize her thoughts. Michelin quickly reassured her that there was nothing to apologize for. Anyone would have been shocked after hearing such a story. To him, seeing a descendant of the Sword Saint apologize so sincerely was almost unbelievable. Abel then thanked him, saying that because of his memories, she had finally confirmed that her parents had indeed reached this dungeon. Gioma immediately followed up by asking whether Michelin knew anything about what happened to them afterward. Unfortunately, Michelin shook his head. He had been hiding at the time, and had no idea where they went after leaving that area. He did, however, remember that countless heroes had entered the dungeon over the centuries, and most of them slaughtered the undead without hesitation. Abel's parents had been different. Even when they had no choice but to fight, they always treated the dead with respect. Looking at Abel, Michelin smiled gently and remarked that she was exactly the same as her parents. Perhaps that was why seeing her bow to the fallen undead had stirred something inside him. Abel quickly asked whether he remembered anything else, no matter how small or insignificant it seemed. Michelin thought carefully before recalling one final detail. The last thing he remembered hearing from Abel's parents was a single sentence: "They must break the Reaper's shackle." The moment those words left his mouth, something clicked in Gioma's mind. He immediately stepped closer and urgently asked Michelin whether he had ever seen a sealed door, one secured with several large padlocks. Michelin nodded without hesitation and explained that such a door did exist roughly 20 minutes deeper inside the dungeon. Before Michelin could even ask how Gioma knew about it, Gioma had already turned around. He told Michelin to guide them there immediately, and urged Abel and Shiel to hurry after him. As the group hurried deeper into the dungeon, Shiel called out to Gioma, saying that she felt as though an important part of the situation was being left unexplained. Without slowing his pace, Gioma casually brushed it off, telling her that she was simply imagining things. In reality, his thoughts were racing. He still did not fully understand what breaking the shackles meant, but if the Reaper was involved, then there was only one place they needed to go. Everything seemed to be pointing toward the sealed chamber. Unable to hold back any longer, Abel demanded to know what was really happening. Gioma suddenly stopped and turned around, placing both hands on her shoulders. Looking directly at her, he told her that her parents had likely become involved in something they never should have. Even so, he firmly assured her that they would find them and save them, no matter what. Abel was left confused by his words and asked what he meant. Turning back toward the path ahead, Gioma explained that beneath this dungeon, an S-rank demonic beast named Dronzer had been sealed away. Judging from everything they had learned, it seemed Abel's parents had tried to stop it 10 years ago. He continued by explaining that although Dronzer was classified as a demonic beast, its true danger did not lie in brute strength alone. It wielded the Reaper's staff, an artifact capable of endlessly expanding its undead army. The revelation left Abel speechless. Beside her, Shiel hurriedly questioned Gioma. If everything he had just said was true, then where had he obtained such detailed information? Gioma continued walking without even looking back. His only answer was that it came from data research. Shiel immediately objected, saying that explanation made no sense. This time, Gioma's tone became noticeably more serious. He admitted that he understood why she was suspicious, but reminded her that this was not the time to question his source. The real priority was figuring out how they were going to survive and deal with the situation ahead. Hearing that, Shiel fell silent. She could only stare at Gioma's back, unable to find any words to argue. Gioma then turned his attention to Michelin and asked whether he knew anything about the demonic beast. Michelin sadly admitted that despite living in the dungeon for nearly 700 years, this was the first time he had ever heard of Dronzer. However, something else suddenly came to his mind. He remembered the complete inscription that had once been carved onto the massive gravestone at the dungeon's entrance. Shiel immediately realized he was referring to the rune inscription they had examined earlier. She explained that the upper portion had been destroyed, making it impossible for her to translate everything. Michelin nodded, saying that was only natural after so many centuries. Fortunately, the entire inscription had remained preserved in his memory. When Abel asked whether he truly remembered all of it, Michelin smiled proudly and replied that his memory was surprisingly good, even if he had become a little forgetful lately. After clearing his throat, Michelin began reciting the complete message. It spoke of a sanctuary where the dead were meant to rest in peace until a terrible curse descended without warning. The curse bound death itself, forcing the dead to continue existing under the false name of immortality while their bodies slowly rotted away. The inscription pleaded for any living person who could hear the cries of the dead to break their curse and free them from their shackles. It warned visitors not to be deceived by appearances, because the true source of the curse was not humanity, but demonic power. The dead longed for someone to sever the chains of immortality, and whoever accomplished that feat would receive their endless blessing and be crowned as their rightful ruler. However, those who disturbed the peace of the dead out of ignorance would instead be condemned to share the same cursed immortality. Finally, the The inscription ended with the same warning Shyle had translated earlier. Those who disturbed the peace of the dead would themselves become dead, while the one who brought peace to the dead would be crowned the Lord of the Dead. After Michelin finished reciting the inscription, Shyle remarked that the missing upper portion of the inscription was far darker than she had imagined. Abel immediately agreed. Earlier, she had believed the text was simply a warning meant to frighten intruders away. However, after hearing the complete message, she realized its true meaning was completely different. It was not merely a warning, it was a desperate plea from those trapped within the dungeon. Those words immediately brought back the scenes from earlier. Abel remembered every undead she had cut down on their way through the dungeon. None of them had attacked with any real hostility. Instead, they had slowly approached with their arms stretched out, almost as if they were trying to reach someone. At the time, it had felt strange, but now everything finally made sense. They had never been trying to kill them. They had been seeking salvation. The line from the inscription echoed repeatedly in her mind. "O living one, please break our shackles." Abel suddenly came to a complete stop. She realized that her father had known the truth from the very beginning. He had never entered this dungeon simply to investigate it. From the moment he stepped inside, his true goal had always been to break the curse and free the dead from their eternal shackles. With Michelin leading the way, the group continued deeper into the cave. As they followed the narrow passages, Gioma quietly reflected on everything they had learned so far. He had not expected much when they first encountered Michelin, but the undead had ended up providing several crucial clues. Without his memories, they would have never pieced together the truth behind the dungeon this quickly. After thinking for a moment, Gioma asked Michelin who he really was. Earlier, he had mentioned being acquainted with the First Sword Saint, yet he had never explained his own identity. Michelin wore an apologetic expression and admitted that he simply could not remember anymore. Gioma found that answer rather surprising. After all, he had perfectly memorized the lengthy inscription carved on the gravestone. Michelin explained that perhaps those memories remained because they were comparatively recent to him, whereas everything before that had gradually faded over the centuries. He then added that, thanks to Gioma, he finally felt as though the mysterious inscription had been fully understood. Gioma replied that it was only his own interpretation, but he believed the curse mentioned in the inscription referred to Dronzer. Shyle agreed with his conclusion. At first, she had assumed the inscription was referring to the Lord of the Dead, but after hearing the complete text, it seemed far more likely that the curse itself was connected to Dronzer. Michelin also recalled one particular line stating that the source of the curse was neither man nor demon, suggesting that it had always been hinting towards something far more unusual. The mention of an S-rank demonic beast made Shyle visibly tense. She thought about Droger's ability to endlessly expand its undead army, and finally voiced the concern that had been weighing on her mind. She questioned whether the three of them could really handle something like this alone. Even with Gioma's strength, challenging an S-rank opponent sounded far too dangerous. She suggested that perhaps they should focus only on investigating the dungeon and finding information about Abel's parents. Once they returned, they could leave the rest to the Hero Association. Gioma immediately shook his head, disagreed with her opinion. Looking briefly at Abel's troubled expression, he calmly replied that if they waited for the association to act, it would already be too late. Shyle asked whether he was seriously planning to defeat an S-rank demonic beast by themselves. Gioma answered without hesitation that he was. He then added that if she truly believed the risk was too great, she could remain behind. Abel stayed silent as she listened. She understood exactly what Gioma meant. Their summer vacation was limited, and by the time the association organized a proper operation, any chance of finding her parents might already be gone. Meanwhile, Gioma had his own reasons for pushing ahead. Besides helping Abel, he had entered this dungeon to obtain the demonic stone. More importantly, he knew that Abel no longer wanted more clues. She wanted the truth. Whatever answer they were searching for was waiting beyond the sealed door. Not long afterward, the group finally reached their destination. Standing before them was a massive stone door wrapped in heavy chains and secured by several enormous padlocks. The four of them stopped in front of it. Looking at the entrance, Abel firmly stated that they had to do this. Even if an S-rank demonic beast was waiting behind it, she believed they still had a chance with Gioma by their side. Shyle looked at Abel in surprise before shifting her gaze toward Gioma. After a long pause, she made him promise one thing. If the situation became too dangerous, he had to retreat immediately, no matter what. Meanwhile, Michelin stepped toward the massive gate and examined the heavy chains and locks covering its surface. Judging from its appearance, he assumed they would need to gather every key before they could open it. Gioma, however, grabbed his knife and simply told Michelin to step back. The moment everyone moved aside, Gioma drew his knife and activated the blessing of the sword god. A single slash flashed through the air, and in the next instant, the enormous gate split cleanly in half. The chained door collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone speechless. Michelin could only stare in admiration, thinking how incredible it was, while Shyle was completely stunned by Gioma's effortless display of strength. Abel, on the other hand, merely smiled, as if she had already expected something like this. Without wasting another second, Gioma looked back at the group and told them to move forward. Beyond the gate, even more undead immediately rushed toward them. Abel instantly stepped forward and cut through the approaching enemies one after another, quietly wishing each of them to rest in peace as she fought. While she was offering a prayer to one fallen undead, another silently crept up behind her. Before it could attack, Shyle reacted instantly. She pulled several needles from her pocket and threw them with pinpoint accuracy, stopping the undead in its tracks. She then rolled forward and landed right behind Abel, taking up a defensive position. Shyle told her that she would cover her back from now on. Abel admitted that she had become a little overconfident and thanked Shyle for the support. Watching the two work together, Gioma couldn't help noticing how skilled Shyle was. Her weapon choice and quick reactions proved exactly why she was considered a senior. As they continued moving, Gioma noticed that Shyle was still wearing her academy uniform and asked if that was really what she had chosen to wear into a dungeon. Shyle explained that the academy uniform was actually sturdier than most ordinary armor. She then asked whether it did not suit her. Gioma replied that it wasn't that. He had simply mistaken her for another student at first glance. Playing along, Shyle laughed and wondered whether she should transfer back to the academy after all. The group pressed onward through the dungeon. Abel soon noticed that Shyle seemed much more relaxed than before and pointed out that seeing Gioma's abilities had reassured her. Shyle honest but sourly admitted that Abel was right. Abel smiled in understanding. She explained that Gioma gave off the feeling of an unbreakable wall, someone you wouldn't even dare challenge. But that feeling wasn't limited to his allies. His enemies probably felt exactly the same way. She admitted that she was still afraid of facing an S-rank demonic beast, but despite that fear, she trusted Gioma completely. Hearing those words, Shyle silently looked at Abel. Not long afterward, Michelin called everyone's attention to a staircase leading downward. Gioma immediately recognized it as the path they needed to take. Before descending, he thanked Michelin for guiding them this far and told him that he was free to leave if he wished. To Gioma's surprise, Michelin refused. He said that his heart had not raced like this in centuries, and he wanted to remain by their side until the very end. Even if he were to die afterward, he would have no regrets. Gioma could only shake his head and joke that Michelin had a rather dark sense of humor. Turning serious once more, Gioma gathered Abel and Shyle before the staircase to explain the plan. Drauggr's army would continue growing stronger the longer the battle dragged on, so they needed to defeat it as quickly as possible. Abel and Shyle would focus on holding back the endless waves of undead, while Gioma would deal with Draugr directly. He then turned toward Michelin to assign him a role as well, but before he could speak, Michelin cheerfully declared that he would serve as their coach and cheer them on from behind. Gioma told him to keep an eye out for them. He then led once again, telling everyone it was time to move. Soon, the group began descending the long staircase. Shyle held up a torch while Michelin guided them through the darkness. The stairs seemed to stretch endlessly downward, with no sign of where they would eventually lead. As they continued their descent, Gioma glanced at Michelin and found himself thinking that, in some ways, the undead man was almost more unsettling than the enemies waiting ahead. Even so, Michelin had been incredibly helpful. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, he guided them without hesitation, as though he had walked this path countless times before. Eventually, the stairs came to an end. Michelin suddenly stopped and quietly announced that they had finally reached the place beyond the darkness. Noticing the change in his expression, Gioma immediately asked what was wrong. Michelin slowly turned toward the group and explained that undead could roughly sense each other's souls. Gioma looked puzzled, so Michelin elaborated. As the inscription had implied, the souls of the undead did not disappear even after their bodies were destroyed. Earlier in the dungeon, the number of lingering souls had been relatively small. Throughout his centuries there, Michelin had sensed only around 20 of them at any given time. But this place was completely different. The souls gathered here were so numerous that many had even taken physical form. When Gioma asked how many he was talking about, Michelin answered with a frightened expression. There were easily more than 10,000. At that moment, a bright light suddenly illuminated the chamber before them. The group finally saw the true layout of the underground hall. They were standing on the path leading toward a massive central platform, while both sides of the pathway were packed with countless undead. The endless horde stretched as far as the eye could see, with many of them desperately trying to climb toward the narrow walkway where the group stood. Gioma immediately ordered everyone to get ready. Looking over the overwhelming army, he could not help thinking that Michelin's estimate had not been an exaggeration. There really were more than 10,000 undead gathered in this place. Then, an even greater pressure spread across the chamber. Michelin pointed toward the center of the platform. There, surrounded by a dark aura and faint light, stood a stone throne. Seated upon it was a lone figure wearing a crown, with a sword resting beside him. The moment they saw him, Abel quietly realized that this had to be the S-rank demonic beast. Gioma instantly recognized him as well. The overwhelming presence before them belonged to none other than Draugr, the Lich King. Even Gioma could feel the immense pressure radiating from the figure. A moment later, the figure slowly rose from the throne. His crown slipped to the ground as he stood and picked up the sword resting at his side. His long cape fluttered behind him, but something immediately felt wrong to Gioma. He had expected Draugr to wield the Reaper's staff, not a sword. Before he could make sense of it, he sensed Abel's reaction beside him. Turning his head, he saw her staring at the figure with wide eyes. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, yet no words came out. Gioma immediately looked back at the figure. At that exact moment, the hood covering the man's face slowly fell away, revealing his hair and finally his face. The person standing before them was none other than Abel's father. This shit is peak.